This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1, All-Out Attack. The sun sets and night falls. The full moon hung high in the sky, like a dim eye staring at the barren land. The seemingly flat and solid wasteland suddenly trembled, as if something was about to come out from underground. With a rumbling sound, stones and soil were rolled around, and a pale building slowly rose from the ground. It was a fortress built of eerie white bones, emitting a terrifying aura. Friendly reminder, dormant mode has been turned off. Hearing the system's prompt, Li Ziyu stretched, sat up, and moved his neck. The double-boned bed he was lying on made a creaking sound, and was transformed into an ergonomically designed bone chair. As he woke up, the skeleton fortress and the undead within it also woke up. A skeleton undead struggled to break away from the wall, and brought a basin made of a beast's skull. Li Ziyu washed his face. The cold water refreshed him. All his sleepiness disappeared, and he became completely awake. He took the fruits and animal meat handed to him by the undead beside him, and ate them in big mouthfuls. While eating, he opened the system page. Moving castle. Level 1 area, 100 units. Architecture: the main building of the castle fort. Raise undead skeleton. Features skeleton buildings. Some buildings can be transformed into skeletons during combat. Dormant mode: cities can be hidden underground. Speed 30 kilometers per hour. Nothing changes. Li Ziyu sighed in his heart while eating. 3 days ago, he traveled to this world, and became the lord of this mobile castle of the undead. According to the prompts of the system and his own understanding, he is not wearing it alone to this world. This is a large-scale group crossing. How many people have crossed them? He did not know. But the people who crossed them all became the owners of different races' mobile castles. The moment all the time travelers become city lords, their lives are tied to the moving castle. When the castle is destroyed, the life of the city lord ends. If the castle exists forever, the life of the city lord will not end either. It is equivalent to an alternative kind of immortality. In order to survive, each city owner must work hard to develop the castle. This world is not as peaceful as the world before crossing the world, and is full of crisis. Not to mention those local aborigines. The monsters that run across the world are not good. After digesting and summarizing the information on the first day of the time travel, Li Ziyu felt that he was very lucky to become the lord of the undead city. Compared with other races, the undead have obvious advantages. The first is loyalty. The initial loyalty of all undead races is quite high. As long as the city lord does not commit suicide, there will generally be no betrayal. This is especially true for his skeleton undead race, whose loyalty is directly infinity, and there is no possibility of rebellion at all. The second is consumption. Other races need to consume a lot of food to maintain. Once the food is insufficient, loyalty will drop rapidly, which will cause people to grievance and rebellion. However, the bones do not eat. It can be said that in the entire skeleton undead fortress, the only one who might worry about food and go hungry because of lack of food is him, the city lord. The advantages are very obvious, but the disadvantages are equally obvious. Their combat effectiveness in the early stages is weak. We cannot expect a group of bones to have combat effectiveness that surpasses dragons, behemoths, angels, and demons. According to the experience of playing real-time strategy games in the previous life, the skeleton undead rely on human wave tactics to make up for the lack of combat power through numbers. Unfortunately, there are not many skeletons in the early stage. In other words, Lord Li Ziyu, the city lord who owns the skeleton undead mobile castle, will suffer heavy losses even if he faces ferocious beasts, let alone attacking other mobile castles. He can only bully the wild beasts. A skeleton undead staggered in front of Li Ziyu, the soul fire in its eye sockets beating continuously, and sent out a message. Traces of Steppenwolf were found ahead. Steppenwolf? Li Ziyu, who was eating with his head down, paused, raised his head, with joy in his eyes, and swallowed the piece of meat that had not been chewed yet. Finally I found my prey. The place where he was born was a wasteland with very scarce resources. Even though the fortress had been moving since he traveled through time, there were still very few creatures he saw and only a handful of wild beasts he hunted. Without prey, there are no bones, which leads to an extremely slow growth in the number of skeleton undead. This is not a good thing. Li Ziyu has played many real-time strategy games and knows very well the key to early stage advantage, which is to move quickly and move quickly, and move slowly and move slowly. He doesn't believe that time travelers can get along with each other in a friendly manner. The crises he will face in the future will include time travelers. Or most of the crises will probably come from time travelers. He must ensure his own development speed. If it was a powerful monster, Li Ziyu could only try his best to avoid it. But the steppe wolf was a wild beast. A beast the size of a dog. And the type that could be bullied. What are you waiting for? Go full throttle. Go! Take down Steppenwolf. The order was instantly transmitted to every corner of the castle's main building. The mobile fortress came alive at this moment and entered a completely excited state. The huge bone wheels rolled over the wasteland, making a clacking sound. The main building of the castle was lit up with blue flames. Those were the soul fires of the skeletons of the undead. Their mouths opened and closed, full of excitement. If they had not had vocal cords, the howling would have been endless. The mobile forts began to accelerate, reaching the maximum horsepower. Li Ziyu came in front of the window and saw the figure ahead with moonlight. It was a dozen earthy yellow, and the body was thin and long as the sausage-hunting dog. Prey. He really wanted to rush over in an instant and kill all of these dozen wasteland wolves in exchange for more skeleton undead. Unfortunately, the speed of the mobile fortress was only 30 kilometers per hour at most, which was not as fast as a small electric scooter. The sound of the bone wheel rubbing against the ground alerted the Steppenwolves. They looked in the direction of the sound in surprise, and soon discovered the mobile fortress rushing towards them. Don't run. Don't run. Don't run. Li Ziyu, who was standing at the window, could see clearly that the wolves were tense and ready to turn around and run away. He could not help but clench his fists and kept muttering to himself. If the wasteland wolf escapes, it will be too strenuous to chase it. It looks like a wolf after all. After all, it is faster than his mobile forts. As the mobile fortress got closer, the steppe wolf became more and more alert. It hunched its body. Its hair stood up. And it bared its teeth. It let out a low growl from its throat, as if trying to scare the fortress away. What made Li Ziyu happy was that although the steppe wolf was nervous, he really did not turn around and run away. Yes. Yes. That's it. Closer. Just when he was rejoicing, something strange happened. The largest wolf in the pack suddenly howled towards the sky, let out an excited howl, and took the lead in rushing towards the mobile fortress. What's the rhythm? Looking at the wolf pack that took the initiative to charge, Li Ziyu was a little confused. It's a good thing that you didn't run away. But why did you come towards me on your own initiative? Happiness comes too suddenly. What else is there to think about? Send out your entire army to attack. Li Ziyu waved his hand and sent an offensive signal. Chapter 2: A lot of bones. Li Ziyu is happy. And the wolf is also happy. Just now, it saw the huge monster in the darkness and was indeed a little panicked. Who wouldn't be panicked when such a big thing rushed out of the darkness? But when I saw the big guy clearly, my nervousness turned into confusion. And then confusion turned into surprise. Bone! So many bones. There are so many bones in the mountains. I didn't expect that someone would deliver takeout so late at night. And even delivered it to my mouth. What is a surprise? This is a special surprise. Run? It is impossible to run. Even though the Wolf King wants to run, the group of wolves under its hand does not want to run. It is not easy to find something to eat on the wasteland. Now the bones are sent to the mouth. Don't you eat it? Under the leadership of the head wolf, the wasteland wolf brushed into the paradise in their eyes. The head wolf is the largest and the fastest speed. The first rushed to the mobile forts and opened his mouth to bite a bone, throwing his head hard to pull his bones down. It did succeed. But instead of tearing off a bone, it tore off a skeletal undead. The skeleton undead didn't care at all when his arm was bitten by the wolf leader. He had no sense of pain, so he just let it bite and pounced on the Wolf King. Before the leader wolf could react, the skeleton undeads on the mobile fortress jumped out one after another like dumplings. The primary bones are really dish, and they don't even have weapons. The attack method is concentrated in knocking with bones, scratching the claws, and bite of the upper teeth. Fortunately, the undead has no pain and strong strength. The undead wolf leader didn't care about one or two of them. But when 8 or 9 of them pounced on it at the same time, it had no choice but to be pinned down and let out a miserable howl. It hopes that the wasteland wolf under its hands can save it. But it can be seen through the gaps of the bones. And the head wolf is desperate. All the steppe wolves suffered the same fate as it did. They were pinned down by layers of skeleton undead and attacked crazily. No matter how the steppe wolves resisted, it was useless. Under the cooperation of the wilderness wolf, the battle lasted in less than 10 minutes. It was over. More than a dozen wasteland wolves did not run away. They all turned into corpses. They were pulled back to the mobile fortress and sent to the main building of the castle. Li Ziyu looked at the wolf corpses that were dragged in by the undead and piled up into a small hill, and smiled with satisfaction. The steppenwolf that dares to die is a good steppenwolf. After counting, there were 14 wolves in total. In the wilderness environment, this was a good harvest. How to deal with a wolf corpse. The system will be processed without littering. Decompose the wasteland wolf +1. Obtain fresh wolf meat * 10 units. Skeleton * 1 unit. Damaged wolf skin * 1 piece. Soul energy * 3 units. Decompire the wasteland wolf +1. Get. The system's prompt sounded, and the pile of wolf corpses visibly decreased. They were broken down by the system, turned into materials, and put into the warehouse. 14 steppe wolves were exchanged for 140 units of meat, 14 units of bones, 14 wolf skins that were either intact or damaged, and 45 units of soul energy. Li Ziyu glanced at the system prompt and found that the soul energy given by the alpha wolf was a little more than that of other wasteland wolves. It was a small surprise. As the city lord of the skeleton undead, other resources are secondary. Bones and soul energy are the most important resources. These two resources are directly related to the number of skeleton undead. In particular, the energy of the soul can not only be used to produce a new bone dead spirit and the evolution of the undead, but also require soul energy. Li Ziyu never thought that he would have a harvest just at nightfall. He was really happy. Without hesitation, it directly ordered the 14 units to transform the bones of the bones into bones. The primary bones need to consume 1 unit of bones and 1 unit of soul energy. Open the system and look at it. Counting just transformed. There are just 200 bones. It's nice. There is a sense of security. Li Ziyu looked very pleased. When he first crossed, he gave 10 bones and dead souls. It was a cautious life, for fear of encountering any powerful creatures, and turned directly over the car, causing his life to explain. Now that I have 200 undead in my hands, I feel much safer. The newly born skeleton undead and the previous skeleton undead are all attached to the main building of the castle and transformed into the walls of the main building. They can not only enhance the defense of the main building of the castle, but also appear quickly during battles. This is also the origin of the characteristic skeleton building. After taking a short break, Li Ziyu ordered his troops to continue moving forward. On the one hand to continue searching for prey, and on the other hand to find a way out of the wilderness. The wasteland is too barren. Less prey and less resources. If you want to develop, you need to find a new environment. The skeleton fortress started up again, moving forward with a clattering sound. And everything returned to calm again. Li Ziyu returned to the chair and sat down. He continued to eat the meal that he didn't finish. He opened the system and opened the building. Looking at the building inside, he was helpless. Of course, the mobile castle does not have only one main building. It also contains many other buildings and technologies, which need to be built step by the city lord to improve the technological level. The types of buildings and technologies are all-encompassing, including those that increase the speed of resource collection, those that enhance the combat effectiveness of the undead, and those that improve the ability of mobile castles. All kinds of buildings and technologies are arranged before him. What Li Ziyu needs most now are buildings that can improve the combat effectiveness of the skeleton undead and technology that can enhance their mobility. There are indeed such buildings in the system. But unfortunately, there are insufficient resources, and they cannot be built. Weapon workshop, defense workshop, skeleton engine can only look at the interesting interest of drooling, which is why he wants to leave the wasteland. There is no resources, let alone summon more bones. Even the development of mobile castles is also a big problem. At a glance, okay, I saw more troubles. Li Ziyu rubbed the temples, turned off the building page, and opened the chat channel. This is the system function he is most passionate about since he came to the other world. After all, there is not much entertainment after traveling through time. There is no need to think about movies, TV series, variety shows, online games, novels, or the two-dimensional world. These are not available in the other world. If you want to entertain, You could only pay attention to the information in the chat channel. If there is no chat channel, Li Ziyu does not know how to live in these 3 days. The chat channel was still very lively, with people gossiping, sharing information, and advertising transactions. The messages were refreshed very quickly. Li Ziyu slowly flipped through the messages while eating barbecue. A big cho, long-term sale of stone and various ores. Changing drinks and food. Especially drinks. How much is it? Grandmaster Fishing Master, if you are short of food, go to the river. There are so many fish there that you don't even need bait. Just put down the hook. I'm surprised that there are still people who are short of food at this time. There is gold in the desert. What is a river? There are monsters. There are indeed fish in the river. The kind that can swallow a castle in one bite. Li Ziyu's movement paused and looked at the information of a big hammer, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 3 Weapon Workshop. He knows a big cho hammer. He is a relatively famous guy. From the first day of this world, he has been engaged in the sale of stones and ore. The chat channel is said to have seen him, saying that he is the owner of the dwarf of the mine, and the mobile castle is a huge mine. The energy source has continuously produced stone and ore, so there will be resources for transactions on the first day. Although I do not know the truth, it is certain that people have resources. Many people have traded with him and succeeded. They are reputable resource merchants. For the Bone Dead Castle, the bones and soul energy are the most important, but other materials are indispensable, especially in stones and wood. Most buildings need these two materials to build. Li Ziyu stopped eating and checked the existing resources in his warehouse through the system. After 3 days, he still had a lot of meat stored. It would not make any difference if he took some out. After all, as long as he could feed the whole family, he could just make sure to keep some food for himself. In the wasteland, all kinds of resources are very scarce. Not to mention wood. The stone cannot be found at all. Even if it is found, it is difficult to mining. It is also a difficult thing. His bones have no tools for mining stone. It seems good to store some stones with meat. Thinking of this, I won't eat anymore. Li Ziyu opened a big hammer chat window to chat with him privately. Of course, he would not be stupid enough to talk in front of everyone in the chat channel. The law of the dark jungle is very applicable in different realms. It was just crossed by it. The chat channel was much hotter than it is now. But in just 3 days, the names that often appeared in the previous 2 days were gone, disappearing without a trace, without participating in chatting. Many news cannot be known for the first time. And when chatting, too much to say may cause danger, and grasp the best. Private chat window. I don't want to take a driver's license. Li Ziyu's net name. Hello. I want to exchange some stones. How do you change your side? A big cho. What do you plan to change the stone? Don't want to get a driver's license. Food? Meat. 1 big BH no hammer. 30 units of meat for a unit of stone. I lost. Robbed. Although there is no pricing standard for switching supplies. The 30-unit meat is too much to exchange for a unit of stone? Li Ziyu was very upset. He came around in the wasteland for 3 days, and the accumulated food was not as expected. He could come up with a few hundred units of meat. It may be because he was hesitant for too long. And a big Bumba took the initiative to send a message. A big hammer, bang money on the spot. I don't like to make a hammer to buy and sell. You can talk about it. After receiving this message, Li Ziyu felt much better. This was more reasonable. If he really had to kill 30 units of meat in exchange for 1 unit of stone, he would rather not return it and wander around the wilderness looking for resources. Don't want to take a driver's license. 3 units? A big hammer. I am talking about returning the money, not letting you remove 10 or 20-7 units. Don't want to take a driver's license. You are cheaper. So is the 3 or 5 reductions. A big cho. Are you changing the stone in mind? 25 units. After a bargain, the price was finalized on the 15 units. Even if the price was cut half, Li Ziyu still felt very distressed. He took out the meat of 450 units and changed the stone of 30 units. Trading in the system is very convenient, as long as the transaction is initiated. The two parties confirm that the system will automatically exchange items and store it in the warehouse. Looking at the stones of 30 units, Li Ziyu sighed. Fortunately, his undead would not have to eat. Otherwise, in this barren wasteland, he really couldn't get hundreds of foods from hundreds of units. After the stone came to hand, Li Ziyu began to consider building a new building. Weapon workshop. Introduction. Place of making skeletal weapons. Construction demand, bones * 10 units. Stone * 10 units. Soul energy * 10 units. Occupy area, 4 units. Compared with the movement speed of the fortress, Liziu is more inclined to enhance the combat effectiveness of the bones. With the combat effectiveness, it can gain more. More importantly, the weapon workshop, cheap. Liziu has soul energy, and the stones have just been exchanged. Now all he lacks are the bones. Hope is right in front of him. Speed up. Look for prey. We need more prey. Liziu clenched his fists and shouted excitedly. As he shouted, the speed of the mobile fortress increased to the highest level again. The soul fires jumped one by one, like searchlights, scanning the wasteland. He was excited, but the wild beasts in the wilderness suffered. That night, there was chaos and the moving castle of skeletons, and the undead swept across the wilderness with rattling sounds. The undead are extremely sensitive to the breath of life. They can easily distinguish each other through the difference in breath, no matter how powerful it is. As long as there is a strong life force, the fortress will turn away from it. But if there is a weak life force, the fortress will rush towards it like a wolf seeing bones. The first ray of sunlight broke through the darkness. The morning sun slowly rose from the horizon. The night passed, and a new day began. The mobile fortress, which had been running wild all night, slowly stopped and entered a static state. It's not that the fortress cannot move during the day, but moving during the day requires the consumption of soul energy. Poor Liziu doesn't want to waste soul energy on moving, so he usually moves at night and rests in dormant mode during the day. When soul energy is supplied, the skeleton undead have 100% combat power during the day. If there is no soul energy supply, it will drop to 60% or even lower. If it is in the dark, the skeleton undead can exert 120% combat power. With soul energy supply, it can even exert 200% combat power. This is a racial characteristic. After sweeping all night, Liziu felt a little tired. He stood at the window, looked at the rising sun, and gave the order to enter hibernation mode. Hibernation mode activated. The mobile fortress trembled violently, and the bone wheels turned into serrated digging drills, rolling up the wasteland and slowly sinking the fortress into the ground. The rolled-up wasteland fell naturally, burying the fortress, and the ground became flat again. Warm reminder, it has entered dormant mode. The surroundings became dark, but soon lit up again. In dormant mode, the interior of the fortress had to rely on the soul fire of the skeleton undead to illuminate. It was not dark, but just blue, which gave a somewhat weird feeling. Although it is a fortress of the undead, the city lord is a human after all, and there is a ventilation system. It does not feel stuffy staying inside. Breathing is smooth, and the temperature is suitable. The bone chair turned into a double bed again. Liziu laid down on the bed and opened the system interface. After a night of sweeping, he harvested more than 30 units of skeletons. It was a little less, but at least he had enough materials for the weapons workshop. Before falling asleep, he gave the order to build a weapons workshop. Chapter 4: Discovering the Nomads. The setting sun slowly sank from the horizon, and the afterglow illuminated the sky blood red, adding a sense of vicissitudes and desolation to the wasteland. The eerie, white and miserable fortress of bones stood silently, waiting for the last light to fade away and darkness to come. Liziu was so excited that she got up very early today. Instead of waiting until the sun set as usual, she ended her dormant mode early and raised her mobile fortress. Through the windows of the fortress, you can see a new building on the platform outside. It is a building with a stone base and bone walls, like a small warehouse. Firelight can be seen faintly through the gaps. There are 2 thick doors in the front. The left door is painted with a sword, and the right door is painted with a knife. The 2 doors are closed. The swords are crossed, and the air is murderous. The real weapons workshop is an enlarged version of the weapons workshop model in the system, with all the details exactly the same. Click on the weapon workshop, which shows various cold weapons such as knives, swords, bows, crossbows, hammers, axes, guns, etc. However, these weapons cannot be manufactured now. They need to be researched and developed before they can be manufactured and equipped to the skeleton undead, allowing the skeleton undead to complete their initial job transfer. Developing weapons requires soul energy. The soul energy required to develop each weapon is different. The cheapest is a knife, which only requires 30 units of soul energy to develop. Small bone knife, the most convenient and easy to obtain weapon. Believe me, there won't be another weapon that is so good, cheap, affordable, and easy to use. R&D requirements. Soul energy * 30 units. After looking at the requirements for other weapons, Li Ziyu felt that the system introduction was right. The bone knife was the best choice. He came to this conclusion entirely because he was poor. According to the summary of the past 3 days, there is nothing that does not require the consumption of resources. Although it may not be very expensive, he is poor and lives in the wilderness with limited resources. So he has to save wherever he can. At this stage, the bone knife is a very good choice. Li Ziyu no longer hesitated and decisively chose to develop the bone knife. It's called research and development, but it's more like unlocking. After consuming 30 units of soul energy, you can make a bone knife in the weapon workshop. Just as the summary. If you want to make a bone knife, you also have the same consumption and need to consume the bones. Fortunately, the bone of 1 unit can produce 5 bone knives, which is really cheap. Let's produce 5 bone knives first to see the effect. Li Ziyu gave the order, and the weapons workshop started to operate, making clinking sounds and the sound of sharpening knives. It didn't take long for the system to prompt that the bone knife had been completed and had been stored in a temporary warehouse. Is that it? Shouldn't I unlock a profession or something, such as a skeleton warrior, etc.? Li Ziyu was a little confused. He waited for a while, but there was no system prompt. Then he was sure that he really didn't unlock the profession. He just made a weapon. Well, when it comes to being stingy, I'm not as good as you. Although he complained in his heart, he still couldn't help but ask the undead to get the newly made bone knife from the temporary warehouse. Li Ziyu took the bone knife from the undead and looked at it carefully in his hand. The handle of the bone knife is about half a meter long. It is not as smooth as jade is imagined, as if it had been polished by a dozen old men. Instead, it is roughly made and dark in color. The bright spot is the blade. Although the blade is crude, it is unexpectedly sharp and carries a chill. To put it simply, it is practical but not good looking. For the undead, that is enough. What they need is practicality. A knife is used to kill people. So why does it have to look so good? He waved and brought 5 undead souls. Asked them to change into bone knives. Well, it felt okay. From a bare-handed rookie, he turned into little Karami standing with a knife. If the undead's fearlessness of death is taken into account, the danger factor of the knife-wielding undead rises sharply. At least Li Ziyu feels that his resources have not been wasted, as they have been improved. 15 more bone knives were made, and including the previous 5, Li Ziyu had equipped 20 knife-wielding undead. There are still some resources, which can be used to equip more knife-wielding undead. But Li Ziyu plans to try the effect first. What if it is useless, and not much different from the undead with bare hands? Then why waste resources? He can just get more ordinary undead. By this time, the sun had completely set, and darkness enveloped the wasteland. Go! Hunt! After taking a look at the knife-wielding undead standing in 2 rows, Li Ziyu waved his hand and gave an order, requiring all the mules and horses to be brought out for a walk. The mobile fortress lit up with flickering soul fire, and the bone wheels began to turn, rolling over the wasteland with a clacking sound, and set off towards the wilderness. I don't know if it was because of bad luck, but after walking for almost 2 hours, I still didn't find any prey. Li Ziyu was very unhappy. Without prey, there will be no resources. Without resources, development will be delayed. With delayed development, one's sense of security will be reduced. The most important thing is that I just got 20 new toys, and I haven't tried out their effects yet. Just when Li Ziyu was becoming more and more unhappy, and his eyes were becoming gloomy, an undead spirit emerged from the wall and staggered in front of him, with soul fire flickering in its eyes, conveying news. Homeless people spotted ahead. Nomads are a general term for people wandering in the wilderness. Some are those who have lost their homes. Some are caravans on the road. Some are robbers and hunters. Their identities are varied and endless. The alien world is not only populated by behemoths, monsters, wild beasts and other travelers, but also by a large number of indigenous people of different races. These indigenous people have forces such as tribes and city-states. And there are even people in the chat channel claiming the existence of a country. Li Ziyu would not easily provoke the indigenous forces. After all, He had only been traveling through time for a short time, and his foundation was not strong. He would not have the upper hand in fighting with those indigenous people. Most of the time, he chose to hunt wild beasts. But vagrants are different. They have no power of their own. The vagrants who have lost their homes are a group of refugees, while the caravans usually have pack animals and guards to protect the goods. So they are very easy to identify. These two types of people usually don't wander around at night. The night in the wilderness is still very dangerous, and encountering a ferocious beast is no joke. The vagrants who are active at night are most likely robbers or hunting groups. If they attack the locals, they are the kind that are trying to eliminate harm to the people, and will not be hunted down by the indigenous people. However, whether you can defeat the other party still requires careful questioning. Don't find out that the other party is a nomadic caravan after the fight begins, which would be very troublesome. Once in the chat channel, the city lord talked about attacking a nomadic caravan. At that time, he felt very strong. So he rushed in. The harvest was indeed quite rich, with a lot of various supplies. But after attacking the nomadic caravan, this time-traveling city lord was hunted down by the indigenous people and eventually lost contact. It was said that he was killed by the indigenous people, precisely because of the lessons learned from the past. All city lords attach great importance to the wandering caravans. Even if they cannot make friends with them, they try not to offend them. Of course, if the other party takes the initiative to provoke them, that is another matter. How many homeless people are there? There are less than 10 people, and the surrounding area is unclear. The bones of the skeleton who came to report to the letter seemed to be down. After a while, the information was belted. They were just low-level undead, not high wisdom. Exploring prey, distinguishing the strength of prey, and how much they could do. It is confirmed that they are either bandits or hunting groups. It is impossible for refugees and caravans to be only this size, especially the caravans. A small caravan must have hundreds of people, and a large caravan may have tens of thousands of people. Go ahead and take them down. Li Ziyu stood up and waved his hand to give orders. Chapter 5 Lizard Bandit. The tourist team of less than 10 people did not counsel, even if the nomad may be stronger. But as Li Ziyu was not vegetarian, 200 bones in his hand, there were 20 newly baked knives, and the piles piled up the opponent. If you encounter prey, of course you can't let it go. As undead, they are particularly sensitive to the breath of life. The darkness does not hinder them at all, and they can still sense the breath in the distance. The other party should not have discovered their mobile fortress. Instead of rushing over, it is better to sneak over and catch the opponent off guard. Thinking of this, Li Ziyu gave another order, and the undead in the mobile fortress switched to silent mode, trying to suppress their soul fire and collecting the flame in their skulls, without any light. Suppressing soul fire is instinctive for the undead, and it does not affect their combat effectiveness at all. But this method allows them to achieve the effect of a sneak attack. The mobile fortress increased its speed to the maximum, and the bone wheels rolled over the ground, making continuous crackling sounds. As they got closer, the undead brought new information that the vagrants ahead were a group of lizard men, which further confirmed Li Ziyu's previous thoughts. Lizard men are common indigenous people in the wilderness. These guys are widely distributed and exist in the form of tribes. They do not engage in production and make a living by hunting. They are hunters during the day and bandits at night. They are notorious in the wilderness. Did you hear any noise? I heard it. Over there. Come on. Spread out and prepare for battle. Even though the undead entered stealth mode, the sound and vibration of the bone wheels rolling on the ground still alerted the lizard men. They looked in the direction of the mobile fortress, quickly dispersed, crouched, and waited for their prey to enter the encirclement. The moon was covered by dark clouds, and the wasteland was pitch black. The lizardman bandits had a good vision at night, but without moonlight, what they could see was limited. They could only see the huge black monster moving. The leading lizardman stuck out his forked tongue and twitched it quickly a few times. He was immediately relieved that it was not a ferocious beast and did not have that terrifying aura, so he could attack. Such a big guy. Killing it back should be enough to eat for many days. But it is too dark to see what the other person is. Charge. Hiss. Seeing that the huge thing entered the encirclement circle, the leading lizardman sent an attack signal. The 8 lizard men lowered their bodies at the same time and launched an attack at the same time from 8 directions. Their belly was almost on the ground. The 2 outward legs ran quickly, and the spear gun in their hands also aimed at the prey in the dark. Just as they rushed over, tiny spots of faint blue fire suddenly lit up on the huge black object, like a pair of eyes, staring at them. What's this? A mountain of bones? Why is a bone mountain moved? The lizardman leader, who was already approaching, saw the mobile fortress clearly in the dim blue firelight. He was stunned, confused, and couldn't help muttering. The lizardmen in other directions were also confused, and the spears in their hands that were ready to stab stopped in midair. Can't stab. A bone mountain. How to start? This is not alive. Thorns are sprayed everywhere. The lizardman bandits were stunned, but the undead were not. They broke apart from the fortress like dumplings, fell to the ground, moved their joints casually, and rushed towards the lizardmen. At the same time, the 29 bones were also sent out by Liziu. It was time to show the real technology, and he stood in front of the window and looked outside. Wu Yun moved away at this time, and Mingyu hung in the sky again, illuminating the wasteland, and the 8 lizard men showed their eyes in front of him. These robbers' lizard men are like lizards standing upright, dark green, with fine scales on their bodies, surrounded by animal skin around their waists, carrying bags on their back, spear guns used in their hands to throw them, and grooming around their waist. No matter who the other party is, the city owner's command is the largest. The city owner said to kill, and then killed. They did not hesitate to rush towards the lizard man who was still having a stunned. Bones can move? These bones are alive. Dead. The other lizard men were jumped down by the bones. But the leader recognized what the guys were. They couldn't help shouting. The sound was trembling, and the hiss sounded by the lizardman's habit. The leader has heard of the rumors of the undead. It is a legend that the bones that will move and kill the unbearable bones are in groups. The floating knife and guns cannot hurt the soul. They are undead, and one of the most horrible existences in the world. And even the beasts are not their opponents. For a long time, he treated these as a joke. There was no way that there were bones that could move in the world. And there was no way that there were souls that could not be harmed by knives and guns. The so-called dead spirits only existed in legends because no one had ever seen them. Unexpectedly, I saw it today. And I saw it with my own eyes. Why do you meet the undead in the wasteland? He looked at the skeleton dead spirit. But he was still in his heart. But he still had to fight. He put a whistle in his mouth and blew up. Because for the first time to the undead, it was inevitable that the stabbing was a bit crooked. The spear gun warned it from the gap under the rib of the undead, which did not hurt him at all. The undead ignored the spear and swung its claws at the leader. Get lost. Too late to take back the spear gun. The lizard person pushed it out. Originally, this foot was just a response in a panic. What I didn't expect the leader was that the undead was flying out, fell to the ground, and fell a bone in a bone. Alas? The undead doesn't seem as strong as I thought. With one foot, the head leads, and then it is ecstatic. He did not expect that the horrible undead in the legend was actually so weak. Sure enough, the rumors were deceiving. Beep, beep, beep. Attack. Don't be afraid. They are weak. While keeping blowing the whistle, the head of the head shouted, so that the people under their men should not retreat. And they greeted them on the front. With such a weak opponent, if they retreated, they could not lift their heads. After reminding him, other lizard men also reacted. The bones in front of them seemed to be a big deal, and they could easily resist. And their attacks were also monotonous. They were grabbing with their claws. They were afraid of fart. The lizard was strong, and used the speed to avoid the attack of the bones and bones. And he kicked the cold. They found that fighting with these undead, and it was better to use a spear gun. The spear gun pierced out. Even if it was stabbed, it was not painful or itchy for the undead without pain. He still caught his claws, but he could scatter these skeletons. Seeing that the undead was so easy to deal with, the fear of the lizard men disappeared. But instead fighting the battle with the undead as a game, playing hardy and fun. However, they ignored the numbers. More and more undead were surrounding them. And the leader also noticed another detail. A detail that made him start to fear again. That is, the undead really would not die. The undead of the scattered shelf will soon be reaggregated. The bone shelf stood up, picked up the skull head, and pressed the neck bone. And it was a lively undead. No matter how many times he kicks the undead to pieces, they'll always stand up. Not good. The big things are not good. Although the undead is not strong, They will eventually exhaust themselves and be surrounded by the undead. Chapter 6. There really are undead ghosts. Under the menu. Above the wasteland. The bones and the lizard men and robbers were unable to do. A lizard robber was playing. And he didn't notice that he had fallen into the surrounding of the bones unknowingly. It was not until he found that all the skeletons surrounded by the skeletons that were surrounded by the skeletons were not realized. But he had no chance to escape. And the bones of the bones did not give him a shot of shouting. A little approaching, he ignored his companions who were flying out. Compressed the living space of the lizard robber. Don't come over. I said you don't want to come. Help. The lizardman bandit's eyes turned into vertical pupils. Full of fear. Threatening the undead that were advancing step by step. While shouting for help to his companions around him. Unfortunately, the other lizardmen were also busy with their own affairs and had no hands to help him. Getting closer and closer, the bones of the bones launched the charge. The lizardman counterattacked crazy. And the 5-knife holding undead hidden in the skeleton group approached him. And he stabbed the knife out without hesitation. Puff puff. Pull out. Pinch in. Pull it out. Stretch in. The lizardman didn't expect that in a group of skeletons with bare hands, there was still a knife. The pain came. And he found that he had a dozen blood holes in his body. Ah! Once again, he kicked out a skeleton. But he failed to scatter the skeleton as before. But lost his balance himself. He was drowned by the bones, leaving only a scream. When the leader heard the screams, his body trembled suddenly. He glanced over and saw a group of skeletons gathered together like a pile of monks. There was no doubt that his men were finished. After the first one, there was the second one, who was surrounded and killed by the skeletons in the same way. If this continues, everyone will die. Retreat. We must retreat. He has only sounded his whistle. And other lizard companions will soon rush over. As long as he can meet with his companions, it is easy to deal with these skeletons that will be broken. Withdraw. Retreat. The lizardman leader beat and kicked the surrounding skeleton undead to force them back, and rushed madly into the darkness, shouting loudly to warn his men. Eventually, the one who escaped the sky was only 3 lizards. One of them was seriously injured, and one of them was severely injured. He was stabbed with a few blood caves and continued to exude blood outward. Fortunately, the vitality of the lizard man is very tenacious. Don't look at the injury. As long as you can survive and cultivate for a while, you can recover. The undead looked at the 3 lizard men who fled into the darkness and did not chase them. Instead, they cleaned up the battlefield, collected the bodies of the lizardmen bandits and their weapons and equipment, and returned to the mobile fortress. All the undead entered the silent mode, and the movement speed mentioned the highest. Leave immediately. After all the bones and undead returned, Li Ziyu immediately ordered that under his order, the mobile fortress slowly turned and accelerated the reverse side of the lizard robbers. When the lizardman's head received a whistle, Li Ziyu also heard it. He didn't think that the lizard head collar was to play for fun. 80% was to ask for help. The undead exploring the breath of life was also scope. I am afraid that there were no other lizards. 8 lizard men can escape 3 out. If they are killed in groups, he really does not resist enough. When he sees it, he will run cheap. With the help of the night, the lizard robbers fled madly until they saw the dark shadow in front of them. And they stopped cautiously. Beep. In the silent night, the sharp whistle can be spread far. When he heard the sound of this bone whistle, the lizard man's head suddenly relaxed, and it was his own person. He took out his bone whistle to respond. After getting the response, the dark shadows on the opposite side ran over and gathered around the lizardman leader. They were all lizardmen, dressed the same, and there were nearly 100 of them. These lizard people are young and middle-aged. Like the lizard leader, they are also robbers. How do you make such embarrassing? Hissing. What about the rest? The lizard robber who gathered over seeing his companion was so embarrassed. Especially a few people. He couldn't help asking. Dead? Undead? Before the lizardman leader could say anything, the lizardman with several bloody holes in his body spoke first, explaining intermittently. But his words were too brief, which made the surrounding lizardmen even more confused. What kind of undead? They turned to look at the lizardman leader, waiting for his explanation. We encountered a group of strange guys. They were waving bones. Exactly like the legendary undead. The others didn't escape and died. You're not scared to brag, are you? There are no undead spirits. Stop talking nonsense. After living for so long, I haven't seen the undead yet. How is their strength? Is they as strong as the legend? How many of the undead? Thousands. Or tens of thousands. How did you run out? When he heard the leader, the lizard people exploded immediately. There were unbelievable people. And I felt that the lizard's head was lying to lie to them. There were doubts, fear, and curiosity. And asked? The crowd suddenly separated, and the two lizard men came over. The head of the lizard men scars and horizontal scars. In some places, the scales were gone. They were wearing plate armor on their waist, 2 simp spikes around their waists, and 3 shots behind them. When the other lizard men saw this person, they were saluting, and they called him in their mouths. He was the leader of the lizard men and the leader of a tribe. Following behind AM was a tall lizard man. Normal lizard men were about 1.7 to 1.75 meters tall. But this guy was over 2.5 meters tall, with muscles supporting his scales. Compared with the surrounding lizard men, he seemed to be a different species. And his weapon was not a spear or a knife, but a sledgehammer. His name is Ada, the strongest in this group of lizard tribes. He is brave and fierce. However, his brains are not very easy to make, and you can only listen to other people's words. Tell me, what's going on? Alm first checked the blood cave on the serious wounded lizard man, and then came to the leader of the lizard man's head, leaned down, and stared at his eyes. No matter what the lizard had called her before. But in front of AMU, the lizard man in the tribe did not dare to lie. And he dared to lie to Am. Not to say a dead end, but to die. Ah, Am, we really met the undead. The lizard man swallowed his head and felt the strong aura of the tribe leader. What does the undead look like? Tell me carefully. Alm didn't get up, still staring at his eyes, and said with Lun Yen in his voice, they are a group of bones. Moving bones. And their heads are burning with flames. Blue. Cold. And we break the bones. But they will recombine. Kill them. And we can't kill those guys. Recalling the Famji battle, the lizard man let cold sweat. Listening to his telling, the surrounding lizard man quietly looked down and looked at each other. In front of AMU. He said so. Is it true that it is true? Is there really an undead? Chapter 7 equipped with spear guns. On the wasteland under the moonlight, the mobile forts in the silent mode of bones are moving at the highest speed. After leaving the battlefield, Li Ziyu felt relieved. Although there was still a possibility of being caught up. At least he was safe now. Now he had the mind to observe the corpse of the lizard man thrown into the main building of the castle by the undead. TSK. 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 After turning around the corpse, Li Ziyu was surprised. This stuff was long. As if the big lizard became fine. It can only be said that the world is big. There is no wonders. And everything can evolve into humanoids. However, the existence of the lizard man also gives Li Ziyu looking forward to the different world. The lizard people have appeared. And the orcs will not be far away. Those foam girls with furry ears and tails. Rabbit girls with long legs and long ears. And enchanting snake women should exist? Thinking about it this way, the other world suddenly becomes unexpectedly interesting. Li Ziyu waved, handed over the body of the lizard man to the system, and turned to study their equipment. The weapons of these lizards are quite uniform, with a spear gun and a machete. The spear gun is a common long weapon for wasteland. Below is a straight hardwood long stick. A slender inverted gun head of about 30 to 40 centimeters is installed on it. Generally speaking, it looks a bit similar to a fork-like fish gun. It can be used as a spear, or it can be thrown remotely. The machete is a melee weapon with a lot of lizards. It made the scab ball sheath with scales. When it was pulled out, the cold was shining. Li Ziyu looked at the 5 sets of weapons in front of him and touched his chin. I don't know if these aboriginal weapons' bones can be used. They can be equipped with bone knives. These weapons should also use it. You can find out everything by doing an experiment. He summoned 2 undead, picked up a spear and a scimitar, and handed them to them respectively. The undead did not hesitate, took the weapon, and stood sillily and looked at Li Ziyu. Does it work? As soon as Li Ziyu asked, the 2 undead had moved. The undead holding the spear gun stabbed a few times, holding the scimitar and chopped in the air, and then looked at Li Ziyu nodded. Oh, it really works. This is a surprise. Today, he saw the combat effectiveness of the knife and undead. A few lizards were almost died of the knife. The guys holding the weapon are much stronger than the ordinary undead. The bone knife needs to consume the bones to make it. But now the aboriginal weapon bones can also be used, which saves resources. And Li Ziyu is quite happy. Several other undeads were attracted to distribute the remaining spear guns and machete. The undead with weapons in his hand changed from 20 to 30. Li Ziyu ordered another 20 bone knives. Decompose lizardman +1. Obtain 1 skeleton. 1 damaged lizard skin. 50 soul energy. Decompose lizardman +1. After distributing the weapon, Li Ziyu had the mind to see the system's prompt information. The body of the 5 lizard men had been decomposed by the system. It obtained 5 skeletons, 5 lizard skin, and 250 units of soul energy. The soul energy obtained this time is more than the previous Murmur Wolf. The last 14 Wasteland Wolves, including the wolf, also obtained the energy of the 45 units of soul. This time, the 5 lizard men got 250 soul energy. In this way, the soul energy possessed by Wisdom Life is much more than the beast. It's normal to think about it. After all, it is an intelligent life form that can think, so its soul is naturally stronger than that of wild beasts. Looking at the remaining things of the lizard people, except for some coins used by aboriginal people, they are all small gadgets that are not large. After all, they are robbers on the wasteland. They cannot expect more from them. Overall, Li Ziyu was very satisfied with this hunting trip. The harvest was greater than the previous hunting of wild beasts. At least he gained a lot of undead with weapons, which was something that hunting wild beasts could not bring. If there could be more waves of this, wouldn't I become fatter? Li Ziyu was suddenly stunned, and he touched his chin in thought. It seemed that it was not impossible. The lizardman robber blew the whistle at that time, probably to summon his accomplices. He left in a hurry because he was afraid that there were more lizardmen around. If that's really the case, then we can just rob the thieves, but forget about forcing them. After all, he only has 200 skeleton undeads. Judging from the previous battles, they are good at group fights, but their individual combat power is not as good as that of the lizardmen. The previous battle did not cause any damage to the undead, simply because the lizardmen did not know how to deal with the undead. Once they found the trick, even if they could escape, the losses would be extremely great. The bone dead spirit says that it is an immortal body, but it is actually relative. As the city owner of the bone dead spirit, Li Ziyu naturally knows their weaknesses. Soul fire is the only and biggest weakness of the skeleton undead. They are just a pile of bones, so it doesn't matter how you destroy them. But if their soul fire is destroyed, they are really dead. In fact, soul fire is very fragile, and breaking the skull may cause it to dissipate. If you want to rob another gang, a head-on confrontation will not work. You can only consider other methods, such as taking the route of Voldemort or Old Sinner. Sneak attacks are the only way to go. The great military genius once told us that if we are rich, we should cover you with firepower, and if we are poor, we should use tactics. According to Li Ziyu's understanding, if I have a lot of people, I will beat you up in a group and make you unable to take care of yourself. If I don't have enough people, I will launch a sneak attack on you, with a long spear arriving first, and then the gun will come out like a dragon. In the wilderness at night, the ability of the undead's detection is definitely the best. This is the advantage that Li Ziyu can use. In addition, the mobile fort can move the advantage for a moment. Well, you can do it. Look for any lone opponents. This kind of black-eating black tactic is to catch a single person. You can't fight in a group, which is too disadvantageous. Determined to fight a traitorous battle, Li Ziyu immediately took action and ordered the mobile fortress to turn around and wander around the wasteland. The aboriginals such as lizards, who are good at plunder. There are still. Mobile forts will leave traces on the ground, and these guys are likely to track along the traces. The second order was quickly issued. At certain intervals, 10 undead spirits dispersed from the mobile fortress and left on their own, forming guerrilla tactical teams. The task of these tactical teams is investigation, not offensive. Once they find the enemy's trace, they will run back to the mobile fortress report. Li Ziyu don't have to worry that they can't find the mobile fortress. These undeads have a special connection with the mobile fortress. They can always find the location of the fortress safely and never get lost. If the undead is on the mobile fortress, the scope of the detection will be greatly limited, and it may even be surrounded by the lizard. Everything is ready, depending on whether the fish is not hooked in the end. If the lizardman is killed in a group, Li Ziyu will recall all the undead, and then leave at all speed. How far can he run? But if we scatter in order to track him down... He. Chapter 8 Stolen. The lizard leader has told all he knows to AMU. He is just a little caller of the scout. What really wants to do to the undead can make a decision. After listening to the leader of the lizard, Ammon was in contemplation. And some people were suspicious of the undead. But he did not doubt that many people regarded the undead as a legend. However, many legends were true. Some people really passed down. Although it may exaggerate, it does not mean that it does not exist. Even if a lizardman leader knows the legend, he only knows part of it. Only a leader like AM knows the entire legend. Only the first half is passed on. In fact, there is a second half to the legend about the undead. But the second half is likely to cause panic. So only the top leaders know it. The emergence of the undead must have a big disaster. The death of death. And the silence. This is a warning. Or a prophecy. From the ancestors. The undead are far from being as simple as the lizardman leader thinks. They are synonymous with disaster. A terrifying existence that is inherently opposed to living beings. Alm never thought that in his life he could have the opportunity to know the undead. And even saw the undead with his own eyes. He couldn't be happy at all. But now the undead has appeared. And the eyes were closed as not seen. It was self-deception. The wasteland was not allowed to be weak. Cowardly life would become a meal for other creatures. Weak meat and strong food. Alma knew this. He needed to face the undead. It is not enough to say what the lizard leader said. He needs more information and needs to really see the undead. And now it is an opportunity. According to what they saw before, those undead seem to be strong. Which shows that they have the opportunity, and have the opportunity to destroy those undead. If they can destroy those undead, the warnings of the ancestors will be solved. What a big disaster, and any death will disappear. They can still live steadily in this wasteland. Continue to fight the house. And live a happy life. We can't allow the undead to continue to linger in the wasteland. Alm's eyes became firm and sharp. He stood up and looked at Ada. Ready to set off. We go to see those legendary horror existence. As a tribe leader, AMU's prestige among the lizard robbers was extremely high. When they first became the leader, their tribe was really poor and dilapidated. However, under the leadership of Ammon, they lived better and better. The lizard robber will not question the decision of AMU. They will only follow. Ammon said to fight. Then the battle. Am said that he would retreat. Then retreat. Without hesitation. The weapon was raised high. And the lizard robbers screamed and hissing. And the voice of Am's voices should be dispatched between him and the whole army. The first place to arrive was where the lizard leader was fighting. Several of the tracked lizard men explored around and found that the traces of the battle were wiped out consciously. But there were clear indentures on the ground. There was something passing here. According to the lizard leader, it should be the skeleton mountain that can move. Chase. After receiving the report from his subordinates, AM gave the order without hesitation and led his men to chase along the indentation. Chasing and chasing. M suddenly raised his hand and stopped all the lizard men. He bent and looked at the indentation of the ground. And looked around again. A little doubtful. The indentation of the straight move was suddenly chaotic. Turning. And a few circles. What was the situation and what happened? M? Are we discovered? A tracked lizardman came over. Touched the indentation on the ground. And asked softly. Impossible. They probably haven't discovered us. But the undead may have guessed that we would chase them. So they are deliberately creating confusion. Am's pupils shrank into vertical ones. And he said affirmatively. What do we do now? The lizard man who was good at tracking continued. Since we want to avoid our hunting messy traces, it will definitely delay the speed. We should not be far away from those undead. Scatter. Look for them. Do not love war. Blow bone whistle. Wait for us to support it. AMU judged the situation and said. His order was quickly passed down. And the lizard robber was no stranger to such pursuit search. It soon divided into a 5-10 person tracking team and rushed into the wilderness. Alm stood up and took Ada and several other lizard robbers, and continued to chase along the trajectory left by the mobile fort. The bones of the dead bastion still wandered aimlessly on the wasteland. Under the moonlight, several undead came to the fortress, and they entered the fortress and went to the main building of the castle. Seeing the undead entering the main building, Li Ziyu's spirit was suddenly. When the news came, it saw good news or bad news. The undead stood in front of Liziu. Its soul fire flickered, and it sent out information. Discover the nomad. Many people are scattered. Although the message was simple, Liziu already understood what the undead meant and couldn't help but wave his fist. It was so good. It really went in the direction he expected. If those guys gather together, don't think about it. The running is over. It is impossible to fight. Even if you win, there will be a lot of losses. But now they are scattered, and they are too much. Call back the other undead, and don't alarm the wanderers. Hunting is about to start. Liziu put on a grim smile and gave orders. After his order was given, a brief soul fluctuation erupted in the mobile fortress. It flashed by and was inconspicuous in the vast wilderness. This is a unique way of information transmission between the undead. Information is transmitted through soul energy without making any sound. The information will be directly transmitted to the soul fire, which is confidential and efficient. The message was brief, but the meaning was clear: return, and do not be found. The undead closest to the mobile fortress quickly received the information, and using their soul fire as a transit station, the information was spread again to the skeleton undead farther away. In the process of information transmission, the soul fire of each skeleton undead is a transit station, and the soul energy forms a network between them, which can transmit information quickly, efficiently, and confidentially. Of course, the information transmitted in this way must be simple. The more complex the information, the more troublesome it is to transmit, because it consumes more soul energy and may even cause damage to the skeleton undead. The skeleton undead who received the information immediately turned and moved towards the location of the mobile fortress, while at the same time using their search capabilities to avoid other living creatures around them. Liziu was not idle either. He ordered the mobile fortress to adjust its direction to meet the returning skeleton undead and organize the forces as soon as possible. Every few distances, a few skeleton undead returned to the fortress to strengthen their strength and bring back more information. They have discovered the traces of the Lizardman bandits and judged their strength through their life breath. They told Liziu which Lizardman bandits are stronger and which ones are weaker, making it easier for the city lord to make a judgment. Chapter 9. Catch a few first. A 5-man Lizardman bandit team crouched low and walked silently in the wilderness, their forked tongues moving in and out to detect the situation around them. This is how they usually conduct reconnaissance, sensing changes in humidity and temperature to judge the surrounding environment. Did you hear that sound? A Lizardman bandit suddenly raised his body, looked around in confusion, and then asked his companions around him, "What's that sound?" The Lizardman bandit shrugged. He didn't hear anything. "Shut up." Another Lizardman bandit growled and put his hands on the ground, sensing something, while his tongue moved more quickly and frequently. Several Lizardmen suddenly became quiet. This companion's reconnaissance ability was much stronger than theirs. He could detect many things that they could not find or overlooked. Something is coming. The Lizardman bandit put away his hands pressed on the ground, turned his head to look into the distance, and said vigilantly, as he reminded, "A big black creature rushed over from the wasteland. It's so big. What is that? The murderer? It's the undead. Blow the whistle. Quickly." The Lizardman frantically took out his whistle. The mobile fortress was getting closer and closer. The soul fire lit up and revealed a ferocious face. After calculating the speed of both sides, the Lizardman bandits tragically discovered that the opponents seemed to be a little faster than their own. Even so, they still planned to run, just in case they could meet up with AM and the others. The 5 Lizardman bandits set off at the same time, running quickly into the distance, while the mobile fortress behind them was chasing them closely and getting closer and closer. The speed is still too slow. I have to consider how to increase the speed next time. Liziu stood on a high place, looking at the Lizardmen running below, and patted his forehead. Fortunately, the mobile fortress was a little faster than the Lizardmen, so there was still a chance to catch up. After the mobile fortress caught up, it ran parallel to the Lizardman bandits. They turned their heads in horror and saw that on the building full of bones, the undead came to life and bared their fangs and claws at them. The scene was too scary. This time, the skeleton undead did not break out directly from the fortress, but raised their weapons and attacked the Lizardmen directly. Of course, both the bone knives and scimitars were too short to reach them, but the spears could barely reach the fleeing Lizardmen below. Due to the interference of the spears, the Lizardmen's pace was disrupted, and one unlucky guy even fell and rolled into a ball, Seeing that the interference was effective, the undead became delighted and stabbed more frequently with their spears. At the same time, the skeleton undead broke away from the fortress and pounced on the lizard men from great heights. They did not seek to hurt the enemy, but only to hug the lizard men and control them. The lizard men had not expected this situation. This was different from the previous battles. The undead did not rush over as normal. Instead, they pressed down on them. Each lizard man had more than 10 or 20 skeleton undead hanging on his body. They were overwhelmed and had no temper. After controlling them, the undead hurriedly lifted the lizard man bandits and carried them to the fortress. No matter how they struggled, it was useless as there were too many undead hanging on their bodies. This is a new strategy that Li Ziyu thought of. A head-on battle would not only take a long time, but it would also be easy for the enemy to drag him down until reinforcements arrive. And he might also suffer injuries. So, he changed his mind. I will control you first and tie you up in my fortress. Once you are in the mobile fortress, it will be my home ground, and I can do whatever I want. Apparently, his strategy worked. Although the lizard man blew the bone whistle, he himself was controlled and pulled to the top of the fortress. The battle started and ended very quickly. The undead returned one after another, and the mobile fortress turned without hesitation and headed in other directions. 10 minutes after leaving the fortress, 2 teams of lizardman reinforcements arrived. What they saw was a chaotic battlefield. No blood, no wreckage, and their companions just disappeared. What happened to it? After hearing the rescue bone whistle, they rushed over quickly. But even so, it was too late. Can't even hold on for 10 minutes? Aren't they said that the undead are not strong? Why is this happening? Could it be that we have underestimated the undead? The lizardman bandits looked at each other and felt a chill down their spines. After waiting for a few more minutes, AM came with more lizardmen. He scouted the surroundings and determined the direction of the mobile fortress. He chased after it with other lizardmen. He wanted to see where these undead spirits came from. After the undead pulled the lizardmen onto the fortress, several lizardmen bandits looked at the skeletons on the wall with soul fire dancing in their eye sockets, and their upper and lower jaws opening and closing. They couldn't help shivering as they guessed what their fate would be next. The skeletons pushed the lizardman bandits into the main building of the castle, and brought them to Li Ziyu. Humanity? Why are there humans among the dead? The moment they saw Li Ziyu, the lizardman bandits were stunned. Their brains froze. They were surprised and puzzled, unable to figure it out. Li Ziyu sat on a large bone chair, looking down at several lizardman bandits who had been stripped of their equipment. These were living people, and he hoped to get some information out of them. Human, I don't know who you are, but you'd better let us go. TSK. Seeing that it was not an undead, a lizardman bandit immediately became ferocious, stood up and started yelling at Li Ziyu. What they feared were the undead, but not humans who were also living beings and did not even have scales. Li Ziyu smacked his lips, and immediately a skeleton undead walked up behind the lizardman robber and stabbed him directly with a spear. The tip of the spear came out of the lizardman's chest, covered with blood, and then it was retracted. Forehead. The lizardman bandit stretched out his hands, his body stiff, and he wanted to say something, but he could no longer speak. Everything went dark before his eyes, and he fell to the ground. Then his body was swallowed by the ground and disappeared without a trace. The other lizardmen who were originally planning to act arrogantly immediately became obedient after seeing this scene. This human was killed just after saying one sentence. It's better to shut up. The human in front of them is not easy to deal with, especially since this human seems to be able to control the undead. Get this situation straight. Your lives are in my hands. I ask. You answer. If you lie, you will be the company of the dead. Li Ziyu leaned back and looked at the lizardman captives below with cold eyes. What the hell are these people? They still dare to act arrogantly and swear in front of me at this time. Do you really think that I dare not kill you? Several lizardmen lowered their heads, with resentment in their eyes, but they dared not let the humans in front of them see them. Otherwise they would suffer the same fate as their companion. How many of you are there in total? Who is the leader? Who is the strongest? After hearing the question, several lizardmen looked at each other, exchanged glances, and then fell silent at the same time, refusing to answer. Seeing that the lizardman bandit remained silent, Li Ziyu frowned and gave a look to the undead. An undead holding a scimitar stepped forward and chopped off the lizardman's head without waiting for him to beg for mercy. The body fell to the ground, and was swallowed by the ground again as before. Another one died, and the remaining 3 lizardman bandits trembled at the same time. They realized that the human in front of them was completely different from the human merchants they had robbed before. This was a man who really dared to kill. If they continued to resist, I'm afraid none of them would survive. Chapter 10. The battle begins. After 2 of their companions died in a row, the lizardmen could not bear it anymore. Faced with a choice between being loyal to AM or being loyal to their own lives. As robbers, they decisively chose their own lives. The 3 lizardmen hurriedly told Liziu everything they knew. In total, there were nearly 100 lizardman bandits. Their leader was called AM, and the most powerful one was called Ada. They came from a not-so-big lizardman tribe. These nearly 100 lizardmen were almost all the young and middle-aged men in the tribe. After the lizardman bandit finished speaking, Liziu flicked his fingers twice, stroked his chin, and sat on the bone chair in deep thought. They thought they could save their lives by telling what they knew. But they didn't expect that Liziu had no intention of letting them go. 3 undead came out and killed the lizardman bandits one by one with their swords. The ground swallowed the corpses, and the system entered decomposition mode. Decompose lizardman +1. Obtain 1 skeleton, 1 damaged lizard skin, 50 soul energy. The 5 lizardman bandits contributed some resources to Liziu, and he also distributed the weapons to his skeleton undead. He was quite satisfied with the battle just now, and felt that this was the correct way to fight in the moving castle. Obviously, they could move and attack at the same time, taking advantage of the castle to attack from high ground. But they didn't have long weapons before, so they could only let the skeleton undead fight, which reduced their combat effectiveness. Now with spears, you don't have to go down all the time. You can still cause good damage by poking with the spears. Weapons have brought about an innovation in combat methods. There are too many lizardman bandits. It will take some effort to defeat them with 200 undead in hand. The combat effectiveness of individual skeleton undead is far inferior to that of lizardmen. However, the combat method has been updated, so there is still a chance. You just need to think carefully. Recalling the previous battle with the lizardman bandits, a tactic slowly took shape. AM led the lizardman bandits in pursuit along the traces left by the mobile fortress. For Liziu, they were materials and resources to make the fortress more powerful. For the lizardmen, the undead meant great fame. Think about it. If the legendary undead tribe could be wiped out, not only would the possible disasters in the future be eliminated, but AM and his lizardman tribe would also be famous throughout the wilderness. And anyone who mentioned them would have to give them a thumbs up and some face. Ever since he became the leader and led the lizardmen to live a life of robbery, AM has realized the role of reputation. Many times when he encounters a caravan, as long as he tells his name, those caravans will naturally pay money to avoid disaster. They can accumulate wealth without doing anything. This is the benefit of reputation. Eliminating the undead would make their notoriety even worse, making it easier for them to survive in the wasteland in the future. Touching the marks left on the ground, a fierce look flashed on Am's face. He had to chase the undead and leave them completely in the wilderness. He couldn't give them any chance. Standing up and saying "Lo," the lizard man ran forward again. Not long after he ran, Am suddenly stopped, squatted down, touched the ground, and felt the vibration of the ground. As the leader of the tribe, Am is smart and also a good reconnaissance and combat expert. He placed his long-nailed hands on the ground and sensed it. Then he raised his head and looked into the distance. Something was coming. Soon, a dark shadow appeared from a distance and walked towards them. Undead. Prepare for battle. With just one glance, Am made a judgment and stood up and shouted loudly to the lizardman bandits around him. After receiving the order, the lizardman bandits immediately dispersed and formed a semicircular encirclement. Ada picked up a sledgehammer, confirmed the direction of the enemy, roared, and strode forward. His kill. The tribe's first warrior has already charged, and the other lizardman bandits followed closely behind him, rushing towards the mobile fortress. The lizard robber with a spear gun launched an attack one step than Ada, and the spear gun was revealed to the tall black shadow. Spears flashing with cold light flew straight towards the mobile fortress and pierced into a group of bones. Oh, there is such a good thing? Liziu was standing on the top of the fortress, just in time to see the spears flying towards him, and he couldn't help but grin. He was originally thinking about how to lure these lizardmen to throw the spears at him, but he didn't expect that he didn't even have to think of a way. These guys threw them out by themselves. For the undead, the spear's damage was too low. As long as it didn't pierce the skull, the lethality was almost zero. The spear got stuck in the bones and did not cause any damage. Instead, it was grabbed by the undead and pulled into the main building of the castle. Wow, I haven't done anything yet, but I've already harvested dozens of spears. Thank you so much for this great gift. I was originally worrying about the lack of long weapons, but now I don't have to worry about it anymore. I'm so happy. Liziu did not hesitate at all. The enemy had handed the weapons to his hands. If he did not equip the undead with weapons, he would be so sorry for them. He immediately gave the order, and the undead equipped themselves with spears and guns, ready to fight against the lizardman bandits. After throwing their spears, the lizardman bandits drew out the scimitars at their waists, roaring and rushing towards the mobile fortress. This is also a conventional tactic. Before the battle begins, launch a long-range raid, then quickly approach and engage in close combat. Unfortunately, what they encountered was not a regular race, but the undead, a group of guys that are difficult to understand with normal thinking. Because Ada was charging ahead, Am lagged behind a little. He happened to see the spears being thrown out and being pulled into the fortress by the undead. Then he saw that the undead on the fortress inexplicably had a bunch of spears in their hands. We delivered weapons to other people? Am felt so upset that he wanted to vomit blood. If he knew that the undead could play like this, he would never let his tribesmen throw spears. It's too late to regret now, and I can only continue. Ada, the tribe's first warrior, had already rushed to the front of the mobile fortress. Facing the tall mobile fortress, he was not afraid at all. He kicked the ground with his thick thighs, jumped high, swung the sledgehammer, and smashed it down with a roar. And then, nothing happened. The sledgehammer was blocked by several undead, who grabbed the sledgehammer and would not let go, pulling it inside with all their might. Ada felt the pulling force and was stunned. He thought that the enemy could block his hammer or knock his hammer away, but he never thought that the enemy could grab his hammer and pull him over. If he was on the ground, Ada could still resist and wrestle with the undead, but he jumped up and hit them, and his body was in midair, with no place to gain leverage. So he was directly dragged over by the undead, along with his hammer. The undead on the surface of the fortress squirmed, and dozens of pale, withered arms stretched out to pull Ada in, without giving him a chance to ask for help, and disappeared in an instant. Gone? The person is gone? Am, who was rushing towards the fortress, forced himself to slow down, stopped, and looked at the fortress made of undead with some horror. As soon as Ada launched his attack, he was swallowed. With the help of the moonlight, Am could see everything clearly. He even saw Ada's legs kicking wildly, and his struggling arms when he was pulled in. Are the undead so scary? Can we really win this battle? Chapter 11. Pursuing the victory. The scene before him made Am deeply suspicious. Atana is the first warrior of their tribe, the most powerful lizardman, and his support in roaming the wilderness. It is because of Atana's existence that Am can lead the lizardman bandits of his tribe to become famous. Now, the best warrior under his command has been swallowed up by the fortress inexplicably. Even Ada is useless. So will the others be of any use? The other lizardman bandits had no time to think like Am. They had already approached the fortress and swung their scimitars at the fortress. The undead, wielding spears on the fortress, did not show any weakness and fought back. Ada was dragged into the main building of the castle and fell to the ground. He rolled over several times alertly before getting up. But before he could stand firm, the undead on the wall rushed out and attacked him from behind with scimitars. After all, he is a warrior, even without weapons. Ada's fighting ability should not be underestimated. He waved his fists and beat the undead so that they could not get close to him. However, there were not only a few undead in the fortress. More and more undead carrying bone knives and scimitars appeared, surrounded Ada and attacked him frantically. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, and a hero cannot stand against numbers. No matter how strong Ada was, he could not withstand the attack of dozens of undead and was soon chopped to the ground. His death was so inexplicable that his mind was confused until his death. He did not figure out what had happened and why he was surrounded and chopped to death by the undead. After the enemy was dead, the undead returned to the wall, allowing the ground to swallow up Ada's body. The battle outside was equally fierce. Basically, the lizardman bandits were chopping the bones of the undead. and the undead were poking holes in their bodies. Well, it was extremely intense, because they were fighting from a high position. The undead could protect their skulls very well. As for the bones in their bodies, they could just chop them at will, and at worst they could just replace them with another one. While the undead were fighting back, they were stealthily pulling people into the main building. They wanted the corpses, and they also wanted the living lizardman bandits. It just so happened that their spears had barbs, so they could hook the lizardmen to their side after stabbing them, and then pull them into the main building of the castle. The undead outside that fought back used spears, while the undead inside the main building used bone knives and scimitars. If a lizardman was not brought in, the undead in the main building would immediately appear to finish off the enemy. No matter whether he is dead or alive, just finish him off first. If he is dead, let him die completely. If he is alive, just hack him to death with a random knife. After fighting for a while, the lizardmen finally came to their senses. Something was wrong. After fighting for such a long time, the undead were still alive and well, and they stabbed them with spears very smoothly. Then they looked at their side, but the number of people was getting smaller and smaller, and there was not even a corpse left. Lizardmen are cold-blooded animals, and their hands and feet are usually cold. But AM, who was watching the battle from a distance, felt his heart chilled at this moment. The undead are the undead after all, and legends are legends after all. My ancestors have never lied to me. It's too scary. In just a short while, dozens of lizardmen disappeared, and the number of people was reduced by nearly half. Looking at the group of undead again, there was no loss. Not even one injured. They were still the same as before, just attacking without even a second of defense. They didn't care at all when they were hacked at. I was wrong. I shouldn't have let my fame blind me. I shouldn't have brought my people to look for these undead. I can't go on like this. Otherwise everyone will die here. These are young and middle-aged people. If they all die, the tribe will be finished. With trembling hands, Ayan took out the bone whistle and blew it hard. This is the whistle of retreat. The lizardman bandits had already considered retreating when they saw their numbers decreasing. They were bandits, not soldiers, and it was their nature to bully the weak and fear the strong. They had already considered retreating, and when they heard the whistle, they would not hesitate and retreated immediately. Why are you running away? Don't run. Chase me. Liziu, who was standing on the top floor watching the show with great pleasure, discovered that the lizardmen began to retreat, and suddenly became anxious. What a joke. I finally met a group of bullyable bandits like you, and got a lot of resources, and even weapons from you. How could I let you get away like this? The mobile fortress closely chased the retreating lizardmen. The undead continued to attack, and AM fled madly with the remaining lizardmen. Under the pressure of death, the lizardmen burst out with astonishing speed. In the wasteland, a group of miserable lizardmen bandits were chased by the mobile fortress like stray dogs, until the first ray of dawn appeared on the horizon. Liziu turned his head to look at the horizon, then turned his head to look at the remaining lizardman bandits. He couldn't help but sigh. It would not be appropriate to continue chasing them. He ordered the mobile fortress to turn around and give up the pursuit. After running a long way, AM turned around, panting, and glanced behind him. He saw that the horrible undead fortress had gone in the opposite direction. Then he stopped, leaning on his knees, and stopped running. Alive. Survived. AM stuffed the bone whistle in his mouth. His breathing was not even yet, so his sound was intermittent, but it was enough. When the other lizardmen heard the whistle, they slowly stopped and looked behind with lingering fear. When they didn't see the undead, they breathed a sigh of relief. They felt like they had lost half their lives. They had never been chased like this before. After AM recovered, he counted the number of people who escaped. After checking, he almost cried. When they came out, there were nearly 100 lizardmen, and they were full of vigor and vitality. But now there are only a dozen of them. The rest of the lizardmen were all devoured by the undead, leaving no trace of their bodies, including Ada, the tribe's first warrior. What should I do next? Robbery? What the HL? With just a dozen of them, it would be hard for them to rob vagrants, let alone a caravan. Alas, the days ahead will be difficult. It is better to retreat back to the tribe and develop steadily for a period of time. The loss this time is too severe. AM was so sad that he didn't even know how to face the other people in the tribe when he returned. The lizardmen didn't know that not long after the mobile fortress left, It chose a location and entered dormant mode, sneaking underground. Compared to the grief of Eminem and other lizardmen, Liziu was overjoyed and couldn't hide the smile on his face. What a great harvest! This was a real great harvest tonight. It was so exciting. After being in this alien world for so long, this was the biggest harvest I've had. It's not easy. This is what a time traveler is. Thinking about how I have lived so cautiously until now, I can finally hold my head high. The battle with the Lizardman bandits allowed him to obtain dozens of skeletons, hundreds of units of soul energy, and most importantly, weapons. One Lizardman weapon can equip 2 skeleton undead. Adding the previous ones, almost all the undead have weapons available, and their combat effectiveness increases sharply. Last night's battle showed that even if the individual combat power of the undead is not strong, they can still exert strong combat power with the support of the mobile fortress. It all depends on how they are deployed and what tactics are used. Although some lizardmen ran away in the end, resulting in lower profits, I am still very satisfied overall. Several mole men, less than 50 centimeters tall, looked in the direction of the undead fortress, then went back into the cave, ran quickly in the cave, and returned to their mobile castle. Is it over outside? Report to the city lord. It's over. What about the undead? He hid underground. Okay. I understand. Be careful. Yes. After the mole man reported, he hurried out again. Chapter 12. There is an intruder. The sun was high in the sky. The temperature was rising. The air was faintly distorted, and the low plants on the ground could not add a touch of coolness to the wasteland. Compared with the heat outside, the mobile fortress that has entered dormant mode is cool and pleasant, without any feeling of stuffiness at all. Liziu did not fall asleep as usual, but sat on the big bone chair and clicked on the system's building interface to browse. The battle with the Lizardman bandits could be said to be a good harvest. He finally had the resources to transform the mobile fortress and enhance his strength. The weapons workshop was built last time, which strengthened the skeleton undead, leading to this victory. However, there are also shortcomings, which come from the mobile fortress itself. So Liziu plans to transform the fortress. Skeleton engine. Introduction. The power source of the moving castle, which can increase the moving speed of the moving castle. Construction requirements. Skeleton * 50 units. Soul energy * 500 unit. Occupied area 10 units. As a mobile fortress, speed is of course of paramount importance. Liziu has wanted to build a skeleton engine for a long time, but the skeleton engine requires a lot of resources, and he just didn't have the opportunity. Now it just so happens that the resources collected from the Lizardman bandits can be used to build the skeleton engine. And there are still some left. Don't hesitate. Add it to the shopping cart. Pay directly. And make a skeleton engine. I believe that with the help of the skeleton engine, next time you encounter guys like the Lizardman bandits, you won't let any of them escape. There were still some materials left, and Liziu thought about it and decided to improve the strength of the skeleton undead and choose to build an armor workshop. Armor workshop. Introduction. A place used to make armor, shields and other protective gear. Construction demand. Bones * 10 units. Stone * 10 units. Soul energy * 10 units. Occupy area 4 units. After issuing the construction order, Liziu glanced at the other buildings in the system and sighed. They were all fun, but it was a pity that there were not enough resources, so they had to be used sparingly. He didn't know when they could truly develop. It was really not an advantage for the birthplace. I opened the chat channel and took a look, but didn't find any interesting messages, so I fell asleep peacefully. In his dream, Liziu was surrounded by beautiful women, including a fox girl, a snake girl, a rabbit girl. Some were plump and some were thin, with sweet smiles. Ah, it was like heaven. I really hope it can last forever. Intruder spotted. 5 big words floated through the air. What the hell? It must be my eyes playing tricks on me. I ignored the words that floated by and continued chatting and laughing with the beauties and playing games. Intruder spotted, intruder spotted, intruder spotted. It was like the refreshing barrage of comments, so dense and numerous that it blocked the space in front of Liziu's eyes, making him extremely annoyed. What made him even more upset was that the beauties surrounding him were like dream bubbles, turning into bubbles and disappearing one after another. I'm so hacking. Liziu, whose sweet dream was disturbed, opened his eyes dazedly, and was about to swear when he suddenly thought of the words that floated by in his dream. He shuddered violently, and woke up instantly. He turned his head, and saw a skeleton ghost staring at him steadily, with the soul fire in its eyes beating non-stop. Obviously, the bullet screen in the dream was sent by this guy. What kind of intruder? Where is he? Li Ziyu sat up, completely awake, and asked nervously. He has already entered dormant mode. So how could anyone still find him? This shouldn't be the case. The dormant mode should be safe. There is no sign of life at all. It is like a dead object. Just like a stone. How was it discovered? Li Ziyu's mind was in a mess. He couldn't figure it out and was puzzled. But the undead would not lie to him. He has always felt that he was safe in hibernation mode. So every time he entered hibernation mode, he could fall asleep peacefully. Now the undead tells him that hibernation mode is no longer safe, which is too terrifying. The mole man is outside the castle. The soul fire in the undead's eyes jumped twice, sending a message to Li Ziyu. Outside the castle? Li Ziyu was stunned. The moving castle had sunk into the ground, and there was only dirt and stones all around. Where did the outside come from? Why was it making trouble for me? Also, what the hell were the mole people? It's a mess. You'll have to go and see it for yourself. Li Ziyu closed his eyes and used his consciousness to connect to the vision of the undead. He could see what the undead saw. Normally, he didn't like to use this ability because he always felt that the vision of the undead was weird and different from human vision. Every time he used it and then switched back to human vision, he felt uncomfortable. But at this time, the undead vision is very useful. In the vision of the dead, there are not so many colors. Most places are gray and white in different shades. Only living beings have colors. The brightest thing is the soul of the living. In the eyes of the dead, the soul of the living is as dazzling as a light bulb. After connecting to the undead's vision, Li Ziyu switched between several undead and found the invader they mentioned. The castle was still underground, but there was an extra hole connecting to the castle. No one knew where it was dug from. At the entrance of the hole, there was a short figure standing. He was very quiet and did not make any extreme moves. The mole people outside were also trembling in their hearts. Just kidding. Being stared at by a group of undead with will-o'-the-wisp eyes. Any living creature would tremble in fear. That is the instinctive fear of death. I have come here alive, but I don't know if I can go back alive. But for the city lord and for the future glory of the rat people, it is worth it even at the cost of my life. As the mole man thought about this, his fear subsided a little, and he straightened his chest slightly, although his legs were still shaking. Li Ziyu, who was sitting in the main building, looked at the short figure and frowned slightly. This was the mole man. He didn't look like a powerful being. How could such a guy dare to attack his fortress? Could it be that this guy is an aboriginal and accidentally dug up his own mobile fortress? It is not like it. If it was unexpectedly dug, it should be run away. This guy stopped in place, did not attack, did not run, and was a bit abnormal. Since you can't figure it out, just ask directly. What's the matter? Li Ziyu used the soul fire of the undead to convey the message to the mole people. The sudden message from his soul scared the rat man, and he almost turned around and ran. Then he realized that it was the undead who was asking him, and he managed to stand still. It's good to be able to communicate. If we can communicate, we have a chance to survive. The mole man sighed in his heart and did not dare to delay. He said quickly, on behalf of my lord, the mayor of Mole City comes to pay his respects to the mayor of the undead city. After he said this, he glanced at the undead in front of him, but found that the undead were still staring at him, but without any reaction and in silence. The mouse people do not know that the undead is silent, but Li Ziyu is silent. From the words of the mouse, he got an important message. This guy was not an aboriginal, but the subordinate of a crossing person, and the crossing obviously found himself. So the question is, what is the purpose of this mole man city lord sending people here? Chapter 13 Skeleton Passage. We have no ill intentions. We are here to pay respect to the lord of the undead city on behalf of our lord. After waiting for a while, and seeing no movement, the mole man hesitated and mustered up the courage to shout to the undead in front of him again. The dark jungle laws of the other world have always made Li Ziyu wary. But now he has been discovered. Instead of shrinking back, he might as well listen to what the other party has to say. If the other party is not a fool, he should not expect a group of mole people to attack his undead fortress. Right? Thinking of this, he closed his eyes, waved his hand, and signaled the undead to let the mole man in to talk. After the mole man shouted, there was no response from the undead. His legs trembled even more violently. He became more panicked and his mouth was dry. He had heard that the undead were the enemies of all living things. They came from death and represented death. He was actually sent by the city lord to provoke such beings. He was afraid that he would die here today. Click, click, click. The sound of bones rubbing against each other made the mole man shudder. His whole body trembled. His ears perked up. And he stared straight ahead. He saw the bone wall in front of him twisting. And the pale bones overlapped and pressed together, expanding a passage right in front of him. In the passage made of white bones, clusters of soul fire lit up, slightly illuminating the interior of the passage, but making it look even more eerie and terrifying. The mole man swallowed his saliva and looked cautiously at the skulls on the walls on both sides. He leaned forward, twitched his nose twice, and then retracted it. The undead city lord wanted him to pass. But did he dare to go? That was a passage made of bones by the undead. Walking in it would be like putting your own flesh and blood into a pile of undead. When the entrance was blocked, there would be no way to escape. All kinds of horrific scenes of being torn to pieces and bitten by the undead emerged in the mole man's mind, making him shiver unconsciously. Crisis. Big crisis. The mole people are not a brave race. On the contrary, they are very timid. Their forte is digging holes. They dig out passages underground to hide in all directions. They will never live on the ground because there are too many dangers on the surface for them. If it were not for the search for food, they would probably never go to the surface in their entire lives. If it weren't for the city lord's order, the mole man would have turned around and ran as far as he could and would never appear in front of the undead. The problem is that he now has an order, and the city lord asked him to meet the undead city lord. Damn it. No matter how scared I am, I have to complete the mission. I can't just turn back. Otherwise I will be expelled from the tribe, which is no different from being dead. I am just a weakling with almost no fighting power, and it is impossible for me to survive in this wilderness, where the law of the jungle prevails. If you move forward you will die, and if you move backward you will also die. Since you will die anyway, you might as well take a gamble and bet that the lord of the undead city is not as cruel as you imagined. The mole man rubbed his two big teeth hard. His expression became firm, but the tears in his eyes that could burst out at any time proved his heart. He clenched his fists, stepped forward, and walked into the passage made of white bones. The bone passage was filled with an eerie atmosphere, as if one had walked into a tomb. The soul fire used to illuminate the room was even more frightening. Once one entered it, there was no way to turn back. The bones at the back were recovering and turning back into their original appearance as walls. The mole man just looked back and his heart almost stopped beating. Woo woo woo. There is no turning back. He had a bitter face, tears welling up in his eyes, and he took small steps and walked forward reluctantly. In the main building, Liziu, who had been observing the mole people, raised his eyebrows when he saw this scene. Such a cowardly guy, let alone coming to attack his undead fortress. Even if he came to issue a challenge, he would not be qualified. He felt relieved. However, if the mole man walks so slowly like this, how long will it take to finish walking through the passage? What's going on? His steps are getting smaller and smaller, and he's walking slower and slower. Do I have to keep waiting? What a joke. In the passage, the soul fire began to jump violently. The sudden change scared the rat people so much that they jumped up on the spot and looked around in horror. Just tell me. Tell me it's dangerous. Tell me these undead won't let me go. They are coming. They are coming. They are going to attack. My life is going to be lost. The mole man thought so and subconsciously hugged his head, squatting on the ground and curled up into a ball, not daring to look up. Hurry up. Hurry up. Hurry up. Hurry up and leave. However, the expected attack and pain did not befall him. Instead, a stream of information was transmitted into the soul of the mole man, urging him to move forward. The mouse people slowly lowered their hands and raised their heads blankly. Those soul fires continued to beat around him, and the urged information kept coming. I think I walk slowly. Instead of wanting to kill me to eat meat, the speed at which information arrived was accelerating, like a dense barrage of bullets constantly passing through his soul. It seemed that the undead around him were becoming more and more impatient, and the bones on the wall were rubbing against each other, making a teeth-grinding sound. The mouse man finally slowed down, and he ran forward with his limbs. He didn't want to die, and he didn't want to be eaten by the dead as a food because he walked slowly. He died too much. He had to leave the passage. At least, he had to see the owner of the Undead city and complete the task gave him to him. Fighting is not good, but the speed of running away. The pork people are still very confident. The round body and short legs are extremely suitable for traveling in the channel. As he ran, the skeleton undead behind him also quickly recovered to their original state. There was light in front of him, and the mole man had seen the entrance to the cave. He then realized that the passage was not long, and the undead did not attack him. He just scared himself and caused so many troubles. With a leap towards the exit, the mole man rushed out of the passage, turned his head and looked back in midair, and sealed the place where he had just come out again, turning it into a bone wall. When he fell to the ground, he curled up into a ball, like a ball, rolling, then turned over and stood up. Looking up, I met a calm gaze looking down at me. That was a human sitting on a large bone chair. According to human aesthetics, he was a little handsome, with short hair and a short-sleeved shirt, and was looking at himself quietly. Is this the lord of the Undead city? He looks like his own city lord, not the monster he imagined. With his body rotten, bones exposed, and the smell of corpse, the mole man was lost in thought and was stunned for a moment. Li Ziyu sat on the big bone chair, looking curiously at the ball that rushed out of the passage. The guy in front of him seemed to be wearing adventurer's clothes, a groundhog standing upright, with its head still in the shape of a rat and not transformed into a human head. He was short, almost up to the height of the knees, but his claws were not small, with 3 of them being particularly long and protruding, making them very convenient for digging holes. At this moment, he was showing his 2 big buck teeth, looking dull and not very smart. I heard that you wanted to see me. After waiting for a while, and seeing that the mole man didn't say anything, Li Ziyu asked in a steady and calm voice. Chapter 14 The Lord of the Rat City. Li Ziyu's voice startled the mole man. He shifted his posture a little, then put his 2 paws together and shook them up and down, just like a human clasping his hands. Thanks order. Come to meet the owner of the Undead city. My master is the owner of the Mouse city. Greetings. You may go now. TSK. You're a mole man. Yet you're talking to me in a pretentious and elegant way. You're overthinking it. Li Ziyu rolled his eyes secretly, and drove the man away without any courtesy. The mole man was also confused, unable to wrap his head around what was going on. Why was he chasing people away? This is different from what the city lord said. Shouldn't he ask something like, what do you want to do? Come and see me? You're not playing by the rules. Well. The mole man rubbed his claws anxiously. If the city lord knew that he was driven back just after meeting the undead lord, he would definitely be exiled. What? Is there something else? Li Ziyu raised his eyebrows and asked with confusion and impatience on his face. Yes. Something happened. Seeing the stares, the mole man immediately became alert and nodded hurriedly. Li Ziyu leaned back, adjusted his posture, nodded at the mole man, and motioned for him to tell him if there was anything else. The mole man took a deep breath, quickly sorted out his thoughts in his mind, and reorganized his words. Our Gopher City is a peace-loving city that rarely has conflicts with the forces in the wasteland. We came here with good intentions, and do not want to have conflicts with the Undead city. After speaking, the mouse person secretly looked at the owner of the Undead city, and found that he was angry, and he was trapped in sleep. This is normal. When they came into contact with the forces in the wasteland before, most of them were the same. On the wasteland, the supplies were scarce. If you want to survive, you must have a strong force to ensure that there is no contradiction. In this case, for the forces on the wasteland, it is pure false air. However, after knowing their identities, most people's attitudes will change. As you can see, we are just a group of weak beings, just poor creatures hiding under the land. But we are a group of reputable merchants. We have trade routes in the wilderness. You can tell us what you need, and we will deliver the supplies to you as quickly as possible. The mole people spoke very fast. They often said this paragraph and were used to it. It was like reading the names of dishes in crosstalk. They could say it out loud without any stuttering. Merchant. The mole man's words really caught Li Ziyu's attention. He slowly sat up straight. The sleepiness and impatience on his face disappeared, and an interested expression appeared. He touched his chin and stared at the rat man. wondering in his heart whether what the rat man said was true or false. Was he a real businessman? Or was this a trap? The mole people are not really a powerful race. Their only strong point is that they are good at digging tunnels. These guys are professionals at digging tunnels. With a wave of their big claws, they can easily dig up the soil. Although Liziu has never seen what the mole city looks like, it is most likely related to underground holes. This race is weak and has low combat power, but they are good at digging holes and hiding. Such a race is indeed suitable to be businessmen. In previous lives, he did not like to fight and kill. There are also a lot of professional businessmen in the game. It is estimated that the city owner of the Mouse City is such a person. He knows that the race he controls is not good at fighting. The tunnels dug by the mole people are interconnected, like a huge underground maze. Few races can find them underground. It is indeed a very safe transportation channel. Coupled with a moving castle, it is not difficult to deliver goods to the door. Liziu does not feel that the businessman will be really weak enough to bully. On the contrary, there are too many good things in the business of businessmen. But they do like to fight for fighting. Through business, they can get enough wealth and resources to strengthen their mobile castles. It feels like a kid who has collected 6 pieces of magical equipment. He usually smiles and looks weak. But if you want to steal their things, you have to break their defense first and dodge the attacks they may launch at any time. You may not be able to beat them, but if they hit you, you will definitely feel bad. He's a difficult child to deal with. Yes, it is like that. So what products do you have? Liziu decided to ask. It would be best if the other party really had the resources and they were cheap. We have a wide variety of goods. It depends on what you need. The mole man smiled, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Here it comes. This is the feeling. This is the conversation. Every time, without exception, the mole man heaved a sigh of relief. Usually, the atmosphere would relax when they started asking about the goods. At least his life was saved. And the city lord's mission was also completed. I need bones. After saying this, Liziu leaned back in his chair and returned to his lazy look. We have, what do you need? Bone? Is the hard bone that is specifically used to make weapons? The mouse was stunned, and then asked again in doubt. No. It's bones. Bones. Complete set. Liziu grinned with a white teeth and laughed. The mole man was silent. As far as he knew, there really weren't the bones that the undead city lord mentioned in the warehouse of Mole City. The main reason was that they were useless. Aren't those bones just waste? Who the hell would put waste in their own warehouse? There are many strange things in the warehouse, but bones are not included. Most of the resources exchanged are meat, water, ores, stones, fodder, animal skins, and some weird things include insects, spices, etc. You said you exchanged bones. For what? The mole man suddenly realized something. He turned his head and looked at the surrounding walls. They were made of piles of bones. They were undead. He understood that bones were the raw materials for the birth of undead. No wonder the city of undead mainly relied on bones. No, Liziu asked with a smile. It's not that I'm making things difficult for you. You guys still think I'm easy to bully. All businessmen are dishonest. Although I'm considering exchanging resources with you, it doesn't mean I will be cheated by you. You little bastard. The mole man rubbed his paws, thought for a moment, and suddenly nodded. Yes, we will have it in the future, but not now. If you need it, we will find bones for you, the mole man said with a firm look in his eyes and a pertinent tone. Okay, then contact me again when you have time. Liziu looked at the mole man, was silent for a second, and then said, Undead City Lord, I have a letter here that the City Lord asked me to teach you. The mole man took out a piece of animal skin that was not even as big as a palm and handed it forward. The undead walked forward, took the animal skin, and presented it to Liziu. Liziu glanced at it and saw a name on it, Conscientious Merchant. He nodded to the mole man, signaling the undead to see him off. I guess only a time traveler can understand this animal skin. The Lord of Mole City wants Liziu to add him as a friend. Chapter 15. A Conscientious Merchant. The task assigned by the Lord of Mole City has been completed. Under the guidance of the undead, the mole man came to the wall. The bones on the wall moved, revealing a passage again. He hurriedly got in, and couldn't wait to leave this extremely terrifying place in his eyes. Seeing the eager look of the mouse, Li Ziyu shook his head with a smile. Then opened the system's chat interface. Entered the ID of the conscience businessman. And chose to add a friend. The real purpose of the other party sending people here was actually just the animal skin that was less than the size of a palm. What was said before was just a prelude. If there is a systematic existence, the transaction is not difficult. And it is not traded with the indigenous people. Trading in the system is not that the delivery is going to the door. The owner of the Mouse City is also cautious. It is estimated that he is afraid of thinking more. He deliberately set the Mouse Man. On the one hand, he wants to see what kind of attitude of the Lord of the Undead City. If you meet the messenger as soon as you meet, you don't need to say more. On the other hand, it is also a signal of releasing goodwill. Just click to add. And the application passed the opposite side. Welcome to the mouse shop. The vast sea of people will meet. This is fate. I hope we can take it forward to move forward and create glory together. Oh, you are so serious that you even designed a welcome speech. Li Ziyu chuckled and sent a message. Don't want to take a driver's license test, Lord of Mole City? Conscientious businessman, yes. Dear. Don't want to get a driver's license. How did you find out about me? Conscientious businessman, dear. It is fate that made me discover you. And it is also fate that made us meet. Don't want to take a driving test, master. If you continue to fool me, things will become troublesome. Conscience merchant, dear. Don't say that. I am just a businessman. And information is also a product. Don't want to take a driver's license, say the price. Conscientious businessman, 9,998 units of meat. Don't want to get a driver's license. This is not a robbery. This is the bombing of the vault. Who gives you courage? A message dares to ask me 9,998 units of meat. And a large iron hammer selling stone does not dare to ask for money with you. Conscience businessman? A news dare to open a price of 9,998 units. Is this called conscience? Li Ziyu's face twitched. And silently put on the two big characters on the head of the conscience businessman. To put it bluntly, the Lord of Mole City just didn't want to say it. So he quoted a high price to make Li Ziyu give up. Don't want to get a driver's license. Forget it. I can't afford it. Tell me what resources you have. Conscientious businessman, dear. I have a wide variety of goods here. Just tell me what you need. Don't want to take a driver's license. Come to the moon. Conscience businessman. No. Don't want to take a driving test. Then change it to the sun. Conscience businessman. No. Don't want to take a driver's license. Nothing. What face do you have a businessman who claims to be a businessman to come to me? Conscientious businessman, well said. Don't say it again next time. Conscientious businessman, well, dear, what exactly do you need? If I have it, the price is negotiable. Don't want to take a driving test. My requirements will be told to you by your subordinates when they go back. We can talk about it when you get it. Conscientious businessman, okay. Dear. Li Ziyu closed the page with a smile on his face. What a joke. You are teasing me with a message, and you also want 9,998 units of meat. Can't you tell the difference between the big king and the small king? I am the buyer. After a conversation with the conscientious businessman, Li Ziyu was actually in a pretty good mood. I have been in the other world for a few days now, and my nerves have been on edge. I am afraid of the unknown world and the predators hiding in the dark jungle. I dare not trust anyone, and I have hardly ever spoken in the chat channel, for fear of accidentally exposing information. Humans are social animals and need to socialize. But Li Ziyu didn't dare to chat with other people. The feeling of loneliness made him extremely uncomfortable. The information communication with the conscientious businessman made him feel like facing an online shopping customer service. He relaxed unconsciously, and his nerves were not as tense as before. With a long sigh, Li Ziyu laid down again, and soon fell asleep. I slept very soundly. When I woke up, it was already night. The dead had already prepared water for washing and food. Li Ziyu released the dormant mode, allowing the fortress to rise from the ground, and ordered free movement. The so-called free movement means moving forward in the original direction. The wild beasts on the way forward will become their prey. As for ferocious beasts, they will bypass them and cannot defeat them. Although his strength had increased significantly after the battle with the Lizardman bandits, Li Ziyu still wanted to leave the wilderness. It was too difficult to obtain resources here, which was not conducive to his growth. While eating dinner, I opened the system and saw the chat box flashing with message reminders on it. Li Ziyu has only added 2 friends so far. both of whom are businessmen. The first one is a big hammer with whom he had traded stones before, and the remaining one is the Lord of Mole City, conscientious merchant. A big hammer would not have nothing to do but send him messages. So the messages were most likely sent by the conscientious merchant. I clicked on it and saw that it was true. Conscientious businessman, dear. I have received your request and will give you a reply soon. Conscientious merchant, I got the skeletons. How many skeletons do you need? Did you get the skeleton so quickly? Liziu paused while eating. Then he felt relieved when he thought of the other party's identity as a businessman. He could indeed obtain some bones by relying on the mobile fortress and the undead hunting every night. But compared with doing business, the collection speed was too slow. Since it is a business, a conscientious businessman will obviously not only do business with time travelers, but also those indigenous people are customers he wants to win over. Bones are a very important resource for Liziu, but for the indigenous tribes in the wilderness, apart from being used for decoration, their greatest use is probably to fertilize the fields. They are worthless things. It should be easy for a conscientious businessman to obtain bones from the indigenous people. I just don't know how many skeletons he has harvested. Liziu can still hold back on other resources, but not on skeletons. These things are too important. Whether it is construction or the increase of the undead, skeletons are indispensable. Don't want to get a driver's license. How many skeletons do you have? Conscientious businessman, oh my god. Dear, you finally replied to me. I've been waiting for so long. Don't want to get a driver's license. If you have a stomachache, you have to be careful, because medicine is not easy to find here. After receiving this message, the conscientious businessman did not reply for a long time. He was thinking about what Liziu meant. The flowers are all leaking. I have a stomachache. I see ain't get it. Wait. Flowers? Eat bad belly. Do ain't want to take a driver's license? Damn. It's so dirty and disgusting. Conscientious businessman, you are the dirtier one. I don't have many now. Only 100. How many do you want? Don't want to take a driver's license test. I'm also concerned about your health. How can I exchange it? Conscientious businessman, thank you. I feel disgusted. Fortunately I didn't eat. Can you use food? Liziu touched his chin. A conscientious businessman had quoted him 9,998 units of food before. This time, food was mentioned again, which made him have some guesses in his mind. Could it be that there is still a shortage of food in the wilderness? And food is hard currency. If it is really hard currency, then it would be good. He doesn't have many other resources, but he still has some food. Chapter 16 New Buildings. After thinking about it, Liziu sent a message to the conscientious businessman again, and started a big discussion about exchanging bones for food. After some indirect discussion and bargaining, the final price was set at 2 units of food for 1 skeleton. It's not that conscientious businessmen don't want to get some more, but the main reason is that skeletons are really cheap and not many people need them. Except for people like the Undead City Lord. Skeletons are basically kept at the bottom of the box and thrown in the warehouse to collect dust. If Liziu had not asked for the bones, the conscientious businessman would not have collected them at all. Collecting these 100 skeletons was almost like getting them for free. It was already very good to be able to exchange them for some food. In the wilderness, food could be exchanged for a lot of good things with the indigenous people. As a businessman who engages in speculation and reselling, the conscientious businessman's understanding of the wasteland is completely different from Liziu's understanding of the wasteland. There is a misunderstanding here that Liziu did not notice, and that is the moving castle. After arriving in the other world, as a time traveler, Liziu brought his mobile castle and became the city lord. He could drive the mobile castle around the wasteland, wherever he went. That was his territory, and the undead were always with him. But in fact, the real indigenous forces in the wilderness are not like this. They have their own sphere of influence and territory boundaries. Most of the time, the indigenous people will not leave their sphere of influence and are restricted to an area. This is for stability and safety. After all, going to unfamiliar places is too dangerous. In this way, the indigenous people can get whatever is in the territory. If there are not many animals and vegetation in the territory, there will not be much food. If there are no streams passing through the territory, even drinking water becomes a problem. Liziu, who had just arrived in the alien world for a few days, did not notice this at all. But the conscientious businessman noticed it. This was a business opportunity. He clearly understood that in the wilderness, food and water, even if they were not hard currency, would definitely be easy to sell, and the price would be quite good. All he had to do was to establish good relations with the indigenous people, using the bones that the indigenous people didn't care about and discarded everywhere to exchange for food from the undead city lord is a very profitable business. Even if the price is not high, conscientious businessmen will be extremely satisfied. With the help of the system, the two completed the handover. There were 200 units of food missing from Li Ziyu's warehouse, but 100 skeletons were harvested, and everyone was happy. Conscientious businessman, it's a pleasure to cooperate with you, dear, and you are welcome to visit us next time. Don't want to get a driver's license? Happy cooperation. Conscientious merchant, dear, do you need more bones? Don't want to get a driver's license? If you need one, please contact me. Conscientious businessman, okay, dear. After the conversation, a smile appeared on Li Ziyu's face. 100 skeletons? This was at least equivalent to 2 days' harvest. He didn't expect it to be so easy. Sure enough, if one wanted to become stronger quickly, trading was the best choice. Skeletons can be exchanged for skeleton undead, used to make bone knives to enhance the strength of the undead, and can also be used to build construction equipment in the system and transform mobile fortresses. They can be used in all aspects, let alone 100 skeletons. Even if there were 1,000 or 10,000 skeletons, Li Ziyu felt that it would not be enough. Come! Come! Let the skeletons come even more violently. The mobile fortress was traveling across the desolate wasteland, searching for prey. But Li Ziyu was hiding in the main building of the castle, thinking about what to do with these 100 skeletons next. There seemed to be a lot of skeletons obtained from this transaction. The mobile castle was in short supply everywhere. Buildings, weapons, and defenses all required skeletons. It was difficult for him to decide where to put the resources for the time being. Alas, we are still poor, so we have to save money and manage our household frugally. Li Ziyu sighed silently, feeling ashamed of the other travelers. After traveling for so many days, the level of the moving castle was still level 1. Although it was called a castle, it was actually far from the scale of a castle. It was a fortress at best. Even if the attached skeletons and undead were removed, the fortress would become an empty SHL. Quite miserable. Through the window of the fortress, Li Ziyu looked at the wilderness in the night, but was suddenly stunned. He was only thinking about the newly traded skeletons, and had not yet studied the 2 new buildings he had built. He hurriedly clicked on the system interface. The skeleton engine has been installed and placed at the bottom of the fortress. It looks like a curled-up bone ball with a hideous and huge skull with fangs embedded on it. There is a flash of soul energy inside, revealing a mysterious color. Skeleton engine, driven by psychic energy. It can increase the mobile fortress's speed by 100 km per hour limited, increase the speed by 20 km per hour. Restricted? Li Ziyu looked at the prompts in the system introduction, and couldn't help scratching his head. He thought that he could use them all directly after they were built. Now it seems that he was overthinking. I have to study what limits the speed of the skeleton engine. Speed is very important for a moving castle, so I have to figure it out. Then he clicked on the armor workshop. The appearance of the armor workshop was almost exactly the same as the weapon workshop, except for the logo on the door. There were swords and knives on the weapon workshop, and there was a shield and a set of armor tops on the armor workshop. When the door was closed, it looked like a suit of armor holding a shield for defense. I opened the interface of the armor workshop and took a look. Well, it was similar to the weapon workshop, except that the weapons were replaced with shields and armor. If you want to make them, you still need to consume soul energy to unlock them. The cheapest armor is a small round shield bone, which can be unlocked with 30 units of soul energy. It is the most basic defensive equipment. Li Ziyu thought about it and unlocked it casually. The bone knife has been unlocked, so a shield is not a big deal. It would be good to be able to improve defense. The production requirements of a small round shield are the same as those of a bone knife. 1 skeleton for 5 round shields. Small round shield bone shield, although it is small, has low defense, and is easily damaged. It is cheap. R&D requirements. Soul energy * 30 units. Ding! New building unlocked. Just after Li Ziyu unlocked the small round shield, the system sounded a prompt at the right time. Oh! There's a surprise? After a slight pause, Li Ziyu immediately clicked on the building page. Sure enough, there were new buildings, And more than one. Warrior Training Camp Small Bone Wheel Large Bone Wheel. 3 more things that can be built appear in a row. Warrior Training Camp. Introduction. A place used to train skeleton undead warriors. Unlocked arms. Primary skeleton warrior. Prerequisites. Unlock small bone knife. Small round shield bone shield. Construction requirements. 50 units of bones. 100 units of stone. 100 units of wood. 50 units of hides. Area of land. 20 units. It turns out that if there is no folded knife and a shield, the warrior training camp is a hidden building, and it will not appear at all. It is because of the unlocking weapons and armor that there are architectural options. Good guys. And the system. Li Ziyu was a little speechless, and quickly looked at the 2 wheels again. Sure enough, it was also a hidden option that could only be seen after the skeleton engine was built. Needless to say, the skeleton engine was limited, most likely because of the size of the wheels. In terms of systematic explanation, the existing wheels of the mobile castle are the basic wheels. The motivation of the bones cannot be afforded, which will fall apart and cause the castle to not move. The maximum speed of the basic wheels is 50 kilometers per hour. Only when the new wheels are changed can the speed reach the fastest. Chapter 17 Bighorn Herd. Looking at the 2 wheels, the corners of Li Ziyu's mouth twitched, and with his excited heart and trembling hands, he slowly clicked on the introduction page. Big Bone Wheel. Introduction. Higher bearing capacity. Stronger durability. The bigger and stronger it is, it can make the speed of the moving castle increase dramatically. Construction requirements. Skeleton asterisk 50 units. Occupied area, none. Small bone wheel. Introduction. Although it is small, it can make the castle turn more flexibly and improve the stability of the large bone wheel. Construction requirements. Skeleton asterisk 30 units. Occupied area, none. Li Ziyu covered his face and nearly suffocated himself to death. My goodness. He had just obtained 100 skeletons. And look at what the system had done. Is this something a human can do? For these 3 buildings, which is simple. Which materials have fewer materials? But you really have to build it. You can't build it. Just need it. That skeleton warrior sounds powerful. Although he is only a beginner, he is definitely stronger than the skeleton undead, who only has bone knives and round shields. Those wheels can increase the speed of the mobile castle, and directly turn the electric scooter into a car. Can we not build it? No. We must build it. I turned around and looked at the resources in my warehouse. I felt depressed and wanted to cry. There were only so many of them. 100 bones? Enough to build 2 big wheels. Do you make me play? Just make a big wheel. You must not tilt your own mobile castle. You have to get 4 to balance it. It is not enough to build a small wheel. Besides, what is the use of 4 small wheels? People are used to turn the speed. Study the materials you have on hand. Well, you should consider the warrior training camp. This is reliable. It only lacks stone and wood. Bones and animal skins are available. You can just take some time to find a big hammer or a conscientious merchant to exchange them. As for the wheels, it must be created. But now it is not without conditions. First, the speed of 50 kilometers is faster than before. First of all, and wait for the resources to talk about. I was just thinking about doing something with the new bones. But now I don't need them. I'll just keep them for now. That amount of bones can't even make a wheel. So what's the point? It turns out that when you are happy, the system can always use a pot of cold water to make you unhappy. What can I do? It is the system. To bear it. Li Ziyu turned off the page, closed his eyes, rubbed his temple, trying to relieve the blood pressure that was gradually rising. Report to the city lord. We have found a herd of bison. A undead passed by and told Li Ziyu to the intelligence they just found. Hearing the 3 words of the bull group, Li Ziyu's spirit was shocking, and the 2 large characters' resources in his mind were lit and shined. The desertedness was originally barren. Harbin hunting at night was much more rare than hunting during the day. Many herbivores appeared during the day and hid at night. It was not easy to find, so most of the time was hunting those scattered animals that were unlimited. Or it was simply an animal that came out day and night. It's our luck to come across a herd of bison. We can't miss it. Skeletons are also measured by units, such as adult bison. Their skeleton is significantly greater than the wasteland wolf. So when the system is calculated, it will not be calculated according to 1 unit. It may be calculated in 2 or 3. The bison in the wilderness are not so easy to deal with. After all, it is impossible for them to live in such an environment and survive well. It is impossible for them to not have some abilities. Just those big horns can be very painful to be hit by. And when the bison run, the impact force is also great. However, these creatures used to deal with lives are very effective. It is not so great to deal with the skeleton dead spirits. Or most of the beasts are prey for the bone dead spirit. As long as they caught up, they can hunt. Don't worry about too much damage. The point is that as long as you can get close enough, there will always be harvest. Did the bull find us? Li Ziyu turned back and looked at the skeletal dead spirit of the letter, and asked nervously. Most of the animals on the wasteland are very vigilant, especially at night. If a bit of wind blows, it will escape and fled. The speed is fast. You could only use time to consume by chasing with mobile castles. When they are tired, they can hunt, and it will delay too much time. In particular, some animals will be scattered when they run, and the harvest of hunting will drop lower. After hunting in the wilderness for a few days, Li Ziyu has concluded that if he wants to hunt animals like bison at night, he must not alarm them after discovering them. He must stop the moving castle from a distance to avoid alerting them. Let the skeleton undead leave the fortress, sneak over, and try to get as close to them as possible. Of course, this is unstable. When approaching, there is still a high probability that they are vigilant. But it is always stronger than driving a mobile castle. I didn't find us. The bones are very honest. Before, the city owner had orders to order or small prey. They could handle themselves. But when they encountered group prey, they needed to report in advance. So he ran over as soon as he found that the bison group came over. How many bison are there? Dozens? When silent, the skeleton dead spirit had an uncertain information. They could find out the bulls, but the number was more laborious, and the accurate answer was temporarily unable to give. Even so, it is enough for Li Ziyu. Dozens of bulls? As long as they can hunt successfully, the harvest will not be small. And his purpose is not the kind of adult bison. Adult bison is large, full of strength, and is more laborious to hunt. Stop moving. Hunt! Li Ziyu didn't hesitate, waved his hand, and issued an order. At the moment the order was given, the mobile castle moving across the wasteland suddenly braked and stopped. White figures surged, and all the skeletons and undead poured out, each holding a weapon, dispersing to form an encirclement, and surrounded the bison herd from a distance. The undeads were sensitive to the atmosphere of the creature, and could explore the bulls. Li Ziyu did not have such ability. He stood in front of the window, looked out through the window, and then sprinkled the moonlight on the ground. He could faintly see the small black dots in the distance, which was where the bull group was. There are several types of bulls in the wasteland. Li Ziyu encountered the barren bulls. There was a pair of bending spirals upward on the top of his head, and he looked less coordinated. The life of the bighorn cattle is very regular. Go to find water and grass during the day. It will gather together at night. The most strong adult cattle will be on the outermost layer and be responsible for alert. The old-fashioned bighorn cattle and calves will be protected at the bottom. Once the enemy attacks, the adult bighorn cat will run together with the old cattle and calves. Under the moonlight, the white figure was shadow, and it was the bones of the bones. They continued to spread and open the distance. Li Ziyu narrowed his eyes slightly nervously. The encirclement was gradually formed and slowly closed in, pressing towards the herd of bighorn cattle. As the skeleton undead gradually approached, the adult bighorn cattle that were alert to their surroundings and not completely asleep became restless. They felt a strange breath, coldness, and fear. They stood up and scanned the surroundings with their big eyes. Moo. Chapter 18. In the darkness of the night, under the moonlight, white figures swayed and appeared around the herd of cattle, gradually approaching. The adult bighorn cattle mooed, trying to scare off the approaching invaders and remind their own people that enemies were coming. As the skeletons of the undead approached, the cattle's eyes widened and became more and more alert. The old bighorn cattle and calves in the inner circle stood up and paced anxiously. The undead didn't take the warning from the bighorn bull seriously at all. They were hunters, and would not give up their prey just because of a few hums from the other party. Not to mention the mooing of the bighorn bull. Even if it was the howl of a wolf, they would just do what they had to do, and would not be shaken. The ever-approaching undead brought tremendous pressure to the bighorn bulls. They were affected by the unusualness of these guys in front of them. It was the instinct of the beasts, the fear, and the oppression brought by death. If given the chance, the bighorn bulls did not want to face these invaders. Under pressure, the bighorn bulls on the periphery gradually had a layer of bloodshot in their black eyes. They lowered their heads and pointed their sharp, curved spiral horns at the enemy. Their hooves kept stomping on the ground, making a clattering sound. Dust rose under their hooves, which was a signal to prepare for an attack. Oh! A undead carrying a bone knife stood up, and the soul fire in the skull skyrocketed, as if he invested gasoline in the fire pile, and the instantly soaring soul fire almost shrouded the entire skull. He opened his jaw and gave up the soul roar at the opposite bull group, but there was no sound. But he trembled, following the roar of this undead. The other undead also stopped. Their soul fire surged, and they roared. The roar of the soul is not a real sound, and cannot be heard under normal circumstances. However, when groups of undead roar at the same time, special sound waves will be formed, which will directly impact the soul, causing it to tremble, and make living beings fearful, and feel that death is approaching. This is a unique method used by the undead, compared to the creatures that deal with high wisdom, and low wisdom of beasts. The soul impact is better. The fighting of the beast depends on intuition. With the oppression of fear and death of the soul, intuition will tell them not to move. Do not move, and the body will be stiff. Sure enough, after the dead of the undeads, the adult bighorn of the outer layer trembled. His body was stiff, and the hoofs of the ground were stopped. The blood in the eyes dissipated a lot. And the adult horn cows were all like this. Taking advantage of this moment, when the bighorn bull was hit, the undead launched an attack. Some of them were holding bone knives, while I was holding spears and scimitars, and we rushed forward in a hurry. There was no shouting, no screaming, only the crackers made when bone friction. But it seemed even more scary at night. As the most basic low-level undead, their speed is not fast, and it is a bit stiff. Even ordinary people can win them, let alone bighorn cows. However, only the bighorn's cattle have just been shocked by the soul roar. At this time, they were not adjusted at all. When seeing the undead coming to kill them, the first thing the adult bighorn bull thought it was not to fight back, but to run. Run. Run as fast as you can. You will die. If you stay, you will die? That's not something we can contend with. The after effects of the soul's roar caused a sense of fear. The fear made the adult bighorn bull, which was originally full of strength, shrink back and dare not attack the undead. It turned around and fled, not even caring about the old bighorn bull and the calf. They didn't dare to look back, as if they would die if they looked back, as if there was a natural enemy, a predator, chasing them from behind, making them panic and at a loss. Elderly bighorn cows have recovered one step ahead of them, although they are old and dying. After all, they live younger than those who are younger than those who are young. The calves mooed in fear, trying to find an adult bighorn bull to shelter them. But they found that the adult bighorn bull that usually protected them had already run away with a trail of dust, ignoring them at all. The undead were not in a hurry to chase after the adult bighorn bulls. They intercepted them casually and ignored them. Instead, they rushed towards the old bighorn bulls and calves that were left behind. These were their real targets. The old-age bighorn cattle use sharp corners to fight the undead. Whenever there are undeads approaching the calf, they will rush up to fly the undead or hit the scatter. However, soon, the undead will climb up again, aggregate, and rush again without injury. Bone knives and spears pierced into the bodies of the bighorn bulls. Blood kept flowing, dyeing the ground red. The old and frail bighorn bulls wanted to protect their calves, but their physical strength no longer allowed them to do so. Their strength kept disappearing, and the bighorn bulls fell to the ground, making sad moos. The old-age bull is the last guardian. When they fell, the calves that had not yet grown became a dish of the undead. They were quickly slaughtered and returned to the mobile fort. There is no mercy, no compassion, only ruthless killing. For Li Ziyu and the undead, these bighorn cattle are resources and necessities for their development. All mercy is charity from the strong to the weak. When it comes to the choice of becoming strong or sparing the life of the weak, Li Ziyu will choose the former without hesitation. In the mobile fortress, bighorn bulls were sent over, but Li Ziyu had no time to check them. He pointed forward and ordered, "Full speed. Keep chasing." He didn't want to let those adult bighorn bulls go just like that. Who knew if he could hunt other prey tonight? Instead of searching aimlessly, It would be better to chase those bighorn bulls. The undeads transported the corpse back to the fortress and reintegrated into the fortress. The speed of the mobile forts began to increase. The bone engine was launched, and the soul energy was injected into it. The cricket's alien skull mouth opened, as if the blue flame was spitting. The horsepower was full, pushing the mobile forts. The speed of the bighorn cattle is about 40 to 50 kilometers per hour, which is similar to the current speed of the mobile fortress. But after all, the bighorn cattle is a living animal. It is impossible to run endlessly. Each of the bone engine is sped 10 kilometers, and 1 point of soul energy is consumed every minute. Now it brings 20 kilometers of speed up to the mobile fortress. It consumes 2 points of soul energy per minute. Li Ziyu also expects to catch up with big corner cows quickly and consume less soul energy. The panicked bighorn bull did not hide at all while running, leaving a long trail of dust and smoke on the wilderness. The mobile fortress followed the trail of dust and smoke, chasing closely behind the bighorn bull without letting up at all. Rushing into the smoke, the undead no longer needed to hide. The blue flames were dotted like monsters, and from time to time, they would let out excited soul roars. Standing at the window, Li Ziyu stared hard. Although he could see nothing because of the obstruction of the earth, he believed that there was no error in the perception of the undead. Chapter 19. There is a small forest. Under the moonlight, a dusty road appeared on the wasteland. With blue starlight, a mobile fortress made of bones was running fast in the smoke and dust. Moo! The bighorn bulls roared and rushed forward, but they were unable to completely shake off the monsters behind them. Fear prevented them from thinking more, and they instinctively rushed towards a place they thought was safe. Li Ziyu held the window edge and gritted his teeth. Of course, he wanted to catch up with the bighorn and solve them. After all, the bone engine consumes soul energy every minute. It has nothing to do for a minute or two. The undead walked behind Li Ziyu and passed on the latest information to him. An obstacle was found ahead, and the cattle have entered the obstacle. Should we continue the pursuit? Li Ziyu was stunned, turned back to look at the undead, with a strange look on his face. What obstacle? It's a forest, replied the ghost. Forest? Li Ziyu was stunned at first, then became surprised. I'm going. What else do you still gain? In the wilderness, it is easy to find barren grass. It is more difficult to find wood and find stone. Otherwise, he would change the stone with a large iron hammer. I didn't expect that chasing a bull group and found the woods. Is there any reason to let go? Wood and stone are all good resources. I want to build a warrior training camp, and I need these things. Okay. I want the bison. I want the wood. And the forest is mine. Keep chasing and try to destroy them in the woods. Li Ziyu waved his hand and ordered him without politely. There is only a small forest ahead with sparse trees and a small pond in the middle. It is a good habitat in the wilderness, although there are not many trees. The mobile fortress cannot be driven in and can only be parked outside. When the mobile fortress stopped, the skeleton undead came down in groups and entered the woods. Soon, the cry of bighorn bulls was heard, with fear, anxiety and anger in the voice, followed by the roar of the undead and the sound of fighting. Standing at the window, Li Ziyu couldn't see what was going on inside because of the branches and leaves of the trees. He was anxious but didn't dare to go over. Just kidding. The undead was gored by the bull, and nothing happened to him. But he was different. He was still a human being. If he was gored by the big bull's horns, he would be dead. For the sake of his life, he should just stay in the fortress honestly. Safety. As the trees swayed, a fat and strong bighorn bull rushed out from the woods, mooing, with 2 skeletons hanging on its body. In a panic, the bighorn bull rushed in the direction of the mobile fortress. Behind it, more than a dozen bones of the bones chased out, put the spear gun in his hand into the bighorn cattle, pierced it into its body, and the large horn cattle ran forward with a spear gun and fell to the ground with a fierce front. The 2 skeleton ghosts hanging on its body came down, grabbed the bone knife, and stabbed it hard in the neck several times. Blood splattered, and the bighorn bull became completely motionless, and the sounds in the woods gradually disappeared. Soon, skeletons of the undead appeared from the woods, in groups of 3, 5, or 10, dragging or pulling the hunted bighorn cattle to the mobile fortress. 3 bison ran away. Should we chase them? An undead came to report. Still chasing? Forget it. I can't bear to give up all that soul energy for the sake of 3 cows. Li Ziyu waved his hand. indicating that there was no need to chase anymore. The cows could be let go. But the wood could not be let go. No need to chase. Go cut down trees. We need wood. Li Ziyu pointed at the forest and gave orders to the undead. Just after transporting the corpse of the bighorn bull back to the mobile fortress, the undead set out again. This time they did not go hunting, but transformed into lumberjacks. However, these lumberjacks were quite unprofessional. They didn't even have an axe. If they wanted to chop down trees, they either used bone knives or machetes. Their efficiency was so low that it made people cry. Fortunately, the undead don't need to rest and can keep chopping. It may be slower, but the advantage is endurance. The undead were all sent out to chop down trees, and Li Ziyu had nothing else to do. So he began to count the trophies of the hunt. The bighorn cattle. The unified hunter was hunting to 30 bighorns, 14 adult bighorn cows, 7 elderly bighorn cattle, and 9 calves. The harvest was good. Li Ziyu was very satisfied. At least the soul energy that could be paid was given to the system to decompose materials. Decompose adult bighorn cattle +1. Obtain fresh beef *100 units. Skeleton *5 units. Damaged cowhide *1 piece. Soul energy *8 units. Decompose old bighorn cattle +1. Obtain fresh beef *80 units. Skeleton *5 units. Cowhide *1 piece. Soul energy *5 units. Decompose young bighorn bull +1. Obtain fresh beef *20 units. Skeleton *3 units. Cowhide *1 piece. Soul energy *5 units. Breakdown. Alas, a lot. Li Ziyu looked at the prompt from the system and his eyes immediately lit up. Wow, the harvest was pretty good. He got 2,140 units of beef, 142 units of bones, 30 pieces of cowhide, and 192 units of soul energy. What else could he want with this harvest? The point is meat. This stuff can be used for more resources. Bones, stone, and wood to change. Take it to find a conscience businessman. The meat of 2 units can change 1 bone. More than 2,000 units of meat. Think about the bones that can be exchanged. When the time comes, all the big bone wheels and small bone wheels will be installed. The more you install, the faster the acceleration. There is not much soul energy. Only slightly stronger than the previous wasteland wolf. But it is better than nothing. At least it makes up for the consumed soul energy. It is a small profit. After all, it is not an intelligent creature, but an ordinary wild beast. It directly gives 50 units of soul energy to the lizard man. How great! Li Ziyu faintly enlightenment. The energy of the soul shows the strength of the biological soul. It can develop wisdom. The energy of the soul will far exceed the beast. This is a gap-like gap. The stronger the creature, the stronger the soul, and the more soul energy. Hunting the strong? I can only think about it now. Really do it. Let's wash and sleep. A group of low-level skeletons under my hand. I can't even beat the beasts. Through chatting, Li Ziyu has roughly figured out the levels of monsters in this world. The most common ones are the wild beasts he hunts, which are not much different from the animals in his previous life. Above the wild beasts are the ferocious beasts, which are strong and intelligent. They generally look strange, and their combat power far exceeds that of wild beasts. On the fierce beast, there are also bun beasts in Warcraft. According to the information in the chat channel, these 2 monsters belong to soldiers with spiritual wisdom. But the thinking is relatively simple. The skin is thick, and the body shape is generally large. But it is specially attacked. Warcraft is equivalent to magician. It is a completely intelligent life form with great differences in physique. Its own combat capability is quite strong. What is even more strong is that it has special means of attack. As for what kind of means they are, the city lords in the chat did not say. They just reminded everyone that if you encounter a Warcraft or a wild beast, just run away. If you don't run, you can just wait to die. Wild beasts and demon beasts are totally beyond our ability to deal with at this stage. Just as Li Ziyu was daydreaming, the undead had already cut down several trees and transported them to the mobile fortress. Chapter 20, Unworthy. Cutting trees with bone knives and machetes is really a trouble. It is really slow. Fortunately, the undeads have carried forward the spirit of not being afraid of suffering, not afraid of tiredness. Cut the trees down and transport them back to the mobile fort. Different lengths of trees with different widths. under the processing of the system, have become square wooden blocks, stored in the warehouse. Each wooden block is 1 unit of wood. Each tree is different in size, and the number of wooden units that can be obtained is also different. The forests in the wasteland are generally not big, and there are not many trees in them. But after some effort, it is easy to get hundreds or thousands of units of wood. It can solve the problem of wood needed to build a warrior training camp, and there will still be a lot of stock. Under the moonlight, a group of miserable undead worked hard to chop trees, and then brought them back to the mobile fortress, over and over again until dawn. There were more than 700 units of wood in the warehouse. Li Ziyu also asked the undead to transport some water from the pond to the warehouse. The undead does not need to eat and drink water, but Li Ziyu needs it, and the water is also a kind of resource, which can be stored in case. Before the sunrise, the moving castle left the grove that looked like it had been gnawed by a dog and headed for the wilderness again. Finding a relatively safe place and entering hibernation mode, Li Ziyu didn't dare to lie dormant near the woods. The woods were a good place in the wilderness. After the sun rose, who knew what animals would come here? Maybe ferocious beasts or monsters. After all, the sun was strong during the day, so he had to find a shady place. The woods not only provide shelter from the sun, but also provide ponds, making them the perfect place to rest. Staying away from such places is the only way to be truly safe. When the rising sun rises, the new day is coming. The mobile fort has sneaked into the ground and entered the dormant mode. Except for the undead responsible for the alert, the remaining skeletons also entered a dormant state. The undead is actually possible without rest, but after entering the dormant state, they can consolidate their soul fire and absorb the free soul energy from the air to strengthen the soul fire. Somewhat benefits. During the day, the mobile castle will not hunt on the ground. After entering the ground, there is nothing to do, and naturally enter the dormant state. Li Ziyu was paralyzed on a large bone chair and exhaled for a long time. He was busy overnight last night, but he was so tired the undead listened to the words of this. Is that the busy night? Opened the system's chat interface and chose a conscience businessman. Private chat. Don't want to take a driver's license test. Have you collected any bones? After the news was sent. After waiting for a while, when Li Ziyu was a little sleepy, the conscience businessman asked, Conscientious businessman, why send the message so early? It disturbs people's sleep. It's immoral. Do you know? Don't want to get a driver's license. Do you have to pay attention to time when doing business? Aren't they open 24 hours a day? Conscience businessman, are you a dog? Don't want to get a driver's license. Woof. Conscience businessman, you can be friends if you don't commit cheap. Don't want to take a driving test. So, last time you sent someone over when I was sleeping and disturbed my sweet dreams. Was that moral? Conscience businessman cough. That's an accident. Don't want to get a driver's license. Woof. Conscientious merchant. Okay. I was wrong last time. Dear. The skeletons are not collected that quickly, and the time you gave me was too short. I received some, but not much. Don't want to take a driver's license. How much is there? Conscience businessman. 20. Don't want to take a driver's license. What about you squeezing milk? 20 is embarrassed to tell me. Conscience merchant. Dear. Are you a human being? I can do 21 night. And how much do you want to get? Do you want to do it? Don't want to take a driving test. You're right. I'm anxious. Conscience merchant, do you want it? Don't want to take a driver's license test. You can do more today, and we can make the transaction in the evening. Conscience businessman, okay. Don't want to take a driving test. By the way, do you have any stones? Conscientious merchant, yes. 35 units of food for 1 unit of stone. Don't want to get a driver's license. No thanks. I'll find a big hammer and sell it to you cheaper than you. Conscience businessman, dear. Don't rush to go. You can talk about the price. Do not want to take a driver's license. 3 units of food for 1 unit of stone? Conscientious businessman, dear. You better go find a big hammer and see if he wants to hit you with it. After a mixed fart with a conscience businessman, Li Ziyu was in a good mood, with a smile on his face, discussing the unified transaction in the evening, and then fell asleep. It's still better to sleep well, and you can have everything in your dreams. Li Ziyu fell asleep here, but the conscience businessman couldn't sleep. He sat up and grabbed the hair with dust and the dust. Because he was awakened, his eyes were full of red blood. The lord of the undead city is not a human being. closing his eyes slowly. He couldn't help but scold him. Whoever slept was beautiful. And he was awakened by somehow. And he would not be beautiful. I can't sleep anymore. I woke up with other mouse people. I can't wake up as the owner of the city. The mouse people were called one by one. And they didn't know what happened at all. The conscience merchant stood in front of a group of unreasonable clothes. And the blank face of the mouse man instructed Harche, do things. Collect skeletons. And count it by the way. How many stones can we have in the warehouse that can be traded? The nearest mouse man rubbed his eyes and looked at the conscience businessman. He said, the master of the city is too early now. And the people in various tribes have not been up. We have no way to trade in the past. The conscience merchant raised his hands to pat the top of the mouse man's head. And said in the tone of hate iron and steel, stupid. Wait early to show our sincerity. If there is no tears left by yawning because of his eyes. I am afraid this sentence is more convincing. However, the loyalty of the mole people is still very high. Conscientious merchants have allowed them to live a good life and have abundant resources. They are willing to believe the city lord. Since the city lord said so, it must be right. The mole people are not that smart and often appear to be honest. They only know to do whatever the city lord tells them to do. The city lord will not harm them, and there is no need to doubt them. So the mouse city moved. And the mouse people dispatched them one after another. They dug along with them before. For a few days to cross the world. Conscience merchants have met a lot of tribes with their business means. However, the tribes he can now be strong or small and medium-sized tribes. The number of people is not large, and the strength is not strong. The large tribes are not like a small businessman like him. After rubbing the temples, the conscience merchants chewed the chilled leaves in their mouths and shocked. It was a plant's leaves, similar to mint, but it would be more energetic than mint. He sat on the beast's skin, opened the chattering chat, and read it carefully. He always felt that something was wrong, which was different from before. Change means business opportunities. After reading it several times, the eyes of the conscience businessman suddenly shined. And it was a tone and a different tone. In the exchanges of talents, the tone of the lord of the dead city is obviously a lot of hardship. It seems that something happened last night. The owner of the undead city should get a batch of resources. And this resource is probably food. This discovery made the conscience merchants very happy, which means that he can use transactions to obtain more resources, especially the transactions brought by the bones. Instantly, he is full of joy and excitement. Chapter 21 Discovering the Tribe. In the setting sun, the sunset is over, and the night is about to re-fall into the wasteland. Li Ziyu wakes up from his sleep. Packing up. After eating, Li Ziyu couldn't help feeling a little. People in the previous life said that staying up late is not good for his body. He was trying to develop a good habit of going to bed early and getting up early. He did not expect to cross. But he was about to become a nighttime creature. In the final analysis, just because of one word poor, no matter how poor the days are, it is almost time to calculate the time. It should be almost the same. I don't know how many skeletons have received. Think about the food obtained last night. Li Ziyu shook. We are also big customers. First find a conscientious merchant to exchange things. Not only bones, but also some stones. Of course, the price of stones cannot be calculated according to the 35 units of food mentioned by the conscientious merchant. If the price is that high, it would be better to find a big hammer. Private chat. Don't want to take a driver's license. Get up and pee. Conscientious businessman, honey. The dark days have just begun. Don't want to take a driver's license. How many skeletons do you have in your hands? Conscience merchant. I can get 300. Don't want to take a driver's license. Alas. Only 300 in one day? Conscientious businessman, dear. Otherwise I will go and dig up their ancestral graves tomorrow. And I think I can get more. I don't want to take a driver's license. Forget it. 300 is 300. Although there are fewer. The mosquito is small. Conscientious businessman. The tone is so big. When you were 100 bones. You didn't say that. If you think so, the owner of the undead city is estimated that you can really get a lot of resources. The Lord of Mole City had a plan in mind. According to the previous price, 600 units of meat were exchanged for 300 skeletons. After a bargain, Li Ziyu changed the price of 1 unit of stone with 10 units of meat and changed the 100-unit stone. In addition, the wood collected from the small woods was finally gathered in the materials required by the construction warrior training camp. after exchanging the more than 2,000 units of meat obtained last night for materials. Li Ziyu spent most of it immediately. He planned to save the rest for later use. On the side of the conscience businessman, after receiving the meat of 1,600 units, he suddenly changed his attitude and shouted, "Welcome uncle, come again next time," and ended a private chat. The materials are ready, and Li Ziyu immediately chose to build a warrior training camp. This building demand is not only large, but also covers a large area. It requires 20 units and 1-level mobile forts. In total, there are only 100 units of the construction area, coupled with the previous weapon workshops, anti-tool workshops and bone engines. Nearly 40% of the area has been used. The original empty mobile forts became a bit crowded. Construction is not done overnight. It takes some time. Li Ziyu naturally does not wait in vain. He chose to build 4 large bone wheels and 2 small bone wheels. For the remaining skeletons, Li Ziyu chose to make 100 small round shields and summon 50 skeleton undead to expand the team. Building a new building is important to enhance the undead, but the number is equally important. The bones are dead. There is no enough quantity, and it is still too weak. Summoning the undead was quick and easy. One by one, the skeletons ignited their soul fire, crawled out of the ground, and saluted Li Ziyu. Just like their other companions, they merged into the fortress and became part of the wall. It also takes some time to make a shield. Li Ziyu does not want to manage it, so that the undeads themselves are responsible for allocation. As the shield was distributed into the hands of the bones, the outer wall of the fortress also changed, and there was an additional shield, which increased some defense. The last ray of sunshine disappeared into the sky. The night fell completely, and the hunting tonight began. The movement of the mobile fort was made in the wilderness. I don't know if it was because of the big harvest last night. There were very few prey tonight. After a few hours of driving, there were very few gains. Li Ziyu couldn't help but worry. So it would not work, standing at the window to look out through the moonlight, let alone the bulls. Even the wolf group did not see it. A few times before, Li Ziyu was not so concerned about the occasional prey. Just when he felt that the harvest of tonight would definitely shrink, the bone-dead spirit finally came with intelligence. Discover the tribe. Wait, what's going on? There are many aboriginal tribes on the wasteland. The races of them are not necessarily what? Some friendly, and some are very brutal. There are risks near the tribe. This is often mentioned in the chat channel. Under normal circumstances, Li Ziyu will choose to bypass the tribe and try not to go closer. After all, it is the bone-dead spirit. Whoever saw a group of skeletons killed the mighty killing, and it is estimated that the other party would not feel the other person. The skeletons have always been executed by loyalty. When they encounter tribes, they will not report it most of the time. Just bypass it. But today I ran over to remind, showing that there was a situation there, and I would definitely discover something. Otherwise it would not be more. The specific situation is unknown, and it is suspected to be in the battle. In battle? Li Ziyu stunned, and then widened his eyes. Is there such a good thing? Fighting means casualties, and deaths mean corpses, which provide skeletons. Anyway, hunting tonight is not going well, so I can go over and see if I can get some bargains. Even if I can only get some bones, it will still be a profit. After a little thought, he decided to go over and take a look at the situation. Li Ziyu was not surprised by the fighting between tribes. In the wilderness, strength is respected, and there is no peace between tribes. It is normal for them to fight. As for the reason, there are too many. No one will feel that there is no hatred between each race, and get along peacefully. There are more revenge. Because of the contradictions caused by the revenge, the two tribes fight the annihilation war, which is not normal. Someone in the chat channel said that when he encountered a large tribe who had lost his death, he defeated the war. As a result, he lost both and made him pick it cheap. It was really full. The resources of the two tribes all fell into his hands. In addition to the hatred, there are many other reasons. The water source, the problem of the site, and even the prey running to the house. It will also cause the battle between the tribes. Regardless of the reason, the tribal war opened, and there was a chance to fish in water, and Li Ziyu couldn't miss it. The mobile castle began to turn and move towards the whereabouts of the undeads. The closer the dead, the clearer the deaths, the disappearance of life, and the annihilation of the souls, all of which were determined that the tribal war happened ahead. I was far away and perceived, but I couldn't be sure. Now it is much closer to it. It is very clear. Liziu did not charge forward rashly, but stopped the fortress a little further away and sent out the undead. The situation over there was still unclear, and it was unknown which two tribes were fighting. If they rushed in rashly, problems might arise easily. So it would be safer to let the undead go and check out the situation first. Dozens of undead left the moving castle and rushed to the battlefield silently from all directions in teams of 5. Chapter 22, Native Treachery. The detection of tasks was progressing smoothly. The bones were not exposed, and soon returned to the mobile fortress to report what happened ahead. The low-level bones are simple thinking. Many things do not understand. After speaking for a long time, Liziu was confused. But one thing was certain. That is, the battle really happened ahead. But weirdly, according to the undead, it seems that it is not the battle between the two tribes. Isn't it a tribal battle? Is it possible that the beast attacked the tribe while at night? This kind of thing has also been listened to people in the chat channel. When the beast lacks food, the fierce beast will become irritable and brutal, and will actively find prey. But soon, his thoughts were denied by the undead. It was not inferred by the soul. Not a fierce beast, but other creatures. What exactly was? The undead also said that he did not understand. Otherwise, look at it in the past. The expression of the undead caused Liziu's curiosity, and he particularly wanted to know what kind of creature that the undead described was unclear. Keep. Don't let them enter the tribe. He was tall and his muscles were stumped. Moo Moo, the leader of the bull tribe wearing a straw skirt, waved the turtle pillars with hide buckets in his hands and danced loudly. Moo Moo's tribe is a small tribe. There are not 100 people who have a full population. Without children, the elderly, the full couples of women and young people. And there are dozens of people who can fight. Tauren are naturally strong and are good candidates for becoming warriors. Adult Tauren require almost no training to become excellent warriors, and those who can use heavy weapons. In their tradition, the basic weapon of the Tauren is the totem pole. It is precisely because of this that Moo Mao can relieve dozens of people to resist the enemy's offense and barely hold the tribe. But this is only temporary. The number of enemies is less than the number of them, but the combat effectiveness is much stronger than them. More than a dozen magic bulls who attack their tribes. These magical cow heads are gray-black. The muscles are as hard as stones. The blood vessels are stretched, like a worm hidden under the skin. The strength is even more amazing and can resist the bombardment of the Totten column. Moo Mao couldn't figure out why his tribe provoked a group of magic cow heads, and how these guys discovered their tribes. But now they are not thinking about these problems. They want to retreat these magical cattle talents. If they can't resist and put them into the tribe, it is the disaster. Magic organisms generally do not leave live mouths. The only thing that may be left is also magical creatures. Once they let them enter the tribe, it will be a massacre. Under Mao Mao's command, the Tauren fought back hard, defending their tribe tightly, and not letting go of any demonized Tauren. Unfortunately, the Tauren are a peace-loving race, and although they are natural warriors, they do not like fighting. They prefer to stay in a fertile land and live their own lives. On the other hand, the magic cowhead is a group of lunatics. Regardless of, they constantly impact them and try to kill them. They long for blood. Fortunately, there is no totem pillar in the magic cowhead. The magical atmosphere on them makes them unable to use the weapons blessed by their ancestors. The weapons they use are not knowing where they are found. Although they are heavy, they are still far from the totem pillars. The two sides played fiercely. The totem pillars and the stone rod collided. The sound of smashing on the ground rang, and it came out in the wilderness. Liziu, who was curious, finally decided that in the past, if he wanted to gain any harvest, he had to pass. He ordered to let the undead enter the silent mode, and then started the mobile fortress and approached slowly, so as not to cause the detective of the two sides. With approaching, Liziu, who stood in front of the window, finally saw the battlefield clearly. Is it an orc? Nyotu and Nyoto? But how does the appearance of both parties be so different? The group guarding the tribe looked normal, which was consistent with the image of the Tauren in his mind. But the group that kept attacking from the opposite side was very strange. They were pitch black and looked quite brutal. These black Tauren were probably the wave that the undead could not explain clearly. Good guy. The battle is really fierce. Oops. Someone was smashed. Oops. One fell down. Just when Li Ziyu watched the show, Muumuu's tribe could not hold it. And there were constant people who were smashed by the stone stick to the ground. And blood flowed horizontally. After all, they were demonized minotaurs. They were stronger and more warlike than them. But their sense of pain was almost gone, and their vitality was even stronger. Muumuu and his men's totem poles could cause damage to these demonized minotaurs, but could not force them to retreat. If this goes on, it is really complete. Muumuu's heart is full of despair. Don't look at the number of them than the other party. But if you continue to fight, it is estimated that the final defeat is still them. Huh? With a totem pillar, a magic cow head flew. Muumuu suddenly froze. He felt a breath that did not belong to them. The breath was cold, horrible, and full of death. He turned his head subconsciously. Not far away. I do not know when a huge object stopped. The moonlight just spilled at this time, so that he could see the true appearance of the huge object. That's a fortress. Under the moonlight, a fortress built from the bone accumulation barrier stands. The sudden appearance of the mobile fortress stunned Muumuu. This was more magical than encountering a demonized minotaur. His tribe had lived here for quite some time, but he never knew there was a fortress next to the tribe. Could it be that they are with the magic cow head? Muumuu's heart is even more desperate. They can't deal with a dozen magic cow heads in front of them. In addition, a strange white bone fortress can't resist. Ancestors, won't you protect us? Is my tribe really going to disappear? The breath of death of the undead stimulated Muumuu, making him discover the mobile fortress. But at the same time, the breath of death also stimulated the demonized minotaurs, and their reactions were even more intense, as if gasoline was poured on a raging fire. It was the courage that erupted from the boundless fear of death. The demonized minotaurs all paused, turned their heads, and looked in the direction of the mobile fortress, gave up attacking the minotaur tribe, and instead headed towards the mobile fortress. What's going on? Why don't you fight anymore? Huh? Why are you coming towards me? Wait! I'm just a bystander. Damn it. I've become a wild animal by eating the bystander. Get ready for battle. The demonized minotaur suddenly let out a dull roar and charged towards the mobile fortress with terrifying momentum. Its hooves stomped on the ground, making a rumbling sound. It swung stone clubs in its hands. Li Ziyu quickly gave orders, asking the undead to prepare for battle. Is this special? The benefits have not been caught, and the enemy is provoked first. It is not accurate to say that the enemy is provoked. After all, he just approached the battlefield, and he really did nothing. And the other party suddenly came towards himself. Wait, is it because I dropped the trap? And the two of them did not really fight, but made a sound, specifically to attract me like this unlucky egg. Damn, the natives from the other world are so treacherous. Chapter 23, Friend or Foe? Bang! The totem pole that was originally swung towards the demonized minotaur missed, and the young minotaur staggered forward 2 steps before steadying himself. He turned his head in confusion and looked at the demonized minotaur that was howling and rushing towards the distance. The chief, how did the magic cow head run away? Is that bone fortress the reinforcement you called for? Family, you are talking. The enemy instantly ran away, which made the minotaur people look confused. They gathered around Muumuu and asked questions in a flurry. You ask me, who should I ask? Don't say you don't know what's going on. I don't know either. Muumuu was also at a loss, frowned, and looked at the distance with a fixed look. Is he wrong? Isn't the white bone fortress and the magic cow head from a group? No matter what Muumuu thinks, Li Ziyu is very angry now. He has become a big shot in the eye. This is the first time that he has treated me as a soft persimmon and thought I am easy to bully. You are overthinking it. No matter how much. A dozen bullheads want to rush to me, which is too big, and my undead is not so messy. Charge me. The skeleton undead on the fortress broke apart with a click, carrying various weapons and rushing towards the demonized minotaur. Li Ziyu didn't believe that 250 skeleton undead could not deal with just a dozen minotaurs. The opponents were strong, but the number gap was too huge. If he couldn't win even with this, he would rather give up his life and find a place to hide and wait for death. He was so weak. What was the point of still living? The undeads do not have fear and fear of this idea. The most command of the city owner must be executed. No matter how powerful the enemy is, they must eliminate each other. Even if they fill them with their own bodies, they must fill the other party. Facing the demonized minotaurs charging towards them, the skeleton undead actually roared. The roars of hundreds of undead souls gathered together, producing a powerful deterrent effect, causing the demonized minotaurs to suddenly stop in their tracks. And for the first time, a look of fear appeared in their blood-red eyes. They are not afraid of physical pain, but the fear brought by the shock to their souls is irresistible. Just when the momentum of the demonized minotaur's charge was curbed, the undead rushed forward, densely packed, swinging knives and spears and stabbing randomly. The shock to the soul only lasted for a moment. The demonized minotaur soon woke up and began to fight back. With one swing of the stone stick, more than a dozen undead flew out and fell to the ground, breaking into pieces. The minotaurs in the tribe opened their mouths wide, and their eyes were as big as copper bells, as if they had seen the most incredible thing in the world. Chieftain, that is the undead, right? A minotaur asked stutteringly. When Mumu heard this question, he immediately came to his senses, swallowed, nodded vigorously and said tonight was really an eye-opener. It is not easy to see a demonized minotaur, but now I even saw the legendary undead. What's more interesting is that the demonized minotaur and the undead are fighting. Two monsters are fighting, and I want to ask if anyone has seen it. The undead continued to rush towards the demonized minotaur, like a white wave, wave after wave. The demonized minotaur was also very reckless, not caring about the damage the weapons in the hands of the undead could do to him. He just swung his club desperately, smashing the undead away and scattering them, roaring and shouting continuously. Their angry and violent appearance may have some deterrent effect on other creatures, but it is useless to the undead. They don't care at all and even have the leisure to wonder what the hell are they arguing about. Chief, what should we do? Just stand there and watch. Another minotaur spoke up. Mau Mau's body was shocked. That's right. We can't just stand there and watch. He looked at the demonized minotaurs, then at the skeleton undead with the aura of terror and death, and finally gritted his teeth and said, let's help the undead to kill those demonized minotaurs. In Mau Mau's mind, neither the demonized minotaur nor the undead are friendly creatures. However, the demonized minotaur attacked them first, and the undead had no intention of attacking them. According to this idea, they should kill the demonized minotaur first. With Mau Mau's help, the other tower no longer hesitated. The fight was difficult just now, but that was not necessarily the case now. As they were still restrained by the undead, they could finally let go and picked up their totem poles one by one, striding towards the battlefield. Here it comes! Here it comes! I told you that the natives of the alien world are very cunning. You've fallen into my trap. Li Ziyu stood at the window and saw the minotaurs carrying totem poles and howling. He couldn't help stamping his feet. He believed that the undead could still handle a dozen minotaurs. But if there were dozens more, he might not be able to defeat them. Even if they can win, the damage is estimated to be considerable. Or, retreat first? This thought flashed through Li Ziyu's mind and was immediately thrown aside. He really couldn't just run away like this. It would take time for the undead to return to the mobile fortress, and those dark-skinned minotaurs were too close. If he chased them, it would probably cause a lot of trouble, which would be a wasted loss. Rather than losing the undead in vain, it is better to give it a try. If we can get rid of these minotaurs, we can recover some of the losses. Besides, am I, Li Ziyu, the kind of person who would retreat at will? He usually thinks a lot, but when the critical moment comes, Li Ziyu will switch from a calm state to a reckless state. He will not care about so many things and will just do it first. Go ahead and kill them. Then, he saw the minotaur carrying a totem pole rushing onto the battlefield, swinging the totem pole and smashing it hard on the black-skinned minotaur's head. Li Ziyu, the order he just gave to the undead to attack was swallowed back by him. It seemed that the situation was not what he expected. Wasn't it a design to deceive myself before? But the two sides were really fighting? That's great. With help, those dozen or so minotaurs will be no problem at all. Change the battle strategy. Tie up those black-skinned minotaurs and let the other minotaurs attack. Li Ziyu observed it and found that the bull head with a totem pillar did not mean to attack the undead. He quickly ordered that there was no need to rush up to desperately. The totem pillar was obviously more better than the weapons such as the bone knife. Upon receiving the order, the undead immediately changed their tactics and focused on harassment. The demonized Minotaur's attention is all on the undead. He is still chasing them with a stick. This gives the Minotaur an opportunity. He hides in the pile of undead, suddenly rushes up, smashes the totem pole hard, and then runs away. It is really exciting, with the undead holding them back and the attack power of the Minotaurs. The demonized Minotaurs finally couldn't hold on any longer and were knocked to the ground one after another. Once they fell, there was no way they could get up again. The undead were very good at beating the down dogs and getting the last hits and kills. As soon as they see the black-skinned Minotaur fall down, a dozen or 20 skeleton undead will rush up and stab directly at the heart and neck. They know very well that these places are fatal to most living creatures. No matter how strong the demonized Minotaurs were, they could not survive with their necks almost cut off and their hearts pierced. More than a dozen demonized Minotaurs soon died under the attacks of the Minotaurs and the undead, and their deaths were beyond deadliness. After the demonized Minotaurs were dealt with, the other Minotaurs immediately evacuated the battlefield, gathered together, carried totem poles, and looked at the skeleton undead vigilantly. Now that the common enemy is gone, are the undead enemies or friends? Chapter 24. Able to communicate. Looking at the Minotaurs that gathered to confront the undead, Liziu fell silent. These guys, they weren't going to snatch the bodies of the black-skinned Minotaurs from me. Were they? No way. Don't even think about it. The body is mine. The Minotaurs who were keeping a close eye on the undead discovered a few sneaky undead who were sneaking around like thieves and grabbed the bodies of the demonized Minotaurs and dragged them towards the fortress. A Minotaur felt that the atmosphere was becoming increasingly strange. So he approached Mau Mau and asked, "Chief, what should we do now?" "Don't ask me. I don't know. I have never dealt with the undead. And I don't even know if these skeletons can communicate." Mau Mau smiled bitterly in his heart. He had just solved the crisis of the demonized Minotaur, and the next moment, he was facing a group of undead. Today was really a lot of trouble. Although his heart was numb, his expression was still calm. After all, he was the tribe leader. If he panicked, the other Minotaurs would lose their courage. Stay calm. You must stay calm. Mau Mau stared at the undead with his big eyes, without saying a word, just staring, as if he wanted to scare away the undead with his eyes. More than a dozen bodies of black-skinned Minotaurs were dragged into the fortress. Liziu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw no Minotaurs from the opposite side trying to stop him. At least, he had gained something, and the fight was not in vain. What he had to deal with now were the Minotaurs in front of him. He didn't know what the other side meant. If the problem can be solved peacefully, that would be the best. The Tauren are still very powerful, so it is better not to fight if possible. The bloody courage just now has passed, and reason has taken over again, allowing Liziu to start thinking about what to do next. He had never communicated with the indigenous tribe before, and this was the first time he had to communicate with the tribe. He was not clear about the rules between the tribes. In his mind, such indigenous tribes all had their own rules. If not handled properly, it would lead to a fight, so it was better to be cautious. The two sides were in a stalemate for more than 10 minutes. Seeing that the Minotaur had not moved, Liziu decided not to waste any more time. Since he had already got the body, he might as well go somewhere else and see if he could get something tonight. So he ordered the undead to return to the fortress. After receiving the order, the undead turned around and returned to the mobile fortress. When the Minotaurs saw the undead moving, they immediately became alert. But when they saw the undead walking back, they were relieved. Facing the legendary terrifying existence, they were still very afraid in their hearts, and they were eager for the other party to leave. "Wait!" The undead had just taken 2 steps when Moo Moo suddenly shouted. The Minotaur beside him panicked and reached out to hold him back. "Chief, what are you going to do? Don't let your mind wander." Mau Mau glanced at the Minotaur, swung his arms, broke free from the tribesman's arms, and with a bang, smashed the totem pole to the ground. He walked towards the undead with empty hands. The other Minotaurs didn't understand what their family leader was going to do, but it was still too dangerous to just walk towards the undead without weapons. So they all held the totem poles tightly in their hands, ready to rush to rescue people if any danger occurred. The undead, who were originally heading towards the fortress, stopped and turned to look at Mau Mau. The soul fire in their skulls was jumping, and they were curious and alert. Seeing this, Liziu in the fortress couldn't help but wonder what this Minotaur was going to do. From the beginning, Mau Mau had a feeling that the undead in front of him seemed different from the legends. In legends, The undead are synonymous with death, and they hate all living creatures. They are irrational and have no mercy. They kill all living things wherever they go, and are the enemies of all living things. But the undead in front of them were obviously not like that. Otherwise, after killing the demonized Minotaur, these undead should have attacked them regardless of anything. However, the undead did not do that. They just looked at them, and were about to return to the fortress. Maybe it's communicative. Mau Mau thought so in his heart. He would not doubt what his ancestors left behind. But what if these undead were not the undead that his ancestors mentioned? If he can communicate, he wants to know what the White Bone Fortress is, and why it appears next to the tribe. Will it always be here? If he will always be here, he will consider the migration of the tribe, and be a neighbor with the undead. When he came in front of the dead, Mau Mau was nervous, and his hands were full of sweat. But he still managed to stay calm, and said and gestured, "Can you talk? Can you communicate? If not, I'll turn around and run." Mau Mau has made preparations. If the undead in front of him make any unusual movements, he will retreat immediately. Li Ziyu, who was in the mobile fortress, raised his eyebrows when he heard what Mau Mau said. He actually came to chat with him, which was interesting. He wanted to see what you were going to say. So he controlled the undead in front of Mau Mau and sent him a message. Okay. A message suddenly came from the soul, making Mumu open his eyes wide in surprise. It was not a sound, but it was hard to describe. It was as if he suddenly knew that the undead in front of him was expressing this meaning. It was a very strange feeling. It turns out that they can communicate. It's great that the undead communicate in this way. Knowing that they could communicate, Mumu felt relieved. The undead had no intention of attacking. So he quickly asked and gestured, "Are you planning to go back to the fortress? Why did the fortress appear next to our tribe?" He was afraid that he might not be able to express himself clearly if he spoke too fast. So he spoke word by word, moving his hands constantly and gesticulating, which made him look a little stupid. "You can speak normally. Don't you know what this fortress is?" Another message was transmitted into Mau Mau's soul. "Why are you asking me this? Should I know what this fortress is?" After asking a question, I did not get the answer, but came up with a question. "I only know this is a fortress. But there is no fortress here." It suddenly appeared. "Where are you from?" "We come from Dong Tu Datong, cough. Come from the wasteland." "You have always been on the wasteland?" "Yes." Mumu was shocked. There have always been undeads on the wasteland. How is this possible? If the undead have always existed in the wilderness, why have they become legends? Why has no one ever seen them? It's hard to imagine. But even so, the cause of the sudden occurrence of the fortress cannot be explained. "Will you always be here?" "Won't." When I heard these two words, Mumu was relieved. Although I didn't know how the other party intended to leave. As long as they left, it was a good thing. At least they didn't have to consider migration. And it seems that the undead seems to have no maliciousness to them. And until now, no attack intention is expressed. The dead can communicate. Ancestors are above all. It's magical. It's my turn to ask you. "Oh," you asked. "Are you really a Minotaur? What kind of question is this? Am I so inconspicuous?" Mau Mau reached out hesitantly and touched the horns on his head. They were still there. He then touched his pectoral muscles. They were very bulging. He looked down at his big hooves. They were very steady. He was a Minotaur, and there was nothing wrong with him. "Don't you want to answer?" Then I changed questions. "Why are the black-skinned bulls different from you? Is it a variety problem? What do you mean by breed problem?" "They are undead as expected. They really can't speak." Chapter 25 To Make a Friend. 2 consecutive questions made the atmosphere awkward. Mau Mau looked at the undead in front of him for a long time in silence. He felt that these 2 questions were so stupid, as if they were deliberately making fun of him. "You know demonic creatures? Those are demonic minotaurs." After a long silence, Mau Mau spoke again, and said something that surprised Li Ziyu. "What is the magic cow head? Isn't it a kind of bull head?" He really did not know about the intelligence of magic creatures from the chat channel. It seems that no one else has encountered it, or it has encountered it, but he did not share in the chat channel, so that Li Ziyu knew nothing about the magic creatures. Judging from the name alone, it is not a good thing. His gaming experience in his previous life tells him that anything with the word demonized in its name is most likely a monster that must be killed. Perhaps sensing Li Ziyu's doubt, the skeleton undead in front of Mau Mau scratched his bald head in a very human way. and his soul fire jumped twice, as if a person was confused. Don't you know? You really don't know the magical creature? This time it was Mau Mau's turn to be surprised. Judging from the reaction of the undead, he seemed to be confused and puzzled. But how could this be possible? A race that makes a living in the wilderness actually didn't know about demonized creatures? Didn't they say before that the undead lived in the wasteland? Have they never encountered any demonic creatures? That's impossible. Or is this guy playing a trick on him and laughing at him? Soon, the undead in front of him had a message. What is the magical creature? I really don't know. Moo Moo's nose sprayed 2 breaths. Just like people sighed. They looked at the undead in front of him. Your undead is really weird. The magical creature is a creature after being excessively infected by the magic. They have bloodthirsty and violence. Many magic creatures even lose their minds and cannot communicate normally. They will want to attack the tribe on the wasteland. All races on the wasteland. From time to time on the wasteland, magic creatures will appear. Because these guys are very aggressive and regardless of race attacks. Every time they see magic creatures, races living in wasteland will resist and kill them directly. How did the magic creature come from? Moo Moo didn't know. But he knew that these guys were very dangerous and difficult to get involved. When they met, they were troublesome. Sure enough. Plus the word magic is a monster. Li Ziyu turned to look at the body of the magic cow head on the ground and touched the chin. I don't know what kind of materials we'll get after these guys decompose. They are a bit curious. Are there many demonized creatures in the wasteland? I can't answer this question. Our tribe's activities are limited to this area, and we have never encountered any demonic creatures before. Mau Mau felt that the undead in front of him was increasingly strange. Completely different from the legend. Not only did it not kill mindlessly, but it was full of rationality and not difficult to communicate with. If you didn't look at its appearance, you probably wouldn't have known that it was an undead. The appearance of the other party did not bring disaster to the tribe, but instead helped them and solve the problem of the demonized Tauren. It seems that he is a friend rather than an enemy. It is always difficult to survive in the wilderness without friends and allies. Mau Mau suddenly had a bold idea. He wanted to make friends with these undead. When this thought came to his mind, he was shocked. Making friends with the dead was probably an idea that no one else had ever thought of. It was too crazy. Mau Mau shook his head, trying to get rid of the thought. The undead looked at his shook his head, crooked his head blankly. And information came. What's wrong with you? Nothing. I just want to make friends with you. Moo Moo subconsciously spoke his thoughts, and then realized that he was wrong. He looked nervously at the undead. The bull eyes stared at the boss, and he complained about himself. To make friends? Li Ziyu, who looked out, blinked his eyes, first a little shocking, and then reacted. His surprised look on his face. Good to make friends. I like to make friends. Who is the other party? The nest, and the aboriginal people in the exotic wasteland. They have always lived on this land, and not to say what kind of supplies can be provided for themselves. And they are worthy of making friends. They are the earth snakes. There are indigenous peoples as friends, and many information can be obtained directly. There is no need to spend money to buy, nor do they need to stare at the chat channel at all times. This is a good thing. Moreover, no two people live in the wasteland, and may not be able to explore the road to leave the wasteland. If you can give yourself a map or something. Can you leave here? Li Ziyu quickly asked the undead to make a message. Our undead is a very friendly race, and likes to make friends. In the information transmission Moo Moo's soul, he made his mouth clicked, and the flesh on his face trembled. The undead? The friendly race? The bone shelf plus soul fire. Where does it look friendly? The entire wasteland is telling your brutal horror story. You can stop the child crying. Don't you have any misunderstandings about yourself? Moo Moo was silent for a while, turned his head behind him, and he was worried about looking at his tribe. He had his tribe in the back, and turned to the undead again. His fist clenched, and slowly opened it, and slowly clenched it. The two thoughts in his heart were fighting, and making friends with the undead. This was a gambling game. If they win the bet, they will get shelter. If they lose, their clan will probably join the undead, and become just skeletons. After turning, he thought of those magical bulls, and his eyes gradually became firm, and he had to find a way out for his tribe. In addition to the information he told the undead, there was some information he did not tell them. Many demonized creatures were very vengeful. After an attack failed, they would retaliate and summon more demonized creatures to attack again. He did not know whether the demonized minotaurs were such vengeful demonized creatures. But there was such a possibility. They were already unable to resist a dozen demonized minotaurs. Would they be so lucky to hold them off next time, when more demonized creatures came? Moo Moo knew it was very likely that they would be exterminated by the demonized creatures. He had 3 options before him. One was to wait for the demonized creatures to come, and then exterminate their clan. One was to migrate, and leave the land where they lived. The third was to make friends with the undead, and see if he could gain their protection. It seems that making friends with the dead is the best choice. He does not want to give up his current land. The wasteland is dangerous. The land is owned by someone. It is difficult to find a suitable place to migrate. Land is a matter of competition. Li Ziyu stared at Mao Mao, waiting for his reply. After a long time, 2 streams of air spurted out of Mao Mao's nose. He raised his right fist and knocked on his heart. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Mao Mao, the chief of the Tauren tribe. On behalf of our tribe, I am willing to get along with the undead in a friendly manner and become allies. Done! Li Ziyu punched hard with a smile on his face, and asked the undead to pass on the message. I am the Lord of the Skeleton Undead, the Lord of the Undead Mobile Castle. Li Ziyu. I hope our friendship will last forever. Chapter 26. What's wrong? Not only can these undead spirits communicate, they even have names. Li Ziyu. What a strange name. Mao Mao felt strange in his heart, but did not show it on his face. Instead, he smiled and shook hands with the skeleton undead in front of him. Tauren are a very down-to-earth race. Once they acknowledge you as their friend, that will not change. They are sincere friends and are honest people. There is no need to suspect that they are deceiving or cheating. A master once sorted out the known indigenous people. Which ones are honest and easy to get along with, and which ones are treacherous and difficult to get along with. The Tauren belongs to the former category, and is the first tier that is very worth making friends with. It is good luck to gain the friendship of the Tauren. In the words of that great god, Tauren are simple-minded, very loyal, and a bit stubborn. But when it comes to the real thing, you can get along with them. The small Tauren tribe and the weak undead lord at that time formed a friendship. The people of Mao Mao's clan in the rear were stunned. They felt that their clan leader had gone insane as he actually made friends with the undead. Those were the undead. The undead that represented death and fear. Wouldn't it mean that he was tired of living if he made friends with them? Mao Mao had his own plans. He turned his head to look at his tribesmen, shook his head slightly, signaling them to keep quiet, then turned back and stretched out his hand in the direction of the tribe. Welcome, new friends. Please invite the undead lord to visit my tribe. His actions were crazy and bold. The tribe was their roots. Even for normal transactions, they would not let caravans enter the tribe, and would not let outsiders know the situation in the tribe, in order to avoid crisis. But this time, Mao Mao invited the undead into the tribe. This showed his sincerity. The skeleton undead in front of him was stunned, its soul fire flickering, as if it was thinking. Then its cervical vertebrae made a crackling sound and turned towards the moving castle. Moo Moo was puzzled and looked over there. A figure appeared on the towering tall building. All the undead showed respectful looks at the moment the figure appeared. Don't ask how I saw it. Just that's how I felt. The undead that were originally blocking the fortress retreated one after another, making way for a path. The figure came out of the building and slowly moved forward along the path made by the undead. Mao Mao looked at the figure. His eyes gradually widened. He was confused just now. He just shouted casually, and an undead stopped to communicate with him. The undead looked no different from the other undead around him, and did not have a stronger aura. But he was the undead lord. When did my luck become so good? But now he understood that the one who had been communicating with him was not the undead lord, but the lord's spokesperson. And the one who was walking towards him was the real lord, a human. It seems even more outrageous. The undead are not as brutal as the legends say. They can communicate normally, and their lord is a human, which is so confusing. Since crossing to the other world, Li Ziyu has hardly ever left the moving castle, and the same is true for most other lords. For these time travelers, the world outside the moving castle is strange and dangerous. The only place that can truly make them feel safe is the moving castle. For the sake of their lives, they will not easily appear outside. For the sake of the friendship of the Tauren, Li Ziyu left the fortress. He felt that he should meet the other party in person. Friends should be sincere. If he even hides his true face, why should the other party believe him? He walked forward along the path made by the skeleton undead. Wherever he passed by, the skeleton undead bent slightly and bowed to him. Under the moonlight, on the wasteland, surrounded by skeletons and undead, Li Zi walked unhindered to the front of the towering chieftain Mao Mao and looked up at him. He had to look up, because his height was not even up to the other person's chest. The average height of a minotaur was close to 3 meters. A real giant. Li Zi was less than 1 meter 80. So he was not tall enough to stand out in front of the other person. So he had to look up. Mao Mao looked down at the human who walked up to him, surprise flashing in his eyes. You are the real undead lord? A human? Li Zi nodded, a smile on his face, looking up at the minotaur. Yes, it's genuine. The minotaur is pretty good. His muscles look powerful. His bulging biceps make his arms look thicker than a normal person's waist. Even without weapons, he can fight the enemy with just a pair of horns on his head. He is a natural warrior. The closer they were, the clearer Li Zi could see, and he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. When I was playing games before, I often saw characters like the minotaur. But that was just a game after all. Now that I can see a living one, the feeling is different. More oppressive. Just like the people you see in the gym who specialize in muscle training, with really domineering physiques. I've seen lizard men in Tauren. So how far can other orcs be? Wait. Something seems wrong. Well, lizard men look like lizards, although minotaurs look mostly like humans. Their heads are bull heads with horns, and their feet are bull hooves. So what about fox men and snake men? It's not possible that fox men have fox heads, and snake men have snake heads. Right? Li Ziyu suddenly felt that his dream seemed to be shattered. He thought about the curvy and tempting figure, but had a fox head. He thought about the enchanting and charming snake man, who opened his mouth to reveal his poisonous fangs, and spit out his tongue. He shuddered. Mao Mao looked at Li Ziyu, who was looking at him silently, with a strange look in his eyes. The undead lord's expression changed too quickly. And, did he shiver just now? Could it be that the night in the wasteland was too cold, and he couldn't feel it? What is going on? I couldn't help but worry in my heart. Although I knew that the undead were rational and able to communicate just now. Who knew if they would go crazy halfway? Was it rash to make friends with them? Mao Mao clenched his fists and asked worriedly. Undead lord? I just thought of something. Don't mind it. Li Ziyu clearly saw the entanglement and tension on the minotaur's face, and explained with a smile. Mao Mao was slightly relieved and nodded. Then, let's go to my tribe. Obedience is worse than respect. Li Ziyu responded. Mao Mao turned around and walked towards his people. Li Ziyu followed behind him, and the undead also moved their feet and followed him. Let's go back to the tribe. Mumu came to the tribe members and said, Chief, are you really bringing the undead to the tribe? A minotaur glanced at Li Ziyu, came up to Mao Mao, and asked in a low voice. What else? They are our friends now. Mumu emphasized the word friends. The minotaurs are very stubborn. But once they acknowledge a friend, they will not betray him. This is their character. But they are undead. The minotaur was still worried. At least it's not a demonized creature. Mumu sighed helplessly. If he were asked to choose between the demonized creatures and the undead behind them, he would definitely choose the undead. After all, the undead helped them. And they were not mindless killers, like the legend said. They were stronger than the demonized creatures. After the chieftain said this, the other Tauren stopped talking and followed the chief silently, leading the undead to their tribe. Chapter 27. Entering the tribe. Mao Mao's Tauren tribe is just a small tribe with a small population and a small living area. Li Ziyu can go in, but other undead can only wait outside the tribe and cannot enter. Not only does it have no place to stay, it can also easily cause panic. In fact, even if they were waiting on the periphery, the undead scared the Tauren greatly. Hundreds of undead surrounded the tribe quietly and fiercely, with their soul fires jumping wildly. It was scary to watch in the middle of the night. The Tauren who went with Mao Mao knew that his tribe had formed an alliance with the undead. But the old people and children who stayed behind in the tribe did not know that. When they saw so many undead coming, they thought that their tribe had been defeated, and that the tribe leader and his men were being forced here. As soon as I arrived at the tribe, I saw a group of old Tauren, who were carrying totem poles with great effort and standing in front of a group of children. They were looking at this side nervously. It was clear from their looks that as long as Mao Mao gave the order, They would fight the undead to the end even if it cost them their lives. At least they had to send the children in the tribe out, and not let them all die here. The child hiding behind the old minotaur stuck his head out to look at the undead, with uncontrollable fear in his eyes. Seeing this, Mumu immediately realized that it was a misunderstanding and quickly took a step forward. Put down your weapons. This is not an enemy. The elders around the old face held the totem pillars tightly, sweeping the undead vigorously, and then looked at Mumu. The chief, you don't have to worry. We are ready. As long as you speak, we will fight. We must protect the child. We are not afraid of death. In legends passed down for countless years, the undead are evil beings and enemies of all living things. This is a stereotype. The Tauren and the tribe believe that their family leader has been coerced and has to do what they want. Mau Mau shook his head and slammed the totem pole on his shoulder to the ground with a thump. The totem pole is in my hand. I told you. We are not enemies. You misunderstood. These undead are our allies. This is my new friend, the undead lord. Li. What's Li? Oh, Li Ziyu. Looking at the totem pole standing on the ground. The minotaurs who stayed in the tribe hesitated. The totem pole was not a simple weapon. Although judging by the material, it was either wood or stone, and at most large in size. After the totem was drawn, it was endowed with the power of ancestors. It was much more handy for the minotaurs to use than other weapons. If the undead were really enemies, Mumu, holding the totem pole in his hand, would definitely not cooperate like this. Since it's a misunderstanding, then you come here first. The Minotaur elder was still a little worried and shouted in the direction of Mau Mau. Mau Mau turned around and smiled apologetically at Li Ziyu, then led the Tauren people towards the tribe and came to the elder. Seeing that the undead had no intention of stopping them, the Tauren elder felt relieved. When Mau Mau approached, he pulled him aside and said, "Is it really not coercion? What's going on? How did we form an alliance with the undead? Wow, this is so fantastic. I fought a battle with a demonized Tauren and brought back a group of undead. It's outrageous. There is no coercion. I took the initiative to form an alliance with the undead." Mau Mau, think carefully. That's the undead? I think they are stronger than the magic creatures. Hey, you are the tribe leader. Do whatever you want. I can't control it. I just hope you don't lead the tribe into the abyss. The Minotaur elder shook his head. What kind of thing was this? From ancient times to the present, he had never heard of forming an alliance with the undead. That was death. And forming an alliance with death made everything unpredictable. Times have changed. If he were still young, he would never make the same choice as Mau Mau. Even if it meant leaving his homeland and avoiding demonic creatures, he would not choose to form an alliance with the undead. But now Mau Mau is the patriarch, and all matters in the tribe are decided by Mau Mau. As an elder, he only has the right to make suggestions, not the right to make decisions. After Mau Mau dealt with the elders and other minotaurs, he brought Li Ziyu into the Minotaur tribe. It was Li Ziyu's first time to enter an aboriginal settlement, and she looked around curiously. The cowheads live in that thatched houses. A cone is built with 4 large wooden woods, and then filled with dried grass. It has a tribal style of the previous life. However, this kind of house in the previous life will use animal skin, and the pure grass is filled with grass. Mumu explained that in fact, large tribes will not build a house like this. They will use wood and stones to build houses. Only small tribes like them can do this. In addition to building simple construction, these dry grass will also become their rations. After hearing this, Li Ziyu couldn't help but sigh that small tribes have their own way of survival. Even as the clan leader, Mau Mau's house was also a thatched hut, but it used more wood and was filled with more hay, so the space inside was larger. After entering the thatched house, it was very dry inside, with a faint scent of grass. A pit was dug in the middle of the house, which was a fire pit. After sitting down, the two sides had a cordial and friendly conversation and reached a consensus on the future development direction based on the principles of mutual benefit and bilateral friendship. During the conversation, Li Ziyu asked the Minotaur chief Mau Mau a key question. Are there any races like fox people and snake people? And what do they look like? After asking this question, Mau Mau looked at Li Ziyu with an increasingly strange look in his eyes. As the leader of the undead race, why do you always ask common sense questions? But since they asked, I have to answer. After the Minotaur's explanation, Li Ziyu finally realized that he was wrong. Orcs are a huge category, which includes too many classifications and races. It is completely different from what he imagined. There are 3 major categories alone: half-orcs, beast-headed people, and pure orcs. The orcs were divided into 2 types. One was the original type, with green skin, green face and fangs, similar to the orcs he knew. The other type of orcs was a hybrid of orcs and humans, like the Minotaur and Lizardman. They are beast-headed orcs. They are humanoid, but very different from humans. The biggest difference is their heads, which are still in the shape of beasts. Pure orcs are almost the same as humans, except that they have fox ears, rabbit ears, tails, etc. The 3 categories are collectively called orcs. The fox people and snake people mentioned by Li Ziyu exist in all 3 categories of orcs. After learning this, Li Ziyu felt relieved. Well, there is still a bright future to look forward to. After a pleasant chat and deepening their friendship, Li Ziyu said goodbye. He still had to use the remaining time to go hunting, and the development of the mobile castle could not be delayed. As for other things, there was still a long way to go, and time would tell. Before leaving the Tauren tribe, Li Ziyu gave Mao Mao a skull. Mao Mao carefully took the skull and looked at Li Ziyu in confusion. What is this? If you need anything in the future, you can use this to contact me. Just talk to him directly. But the communication will consume your soul power, Li Ziyu explained. This skull is equivalent to an alien version of a mobile phone, which he exchanged from the system. The amount of soul power consumed varies depending on the distance. Chapter 28 New Materials. Li Ziyu presented Mao Mao with a cell phone full of ghostly colors, and Mao Mao gave him a miniature totem pole, half the length of an arm, with their tribal totem painted on it with colored dyes. Li Ziyu didn't understand what was painted on the totem, but it was indeed full of artistic atmosphere. As a totem pole, although it is a smaller version, it also carries a hint of ancestral aura. People who own this kind of totem pole will be recognized by other Tauren tribes. They may not be regarded as friends, but at least they will not be regarded as enemies. After bidding farewell to Mao Mao, Li Ziyu returned to the mobile fortress with the totem pole and continued his hunting journey in the wilderness. After setting up the Totten pillar, Li Ziyu's eyes fell on the body of the magic cow head. Counted a total of 12 corpses. When they were brought back, they didn't feel much. Now they have time to look carefully to realize the strength of these guys. He has a lot of normal bull heads like Moo Moo. He is bigger, tall, and weird. Li Ziyu pokes the magic and turns the cattle, and feels that their muscles are very hard like a stone. Not knowing whether these guys would bring him any surprises, or what materials they could produce, he gave the system the decomposition command with full expectation. Decompose demonic minotaur +1. Obtain demonic skeleton *2 units. Mutated soul energy *60 units. Dark magic mark fragment *1 piece. Wow! It decomposed into 3 materials that had never been seen before. Li Ziyu widened his eyes, and clicked on the introduction page of the materials. Magic skeletal. Excessive invasion of the bones left by the creatures after the magic energy contains a certain amount of magic energy in the bones, which is very dangerous. Mutated soul energy. Soul energy that has been infected by magic energy. It is dirty. Don't even think about using this energy as normal soul energy. Dark magic energy pattern residual film. There are surprises for 10 pieces of remnants. After reading the material introduction, Li Ziyu's corner of the mouth twitched. How can I feel that the system is getting more and more skinny, and it is getting more and more unreliable? The introduction materials also come with complaints, which is really unique and worth talking about. The body of the magic cow head was quickly decomposed, and the system prompt sounded in Li Ziyu's mind, which unlocked the 2 new buildings: heterogeneous tomb and printing workshop. These 2 are also hidden buildings. If Li Ziyu did not encounter magical creatures, the 2 buildings would not be unlocked, and there were really many hidden things in the system. Li Ziyu took a brief introduction to the introduction of the next 2 buildings. One was used to recruit special bones, and the other was used to enable magic. If you want to build, you need to consume a lot of bones. The materials in your hands are not enough. There is no way to build it for the time being. New buildings cannot be constructed, but the dark magic pattern can be produced first. According to the system's explanation, 10 fragments can get the so-called surprise. There are enough materials, so Li Ziyu chose to use the fragments. The 10 dark magic energy seals merged together to form a complete seal pattern, and the name displayed by the system was primary dark magic energy seal. Although the primary dark magic can be used, it cannot be used for the time being. This stuff must be placed in the printing workshop to achieve the effect. Otherwise it will be useless. Primary dark magic mark contains dark power. Can be used for enchantment. Please do not discard the mark casually, as it is highly contaminated. The introduction was still full of jokes, and Li Ziyu said that he had gotten used to it. After 2 things after the defense of the bullhead, 2 things for the dead of the Nyoto people, left a lot of time for Li Ziyu to hunt. And the night will soon pass. The amount of prey he hunted was certainly not as much as usual, but he did get new materials and unlock new buildings, so it wasn't a complete loss. So Li Ziyu didn't care too much. Before the sun rose, Li Ziyu stopped the mobile fortress. After a night, the warrior training camp big bone wheel small bone wheel he had built earlier were all completed. After installing the wheels first, the mobile fortress became much taller. Then Li Ziyu looked towards the warrior training camp with great anticipation. It was a semi-open building, somewhat similar to the training grounds for gladiators in ancient times. The ground was paved with stone slabs, and the roof was covered with animal skins, full of wildness and violence. The warrior training camp is equivalent to a dedicated venue that can turn ordinary skeleton undead into junior skeleton warriors. It requires preparing a small bone knife and a small round bone shield for the skeleton undead, and then consuming 100 points of soul energy. Li Ziyu gritted her teeth and decided to transfer 10 junior bone warriors to try the effect. After consumed 1000 soul energy, the 10 bones were holding the bone knife in one hand, holding a shield with one hand, and consciously entered the soldier training camp. The reason why the skeleton undead have to consume soul energy to become skeleton warriors is actually for inheritance and strengthening. In fact, the skeleton undead themselves can also gradually transform into skeleton warriors, but the time required may not be long. Entering the warrior training camp will accelerate this process and allow them to grow quickly. After dealing with all this, the first ray of morning light pierced the darkness. Li Ziyu stood at the window, looking towards the horizon, and sighed. He wondered when he would have enough resources to live happily under the sun. Watching the sun slowly rise, the mobile fortress fell into silence, gradually sank into the ground, and entered dormant mode. It may be because of the stimulus of Nyo 2 and Skeleton Warrior. Li Ziyu had no sleepiness for a while. Opened the chat channel, and looked at the information. As soon as I entered the chat channel, I saw the rapidly rolling chat history, and stunned him directly. Good guy. Why is it so lively? What did I miss? Chat channel. There is a monster. Welcome new members to join the group. There is gold in the desert. Welcome to the other world. Congratulations on your journey. What happened? Where is this? Who are you? Frogworm. Damn. You may not believe it, but I traveled through time. Husky who dismantled the house. Help. I want to go home. My husky's husky must be unattended. Otherwise it will break the house. This is... Li Ziyu kept looking through the chat records. He was a little confused at first, but the more he looked, the tighter his brows furrowed. Something was wrong. Very wrong. Many people's chat topics and reactions were very strange. It felt as if they had just come into this world, and he had never seen many of the names before. Yet he was told that these people used to be lurking. He simply didn't believe it. What a joke. Those who used to be lurking suddenly came out today and chatted like crazy. In the face of this situation, Li Ziyu can only guess one possibility. That is, a newcomer. Newcomers who just traveled to this world. But why? Didn't they already cross over before? Why would there be a newcomer distance after a few days? Have to ask. There are not many people who can have a say, and the conscientious businessman is one of them. Moreover, as a businessman, he should be well informed and should know. Right? Li Ziyu closed the chat channel and opened the private chat interface of the conscientious businessman. Chapter 29 Verbal Alliance. Private chat. Don't want to get a driver's license. What's the situation? Conscientious businessman. What's going on? Don't want to get a driver's license. Don't you know? Conscientious businessman. What don't I know? Don't want to get a driver's license. Conscientious businessman. What the hell are you talking about? What should I know? Also, can you please not come to me at night? My sweet dreams, my golden mountain, all gone in a snap. Don't want to get a driver's license. You are a businessman, but you are too insensitive to information. Look at the messages in the chat channel. Something big has happened. After this message was sent, the conscientious businessman disappeared. On the other side, under the deserted soil, a large hole in the Mouseman stopped with a gray mobile castle. The conscientious businessman closed the chat window and frowned. Although he did not communicate with the undead city lord face to face, he sensed the other party's urgency between the lines. Could it be that something really big had happened? Or something that he was not aware of? I clicked on the chat channel interface and looked at the chat records that seemed to be exploding like a blowout. My eyes suddenly widened. Without thinking too much, I quickly browsed through them. For a businessman, the transmission of information is the lifeline. The faster you can collect useful information, the earlier you can judge the situation and find ways to make money. The faster you are, the more money you can earn. The conscientious businessman browsed quickly, but he couldn't keep up with the speed of sending messages. However, even so, he understood what was happening. Turn off the interface of the chat channel. The conscience merchant leaned back, paralyzed on the bed. The eyes were complicated, and the mouth murmured, "It's true. As a businessman, he has his own channels and has obtained a lot of information unknown to the outside world. He also knows some big guys." One of the big guys once said to him during a chat that although he was not sure how many time travelers there were, the number was definitely less than the total population in the previous life, and new time travelers might appear in the future. This group of time travelers are test subjects, and the first group of people to try something new. If they can grasp the situation well, their chances of survival will be much greater than those time travelers who come later. This is the first mover advantage. The conscientious businessman at that time did not take the boss's words to heart, but just laughed it off and said it was a joke. Time travel also includes a time period. You thought it was a game, so you were given a lot of tests, such as internal testing, closed testing, second closed testing, third closed testing, non-delete testing, and public testing. This is a time travel. Do you understand time travel? If a living person comes here and dies, then he is really dead. Will there be other time travelers coming here? But the information in the chat channel today undoubtedly slapped him in the face, telling him that what the big guy said was true. There really was a new time traveler. Soon, the conscience merchants recovered from the shock. He smelled business opportunities. This time, there can be a new cross person. In the future, there should be more traversers to reach the world. Although the first batch a cross batch. Although the time is not long in advance, it is one step priority than others. This short time is enough to form a crushing. Fair? What a joke. How can it be fair? This is not a game. If you don't want to play in the other world, you can commit suicide. No one will stop you. As soon as the conscience businessman jumped up, he opened the system interface again, looking at it quickly. According to the reminder of the big guy, in addition to the new crossing, the system is likely to change. It really made him find a new thing. A new module similar to a forum post bar. And many people have posted. Posts are divided into two categories. One is public posts, which contain all kinds of random things. The other is resource posts. If you want to read the content of the post, you need to pay resources. The owner of the post has the final say on how much resources you pay. Information comes with a price. The conscientious businessman let out a long breath. He had a premonition that the carnival was about to begin. Not all time travelers are good people. In other words, only a small number of people can maintain their moral bottom line. For the sake of survival, right, and becoming stronger. Too many people have exposed their true nature in this foreign world without any legal constraints. Plunder and killing have become commonplace in just a few days. In the alien world, the enemies of the traversers are far more than the indigenous people and monsters. Most of them are lords, who are also traversers. The traversers who have just arrived in the other world, have no background and are not familiar with the other world at all, are obviously fat meat in the eyes of these people. Once they take a bite, their mouths are full of oil. They don't pay much but gain a lot. If you want to make your own moving castle stronger, the easiest way is to annex other lords' moving castles and make their moving castles become a part of your own. These newcomers are very suitable for being swallowed. Strong Hengqiang. He didn't know whether he, the Lord of Mole City, would have a place in this carnival, but he knew that he had to be more careful in the near future, so as not to end up losing more than he gained. If he couldn't save others, at least he could save himself. If he wants to protect himself in the upcoming turmoil, he needs to find an ally. Fortunately, there is one nearby. The Lord of the Undead City should be a good choice. It's not because of his deep understanding of Liziu, but it's his intuition. The conscientious businessman felt that the Undead City Lord was not a crazy plunderer. After all, the wasteland was not in chaos, and the Undead Lords were also very well behaved in transactions. He could try to contact them and form an alliance. Thinking of this, he opened the private chat interface again. Private chat. Conscientious businessman. Great. This is really a big deal. Don't want to get a driver's license. Do you know the specific situation? Conscientious businessman. I probably know. Don't want to take a driver's license. Don't sell Guanzi. Talk about it. Conscience merchant. / rub your finger. Information requires Martin to change. Dear. Don't want to take a driving test. If I hadn't reminded you, you would still be dreaming. Now you want Maine from me. Have you eaten too much? Conscience businessman. Hey. It's so polite to speak. Don't want to get a driver's license. You're polite? You want me to be polite to you after such a big incident? What? Let's chat for 2 hours before we get down to business. Conscientious merchant. A new time traveler has arrived. The system has been updated, and new functions similar to forums and post bars have been added. I guess things will get a bit chaotic in the coming period of time. This is all I know for now. Liziu in the Undead Mobile Fortress looked at private chat. His eyes narrowed. And it really had a new crossing. Like the guessing. The system update him also saw. But the speculation that the conscience businessman later said. But he was shocked for a while. Thinking slightly. He knew that what the conscience merchants were telling the truth. And it was almost inevitable that it would happen. The Tao. The conscience businessman knew that he also knew that he didn't have to say it. The other party really reminded him. Don't want to take a driver's license. What are you going to plan? Conscience merchant. Dear. What can a businessman plan? No one can do. I can't beat it. Don't want to take a driver's license. It's that simple? Conscience merchant. What else can I do? Don't want to take a driver's license. Yes. Conscience merchant. The faster the cooperation. The two agreed to the alliance with each other. But they also understood that they had never seen each other, and did not sign the contract given by the system. This ally was unreliable. Even if it was just an alliance. In the face of the next troubled times. I felt a lot of it. Chapter 30 Treasure Cat. The heavens are big. The biggest sleep. And the rest is good to have a spirit to cope with the next troubled times. Liziu stretched out a lazy waist, throwing all the messy things behind her head, and fell on the bed, and soon entered the dreamland. The sun is high. The sky is blue. And Bayan moves slowly, as the wind slowly moves. It is a sunny day. Above the wasteland, a 2-story wooden mobile fortress stands quietly. A huge 3-finger mechanical paw in the center of the fortress. And there is a huge treasure similar to plaque on the top. Lu Xingxing, male, 22 years old, is a senior treasure hunting enthusiast. His current identity is a time traveler, and the lord of the treasure hunting Catman's moving castle. He turned off the system interface that just studied it. Exhaled long. His body trembled slightly. And his mood was very complicated. How to say? Just excitement. Curiosity mixed with fear. Most of the time, he used to use the treasure hunting. Whether it was found antique fossils, leftover treasures, or only found a copper coin full of copper rust. Lu Xingxing didn't care. He just enjoyed the process of treasure hunting and the joy of harvesting. He also watched games and novels. Of course he knew what time travel meant. But he had never taken it seriously, and had never thought that one day it would happen to him. However, it was not a bad thing. A new world meant more things to explore. He has only seen the chat channel and forum. The inside is amazing, dangerous, very magical, and very interesting, making his restless treasure hunting restlessness. Lu Xingxing sat in the main seat and looked at the 2 treasure hunting catmen below. Are these my subordinates? The catmen who are good at treasure hunting? When the 2 cats saw the city owner, they immediately widened their round eyes, and the ears above their head shook twice, which seemed to be weird. Ah, so cute. Lu Xingxing is happy. The treasure hunting cat does not seem to be a powerful race. But he did not want to fight for hegemony in the past. Treasure hunting is his hobby. The catman does not care. He only cares whether the cat can help him find treasure. In addition, the 2 guys are so cute, and will add a lot of glory to life. Start the castle. Let's look up for the first time. Standing up, Lu Xingxing ordered 2 cats. The 2 cats immediately ran out of preparation. Soon the treasure-hunting cats moved the castle in the rumbling sound. They wandered in the wilderness aimlessly to find possible treasures. Treasure hunting does not happen overnight. Treasures may exist anywhere. Each treasure hunting consumes a short time. The treasure hunting person needs enough patience. Fortunately, Lu Xingxing has long adapted to such a life, and stands in front of the window to enjoy the scenery outside. He has never been here like this. Looking at it very novelty. All kinds of wild animals also let his eyes shine. Wild animals. Alive and moving. For more than 2 hours after the mobile castle walked, a cat man suddenly hurried in. Lu Xingxing retracted the realization of the outside and looked back at the cat. What happened? The cats danced with hand. Very excited. Right. Meow. We found that there are relics in front of you. Meow. I am so lucky that I can encounter the ruins just on the first day of crossing the world. For treasure hunters, discovering ruins is definitely the biggest surprise. Regardless of whether it is dangerous or not. It is something you cannot miss if you pass by it. You have to dig it out and take a look. Even if it is just a part of it, it is enough to see it. Lu Xingxing immediately ordered to dig out the ruins. After the mobile fort was near the relics stopped, the two cats replaced the 3-finger robotic arm with a large excavator. The mobile forts turned into an excavator and fell into the flat land in front. I saw something without digging, and it was Bai Sen's bones. The underground was all. The two cats stopped quickly and went back to the confession. Seeing that Lu Xingxing had dug things, he couldn't sit still. He hurried out of the mobile castle and came to the construction site. He looked down and saw the white bones under the dirt. He was not afraid. He hadn't encountered it before, and he had been preparing for a long time. Looking at the density of these bones, this is either a puddle or a place for funerals. I am afraid there is still something. He watched for a while, returned to the mobile fortress, or ordered some bones to come over. He wanted to study. As a treasure hunt, there must be knowledge in all aspects. Otherwise, the baby will be missed in front of him. Lu Xingxing cannot do the point of seeing bones, but a rough analysis of the burial time of the bones, and how the owners of these bones can still do. The two cats replaced the digging shovel with a 3-finger mechanical claw, holding a leg bone, and raised it. Surprisingly, they did not mention a leg bone, but a complete skeleton together. Why are the bones still connected? Meow? That's weird. I've never seen that before. Meow. When the two cat people saw the skeleton being lifted into the air, their curiosity instantly exploded. They could tell that it was a human skeleton. But what connected it? It shouldn't be like this. The skeleton was white and clean, and the flesh and fascia had all rotted away, leaving only bones. How was it connected? They stopped the action of controlling the robotic arm, ran out of the control room, and stood outside carefully and looked at the skeleton. The more strangely looked at the round eyes. I'll go check it out. Meow. One of the courageous cats said to the companion, running towards the skeleton. And the other cat did not stop his companion. He also wanted to know why the skeleton was so weird. Just as the catman approached the skeleton, a faint blue flame suddenly lit up in the skull. The flame quickly grew larger and burned fiercely. 2 flames were dancing in the dark eye sockets. The cats close to found abnormalities, and they jumped backwards very quickly. A bone knife was scratched in the air. The catman's pupils contracted. Meow. He saw that the dead skeleton had come to life, dancing in the air, swaying back and forth, and waving the bone knife in its hand constantly, chopping on the mechanical arm with a sound of dong dong dong. But it was unable to cut the mechanical arm off. The cat in the back looked at the skeleton in horror, pointing at him. Live. Meow. The bones are alive. Meow. The cats close to the bones took a few steps back. When I saw the skeleton could not break away from the robotic arm for a while, I turned back and stared at my companion. The reminded catman reacted, turned his head and ran. As soon as he rushed into the main building, he saw Lu Xingxing, who was in a hurry, without him to inform. Lu Xingxing had seen everything in the window. Alert! Enemy attack! Alert! Enemy attack! A series of harsh police bells sounded in their minds, accompanied by blood-colored alert patterns. Li Ziyu suddenly woke up, sleeping instantly, rolled over and looked at the bed, standing with a bone-dead spirit with a shield and a knife. What's going on? Li Ziyu asked with a calm face, and asked with a cold voice. He was very puzzled that the mobile fort has entered the dormant mode, and it was buried in the soil like a dead thing. Why would anyone find him and launch an attack? Who is it? Is it impossible to be a conscious businessman? There's a moving castle outside, attacking us. The skeleton dead spirit has been detected to report the intelligence he got to Li Ziyu. Chapter 31 Big Brother Misunderstanding. The first reaction in Li Ziyu's mind was to be discovered. The second reaction is that if you fight, then the battle will not be prestigious. You are really a kitten. It is impossible to run away. The moving castle is still in dormant mode and cannot move. Besides, competition in the alien world is cruel. The enemies are coming. If you are still afraid, you might as well commit suicide as soon as possible. People are all flesh and blood. Even rabbits will bite when they are cornered. No matter how weak the undead are, they must not be afraid of fighting. It's just death. There's nothing to be afraid of. End hibernation mode. Raise the castle and prepare for battle. Li Ziyu stood up and roared and issued orders. The entire undead fortress instantly revived, and the soul fire was ignited. Like a monster waking up from its sleep, Lu Xingxing, who was observing the skeleton, suddenly felt a tremor under his feet. There was an earthquake. He looked around in a daze, and his eyes fell on the pit that had just been dug. That was the source of the vibration. Something was about to come out from underground. The soil was rolled around, surrounded by surroundings. The ground trembled, and the crushed stones were shocked. A white bone barrier was built, and the bastion of coldness slowly rose from the ground. A black shadow enveloped the treasure-hunting Catman's mobile castle. Lu Xingxing slowly raised his head, his mouth gradually widening, and stared blankly at the skeleton fortress that was much taller than his own castle. They were too close, and the feeling of oppression, fear, and murderous intent made Lu Xingxing and the two Catmen almost unable to breathe. On the outer wall of the fortress, soul fires were blazing, and the undead were resurrected, bearing their fangs and claws, and waving their weapons. This is a nightmare. One by one, the undead broke away from the outer wall, fell to the ground, crawled up, walked towards the treasure-hunting Catman's mobile castle, surrounded it, and waited for the city lord's order to kill anyone who dared to attack them. Li Ziyu also stood at the window and looked down from a high place. He saw the two-story moving castle below, the skeleton undead hanging in the air and struggling, and three figures, one of whom was a human. The castle is not tall enough, and there are no more warriors around. The fortress is lonely, and there are no buildings around. What is the other party thinking? With such limited ability, they dare to attack me. Are they crazy, or are they too inflated and think they are capable? Then, he remembered the important information he had received before going to bed. A new time traveler had come to this world. So, the person in front of him should be a newcomer who didn't know the rules and wasn't aware of the dangers. He felt that he was awesome because he became the city lord. So he acted recklessly. Ah, Li Ziyu sneered. If this was really the case, then there was nothing to say. They had to be taught a lesson. In the alien world, such lessons were often extremely painful. At the very least, their castle would be robbed and they would become homeless. At the worst, everyone would be slaughtered and their souls would be destroyed. Sensing the city lord's emotional fluctuations, the undead slowly advanced and approached Lu Xingxing's moving castle. Just before the undead were about to attack, Lu Xingxing's knees softened and he suddenly fell to the ground, raising his hands high in surrender, and yelled with all his might, "Brother and sister, I was wrong. Spare my life." Li Ziyu's mouth twitched, and his arm, which was raised in the air and was about to drop to issue an attack order, stopped abruptly. The undead outside also stopped moving at this moment and quietly surrounded the moving castle. If Lu Xingxing was 1 second late, the undead would rush up to the mobile castle, kill him and the two cat people, and drag them back to the mobile castle of the undead and hand them over to the city lord. What's going on? Why did they surrender? Li Ziyu was puzzled and looked at the skeletons around him. Besides these three guys, is there any other life in the castle? The skeleton undead shook his head, indicating that there were only 3 creatures with breath of life in the opposite moving castle. If they attacked, they would definitely win. A drop of cold sweat dripped down Lu Xingxing's forehead. He carefully observed the undead around him, and then shouted again. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Big brother and big sister. It's all a misunderstanding. I was wrong. He reacted quickly. When the undead were moving towards the castle, Lu Xingxing realized what the I was going on with the ruins. That guy must be a time traveler like him. There was clearly a mobile castle underground. Treasure hunting cat people. You have screwed me. It seems that the other person has just traveled through time. Otherwise he would only have 2 catmen, while the opposite side has hundreds of armed skeletons. This is simply inexplicable. He must be a veteran who traveled through time before him and has developed for some time. The fault is not his, but mine. He was resting peacefully underground. He didn't provoke anyone, but I dug him out. Not only was he dug out, but I also caught a skeleton. How can I not be angry? What a miserable fate. My life is in danger just after traveling through time. I just hope the other party can listen to my explanation and not take it too seriously. Both cats were fried, and their eyes were full of panic. They were not a fighting race, but they were good at treasure hunting. Curious, like adventure, and cute cats. Seeing that the city owners kneeling, they still hesitated, and immediately raised their hands, and wrote 2 words on their faces. They also understood what they had encountered. The undead? The legendary undead. Those undead who had no humanity and were hailed as death itself. Li Ziyu in the fortress saw the undead shaking their heads and confirmed that there were no more warriors in the other side's fortress. He sighed helplessly, withdrew his hand, and asked the undead to stay where they were. He planned to meet the other side. It's really true. I didn't expect to be the case for the first time. Li Ziyu walked out of the fortress and walked a distance towards the treasure-hunting catman's mobile castle. He stopped far away and didn't get too close. Who knows if the other party has any backup plan? What if he just wanted to lure him out and suddenly attack him? That would be really a disaster. He stretched out his hand and nodded. And several undead came forward and put knives on the necks of Lu Xingxing and the catman. If they made any movement, they would be killed. Big brother, you listen to me. I have no maliciousness. Really. I don't understand anything. Everything is a misunderstanding. It is an accident. Don't kill me. Seeing Li Ziyu, Lu Xingxing immediately realized that this was a crossing person. Tell me, what's going on? I was hiding in the ground. But you dug me out. And you dug me out so accurately. Li Ziyu looked at the young time traveler in front of him. His face full of helplessness, speechlessness, and an expression of "you're hacking screwing me. Brother, this is what happened." Lu Xingxing didn't dare to hide anything and quickly told him everything about how he had just traveled to this world and became the city lord, and what the treasure-hunting catman had told him. Although he often went treasure hunting and had seen many things that others had not seen, this was the first time that he was surrounded by a bunch of moving skeletons and had his life threatened by having a knife held to his neck by the skeletons, under the deterrent of death. He dare not say it wildly. One said one, 2, and 2, and sincere. The matter was very simple. Li Ziyu rubbed his temple after hearing it. I'm really drunk. In other words, those 2 cute stupid cats under your command mistook me for a relic. So you dug me out? Lu Xingxing nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes, that's right. If I knew this was your castle, I wouldn't dare to touch it. Alas. So how do you deal with this guy now? Li Ziyu looked at Lu Xingxing into thought. Chapter 32 Signing a Contract. Lu Xingxing felt that he had never been so unlucky. He was looking for treasure, and dug out an undead city lord. Treasure hunting in another world was really exciting. He would never dare to do it again next time. No. He didn't know if there would be a next time. The undead city lord was still thinking about how to deal with him. He had to save himself. Otherwise his life would be in danger. Big brother, I know that I was wrong. I first criminal. Let me spare me. It's all a misunderstanding. I just traveled through time and don't know the rules. Don't bother with me. Just let me go. Look, my men are just weaklings with no fighting ability. They pose no threat to you. Big brother, if you don't admit defeat now, when will you? What dignity? What kind of face? And what is important? Lu Xingxing has never been a tough guy. He is just a young man who lives in a peaceful age and likes treasure hunt. In the face of the owner of the undead, you must counsel. Li Ziyu looked up at the moving castle with a plaque with the word treasure on it, and then looked at Lu Xingxing who was kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. He felt a little conflicted. According to the survival rules of the other world, killing him and taking his castle would be effortless, and could bring him resources and benefits. But Li Ziyu felt that he was not a bloodthirsty person. He didn't feel any psychological pressure when killing the steppe wolves and bighorn bulls. After all, they were wild beasts. He didn't feel any psychological pressure when killing the Lizardman bandits. They were bandits. So just killing them was a good thing, as it was considered as getting rid of harm for the people. Killing the demonized Minotaurs was even less stressful, as they were even more hateful than the Lizardman bandits. But Lu Xingxing, a time traveler like himself, accidentally dug him out and killed him. Li Ziyu couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart. Seriously? This hurdle is related to the interests. And Lu Xingxing's profits are insufficient. If he can get a lot of resources, Li Ziyu will not mind killing Lu Xingxing. After all, it is him who digs himself first. But to let him go like this, Li Ziyu is also unhappy. He let the mobile castle enter the dormant mode and hide it underground. He planned to sleep in Mimi, and he was awakened by others. Do you not want to kill or let go? Is there a third possibility? It seems like it really exists. Li Ziyu suddenly thought of the contract function in the system. The system provides a variety of contracts. Because they are provided by the system, they are very secure. Depending on the contract, the effects will be different. Now you can give it a try and let Lu Xingxing sign the contract. However, before signing the contract, you have to make sure whether the guy in front of you is qualified to sign a contract with you. Don't end up with a burden. Otherwise it will be a lot of trouble. What race is your cat? What role does it have to move the castle? Answer honestly, and live life and death. Li Ziyu raised his face and asked Lu Xingxing. My race is Orc. My name is Treasure Hunting Catman. And the feature of my mobile fortress is that it can hunt for treasures. Lu Xingxing answered honestly. He did not intend to hide it. One of them said that the truth is sometimes used more than the deceitful puppet tube. There is no harm at all. When you are sincere, the talent will treat you sincerely. Treasure hunting? This ability is quite interesting and a very rare ability. Li Ziyu raised his eyebrows and was interested. The other party could find his own position and accurately dug him out. It is estimated that this ability is stunned. In this way, the ability of treasure hunt is very good. If the wasteland resources are insufficient, if you can find high-quality resource points, it will be underdeveloped. Thinking of this, Li Ziyu didn't hesitate anymore. He waved his hand, opened the system interface, searched through it, and picked out a contract. Conqueror contract. When you led the army, the soldiers pointed out that all enemies are served, and your kindness and compassion will forgive them to survive. Contract effect. Master and servant contract. The contractor is mainly. The contractor is the servant. The contractor will control all the wealth, assets, forces, and life and death of the contractor. The Conqueror contract is a master-servant contract with powerful binding power. Once signed, he can control the other party's life and death. It is just suitable for the current situation. You can control the other party without killing the opposite city owner. The contract appeared in the air. It looked like an old piece of animal skin paper with blood-red fonts on it. It was filled with a murderous aura and burned with blue soul flames. It was suspended in the air. Li Ziyu signed the name at the place where the contractor, and stretched out his hand and pushed it gently. The animal leather paper floated in front of Lu Xingxing, and hovering in the position, he could just see clearly. Lu Xingxing looked at Li Ziyu, looked at the contract, and read carefully. After reading, he exposed bitterness on his face. Isn't it sold? No. No. This is more harsh than selling the deeds. He didn't want to sign, but the situation didn't allow it. If he didn't sign, he would probably lose his life. He didn't expect that he would die on his first treasure hunt just after traveling through time. If he had known this would happen, he would have been better off being honest and hiding himself and developing stealthily. Freedom is precious, but love is more precious. If it is for the sake of life, both can be abandoned. Lu Xingxing glanced at Li Ziyu again, gritted her teeth, and signed the name in the position of the contractor. Under the supervision of the system, the signing of the contract was invalid with the pseudonym, and the system would identify it himself. When Lu Xingxing signed the contract, the animal skin paper burned and turned into a blue light spot into Li Ziyu's mind. The light spot entered Li Ziyu's mind. He knew Lu Xingxing's name, his information, and his life and death. He could decide life and death with a single thought. There was a connection between the two. Li Ziyu felt that after a long time. He could even sense what the other party was thinking. The power of the contract is indeed strong. I have to be on guard when signing contracts in the future. Li Ziyu muttered to himself. Brother, can I get up? The contract signed, and his life kept his life. Lu Xingxing asked a lot, and asked with his head up. Since they were all family, Li Ziyu didn't intend to treat Lu Xingxing too harshly. He waved his hand and said, "All right. Stop kneeling and stand up." Okay, Lu Xingxing hurriedly stood up. And a sunny smile hung on his face. Although he was in danger of life, his life was held in the opponent's hand. Li Ziyu's thoughts moved, and the surrounding undead returned to the fortress, and only he was standing outside. "Brother." "What ordered?" Lu Xingxing knew the posture when he saw that the other party must have something to say. This is a good thing. At least the other party initially believed in himself. "I can't tell. Just remind you that you are not in a world of peace. There are crises everywhere here. There are various monsters in this world. And there are many aboriginal people who are hostile to us. Your set of ways to ask for mercy is not in their eyes. It should be killed or killed. So be careful. Don't be inexplicably dying. I will not save you." After receiving a younger brother, Li Ziyu felt that he had to mention this person who came here. Lu Xingxing lived well, and he benefited. After all, everything of the other party was him. This is the benefit of the Conqueror contract. Lu Xingxing nodded quickly. He could hear the good or bad, knowing that Li Ziyu was for him. Your ability is treasure hunt. This ability is very useful. To become stronger, our mobile forts requires a lot of resources. So your task is looking for resources, especially the skeleton and the road to leave the wasteland. Yes, brother. I must complete your task carefully. I usually act at night. You pay attention to it during the day. Even if you find your baby, don't get hot in your head. Understand? Li Ziyu thought about it, and nothing else was anything else. He hit Harche and waved his hand to let Lu Xingxing act freely. He turned back to the fort and continued to sleep. Chapter 33 Castle Fusion. Alive. Survived? It wasn't until the undead mobile castle entered the dormant mode again and disappeared in front of Lu Xingxing that he completely believed that Li Ziyu let him go. Thinking of Li Ziyu's reminder before, Lu Xingxing's eyes gradually brightened. It seems that it is not a bad thing to sign a contract, at least when he is looking for treasure hunting. He has a lot of big brothers. He is much stronger than his own fighting. Don't wait. Walk up. Continue to find treasure hunt. Lu Xingxing patted the head of the two cats around him, returned to the main building of the fortress, and slowly started the movement castle to walk towards the wasteland. The sunset is coming west, and the night is coming. Li Ziyu woke up, washed, and completely dispersed, and he habitually looked at the system notification. It reminded that 10 primary skeleton warriors had been trained. In addition, there were no other information prompts. After turning off the system, he remembered that he accepted a younger brother during the day, and he didn't know where the guy was now. Click on the system and out of the map. Because there is a contract, Lu Xingxing's position will be displayed on the map. Lift the dormant mode. The ground trembled, the soil rolled, and the mobile forts rose again. As the fort rose, the last sunlight in the sky disappeared, and the wasteland ushered in darkness. Li Ziyu did not rush to call Lu Xingxing over, but attracted the fresh primary bone warrior, and wanted to see the difference between the bones and the bones. Soon, with a bone knife, the bone warrior holding the shield with one hand stood in the main building of the castle. Li Ziyu stood up and turned around the skeletal warrior a few times. He nodded and felt pretty good. Ordinary skeletal dead spirits are generally about 170 centimeters to 175 centimeters tall. The bones are yellowish and dark, and they look a little fragile. But after becoming a skeletal warrior, their height reaches more than 180 centimeters, and the bones have become much white. Li Ziyu knocked with his hands. It should be a lot harder than ordinary bones. In addition to this, there are combat skills. The primary skeleton warriors can be regarded as regular troops, and can effectively use bone knives and round shields, while the skeleton undead can also just slash around with weapons. In general, Li Ziyu is still very satisfied. As for the real combat effectiveness, it can only be seen in the later hunting. I hope to surprise himself. Waving his hand and letting the skeletal soldiers leave, Li Ziyu contacted Lu Xingxing. Private chat. Don't want to take a driver's license. Where is it? Treasure hunter, brother. I'm not far from you. Don't want to take a driver's license test. Come here. Treasure hunting star. Immediately. 2 lights shot in the distance, followed by the undead mobile castle, and then the sound of the loud sound sounded. The treasure hunting cat moved the castle quickly and braked in front of the undead mobile castle. Private chat. Treasure hunter, big brother. Please let me meet you. Don't want to get a driver's license. Wait. Treasure hunter, okay. Li Ziyu in the main building of the Undead mobile castle opened the system interface, rubbed his hands, and clicked on Castle Fusion. Moving castle matches successfully. Fusion starts. A special traction appeared. The treasure hunting cat moved the castle, and slowly drove to the Undead mobile castle. Feeling the vibration under his feet, Lu Xingxing panicked and hurried to the window, looking at the moving castle of the Undead getting closer and closer, and about to collide with him. His face turned pale instantly. What's the matter? Isn't it a handbrake? How did the castle move? It's going to hit it. Lu Xingxing, who was sweating cold, turned his head and shouted at his men's cats. The two cat people had never encountered such a situation before. Their operating consoles had lost their function, and they were unable to control the movement of the castle. They were extremely panicked at this moment. Facing the city lord's questioning, they could only show innocent expressions. The two moving castles slowly approached and touched each other. Lu Xingxing closed his eyes in despair. It was over. If these two big guys collided with each other, nothing good would happen. However, the expected collision did not occur. Instead, it calmed down. Lu Xingxing opened his eyes in confusion and looked out, only to see that the two castles were actually connected together. The bone plate-like floor of the Undead's moving castle is tightly connected to the wooden floor of the treasure cat's moving castle. Although the materials of the two floors are completely different, there is an eerie feeling that they were originally one. Just as Lu Xingxing was surprised, Li Ziyu was also standing in front of the window, watching what was happening. When the two castles were securely connected together, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The main building where he was one section higher than Lu Xingxing's main building. From where he was standing, it was as if his moving castle had an extra guard. Private chat. Don't want to take a driver's license test? Come to the main building. Treasure hunter, here we come. After receiving the news of Li Ziyu, Lu Xingxing suppressed the doubt in his heart and responded without hesitation. He ordered the cabman to stay in the castle and not run around, and rushed to the main building of the dead castle. When he left the wooden floor and stepped onto the bone plate, the undead hidden in the surroundings revived one after another, staring at Lu Xingxing with their soul fire, making his hair stand on end. He looked around with some fear and quickly quickened his pace. Lu Xingxing entered the main building through two tall stone doors carved with giant skulls. He breathed a sigh of relief when he felt the soul fire gaze behind him disappear. Then, he froze. The soul fire behind him disappeared. But the soul fire around him was much more than before, covering the entire wall. Brother, how did you survive in such an environment? Don't you have nightmares? Lu Xingxing felt that he couldn't stay in such an environment for even a day. It was too scary. Why are you standing there like an idiot? Come here. Li Ziyu couldn't help but shout when he saw Lu Xingxing standing there in a daze. Hey, here I come. Lu Xingxing responded and ran to Li Ziyu in 2 steps. He could only feel safe when he was with humans. Taking Lu Xingxing to the lounge, Li Ziyu sat casually on the bone chair. Lu Xingxing glanced at the chair, gritted his teeth, and still didn't dare to sit down. Li Ziyu didn't care. After all, he didn't dare to sit down when he first traveled through time. Later, he couldn't stand anymore, so he sat down. Li Ziyu was unwilling to waste time on such trivial matters. Night was the time for collecting resources and hunting, and time could not be wasted. If he didn't have something to ask Lu Xingxing, he wouldn't have called him over. Any results? Yes, I found many places where there might be treasures, but I didn't dare to get too close. They got the reward so soon. They are worthy of being a race specialized in treasure hunting. Their talent is really amazing. A gleam flashed in Li Ziyu's eyes. It seems that there will be something to do tonight. You lead the way tonight, and we'll go see what the treasure is. The two mobile fortresses merged together, slowly started up, and headed towards the dark wilderness. After an hour's journey, the mobile fort stopped, and a thick wooden stick on the ground was erected on the ground. Li Ziyu looked at Lu Xingxing around him. Is there a treasure here? Lu Xingxing confirmed it, and nodded vigorously. Yes, it's here. The closest place to us. There are many corpses underground here. Brother, didn't you say you needed bones? Let's just dig out the corpses. Chapter 34 Goodbye to the Undead. Looking at the ground full of wooden sticks in front of him, Li Ziyu's mouth twitched and pointed. Do you see those wooden sticks? What do you think they look like? Do they look like tombstones? Tombstone? Lu Xingxing leaned over to take a look, then shook his head. Brother, Stop joking. Tombstones are all made of stone. How can a wooden stick be used as a tombstone? How can such a neat pile of wooden sticks be a tombstone? The voice became lower and lower. Lu Xingxing had already reacted. He swallowed his saliva with a gulp and looked at Li Ziyu with an awkward smile. Li Ziyu patted his forehead, looking helpless. You are really good. You found the ancestral tomb of the indigenous people while searching for treasure. There are many corpses underneath. But do you dare to dig? I don't dare to dig. Li Ziyu had come across this kind of cemetery before. And he also knew that any indigenous tribe that had such a cemetery was powerful. After all, the wilderness was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. Daring to build such a conspicuous ancestral tomb meant that they had the ability to defend the cemetery. That was where their ancestors were. And the indigenous people respected their ancestors very much. Li Ziyu glanced at Lu Xingxing, who was smiling awkwardly. This guy is really not an easy person to deal with. The first time he went treasure hunting, he dug himself out. The second time he went treasure hunting, he had to dig up someone else's ancestral grave. Is that a good thing? Otherwise, just give up on this guy. His brain is a bit not working well. I still have other treasures. Lu Xingxing shouted quickly in the eyes of Li Ziyu's eyes. Okay. I'll trust you again. Lead the way. Li Ziyu sighed and shook his head. The mobile fort starts again and drives to the wasteland. Not long after the moving castle left, several lizardmen came out from the darkness. One of them was Am, who was almost killed by Li Ziyu before. He looked deeply in the direction where the moving fortress left, turned around and ran towards the tribe. Ha ha. Undead? Am, you are joking again. Am, don't tease us. The undead does not exist. It's just a legend. Although I don't know who killed your people and left you in such a miserable state. You can't keep using the dead as an excuse. In the dungeon, torches and bonfires lit up the entire cave as bright as day. Am knelt on one knee with his head lowered. The lizardmen around him laughed at him loudly and did not take him seriously at all. Indeed, Aram used to be a tribe leader. But what about that? Not to mention that the tribe where Amam is located is a small number of people with a small number of people. Even if it is mostly falling, it has declined now. There is not much to be left in the young adults. Even his leader is not like a dog who is a funeral dog. He can only go to the ancestral grave. What kind of dignity is such a clown? Faced with the ridicule, Am remained silent, without any intention of defending himself. He lowered his head and waited quietly for the tribal leader to speak. It didn't matter whether others believed him or not. What mattered was what the leader said. After the battle with the undead, he knew that his tribe was finished. There were not many young and middle-aged men to begin with, and even fewer after the battle. The surviving lizardmen were not enough to support the tribe and would quickly die out. It is better to fight in the wasteland silently in the wasteland. So he migrated with the entire tribe and relying on the current lizard tribe. This is a large tribe with a total population of nearly 100,000. But it is far from his tribe. The indigenous people on the wasteland advocate the strong, hate the weak, and the defeat of Am. Obviously the weak. They did not give Alm a good look. Especially in the mouth of Amam, that the undead was always said. They did not believe it. Amu lost his status, lost everything, was arranged for a leisure, and went to guard the tribal ancestral grave. I did not expect that tonight. He actually watched the dead castle. The fire of revenge was burning in his heart. If it wasn't for the undead, he would live quickly. Instead of guarding the grave, the lizard leader sitting on the skin chair stared at Amu. After a long time, he raised his hand, and the surrounding was quiet. All the lizard men looked at him quietly and converged with a smile. Amu, you failed last time, and I took you in out of mercy. I will still be merciful this time. I will send warriors to help you prove yourself. Since you said there are undead spirits, then bring them back to me. I will send 500 lizardmen warriors to follow you and defeat the undead spirits you mentioned. As soon as the lizard leader's leadership, the lizard people around you look at me. I look at you, with a weird look in your eyes. Until this, they still do not believe that there is an undead. But the lizard leader is unspeakable. No one in the tribe can question his authority. Although the lizard men were somewhat dissatisfied, no one spoke. Am raised his head, with a determined light in his eyes. 500 lizardmen warriors. They can give it a fight. He didn't dare to ask for more. The leader had already given him a chance. If he didn't take it as he pleased, he would probably be buried in the cemetery, and have someone else guard him the next moment. Thank you, leader. Seeing that AM was so tactful, the Lizardman leader nodded with satisfaction and asked the people around him to gather 500 Lizardman warriors to follow AM into battle. Soon, the 500 lizard fighters left behind Alm and entered the wilderness in the dark. Brother, why should you separate? Lu Xingxing looked at Li Ziyu in confusion and asked, wouldn't it be good to connect the two castles together? He felt it was a good idea. It would be safer. Besides, they would have to hunt for treasure next. How could they do it if they were separated? Li Ziyu glared at him unhappily. It was you who caused all this. There are guards at the cemetery. We have been discovered. I suspect they will chase us. Let's separate now to be safe. Brother, I was wrong. Please don't abandon me. Lu Xingxing instantly became cowardly and said pitifully. Li Ziyu's face twitched. Damn. It would be fine if you were a beautiful girl with long black hair. But how can a grown man in his 20s be so pitiful in front of me? You don't have any masculinity at all. Well, after all, he is my little brother. I can't just ignore him. Just run your course, and I'll take care of the rest. I'll contact you when it's safe. Li Ziyu said helplessly. Brother, you are so nice to me. Lu Xingxing was so moved that he almost cried. TSK. I want to turn you into a ghost. Li Ziyu smacked his lips, feeling a little uncomfortable in his stomach, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Lu Xingxing became dangerous. I'll leave right away. Lu Xingxing's face turned serious, and he turned and ran away without giving Li Ziyu a chance to say more. I dare not say anything more. If I say more, I will lose my life. Can't you see that the undead around me are staring at me? I am going to die. Just now at the cemetery, Lu Xingxing didn't notice anything, but the undead detected the breath of life, which means that there are guards around the cemetery. Since there are guards, it is impossible that they didn't find them. Li Ziyu didn't dare to bet on what the other party would do next, so he planned to run away from Lu Xingxing to be prepared. Chapter 35 Enemies Meet. In the wilderness at night, a 5-man Lizardman team advanced quickly along the wheel tracks. The Lizardman in the front suddenly stopped and raised his hand to signal. The 4 Lizardmen behind him also stopped and looked around vigilantly. The Lizardman captain squatted down and touched the traces on the ground. This well-trained team is the scouts among the Lizardmen warriors. They are the most dangerous warriors in the tribe, and only special Lizardmen can be selected as scouts. Their bodies are longer and more streamlined than those of ordinary Lizardmen, which makes them faster when running. When running on the wasteland, they only raise a little dust and leave no footprints. As scouts, they also used uniform equipment. They wore leather shorts with several small pockets filled with small odds and ends and various healing medicines and poisons. There were 2 slightly shorter scimitars hanging around their waists, and 3 slender all-metal javelins on their backs. The tips of the spears glowed dark green and were poisoned, which could kill instantly with one blow. The darkness will not be an obstacle for scouts. Whether it is the iconic vertical pupils of cold-blooded animals, or the forked tongue that can distinguish smells and temperatures, they can chase the enemy more easily. However, the enemy they were chasing this time was different from the past. It was not a normal living creature, which increased the difficulty a little. However, the undead were too careless and left such deep tracks on the ground. Doesn't this mean that they were leaving obvious clues for them? The captain of the scouts felt the chaotic ground, which was divided into 2 tracks. He subconsciously moved his tongue twice, distinguishing the remaining smell in the air. He turned his head to look at one of the tracks. There were more, deeper and more obvious tracks. He was sure that these were the tracks left by the undead. The other rut was shallower, and there was warmth and smell left in that direction. The undead were a pile of bones, so even if there was a smell, it should be the smell of decay, and there would be no residual warmth. The captain of the scouts determined the direction after a little thought. He looked up into the distance, then stood up and returned to the main force to report with the 4 team members behind him. Are you sure that those are undead spirits? After receiving the information from the scouts, AM frowned. He felt that things were not as he expected. The ruts left by the undead were deeper and more numerous than he thought. He also sensed another smell in the air, which did not belong to the undead. In the previous battles, he only saw the undead, and did not smell any scent other than the undead. Why was there the scent of other creatures this time, living in the wilderness? Even if he was not a scout, AM had his own way of reconnaissance. Otherwise, how could he be a robber? The depth of the ruts indicated the weight. The number of wheels has increased. The depth has increased, and the number of undead is greater than before. If you are sure that we are chasing the undead, then I will not make a wrong judgment. Even though AM was the leader of this operation, the scout captain spoke bluntly. The scout has the highest status among the lizardmen warriors. As a temporary leader, don't even think about getting his respect. If the leader doesn't give the order, he would not even bother to look at AM. AM didn't care about the scout captain's tone. After a brief thought, he immediately ordered, "Go forward and chase the undead." The scout captain turned around and left after receiving the order. Their scouts would definitely appear at the front of the team, clearing away obstacles for the team and ensuring the team's forward direction. After the scout team left, the Lizardman warrior team began to advance. They were more disciplined than the Lizardman bandits that AM had brought with him before. After separating from Lu Xingxing, Li Ziyu let the moving castle wander in the wilderness, while constantly releasing undead to scout whether anyone was chasing them. If so, it would be best to confirm what tribe the other party was from. Soon news came back that there were indeed people following them, and the number was quite large, exceeding the number of the undead. As for the race, it was old friends, the lizardmen. When Li Ziyu heard that the people chasing her were lizard people, she was happy. Lizard people are good. I like lizard people. They are all good people. The previous wave of Lizardman bandits really made a lot of contributions to him. Many of the weapons used by the undead until now were still contributed by the Lizardman bandits last time. His own skeleton engine and armor workshop also relied on the great help of the Lizardman bandits. This is because he knows that he does not have enough resources, but he still rushes to donate resources. Thank you for your strong support. And thank you, Brother Lizardman. It doesn't matter if there are a large number of them. He was penniless at the beginning and had to steal weapons to fight them. Now he has upgraded his muskets to cannons. Not only do all the undead have weapons, but there are also skeleton warriors. To put it another way, even if he can't win, he can escape from the battlefield with the speed of the mobile castle. With the support of big bone wheels and small bone wheels, the speed of the moving castle was increased. I could attack or defend. If I could defeat them, I would fight. If I couldn't, I would run away. Li Ziyu didn't believe that the lizard man relying on his legs could catch up with him. The mobile fortress turned and began to circle in the wasteland, the same way as it did last time when it dealt with the lizardman bandits. It didn't matter if the moves were old, as long as they were useful. It was just right to take advantage of this lizardman attack to test the skeleton warrior's fighting power. The lizardman scouts soon discovered the abnormality of the wheel tracks and told AM about the situation. AM immediately understood what the undead were planning. It was the same last time, but unfortunately, the situation was different. Last time he only had a few people, but this time he had 500 lizardman warriors with him. Attack and annihilate the undead. AM felt that the time for revenge had come. He pointed his finger with high spirits and gave orders while screaming. The team suddenly accelerated. The lizardman warriors started running one by one and dispersed to the surroundings according to their familiar combat pattern. Like a large hunting net slowly spread out. Under the moonlight, the moving castle of the undead kept turning and circling on the ground. Sometimes an S was pressed out on the ground. Sometimes a B was pressed out on the ground. The lizardman warriors could also see it clearly with the help of the moonlight and couldn't help but gasp. It was real. They were really undead. The eerie moving fortress in front of them made all the lizardmen warriors participating in the battle believe what AM said. When enemies meet, they are extremely jealous of each other. It is the fault of the undead that they have been reduced to minions. AM blew the bone whistle without hesitation and ordered the warriors to launch an attack. He no longer cares whether he wins or loses this time. Winning is the best, but losing doesn't matter to him either. Some lizardmen warriors will escape and bring the news of the undead back to the tribe. Then, everything he said will be proven to be true, and more warriors will join the crusade against the undead. These hundreds of undead will eventually be wiped out by the lizardmen in the wilderness. As warriors of a large tribe, the lizardmen who came this time were much more ferocious than the lizardmen led by AM before, and their equipment were much better. Not only were they equipped with spears and scimitars, they also wore armor made of animal skins and bones, and their fighting skills were more sophisticated. After receiving the notification from the bone whistle, the lizardmen warriors launched a charge towards the undead mobile castle under the moonlight. Chapter 36. If you can do it, go for it. In the quiet night, the sound of the bone whistle was heard far and clear. When the lizardman warrior received the signal, Li Ziyu also heard the whistle. War. Li Ziyu stood up from the bone chair, his eyes flashing with brilliance. With a powerful wave of his hand, the entire mobile fortress instantly entered combat mode. All the undead awakened, and blue soul fires flickered and shone. The lizardmen warriors crouched low, just like their lizard ancestors, and ran quickly. They reached out to take out wooden javelins from their backs and threw them. Hundreds of javelins drew a parabola in the night sky and fell towards the mobile fortress. This was a tentative attack. The lizardman warriors didn't even use much effort. They often used this kind of tentative attack to test the enemy's depth and judge the enemy's fighting method. If the enemy dodges, then observe whether the enemy dodges quickly. At the same time, you can understand that the enemy does not have a battle formation. After all, the battle formation must be gathered together, and there is a lack of space for dodging. If he does not dodge or avoid, and resist the javelin, you can know what the enemy's defense is like, and whether there are any loopholes to exploit. But when the javelins hit the mobile fortress, they were stunned. The enemy did not dodge or defend. Instead, the skeleton undead stretched out their arms and pulled the javelins into the fortress, disappearing without a trace. What the HL? Fighting a war and stealing weapons. The lizardman warrior was very unhappy. In fact, AM had experienced this situation once. Many of the spears they threw were snatched away in this way. But he did not tell the lizardmen warriors about this detail in advance. These guys were too arrogant and looked down on themselves. So, you guys can do it? Go ahead. Haha. The first wave of javelins was useless, and was snatched away by the enemy. However, the lizardman warriors did not stop. Instead, they took out the second javelin from behind. This was a habit they had developed through training. They launched 2 waves of long-range projectile attacks. The first wave was used to test, and the second wave was used to kill the enemy. Hundreds of javelins were fired again. This time they were no longer thrown, but shot straight up from bottom to top, making them more penetrating. The undead reached out their hands again to get some benefits. But they didn't expect that the power of the javelins was so great this time that they couldn't hold them back. One javelin after another hit the bone wall, making crackling sounds. That is the undead. If any other race were to run into this kind of javelin without being prepared, they would most likely suffer considerable damage. Although the undead that served as the bone wall were hit by javelins, they didn't care at all. They even had the mind to pull out the javelins stuck in the bones and send them to the castle. Nearly 1,000 javelins were piled up in the main building of the castle. A smile appeared on Li Ziyu's lips. He thanked his friend for the javelins. The lizard men were always so cute. They brought gifts to the doorstep. They were welcome to come often. After 2 rounds of javelins, the lizardmen warriors drew out their scimitars and charged towards the undead mobile castle. Some of the lizardmen were even faster. They kept flashing in the crowd and approaching the mobile castle. These lizardmen were all scouts. Scouts are not only good at reconnaissance, they are also good at combat. However, when fighting, they do not charge into the enemy head-on, but instead carry out beheadings and appear as assassins, facing hundreds of enemies from all directions. Li Ziyu did not panic. Instead, he grinned with excitement on his face. The battle was like a flame that ignited his heart. With a quick glance, they found that the number of lizardmen far outnumbered their own, and they were coming with great ferocity. It would be too disadvantageous for them, the undead, to fight them head-on. Since they had a mobile castle, they naturally had to make use of it. Li Ziyu commanded the mobile castle, increased its speed, and rushed forward recklessly. The fortress exerted an astonishing pressure on the crowd. Even though the lizardmen warriors were of high quality, they had never thought of using their own flesh and blood to crash into the fortress. That was not bravery. That was stupidity. After the mobile fortress smashed the lizardmen warriors, the skeleton undead immediately divided into small groups and rushed down. They did not kill people. 3 or 5 undead pulled the arms and legs of the lone lizardmen warriors and would not let go, dragging them onto the mobile fortress. No matter how the lizardman warrior struggled, it was useless as his arms and legs were controlled. Besides, he was an undead and was not afraid of being cut by a knife. As long as his soul fire was not extinguished, he could fight. Drag the lizardman warrior to the vicinity of the mobile fortress, where more skeleton undead would appear with spears to finish him off. They stabbed the lizardman warrior to death without any hesitation and sent the body to Li Ziyu. During the whole process, the fortress kept moving. being chased by a group of lizardmen. Occasionally, a lizardman rushed to the fortress, but was quickly killed by the undead. The undead are so disgusting and dirty. Several scouts hanging behind the fortress were howling in anger at the scene in front of them. But they didn't dare to move forward. This was completely different from the battles they had fought before. Everyone was fighting on the front line, and the leader could be easily identified and beheaded no matter he was charging in the front or commanding from the rear. This time, they got a moving turtle SHL and didn't even see who the enemy leader was, let alone behead him. Instead, they lost a lot of people on their side. After being carried around in circles by the moving castle for several times, the lizardman warrior couldn't stand it anymore. Isn't this playing Piraeus? How can this be? The lizardmen fight by relying on explosive speed, but they lack endurance. If they keep running like this, not to mention defeating the undead, they will run out of energy if they continue. The undead fortress was fine, but we had lost dozens of people. An imperceptible sneer flashed across Am's face. Aren't they all so arrogant? Aren't they all conceited? Don't they all think they are very good? Aren't they all laughing at themselves? Go ahead and kill the undead. Why are you so frustrated? Am, who had fought against the undead before, had expected that the undead would use similar fighting methods as before, so he did not rush to kill them immediately. Instead, he watched the battle from the back, wanting the undead to teach these arrogant lizardmen a lesson first. The goal has been achieved, and it is his turn to take action. Whether it is for revenge or for his own future, he must capture the undead. After joining the new tribe, he has been thinking about how to deal with the undead. And today he finally has the chance. Assault team, follow me in charge. Am saw the opportunity when the mobile castle was approaching, and suddenly roared, rushing towards the fortress with a javelin in hand. Behind him were a dozen burly and powerful lizardmen warriors. These lizardmen all had scars on their bodies, and had experienced many battles. Almost every one of them had the combat power equivalent to Ada, the first warrior in the tribe. The members of the assault team are all strong men specially selected by Am. The mobile fortress flashed past Am, giving off a drifting feeling, and there were dozens of lizardman warriors following behind. Am, with a dozen members of the assault team, rushed forward without hesitation. The timing they chose was critical, as the undead were all paying attention to the lizardman warriors falling from the rear, and did not expect Am to suddenly appear. A dozen members of the assault team bit their knives in their mouths, clung to the outer edge of the fortress, and climbed upwards frantically. By the time the undead reacted, the members of the assault team were already prepared. They fought and climbed up at the same time, and finally climbed onto the bone platform. Chapter 37, Attacking the Main Building. The main building of the moving castle of the dead. Li Ziyu stood in front of the window, looking through the window at the wasteland in the night. Amid the flying dust, lizardmen warriors rushed over with weapons in hand. It was a chase, and he was the one being chased. Crack! The sound of bones rubbing against each other made him turn his head and look at the skeleton undead holding a round shield and a bone knife behind him. The enemy is on the platform. Just one sentence made Li Ziyu's eyes widen. He really didn't expect that a lizardman warrior would rush up. After a moment of panic, he calmed down again. Find me a scimitar. The skeleton undead turned and walked towards the bone wall, snatched a scimitar commonly used by lizardmen from his companion's hand, handed it to Li Ziyu, then silently turned around and returned to the wall. Li Ziyu shook the scimitar in his hand, turned around and sat back on the big bone chair, staring at the gate quietly. In front of him, 10 skeleton warriors lined up in a row, standing silently. Am, with a dozen members of the lizardman assault team, broke through the obstacles like a sharp knife and killed their way onto the fortress platform. After climbing onto the platform, the number of skeleton undead they had to face increased exponentially. In order to protect the safety of the main building, the skeleton undead came out in full force and killed the invaders, stepping on the bone plates, with a foothold under their feet. Am and the members of the assault team could finally bring all their fighting power into play. Facing the surging undead, they showed violent looks on their faces, and rushed forward screaming, just like stones facing the white waves. The waves hit the rocks, splashing white water. Those were the bones of the skeleton undead flying around. The lizardmen warriors of the assault team were more ferocious than the undead. They believed in their own strength and held their positions firmly. Those undead, who were only skeletons, were very light and could be easily knocked away. More and more undead came to attack. But they did not move at all, and even kept moving forward. Without the support of the mobile castle, the weakness of the undead finally emerged. Their individual combat power was far weaker than that of the assault team members. More than 100 undead were still unable to stop their advance. After Am and his men rushed onto the fortress platform, it was like a floodgate had been opened. More and more lizardmen followed suit, clinging to the mobile fortress and climbing up. While the undead focused their main attention on Am and his men, they climbed onto the platform and joined the battle. The undead failed to quickly eliminate Am, and instead allowed the lizardmen's team to gradually expand. Charge towards the gate. Charge into their main building. Am saw the towering main building of the fortress right in front of him, and the two tightly closed doors. He suddenly understood what was going on. If he rushed in, he would gain the final victory. He could get his revenge and regain his lost rights. He could even go a step further. He raised the scimitar in his hand high and charged forward like crazy. No matter how much they looked down on Am before, when they saw his madness at this moment, the lizardmen warriors were infected and followed him, rushing forward, spontaneously protecting Am and the assault team members, blocking wave after wave of undead. As for whether they would die among the undead, it didn't matter anymore. This was a battle, and everything was for victory. The assault team rushed to the main entrance of the main building and attacked the gate frantically. Li Ziyu was sitting on a large bone chair, listening to the sound of dingling outside, gritted his teeth, and his face was chinning. The first distance was so dangerous. The fear could not suppress the rising in his heart. His men held the handle subconsciously, and the muscles and skin became stiff. Psychological stress continued to increase, and the memory clips of the past life flashed in the minds. He closed his eyes. The memory clip disappeared. His brain became blank, and his eyes opened. The blood in his eyes appeared. His body trembled uncontrollably, and he twitched slightly. There was a sudden snap in his mind, as if something collapsed, the heart beating vigorously. The blood rushed into the blood vessels, roared, and adrenaline was stimulated. Li Ziyu slammed it fiercely, and his face gradually showed a smile. It was a kind of rampant, and irritable smile, like the last madness of the beast. Some people will collapse under huge pressure, and some people will be crazy under huge pressure, depending on the heart of people. And he is the latter, even if it is dead. You have to pull back. Death is not worthy of my fear. At least I died in the battlefield. I, the Lord of the Dead, the spokesperson of the death. Why is it afraid of death? If someone blocks the door and beats you, should you endure it or not? The thoughts in my mind gradually twisted, chaotic, and became a chaos. Li Ziyu's eyes read, slowly stood up, straightened their backs, clenched the scimitar in the hand, looked at the direction of the door, and blood was burning. Open the door. Fight. The low roar squeezed out of the teeth, rang through the empty main building, regarding the order issued by the city owner, let alone persuasion. And even if you look at it at a glance, the will of the city owner is not doubtful. Click, click, click. In the sound of rubbing, the two doors slowly opened. The lizardmen who were constantly attacking outside stopped their attacks, took 2 steps back, looked at the open door with a fierce look on their faces, and moved their shoulders, necks, and all the muscles in their bodies. The door was completely opened, and everything in the main building appeared before their eyes. On both sides were the skeletons of the undead that were decomposed from the walls. In front of them was a row of skeleton warriors holding bone shields and bone knives, with even greater momentum. Looking back, in front of the large bone chair, stood a human holding a scimitar. Humanity? The members of the tackling team were a little stunned for a while. Look at me. I look at you. And they all see from the eyes of teammates that they are puzzled and doubtful. They can't figure out how to make an extra human being in a group of undeads. And it seems that those undeads are still protecting this human. AMU's response is much faster than the members of the Thai team. He doesn't want to consider why there is a human question in the undead. He just wants to get revenge and want to be shameful before. Kill. With a roar, AM rushed into the main building first, and the members of the assault team also reacted and followed closely. Looking at the lizard man who rushed, Li Ziyu stepped forward to fight. He followed the skeletal warrior behind him. Kill the enemy. How fast Li Ziyu rushed up. How fast he flew back. He and AMU's 2 machetes just collided simply, so that he couldn't hold his arm. Almost couldn't hold the knife. And then, he was kicked by his lower abdomen. He was kicked and left the ground. Dreams are beautiful. But reality is cruel. No matter how brave he is just an ordinary human who lacks training. Facing the battle-hardened robber-turned leader of the lizard men. He is far inferior to him, and is defeated as soon as he goes up. His trash human. He kicked Li Ziyu with one foot. And Amu disdained his tongue. In his heart. Human beings are like this. The sounds are quite loud. Really fighting. But he is not. He has robbed many human caravans. Those so-called guards are just whispering. Li Ziyu struggled to stand up with the help of his scimitar. Feeling that his intestines were tangled, he covered his abdomen, raised his head, and stared fiercely at Am, who was standing with a knife. The other lizard men were already fighting with the skeleton warriors. Chapter 38 The Lord of the City is dead. From ordinary skeleton undead to skeleton warrior. Even if it is just a primary skeleton warrior, there has been a qualitative change in combat effectiveness. According to the system prompts, the Bone Dead Spirit is not a combat sequence, almost equivalent to farmers. And the Skeletal Warrior is the combat sequence of the 8 classics. The regular army comes. Whether it is bone strength or combat skills, it has greatly improved. After all, the members of the tackling team were veterans who were in the battle. They rely on the courage and combat experience to fight the Bone Warrior. But they would not be able to take it for a while. Amu looked around and found that the lizard fighter he brought was not suffering. And then he focused on Li Ziyu. He did not expect that the leader behind the undead would actually be humans. Does it mean that as long as the human beings are killed, the undead will not attack himself? This idea is very attractive. Looking at Li Ziyu, who struggled to stand up, Amu laughed and strode forward with a knife. And he cut it over with a knife. Li Ziyu raised his knife to block it, but did not expect that the knife was strong, and directly cut the knife in his hand, leaving a wound on his shoulder. Well, the severe pain made his expression distorted. Grinned his teeth, and a word burst between his teeth. And his injured arm could not be lifted instantly. Unexpectedly, his first battle was so miserable. Like a joke, the knife brought out a blood chain and pulled away from his shoulders. Li Ziyu retreated and did not fall. Instead, he looked fiercely in his eyes and stood straight, like a trapped beast. Human, tell me why you can control these undead spirits. Tell me and kowtow to me a few times. Maybe I will forgive you if I am happy. Although Li Ziyu's eyes were fierce, he was not scared. He had seen too many eyes. As a result, the result was that he was still alive. Those who had fierce eyes had long disappeared. There is no threat in front of the human beings. Purely weak chickens are even too lazy to defend. If you do want to know the secret of the undead, it will only ask for this human life. As for whether this human beings will give him the answer, Amu feels that he has a high probability of getting the answer. After all, humans are weak and are very afraid of death. It won't be too late to kill him once you get the answer. What? Do you say that he has a life commitment? Hee. I am a robber. Which of the promises of the robbers will count? I believe that the promise of the robbers is not the actions of a fool in itself. Drink. Tay. Responding to Alm was an old sputum. Li Ziyu covered the wound. His mouth was bloody, but his face was full of disdain. Stupid X. I still want to get the secret of controlling the undead here. I really want to be blind. Looking down at the phlegm on his body, M's face darkened. If you don't want to talk about it, then go to H.L. He walked 2 steps forward, and the machete was stabbing out, pushing into Li Ziyu's abdomen, and then bent upwards, piercing his heart with the radiant of the scimitar. Li Ziyu's body shook, staring at Am, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. The light in his eyes gradually dimmed, and the vitality gradually disappeared. Amu helped Li Ziyu's body to push backwards, pulled out the scimitar, wiped the habitual back and forth. His hand was loose, and the body fell to the ground. He turned back, with a smile on his face, raised his machete with a high smile. Stop, undead. Your leader. You have been killed by me. Victory. The lizardman warrior who was fighting the undead stopped and looked at Am, who was holding up his scimitar. After a moment of pause, he cheered. The city lord is dead? The undead also stopped and perceived the surroundings with soul fire. The familiar life's breath disappeared, and they were stunned in place. We, the lizardmen, win. At this time, Amu was very proud of his heart. May I ask, who has killed the leader of the undead? Undead is a horrible legend. The death itself, and they bring fear and disaster. But today, he killed an undead leader. This is feat from today. The name of his M will be circulated on the wasteland. No one can question him anymore. If these undead can surrender and follow themselves, it is even better and prestigious. Alm feels that it should not be difficult to do this. After all, a weak human beings can convince these undead. He is a powerful lizard man. Why can't he do it? The undead? Surrender. Go back to me. Become my help. I will create glory. Amu looked at the bone warrior and sent an invitation. The skeleton warriors ignored his invitation and instead confirmed over and over again that the city lord's life breath had indeed disappeared. Their lord was gone. Call. The soul fire of a skeleton warrior changed from the center. A hint of blood red appeared in the center of the dark blue soul fire, like ink falling into water, spreading quickly and replacing the dark blue. His bones seemed to be rusted, and he slowly raised his head and looked at the lizardman warrior beside him, who was still cheering. The other skeletal warriors, even the bones of the dead soul, also mutated. A blossoming blue soul fire became blood red, exuding a violent and crazy atmosphere. The undead with overlords are a group of obedient, more or less calm skeletons. But when the overlord returns to the embrace of death, they are as if freed from their shackles, no longer needing reason, and their nature returns. That is the source of legends, the source of fear, death itself, and they are the real skeleton undead. They no longer need to think. Just kill. Revenge for their lords. And bring death to this world. The upper and lower jaws opened, and the soul fire skyrocketed, as if the fire of gasoline was added. The soul roar broke out. A large number of undead gathered together. The soul roar formed a shock wave, and the hurricane generally swept through the entire fortress. The cheers of the lizard soldiers ended abruptly, and the fear from the depths of the soul made their bodies tremble unconsciously, and looked at the undead around them in horror. When the soul fire of the undead changed, Amo noticed that it was wrong. The soul roaring struck, making his face extremely ugly. This is wrong. It's not right. Different from him. Isn't the leader killed? Shouldn't these undead be surrendered? Looking at them, they are crazy. It was really crazy. All the undead suddenly moved, and the lizard fighters around him were completely changed. More brutal, rude, hysterical, suddenly chaotic. Stunned all. Stunned in place. The consciousness gradually sinks, and it feels like a drowning. The water is so weak that not even a feather can float on it. Such a sentence suddenly appeared in Liziu's mind, and then suddenly woke up. What am I thinking about? He opened his eyes fiercely. Dark in front of his eyes. His body was still sinking slowly, and he felt very dull. Where am I? The memory returned. The shoulder was injured. The abdomen was stabbed. The machete pierced the heart. The pain was severe. Ah, I'm dead? But it's not right. I still have consciousness. Liziu doesn't understand the current state. But no matter what, the feeling of suffocation is not so good. Now that he can still move, he always wants to struggle. Liziu once again controlled his body, and subconsciously swimming up. Chapter 39, Emu is executed. The undead are crazy. Brothers, let's fight. Retreat. We can't hold on any longer. No. Don't come over here. There were constant shouts, roars, and screams. It's messy. It's all messy. The Lord's death made the undeads crazy. They attacked all the souls around regardless of the cost. Regardless of the cost. The entire undead mobile castle fell into madness. The undead rushed out in droves. Even though they were outnumbered by many, the lizardman warriors were still suppressed, and for a while they were beaten so hard that they couldn't even raise their heads. In the chaos, no one noticed that Liziu, who was dead, turned into dust, scattered with the wind, disappearing without a trace. In the endless darkness of the Five Fingers, Liziu struggled to go upstream. He was like a drowning person. He had always existed. He gradually had pain. Shoulders, heart, and lower abdomen. Pain is not a bad thing at this time. Instead, it is a good thing. At least let him know that his body is still there. At least it makes him feel that he is still alive. And the dead will not have pain. Get up. I do it know when. There is a light point size of the size of rice grains. There is a voice in my heart telling him that swimming in the light spots is the hope of survival. With all his strength to the light spots. The light spots are getting bigger and bigger. like a circular portal floating on the head. And it is almost a little bit. Clenched the teeth. And launched the final charge. Ha! Breaking through the light spots. The white was white in front of her eyes. Li Ziyu took a deep breath. The feeling of suffocation retreated. The white light gradually dissipated. And the color returned again, allowing him to see the scene in front of his eyes. Everything in front of him stunned him. The residual limbs are broken. And the blood flows into a river. Like entering the slaughterhouse. What happened, and what happened to the undead? The undead of the Red Soul Fire. Li Ziyu has never seen it before. Full of heart. Almost thought he had crossed again. Wait. It's not right. Li Ziyu took a deep breath and stunned again. The blood flowed into a river in front of him. It is reasonable to have a very strong bloody smell. But he didn't smell it. He felt bad in his heart. He lowered his head and looked at it. He was suspended in the air. And his body was still transparent. He was a virtue with the ghost in the movie. Good guy. I still die. Right? Li Ziyu's heart is desolate. What is he struggling to struggle? In order to become a ghost? However. Right. It becomes stronger than the ghost is completely dead. At least I can find music. And is the ghost immune to physical attacks? After thinking about it, Li Ziyu gradually calmed down. And the ghost just became a ghost. First familiar with it. He tried to float towards the Lizardman warrior. But that Lizardman warrior was concentrating on dealing with the skeleton warrior in front of him. He had several wounds on his body, and also cut several bones in the skeleton warrior. But did not hurt the skeleton at all. When Li Ziyu approached, he had no response and turned a blind eye. I really are invisible. Since you can't see me, don't blame me. Look at the iron fist I love. I hit. Li Ziyu waved a punch at the door of the lizard fighter. But the fist passed through the head of the lizard fighter, but did not cause the slightest harm. With a fist, his face showed such an expression. It's normal for a ghost to not be able to hit people. Right? It was easy to accept the reality when he arrived. But when he looked at the undeads, he was consumed by the lizard man. He couldn't help him at all. And he still felt very aggrieved. Am I just going to sit there and watch all the undead die? At the moment of this idea, a message appeared in Li Ziyu's heart. He could be resurrected. And he was resurrected by the lizard man. It feels weird. But Li Ziyu believes that this is true. The fake is actually indifferent. It is a ghost. Playing with it. But what if there is really a chance of resurrection? Li Ziyu touched his chin. His eyes turned. And he looked around until he found his goal AMU. AM also faced off against a skeleton warrior. And it was a case of meeting a worthy opponent. Beside him were the remains of an undead with a broken skull, dissipated soul fire, and completely dead. But this was not what Li Ziyu was concerned about. He was concerned about the scimitar that fell to the ground. Hey, it's my turn. The idea controls the body. Between the flash and came behind AM. Resurrection. An invisible wind surged in the air, and dust gathered and quickly formed the shape of a human. Li Ziyu successfully resurrected behind AMU and opened his eyes again. He had no time to think about it. He picked up the machete on the ground and stabbed AMU's waist. Puff. Who was fighting for the bone warrior, froze. He slowly turned back. His pupils contracted, and an unexpected face appeared in front of him. It was the human, and the human that should have been dead. His eyes slowly moved downwards, and he saw the scimitar held in the human's hands. Surprisingly, no surprise. I didn't expect it. I'm still alive. Li Ziyu showed a big smile to AMU, with a sip of white teeth, and seeing Alm's heart and cooling. Is this guy's appearance that is human? Is it actually an undead? Without waiting for him to say something, Li Ziyu's hands were struggling, twisting. One hook, and the machete rotated in his body. Just like he killed Li Ziyu. He warned his heart. AM opened his mouth and wanted to scream, but the light in his eyes had gone. I can be resurrected. I wonder if you can resurrect. While Li Ziyu kicked AMU's body while he was talking, he pulled out the scimitar hard, put the blade on his neck, and then used his head to cut off his head. He looked up at the battlefield. His expression became embarrassed. With the battle, the undeads had fell into the wind. The lizard fighter had noticed the weakness of the undead. In addition, the number of people gradually fell into the wind. That's all of my family. I have worked hard to save the bottom of my home. If you continue like this, I will become a light rod commander. The site was swept through the main building, and there were a lot of wreckage of the undead. But the bodies of the lizards were also many. Break down. System. Decompose the corpse for me. Liziu roared in his heart. Decompose lizardman +1. Obtain 1 skeleton. 1 damaged lizard skin. 50 soul energy. Summon the undead? As the system decomposed, Liziu summoned new undead. At his summons, the undead emerged one by one, consciously and automatically sought weapons, and then joined the battle. The soul fire of the newly summoned undead was still dark blue, but those undead with red soul fire seemed to know that these newcomers were their companions and did not attack them. Instead, they cooperated with each other and attacked the lizardman warriors more fiercely. Liziu held a scimitar in one hand and Am's head in the other. His body was covered in blood and his ferocious face made him look like a demon from H.L. Bring it on! Let me show you what a real undead is. Let me show you what it means to get more the more you fight. The summoning the new undead is not over yet. Liziu looked down at the head in his hand and raised it high. Your leader. Fu Sun. Chapter 40. Cemetery of the Dead. Liziu's roar reached the ears of the lizardmen warriors. They subconsciously turned their heads and saw the human standing upright with his head raised high. Is that Am? Emu is dead. How come? The lizardmen warriors were in a panic. Am was the leader of this attack on the undead. The lizardman who was most familiar with the undead. And the lizardman who led them to charge into the fortress. Yet he was killed for no apparent reason. Their morale dropped to the bottom in an instant. The leaders are all dead. Is there any need to continue fighting? Even if you find the weakness of the undead, you will die if they are too daring to fight. The lizardmen became panicked and tried to escape. While they were in a panic, the undead were not affected at all. They continued to attack. Attack. And attack again. Liziu, holding the head, saw the panic of the lizardmen and a ferocious smile appeared on his face again. I will not only summon new undead, but also strike a blow to your momentum. The leader is always like a banner and a leader. Now that the leader is dead, the blow to the morale of the lizardmen can be imagined, and their fighting spirit is fading. Liziu's move was equivalent to giving a negative buff to all the lizardman warriors. At this time, the lizardman warriors wanted to leave, but the undead were unwilling to let them go. More and more undead were summoned and joined the battle. Faced with the increasing number of undead, the lizardmen warriors were terrified and their morale dropped even more. They no longer wanted to destroy the undead, but only thought about how to escape from here. The collapse happened in an instant. When the first lizardman warrior turned around and fled, the other lizardman warriors completely lost their will to fight and fell apart. Run. Help. Don't run away from me. The lizardman warriors panicked and jumped down from the fortress, scattering and fleeing into the wilderness in the darkness. Liziu would not miss such a good opportunity. He immediately ordered the mobile castle to start and follow the enemy. After chasing for a long distance, they vaguely realized that they were approaching the enemy's cemetery. So they stopped, turned the mobile fortress around, and drove back into the wilderness, collecting the corpses of lizardman warriors along the way. The job of cleaning the battlefield was left to the undead. Liziu sat on the big bone chair and breathed heavily. He looked at the head of Am in his hand and threw it aside with disgust. Damn it. I almost died. No. I was already dead. And then I came back to life. Liziu supported his hands on his thighs, talking to himself, extremely confused. How could he be resurrected after death? Could it be that because I am the lord of the undead city, I also have the attribute of immortality? Looking up at the undead cleaning up the battlefield, Liziu opened the system interface. When in doubt, ask the system. After a careful search, he actually found the explanation. In fact, the system had already told him the reason for his resurrection, but he didn't pay attention and ignored it out of habit. When he traveled through, the system reminded him that his life was bound to the mobile fortress. If the castle was destroyed, the life of the city lord would end. If the castle existed forever, the life of the city lord would not end either. If one wanted to kill the city lord of the mobile castle, one had to destroy the main building of the mobile castle. As long as the castle is there, the lord is there. The two are one. The lizardmen warriors could kill him, but they had no way of destroying the castle's main building. So he had a chance to be resurrected. Theoretically speaking, as long as the main building is not completely destroyed, he can be resurrected infinitely. But in fact, after this resurrection, the system gave a new prompt. After each resurrection, the resurrection time will be extended. Increasing the level of the castle's main building will shorten the resurrection time. Come to think of it, if one could be resurrected it will. Then what's the point of having warriors? Just fight on your own. Anyway, you can't die, so anything is fine. It is impossible for the system to leave such an obvious bug. Extending the resurrection time is the system's solution. If you die too often, you may not be able to be resurrected for years, decades, or even hundreds of years. What's the difference between that and being dead? Besides, death doesn't feel that good. If you can live happily and have fun, why do you have to suffer by dying? Having just died once, Li Ziyu didn't want to experience the feeling of resurrection again. Not being afraid of death does not mean wanting to die. After figuring out the reason for the resurrection, Li Ziyu felt relieved and started to check other data. In the previous battle, more than 100 undead were lost, which was close to half of the casualties. But later, the corpses of the Lizardman warriors were summoned into new undead, which not only replenished the lost undead, but also had more than 200 more. The number may be even greater in a while. After all, the battlefield has not been cleaned up yet, and the corpses of the Lizardman warriors have not yet decomposed. Judging from the results, this battle was not a loss, but a profit. The number of undead under his command at least doubled. Li Ziyu took a quick glance, and then looked at the system prompt. When he was resurrected just now, he seemed to hear a prompt sound. But he was in a battle at that time, and had no time to check it out. Now is a good time to take a look. Warm reminder, after your first death and successful resurrection, new buildings will be unlocked. Can you unlock hidden buildings after you die? This is outrageous. If I keep hiding and don't die, then I will never be able to unlock the hidden building. The dog system is really a scam. Li Ziyu was confused. Which system requires the host to die once to unlock a building? It's too undead-like. When I opened the building interface, a new building appeared. Cemetery of the Dead. Introduction. The cemetery where the dead are born. Construction requirements: bones * 100 units. Soul energy * 500 units. Wood * 5 units. Stone * 5 units. Occupied area: 1 unit expandable. Li Ziyu looked at the introduction of the cemetery for the dead. His eyes bulged, and he almost choked on his own saliva. A cemetery that can produce the dead. This thing is amazing. He would build it even if he had to sell everything he had. After rummaging around in the warehouse, and cleaning up the corpses of Lizardman warriors newly brought back from the battlefield, they finally gathered enough resources, and immediately built a cemetery for the dead. Perhaps because of its special nature, the cemetery for the dead was built very quickly. It was completed in just over 10 minutes. Li Ziyu took a look around out of curiosity, and was a little disappointed. The so-called cemetery for the dead is just a piece of black mud with a wooden stick inserted crookedly, which looks a bit like the style of the ancestral tombs of wilderness tribes. That's it? With so many resources, you only built a scaled-down version of the tribe's ancestral tomb? If new undead could really be born, Li Ziyu would not care so much. He could not wait to check the building information. Seeing this, he gasped. This thing could really produce new undead, as long as soul energy was invested. Every 10 units could give birth to a new undead. A cemetery could produce up to 10 new undead every day. Awesome. A miniature version of the ancestral tomb. Now if Li Ziyu wants to summon new undead, he needs to consume bones. Each unit of bones can summon 1 skeleton undead. Skeletons are a strategic resource that need to be used in all aspects of the undead fortress. If they are all used to summon undead, then there is no need to build the building. Therefore, he has been limiting the number of undead under his command. But now it's different. What is being consumed now is soul energy. Although it is also important. Compared to skeletons, Li Ziyu has more soul energy in reserve. There is no problem at all using it to expand the number of undead. Chapter 41. I haven't eaten yet. The individual strength of the undead is relatively weak, and their basic advantage is numbers. Unfortunately, since coming to the other world, the number of skeletons that Li Ziyu can obtain is very limited. So he cannot increase his troops, and his growth rate has also been curbed. Now, with the Cemetery of the Dead, 100 units of soul energy can produce 10 skeleton undead every day. A little bit can add up to a lot, and the Cemetery of the Dead can be expanded, and soul energy can be used to create more undead, solving the problem of manpower. Li Ziyu waved his hand, and 100 units of soul energy were injected into the Cemetery of the Dead. Under the moonlight, the undeads were busy. and all the corpses and weapons were brought back to the mobile forts to clean the battlefield. Of the 500 Lizardman warriors, less than 100 escaped, and even the leader AM was killed. Weapons, bones, and energy were a great harvest, and temporarily solved the hidden dangers. The undead have returned to the fortress. The undead whose soul fire had turned red before, after confirming that the city lord had been resurrected, turned back into a dark blue flame. They were no longer as crazy as before, which made Li Ziyu breathe a sigh of relief. He had never expected that his death would trigger the mutation of the undead. Fortunately, the undead mutated. Otherwise, they might not be able to defeat so many lizardmen. After cleaning up the battlefield and gathering resources, Li Ziyu activated the mobile fortress and went to meet up with Lu Xingxing, who had gone his separate ways. The lizardmen had all come to his side, so Lu Xingxing should not have been attacked. After checking the location, I was stunned. Huh? South close to me? On the map displayed by the system, a light spot was flashing. That was exactly where Lu Xingxing was. Very close to him. It didn't take Li Ziyu much time to find the treasure-hunting Catman's mobile fortress in the off-state. Li Ziyu checked Lu Xingxing's condition and found that this guy was not affected. The Lizardman warrior's attention was focused on the undead, and no one paid any attention to him. The treasure-hunting cat's mobile fortress started up and returned to the fortress of the undead. The two merged into one, and Lu Xingxing trotted into the main building of the undead. Brother, are you okay? Lu Xingxing ran in shouting. When he saw what was in front of him clearly, he stopped talking. Li Ziyu was just having dinner leisurely. The table was filled with fruits and barbecue. He had fought with the lizard man and was quite exhausted. He was hungry. While tearing the barbecue, Li Ziyu looked up at Lu Xingxing and nodded to him. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine, brother. As long as you are fine. I feel relieved. Is the barbecue delicious? Lu Xingxing's attention was completely not on Li Ziyu's words. He stared at the barbecue, almost unable to restrain his saliva. Li Ziyu paused while tearing the barbecue. And then he realized that Lu Xingxing looked a little strange. You didn't eat? How about we eat together? Isn't this good? He said badly in his mouth. But his body was honest to the front of the table. Picked up the barbecue inside the Coke inside the block, and stuffed it into his mouth. I really didn't eat? Li Ziyu was planning to say to him slowly, and he heard Lu Xingxing's belly grunt. He had a guess in his heart. You never eat? No. I don't know where to eat. The wild fruit has seen it. But I don't know those fruits. Dare not eat. And I'm afraid of toxic. Lu Xingxing's mouth was full, saying vaguely. It was no wonder that Li Ziyu's face appeared on his face. The two cats under his hand were probably not able to hit the prey. So he was hungry so far? Why don't you say before? Li Ziyu asked casually. Isn't this thinking about helping the elder brother find good things first? Lu Xingxing said with a sloppy smile. He said that Li Ziyu was stunned, and he felt a little bit of emotion. A silly boy. The two of them had not been in contact for a long time, and Li Ziyu did not know what kind of person Lu Xingxing was. But based on his current actions, he could still be recognized. As long as this kid did not have any improper thoughts, everything would be fine. Pushing the barbecue plate in front of me in the direction of Lu Xingxing. Slowly eat. Some. Will be hungry in the future. Otherwise, how can I know that you have not eaten? By the way, the meat is still there. Do you take the two cats? Do you eat the two cats? Lu Xingxing chewed the grilled meat hard and shook his head. I didn't eat it. I couldn't find it anymore. The two cats would rebel. Li Ziyu smiled, nodded, called the undead, and asked them to send some food for the cats. The two were good assistants of treasure hunt. If they were starved to death, they would be big. A light rod commander. Li Ziyu could not use it. It really ignored this. Among the many advantages of being undead, one is that they do not need to eat. They are just a pile of bones. And it is useless to eat anything. So they do not need food at all. Since traveling through time, the only person Li Ziyu needs to take care of is himself. It is true that if one person is full, the whole family will not be hungry. But it is different for other races. As a city owner, other benefits can be worse. But they must ensure that food is the most critical and affects loyalty. It cannot guarantee that there is enough food. The probability of the race rebellion of the men may not be killed by the aborigines or monsters, but died in a group of hungry hands. Li Ziyu was used to the undead, but forgot about Lu Xingxing and his two cats. It was really difficult for them to get food. After all, they had just traveled through time, and not only were their fighting abilities weak, but their numbers were also small. In fact, when Lu Xingxing was hungry while treasure hunting during the day, he had already realized this. He liked treasure hunting, but he didn't know how to hunt, and he was not familiar with the plants in the alien world, and he couldn't pick wild fruits. He could only hold on and wait for the undead lord to appear. At that time, he was extremely grateful that he had clung to his big brother, and that there should be food. When he met at night, he was not embarrassed to open his mouth and directly say about food. Instead, he wanted to do some results. Besides, food was the first place of treasure hunting, and he was actually the ancestral grave of others. And he was also found. He had pursued it all the way, and until now, he ate barbecue. Before he traveled through time, he lived in a peaceful era. Even when he went out treasure hunting, he always carried dry food with him. Even if the dry food was not enough, he knew a lot of edible plants. He had never experienced hunger before, but this time he finally experienced it and understood how uncomfortable it felt to be hungry. After eating 2 pieces of barbecue and having enough food in his stomach, Lu Xingxing finally had the mood to look around. There were still traces of blood in the main building, a fishy smell in the air, and blood-stained weapons piled nearby. It seemed that the battle was quite brutal. It was not far from the undead bridge for it. The watches came sneakily. The group of lizard fighters sieged the fortress and killed each other with the undead. He saw that his blood was cold. Changed the undead to himself. Lu Xingxing feels that he can die 800 times. The number of lizards far exceeds the number of undead. But I didn't know what to do. The undead actually became the last winner. It was even a great victorious. He chased the lizard people around him. Now he saw the situation in the main building. Chapter 42. Comprehensive Preparation for War. While eating, Li Ziyu sent the weapon to the newly born undead, and trained 10 skeleton warriors by the way. From today's battle, the combat effectiveness of the skeletal soldiers is remarkable. When Lu Xingxing was almost 8, Li Ziyu asked him to point to the next treasure place. I hope that the next treasure can gain something, given the previous 2 treasures, Li Ziyu said with a long heart. I also hope. Lu Xingxing responded seriously, in the direction of Lu Xingxing's guidance. The dead mobile fortress went on the road again and went to the next treasure. Stas Lizard Tribe. Cave Hall. The torch and bonfire shone the entire hole. The lizard leader Mose looked at the returned soldiers with a sullen face. He went out to 500 lizard fighters. He returned less than 100 and lost his helmet to remove armor. He was wounded and embarrassed. Where's AM? Moss asked in a low voice, suppressing his anger. The rest of the lizard men in the cave heard this low voice, and immediately understood that their leaders were angry. Every time this kind of calm sound was hidden, the anger that forcibly suppressed them dared to provoke them Stas. And someone was unlucky. Their comrades were also extremely angry when they saw them running back in such a miserable state. As their leader, AM was bound to be the outlet for their anger. However, when they looked for him with their eyes, they couldn't find that guy. They couldn't help but look at the lizardmen warriors who had escaped back. Dead. Alm died, and was killed by the dead's hand. The lizard man stood in front of him, whispered, Dead? There was a whispering in the cave. They suspected that they had heard it wrong. It was enough to have an M in. Why do they say that there is an undead now? This joke is not fun at all. Even at this time, the Stas lizard still does not believe the existence of the undead. Do you see the undead in your own eyes? Seeing Alm's death? Moss pushed away the wine glass from the servant, stood up, and came to the lizard warrior who had lost his arms, looking straight at his eyes. This, Alm's death. I didn't see it with my own eyes, but the undead really existed. When the lizard man spoke, he flashed in his eyes. Those crazy skeletons left a deep impression on him, and cut off his arm. His words caused an uproar around him. Moss stretched out his hand to stop the noise from the surrounding lizardmen. He believed the words of the lizardman warrior in front of him. He could not believe Am's words. After all, he was an outsider, not a lizardman who grew up in the Stas tribe. It was possible that he was talking nonsense and telling lies. But in front of it, the Stas lizard fighter, who was in the 8 classics, had grown up from a young age and would not lie to his leader, especially his scared look. And he couldn't leave. He really saw horror, and he still felt unsafe. Moss remained silent, turned around and walked back to his seat, staring at the fleeing lizardmen below without saying a word. Dead? What does the emergence of the undead mean? Moss felt it was a signal. A signal from chaos and darkness. Alm is just a small leader. But Mose is not. He has a lizard tribe of 100,000 people. He knows more than AMU. They leave history. A tribe without history will not exist for long and will easily die out. Only with history, and the ability to inherit the legacy of ancestors, can the tribe continue to grow and become stronger. Every leader of the Stas tribe will study history, draw lessons from history, and make the tribe better. In the history of the ancestors, there are records about various races. This includes the undead. The ancestors of the lizard people once said that the undead will not appear easily in this world. After all, they are deaths. They should not exist in this world. They are more like messengers, passing the news of death, chaos and darkness. The undead means that the chaos is approaching. In addition to the undead, there are several races, which have similar meanings, such as devils, gods and envoys, etc. Under the prosperous age, these races will not appear at all. Only when chaos comes can they appear. And troubled times are unstoppable. Even super-large tribes, or even a coalition of tribes, cannot stop the arrival of troubled times. No matter how powerful a race is, it may perish in troubled times and become a part of history. All they can hope for is not to become history and to continue to exist. Tell me about the undead in detail. Tell me everything you have seen, experienced, and guessed. After a long silence, Moss finally spoke, his voice serious and serious. The lizard fighters looked around for 4 weeks and saw the unbelievable and disdainful eyes of the same family. He finally understood the feelings of AMU. His eyes fell on the leader. It was a group of mobilized skeletons. There is a blue flame burning in their heads, and they will not perish until the flame is extinguished. They had weapons, some with bone knives and shields, others with our machetes and spears. They are not afraid of our attacks, nor do they care about our attacks. Even if they are broken into pieces, they will reassemble and fight us again. On the battlefield, even an arm that falls to the ground and is ignored may cost us our lives. The undead came from a moving building. The building moved very fast, faster than we could run. They relied on the building to attack. Their leaders were killed. Those undeads were crazy. And the blue flames became red flames, even stronger. Listening to his narration, the faces of the surrounding lizardmen changed from contempt at the beginning to contemplation, and then from contemplation to disbelief. They had never expected that under the leadership of AM, the warriors would actually rush up and meet the leader of the undead. Wait, you said the leader of the undead was killed? Moss raised his hand to interrupt the one-armed lizardman and asked in confusion. Yes, he was killed. The one-armed lizardman nodded and confirmed. Does that mean they have no leader now? Moss confirmed again. If there was really no leader, he would immediately gather his men and charge directly. This was a very good opportunity. No, their leader has resurrected and killed AM. The lizardman swallowed and said with fear in his eyes. Resurrection seemed impossible to him. But that was the fact. The human being, or rather the undead disguised as a human being, came back to life after AM killed him. It was because that human killed AM that their morale collapsed, leading to a major defeat. Moss nodded to show that he understood. The one-armed lizard man told everything he knew, then lowered his head and said no more. Chief, what should we do? Yes, Chief Moss. Should we send troops? Facing the questions from the surrounding lizardmen, Moss slowly shook his head. Pass my order. The Stas tribe is on full war preparation. Be alert at all times. Chapter 43 Swamp Clearing. Under Lu Xingxing's guidance, Li Ziyu drove the fortress to an open space. Looking at the open space outside the window, he turned to look at Lu Xingxing, and then looked at the open space outside. Li Ziyu rubbed his eyebrows. Last time, this guy brought him to someone's ancestral grave. At least there were sticks stuck in the ground, so he knew where that place was. But this time, it was just an open space with nothing. It's not quite accurate to say there is nothing. There are still some sparse grasses. Are you sure there is treasure here? Li Ziyu sighed, feeling that he might have been fooled again. Lu Xingxing made up to Li Ziyu, looked at the open space outside, and opened his own system operation. Nodded carefully. That's right. Big brother. Treasure hunting. Treasures will never be placed on the ground. Then no one knows it. You have to dig below. You can make sense. I can't refute. Before digging for treasure, Li Ziyu observed the surroundings to make sure that this was not a forbidden area such as an ancestral tomb. He also asked the undead to investigate. There were no signs of tribes gathering around. Only some small animals like mice and rabbits. Only then did he feel relieved. Since they say there is treasure underground. Now that we are here, why not dig it up? I waved my hand to let the undead go and dig the open space ahead. Upon receiving the order, the skeleton undead immediately took action, leaving the fortress in groups, coming to the open space, and digging aimlessly. The undead are not professional miners, nor do they have any suitable tools. They just throw their claws around, raising dust but being of little use. It is really difficult for them to dig the ground with those claws. Fortunately, the undead don't care and work hard and seriously. A undead dug and dug, and his paws suddenly touched something. He picked up the thing and looked at it. It was a root bone. It should be a bone of a beast. He dug it. He ran into the fortress with his bones, and gave it to Li Ziyu on his bones. According to the judgment of the undead, the owner of these bones must have been dead for quite some time, so that the flesh and blood have disappeared and only bones remain. Dig again. It is not surprising that there is a bone, Li Ziyu. I do know how many creatures were buried in the wilderness. There are bones in the ground. It is not unusual at all. After receiving the order, the undead immediately ran back to the place where he had just dug out the bones and started digging again. It seemed that because he had found the bones, the undead dug the ground much faster this time. He found more bones, dug them out of the soil, and threw them aside. The undead did not stop until the skull was dug out. They called their companions, picked up the dug bones, and returned to the mobile fortress. They placed a pile of bones in front of their lord, and their soul fire flashed. Li Ziyu checked. This is a complete beast bone, which should be a beast such as bighorn cattle, which is equivalent to the bones of 3 units. Just digging the ground can get 3 units of skeletons. It's not a loss. Li Ziyu raised his eyebrows and looked at Lu Xingxing beside him. He was studying the bones curiously and trying to piece them together. What is the treasure here? Li Ziyu touched his chin and asked. Hee. There are a lot of bones buried underneath. Lu Xingxing stopped piecing together the animal bones, turned his head, and responded with a sunny smile. Last time, he was brought to someone's ancestral tomb. And this time, the treasure was found at a place with a large number of bones. Li Ziyu touched his chin, and looking at Lu Xingxing, who was seriously trying to piece together the bones. He had a guess in his mind that this guy should be able to directional hunt for treasure. Otherwise it would be impossible for him to find either an ancestral tomb or a burial ground twice in a row. Treasure hunting is about finding treasures. Gold, silver, and other riches. Who would take the initiative to dig up graves and look for cemeteries when searching for treasure? Unless he did it on purpose. This is really a surprise. I didn't expect that he has such ability. Directional treasure hunting. Which is interesting. Li Ziyu remembered the task he had arranged to Lu Xingxing before. At that time, he said that he could find the bones. The body was the best, and he would not blame him. Lu Xingxing was a lord who had just crossed, not to mention the world. Even his own fortress was not familiar. At that time, Li Ziyu thought he was lucky. Now he realized that he had found a treasure. Lu Xingxing's ability was definitely a treasure. Once it was developed, would he still worry about resources? If you need anything, just go treasure hunting. Li Ziyu seemed to see a tomorrow full of light, full of darkness. It didn't seem quite right. It should be a tomorrow full of hope. As the first undead dug out bones, the second and third followed. Bones were dug out one after another and sent back to the fortress. They were basically the bones of bighorn cattle. Did this empty space bury the cattle? Or do bighorn cattle have the same habits as elephants and like to find elephant graves when they die? Li Ziyu looked at the bone that was moved over and was a little puzzled. He turned back and threw the problem to Lu Xingxing. The place was found in the place. And of course he asked him. The answer to this question is not the key. Mainly, Li Ziyu and other are boring. Digging bones is not the same as hunting. There is no passion and blood at all. There is no danger. Just wait. He does not expect Lu Xingxing to give himself the answer. After all, he intends to take himself to dig his ancestral grave. Whenever he knows where he is, he can't take himself stupidly. Oh! According to my exploration, it is likely to be a swamp and the like here before. So the animals buried here are well preserved. Lu Xingxing's bones were not happy, and his head did not return. Oh! Swamp. that can really explain why a large horned bull group was dug here. It is estimated that it was accidentally hit into the swamp, and then trapped into it. However, I actually know that this is a swamp. What about the previous cemetery? Could it be that this guy knew that it was a cemetery, and was planning to trick me? Li Ziyu looked at Lu Xingxing, who was assembling the skeleton, and his eyes slowly narrowed. If it was as he guessed, he would have to be on guard against him. I have seen many people in my previous life who look sunny on the surface, but are actually full of bad intentions. They either have a smooth and nice appearance or have a good heart. Bound by the contract, Li Ziyu had somewhat relaxed his vigilance towards Lu Xingxing. But now, he was on guard again. Lu Xingxing might not betray him or attack him directly, but he could set a trap for him. The Conqueror contract can let Li Ziyu master Lu Xingxing's life and death, but he cannot let him have Lu Xingxing's thoughts. Feeling the murderous intent behind him, Lu Xingxing shuddered and turned his neck stiffly to look at Li Ziyu. Big brother. What's wrong? Don't scare me. What did I do wrong? Tell me. Can't I change it? During the talent battle, Li Ziyu solved Mu himself, making him more evil, squinting, and almost scared Lu Xingxing to urinate. Soldiers who have been on the battlefield and killed people are completely different from soldiers who have not been on the battlefield. They have a special aura. Do you know that this may be a swamp? What about the ancestral tomb before? Do you know too? Li Ziyu was silent and said slowly, since there is no way to control your thoughts, I will just ask you directly. If you dare to lie to me, then prepare to accept the punishment of the contract. Several bones and skeletons felt the changes in the city owner. They silently walked to Lu Xingxing with their weapons, and there was a lot of disagreement to kill his taste. Chapter 44. It's a cemetery. Brother, don't scare me. I really didn't know that was our ancestral grave. I just knew there was a body buried there. Lu Xingxing explained hurriedly with tears in his eyes. The contract didn't move. Li Ziyu took a step forward and spoke again. Then how do you know this is a swamp? Terrain. Terrain is crucial in treasure hunting. A lot of key information can be learned from the terrain. Oh, and feng shui. Brother, you see? Aren't ancient tombs all related to feng shui? That's the terrain. Looking at the approaching Li Ziyu, Lu Xingxing spoke very quickly. Li Ziyu stared at Lu Xingxing for a while, showing a mild smile, and the evil spirits on his body dispersed, as if there was never too much. He patted Lu Xingxing's shoulder. The evil spirits spread out. The bones and the bone soldiers walked away silently, and returned to the wall. With a gulp, Lu Xingxing swallowed his saliva, patted his chest, and let out a few long breaths. He was so scared. So scared. The other world was so dangerous. And his brother was so dangerous too. I don't want to travel through time anymore. Although he was afraid, Lu Xingxing felt relieved by Li Ziyu's words, because he was straightforward and told the truth. They had indeed only known each other for a short time, so it was normal that the other party did not trust him. If it were Lu Xingxing, he would not dare to trust another person just because of a contract, even though the contract was effective and could kill someone with just a thought. What Li Ziyu is doing now is a good thing. At least it proves that he has no intention of abandoning himself after using him. Through the battle at night, Lu Xingxing has figured it out. He is determined to hold on to the Undead City Lord, and he will keep him as a pendant no matter what. The world is too dangerous, not to mention those strange appearances. And at a glance, the lizards who can do nightmares say that they can't get food, and they can't accept it. He still remembers that at night. The two cats looked a little wrong to see his eyes. Occasionally, the sharp claws popped up. If his eldest brother hadn't given him food in time, he might have been a corpse tomorrow. Therefore, it doesn't matter what the mobile fortress develops into. What matters is to hold on to your thighs, and not die inexplicably. Only by surviving can we have a better tomorrow. The undead seem to have a special hobby for digging bones. Ever since the bones of bighorn bulls were dug out continuously, the undead became very happy and swung their claws. Through the window, Li Ziyu could occasionally see the undead with missing arms chasing after the flying arm bones. They were really swinging their claws. Some of the cute undead even compared the bones they dug out to themselves, and it seemed that they were planning to replace them if they found a suitable one. Why did he suddenly become lively? Could these ghosts be born in the year of the dog? Why are they so happy looking for bones in the ground? Looking at the naughty kids below who seemed to have rushed into the playground, Li Ziyu's mouth twitched. However, it was a good thing. At least the work efficiency was improved. It was indeed improving efficiency. Finally, some undead were tired of digging with their claws. So they took off their companions' heads and used their skulls to dig. Hey, you have to say, the speed was much faster than claws. But they didn't notice that their companion's soul fire was already circling in their eye sockets. Lu Xingxing had recovered from the shock just now. Curiosity drove him to move to Li Ziyu's side. He looked down curiously, and saw the scene below that looked like a construction site. He burst out laughing. He saw an undead with a bone shield on his arm, digging the soil with great effort. He couldn't help but shout at the undead with a smile. Use a shield. A shield? The undead heard a shouting action, looked up at the fortress, immediately looked at the bone shield on the arm, and looked at the pitted pit, took off the bone shield to measure, and inserted it down. The edge of the bone shield was like a cricket. Skeleton undead. The gate of the new world has opened. The undead raised his bone shield and dug more happily. Again and again. The surrounding undead noticed his change. After secretly observing him for a while, they decisively threw away their companions' skulls, replaced them with bone shields, and joined the digging army. Using bone shields to dig the ground further improved efficiency, and more bones were sent into the fortress. In a short period of time, more than a dozen skeletons of bighorn cattle had been dug out, which surprised Li Ziyu. Even if there are only these dozen skeletons, it is worth it tonight. The lizard men gave us away before, and we have a harvest this time. It is totally fine. But the surprises were not over yet. As the undead continued to dig, the scope became larger and larger, and more skeletons were being dug out. Li Ziyu was secretly shocked. How many animals were buried in this swamp? This swamp is very large. We are now digging the surface, and there are more bones underground. After hearing Li Ziyu's question, Lu Xingxing said, as if seeking credit, Lu Xingxing's words are not fake at all. Except for the large horny bones on the surface layer. You can find a new skeleton. And you can find a new skeleton. The bones under the swamp come from various animals, some of which even have special auras. They are not ordinary wild beasts, but more powerful beasts or demonized creatures. This place is no longer a burial place. It is not an exaggeration to call it a cemetery. To other people, this place has no value. After all, they cannot use the bones. But to Li Ziyu, this is a gold mine. Hunting? What's the point of hunting? Chasing prey won't yield as much or faster rewards as digging the soil. It is unknown when they will encounter such a place again. This is the best opportunity to expand the number of undead. Li Ziyu made a prompt decision and used the bones just dug out to summon new skeleton undead and make bone shields, allowing them to continue digging. The bone of the fierce beast. The bone of the magical creature. Li Ziyu is not used to summon the bone dead spirit. The bones of these special creatures have other uses to summon the bones of the bones. The newly born skeleton undead joined the digging army and brought back more bones. This is so hacking cool. Looking at the increasing number of skeletons and undead souls, Li Ziyu felt a sense of pride in his heart, and his eyes turned towards Lu Xingxing more kindly. He patted Lu Xingxing on the shoulder and said, "Okay, you did a good job, brother. Thank you for the compliment." Lu Xingxing looked flattered. "If I don't leave, I'll just dig the ground. When it's all dug, that's it." Li Ziyu straightened his chest and made a decision. Throughout the night, the undead dug out of the soil under the light of the moonlight, and the first ray of morning light was dug into the sky. Then he returned to the fortress reluctantly under the call of the city owner. It felt like a child who was running outside and had not run away. The parents forced home to do homework. After the undead returned to the fortress, they merged into the walls, making the fortress walls much thicker. After one night, Li Ziyu already had 1,000 skeletons of the undead, and there were hundreds of units of various skeletons piled up in the warehouse. Before entering dormant mode, he added 4 more cemeteries of the dead. It is naturally refreshing to summon the undead directly with the bones, but the cemetery of the construction of the dead can continue to produce, which is much more appropriate than the direct consumption of the summoning bone dead spirit. The 4 newly emerged cemeteries were similar to the previous one, with wooden sticks stuck in the black soil, or stone tombstones that had been weathered and the words on them were unclear. In any case, they looked miserable. He casually replenished the cemetery's soul energy and then entered dormant mode. Chapter 45 Boss. Help me. It's not good. It's over. It's over. It's over. Above the wasteland, the treasure-hunting cat moved the fortress, drove full of horsepower, run at all speed, and pulled out a long smoke dust and earth dragon. Behind it, chasing a mobile fortress with wooden boards. The mobile forts that were randomly spliced, leaking winds around, covering broken cloth, shaking. It seemed to collapse at any time. But in this way, the speed was not slow at all. On the uneven wooden board, there were short green figures with wooden sticks, short knives, forks and other weapons in their hands. Listening to the faint screams from outside, Lu Xingxing rushed to the window, sweat dripping along his horns, narrowing his eyes, looking at his mobile forts tightly through the dust, looking back, and shouted by the two cats. Is it the maximum horsepower? Can you still get it? Those guys. The two catmen jumped around flexibly, making the operation dazzling. While operating the fortress, they shouted without turning their heads. This is the fastest speed. Meow. Crisis. Big crisis. Holding his fist, Lu Xingxing was extremely nervous and worked hard to make himself calm. After Li Ziyu's Undead in the dormancy mode, Lu Xingxing was fine. With boring, he led his mobile castle to find a new treasure and learned about the world by the way. At the beginning, everything was normal. He kept in mind Li Ziyu's teachings. The danger of the other world was much more dangerous, and he was a weak chicken with a combat power of 0. Therefore, he would find a method to avoid those dangerous beasts, tribes, and even the place of treasure. But it would not be close until he met another mobile fortress. In the 3 Great Joy of Life, in the title of the gold list, the cave room was Flower Night. Li Ziyu was the first timer he had ever met and had become his right arm. Now that he had met another timer, he felt delighted. He thought that since they had all traveled through time together and were living in a different world, it would always be a good thing to communicate more. So he planned to get closer to him and build some friendship. It was a good idea. But when he got closer, he felt something was wrong. If the feeling of the undead castle gives him, it is the majesty and terror, then this mobile castle is confusing in the unfairness. The turbulent fortress shapes, those green leather dwarfs who jump up and down, yell straight, chase each other, do not look like a good generation. In fact, this was true. When he approached and was discovered by the other party, the dwarfs took out their horns and blew them, and the mobile fortress immediately made a rattling noise. Lu Xingxing instinctively sensed something was wrong and immediately ordered a retreat. However, the moment he gave the order, the other party had already rushed towards him, and a chase began across the wilderness. It is not quite accurate to say that it was a chase. It should be said that he was being chased. After all, Lu Xingxing had no ability to fight back except to run. Fortunately, Lu Xingxing's mobile fortress was very fast, and the opponent couldn't catch up with him for a while. But even though he couldn't catch up with him, he couldn't get rid of him either. This would not be a good thing. City Lord, what should we do? The cat man turned around and asked. He was not too frightened, and was even a little excited. The treasure-hunting cat people are a very curious race. As long as they are not in a head-on fight, being chased is quite exciting for them. Since I can't beat him or get rid of him, I can only use my ultimate move. You guys forced me to do this. Boss, help me. Drive towards the castle of the dead. Lead them over there. Receive. The treasure-hunting cat man had excellent driving skills. The fast-moving fortress suddenly spun and drifted, with half of its body lifted up. After landing, it continued to run towards the lurking place of the undead castle at an unslow speed. Seeing this, the mobile fortress that was chasing closely behind also changed direction immediately. But the green-skinned dwarfs were not as good at controlling the mobile fortress as the cat people, and several dwarfs were almost thrown away. The wooden boards on the fortress made a sound of being unable to bear the weight, but they did not fall apart and continued to chase the mobile fortress of the treasure-hunting cat people. Treasure hunter, boss. Help. Treasure hunter, I am being chased. I am going to die. I am going to die. I am going to die. Treasure hunter, help. Li Ziyu, who was half asleep, had trembling eyelids and suddenly opened his eyes, with a confused look in his eyes. He didn't react to what had happened. Then, the system screen in front of him lit up, and a prompt window popped up with Lu Xingxing's distress signal. Lu Xingxing? Being hunted? Being hunted? Li Ziyu finally grabbed the key point, and a little confused his mind was awake instantly. Sitting up from the bed. Private chat. I don't want to take a driver's license. What's the matter? Who are you chased? Treasure hunter, I don't know either. I do want to take a driver's license. What is the fart? And who is chased by it? What did you do? Treasure hunting, isn't it? It has nothing to do with the ancestral tomb. The mobile fort is chasing me. Don't want to take a driver's license. Are you provoking a cross? Treasure hunter, boss. I didn't provoke him. As soon as I got close to him, he started chasing me. I ran for a long time, but he still wouldn't let me go. I understand. You are just a silly boy who wait to provoke others. Liziu's mouth twitched, holding his forehead, and sighed helplessly. Not everyone knows the law of the dark jungle, and not everyone can adapt to it. Among his generation of time travelers, many people disappeared because they could not adapt to the law of the dark jungle and mistakenly felt that they were still living in a peaceful era. Lu Xingxing is a newcomer, and it's normal that he doesn't understand since I didn't remind him. As a newcomer who has just crossed, isn't it presented to other city owners? Isn't it equivalent to sending fat to the mouth of the wolf? I am sorry for themselves without bite. After thinking, Liziu sent a message again. Don't want to take a driver's license. How about the strength of the other party? How many soldiers? And what race? Treasure hunter, there are more than 200 people now. I don't know their strength, and I don't dare to fight them. Boss, I only have 2 cats under my command. As for their race, they are a bit similar to the goblins in anime. Similar to goblin? Liziu scratched his head. Of course, he was impressed by goblin. In various anime, the minimum monster in the game. Except for slime. Goblin. Liziu has read the information about goblins from another world. They are a low-level race with low combat power, low IQ, low level of civilization, and are extremely warlike. The reason they have not been wiped out by others is that these guys are fertile and have strong reproductive abilities. Don't want to get a driver's license. Describe the other person's appearance. Treasure hunting star, it is not tall. The skin is green, and the big ears are very flexible. They like to jump around, and have been gloating. Don't want to get a driver's license. Where are the weapons? Treasure hunting star, wooden stick, knife, fork, forehead, everything. Messy. Don't want to take a driver's license, dear. Here is a different world. Don't doubt it. It's not similar. That special is goblin. Treasure hunting. Treasure hunter, what should I do then? Don't want to get a driver's license. Where are you now? Treasure hunter, I'm coming towards you. I don't want to take a driver's license. Then what are you still abolished? Come on. I find a way to answer you. Treasure hunter, okay. Boss. Chapter 46 I was fooled. Lu Xingxing is an ally who signed a contract with himself. The ability of treasure hunting is also very useful. You can't always watch the silly boy being killed. Besides, goblin? I am the owner of the dead city. Will I be afraid of goblin? What is joking? Holding more than 1,000 skeleton dead spirits. Liziu was not afraid. At the beginning of the hundreds of undead, I dared to fight with the lizard. Now there are 1,000 bones. And even if I can't take goblin, I can make the other party a big loss. Looking at the time in the system show, more than 3 p.m. Alas, I don't like fighting during the day. The combat effectiveness of the undead will be weakened, and it will consume a lot of soul power. I hope the goblin fortress will not make me lose money. Liziu sighed, ordered. All the undead woke up, entered the alert mode, and prepared to fight. Ton! Whoosh! A thick crossbow arrow with a long rope was shot out from the goblin mobile castle. The crossbow arrow with a barb flew in the air for a while, fell into the dust, and was then pulled back to the castle by the goblins with strange cries, and aimed and shot again. This is a combat method specifically used to deal with mobile forts. As long as they are shot by their crossbow, they will be caught. Goblin fortress can use the rope to quickly approach the enemy and forcibly enter the siege war. However, the two fortress was relatively far away, and it shot more than 10 times along the way. The crossbow was lost every time. Even so, every time he saw the thick crossbow, Lu Xingxing still shocked a cold sweat. If it was shot on his second floor, you must not come directly to a hole? Run. It's safe to run to the boss. The boss said that he would take care of himself. From a distance, he has seen the construction site last night, and his face showed joy. And he finally arrived. With the window, Lu Xingxing revealed his head and looked around. And a quiet front. Where is the boss? What about the fortress? What about the undead? What about the response? Where did you go? Lu Xingxing was in his heart, and quickly sent a message in the system. Private chat. Treasure hunting, boss. I'm coming. What about you? If you don't want to take a driving test, just keep moving forward. Treasure hunter, got it. At this time, Lu Xingxing had no other way. I believe Li Ziyu was his only way out. When he gritted his teeth, he ordered to continue. The Goblin City Lord was a fat, greasy middle-aged man named Yu Gongbua. He sat in the main building, holding a half-roasted animal leg in his hand, and laughed as he ordered, "Chase! Chase! Never let go of that moving castle. I want everything from him." In the previous life, he was an ordinary migrant worker. He was humble to leaders and hit his colleagues with the typical bullies. After coming to the other world, he became the best of Goblin, and he exposed his nature to the fullest. Yu Gongbua's mixing in different worlds is just the case. He is not high or low, and mixes, but he did not expect that today he encountered a vegetable chicken, and the owner of the chicken city didn't know what to think. He actually got into the poll. Is there any reason to fight? Anyway, it is a mobile castle. If you get it, you can get a lot of materials. Maybe you can summon more goblin. He would not let it go, so he chased tightly. The speed of moving the fortress is faster than him, so that Yu Gongbua's heart is unhappy. Why can the mobile fortress of a vegetable chicken be so fast and unfair? Seeing that the mobile fortress rushed forward, he didn't doubt at all, and continued to pursue it. He saw the big pit on the ground, and saw that it was a pit that was artificially dug. But what could be? Isn't it a trap? Ha ha ha. Too funny. How can people be so stupid? Even if it is a trap. Anyway, just cover it. It is so big. Who is the blind man? The fortress will move. I can avoid the big pit. When Gang Bo thought about it, the earth suddenly trembled, and the ground was cracking in front of him. The soil flooded around the surroundings like a waves. A white building slowly rose, just separated between the goblin castle and the treasure-hunting cat. Huh? What is this? Yu Gongbua threw away the animal leg in his hand, sat up straight, and looked at the rising building. Without his order, the goblins hurriedly stopped the mobile fortress, fearing that if they installed it, the building would look much stronger than their fortress. The skeleton undead mobile fortress came out of its dormant mode and rose from the ground. Large swathes of shadows covered the goblin fortress, with white bones everywhere and blue soul fires burning in spots. A chilling, solemn, and fearful atmosphere spread. Gulp. After Yu Gongbua saw the building clearly in front of him, he swallowed his saliva. His eyes bulged out, and his mouth opened slightly. Dead? Undead? How many undead souls were needed to build such a large fortress? Look at the number of bones and the thickness of the walls. It is much stronger than his. Why is there a fortress of the undead here? Could it be that this is a trap? Is the other party trying to lure me over here? There are only 3 words in his mind now. Fooled. Li Ziyu stood in front of the window, looking down at the goblin fortress. As expected, he was right. Those green-skinned dwarfs were really goblins. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, with a hint of ferocity, and he waved his hand and ordered, "Attack!" Just 2 simple words made the fortress come alive. The originally quiet skeletons and undead began to move, waving their claws and fangs on the walls, breaking away one after another, and rushing towards the goblin fortress with weapons in hand. Some even broke away from the wall and jumped down. Anyway, the 2 fortresses were close to each other, so it was faster and more convenient to jump down this way. Hack! Run! Looking at the dense swarm of undead, Yu Gongbua was completely panicked. He slapped the goblin next to him hard to wake him up. The goblins also reacted. They didn't dare to fight against the undead. That was the fear hidden in their souls. All the goblins seemed to be crazy and activated the fortress to escape. Unfortunately, they were too close, and the undead quickly overran the fortress. Hurry up. Don't let them rush in. Beat them down. Hurry up and turn around. Yu Gongbua yelled, as if he knew the pig who was going to be killed. Although afraid, the goblin still picked up his weapon and rushed towards the skeleton undead with strange screams. There was no problem in bullying Lu Xingxing and the 2 cats. But the goblins were no match for the undead, especially since their numbers were not enough. The weapons made clanging sounds when hitting the undead, but it did not hurt or have any effect. When the undead's weapons fell on them, blood splattered and they howled in pain. Li Ziyu stood on a high place, looking coldly at the chaotic battle below, without even a ripple in his heart. This is a different world. People eat people. If the other party had not been chasing Lu Xingxing, he would not have ended up like this. He would not have casually attacked a city lord. But since the other party had already done it, he did not need to be polite. The winner takes all. There is nothing much to say. The goblin fortress slowly started, turned around, and drove away from the undead fortress. Chapter 47. So that's it. The undead fell from great heights and climbed up on the protruding wooden boards. In an instant, more than 200 undead rushed into the goblin fortress and engaged in a fierce battle with the goblins. More undead were still rushing towards the fortress, but the fortress had already completed its turn and was gradually speeding up. Ah! Kill! Ah! Get rid of them. Go! 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 No matter how terrified they were, or how unwilling they were to face the undead, they were already in front of them, and there was no escape. They had to either fight to the death or be killed. The goblins went crazy, holding their weapons and charging towards the undead, using everything they had learned. If forks didn't work, they used knives. If knives didn't work, they used sticks. If sticks didn't work, they used teeth. They tried every possible means. There is only one purpose. Rush the undead to the fort. The only goblin who shouted and killed. The undeads were silent, and they did not even produce a roar. In the face of these dirty, mean, timid creatures, they could not afford too strong warfare. Silently stepped forward, and fighting silently, the goblin's knife hit the bones with a crisp sound, and cracks appeared in the bones. Then the spears on both sides pierced his abdomen. He screamed in pain, and the muddy saliva and blood in his mouth sprayed on the undead. The undead in front of him raised the bone knife and slashed his neck. 3 or 5 goblin rationally scattered the undead, and then drowned more by the undead. Before the death, they saw the scattered undead stitching again, picked up their arms, and picked up the skulls and put them on the neck bone. Above the fort, the undeads approached, oppressing the space of goblin, and at the same time dragged the dead goblin corpse and threw away the fort. Boss, aren't we going to chase them? Lu Xingxing came to Li Ziyu and couldn't help asking as he looked at the goblin fortress that was gradually moving away. He merged his fortress with the undead fortress while chaos, and came to the main building of the undead. This goblinburg is just like a dog. Even if Lu Xingxing has a good personality, it is also a fire at this time. What kind of thing? I did not offend you. Li Ziyu glanced at Lu Xingxing and confirmed with his eyes that he was the kind of person who would seek death. Ever since he met Lu Xingxing, this guy seemed to have never stopped seeking death. He did not respond to Lu Xingxing, nor order the pursuit of Goblin Fortress. The sun has not fallen yet. At this time, the undead fortress is started. It has undoubtedly consumed the energy of the soul. Is it just to chase the Jeveling Fortress? It is not worth it. He is not yet able to quickly destroy the opponent's fortress. Even if you catch up, you can kill some goblin, and cannot completely eliminate the other party. What difference does it make whether you chase or not? If the other party wants to escape, let him escape. Anyway, we have killed a lot of goblins, so it's not a loss. Yu Gonghua huddled in the main building, biting his fingers nervously, beads of sweat the size of beans rolling down his cheeks. The constant shouting and screaming coming from outside made his fat body tremble. It was the first time he felt so dangerous and so close to death. If the undead comes in, how can I pray for them to let me go? From seeing the undead, Yu Gonghua did not think that he could fight with goblin. Except for running, there was no other ideas at all. Bump! The door of the main building was pushed away, and Yu Gonghua was so scared that he jumped from the chair and waved his little knife with his eyes closed. Don't come. Don't come over. City Lord? The goblin who had just walked in was startled, his face full of nervousness, and he looked around in confusion. There is nothing around. All goblin went outside to pay the undead. The only city owner in the main building. Who is he fighting against? Hearing goblin's movement, Yu Gonghua stopped the movement and opened his eyes. It was really goblin under his own. Goblin's face showed joy. We repelled the undead? Safe. The undead did not chase us. Yu Gonghua asked first, and then asked anxiously. No. They went down from our fortress, running fast. Goblin excitedly strangely raised his chest. He felt that this was Goblin's victory. They defeated the undead. Otherwise how would the undead retreat? You trash can really fight off the undead? Ugonwa didn't believe it at all. Listen to his ears. And the cheers from Goblin came from outside. The familiar voice was the shout that Goblin would only make when he was excited. Not just the sound of shouting. Is it true that the undead really retreats? You have to look at it with your own eyes. Ugonwa couldn't hold back. And he hurried out of the main building. On the uneven platforms, there are a group of jumping and dancing. Dancing and dancing. And the devil-like goblin. The fortress is moving forward. Ugonwa can see the undead that goes quickly below. Those undead have left the fortress and searched the body of Goblin on the ground. When? Goblins really fought off the undead? In the eyes of Ugonwa's eyes, he was unbelievable. And Goblin, a weak and mentally retarded race, could actually fight the undead in lying. My race was also very strong. But the number was not as many as the other party. Some kind of illusion made Ugonwa feel that he was doing again. Stood up. And even had ambitions. He wanted to collect resources. Create more goblin. And then look for the undead to shame. Wait. The undead? I will come back. First of all, he was proud. And then gambled his teeth in his heart. The undead that had rushed out gathered together. Collected the goblin corpses on the ground. And dragged them back to the castle of the undead. 20 of Goblin's body was piled up in front of Li Ziyu. Although he had had information about Goblin before, he was the first time to observe Goblin. Goblin in front of him belongs to the most common type. It has green skin, with a height of about 1 meter, baldness without hair, yellow eyes, similar to sheep eyes, sharp and long ears, eagle-hooked nose, teeth very sharp, yellow and black, as if they do not brush their teeth and smoke. These guys don't love hygiene. They are dirty, exuding a smell of smell. Facing them, there is a feeling of standing in front of a dry toilet. Li Ziyu covered his nose and looked at them for a few seconds. Unable to bear the smell coming from their bodies, he waved his hand and asked the system to decompose them quickly. Decompose Goblin +1. Obtain 1 skeleton. 1 pair of goblin ears. 40 soul energy. Well, no wonder goblins are not very intelligent. The soul energy of normal intelligent creatures is more than 50 units, while the soul energy of goblins is only 40 units, which is equivalent to that of smarter wild beasts. Among the decomposed materials, there is also an ear. Since it can be decomposed by the system, it means that this thing is useful. However, Li Ziyu doesn't know what its specific use is. He can only throw it aside and see when he can use it. More than 20 goblin corpses brought Li Ziyu more than 20 units of bones and nearly 1,000 units of soul energy. The undead suffered no losses, and this battle was a small profit. Chapter 48 Main Building Upgrade. In the main building of the undead fortress, Li Ziyu couldn't help rubbing his temples as he looked at Lu Xingxing, who was sitting in front of him with his legs together, hands on his knees, and looking like a well-behaved, sunny and well-behaved big boy. Lu Xingxing. Yeah. Boss. You say. Do you have a special physique? The kind that makes you particularly capable of causing trouble? Or does your treasure hunting ability have this function? Boss. I really don't have such a physique. Please don't misunderstand me. You sure? Yes. Absolutely sure. Li Ziyu looked at Lu Xingxing with disbelief in his eyes. This kid's ability to stir up trouble is absolutely first-rate. Ever since he met him, he suddenly felt that life became colorful. At first, he dug himself out, and then planned to dig up other people's ancestral graves. This time it was okay, as he didn't go digging in the fields. As a result, he provoked a time traveler, and he never stopped for a moment. If a large number of skeletons had not been dug out last night, expanding a wave of skeleton undead, who knows what would have happened today? The person who was offended was the Goblin City Lord, who was not very powerful. Otherwise, he would have been killed as well. After instructing Lu Xingxing not to cause any more trouble, not to think about digging up other people's ancestral graves, and not to think about provoking the time traveler, Li Ziyu sent him away. After reading the record of the chat channel, Li Ziyu called the undead until the sun went down the mountain and continued to dig out the bones. Yesterday, the cemetery of the dead was replenished with soul energy. Now there are 50 new skeleton undead joining the excavation army. The swamp cemetery discovered by Lu Xingxing is truly a huge treasure for Li Ziyu. No one knows how long the swamp has existed, and no one knows how many creatures are buried in it. The undead are digging like a perpetual motion machine, and a steady stream of skeletons are sent to the fortress. In order to speed up the progress, Li Ziyu continued to transform the skeletons into undead. Overnight, he had another 1,000 undead under his command. His strength increased again, and the speed of excavation also became faster. By the time the first ray of sunlight broke through the darkness, the swamp cemetery had been dug to a depth of 10 meters, turning into a huge deep pit. This was the masterpiece of 2,000 undead souls. And underneath, bones could still be dug up. Li Ziyu was extremely amazed. Li Ziyu used the remaining bones and materials to build 5 more cemeteries for the dead. In this way, as long as the soul energy is sufficient, 100 skeleton undead can be born every day. After replenishing the soul energy in the cemetery of the dead, the fortress of the dead entered dormant mode. Lu Xingxing did not cause any trouble that day. Night came as expected, and the undead entered the working phase again, traveling back and forth between the swamp cemetery and the mobile fortress. The existence of the dead cemetery made Li Ziyu rush to continue using the skeleton to summon the undead. The work of digging the cemetery is enough. He can sit in the main building to study what to build something. Due to previous constraints, the development of the undead fortress was slow, and many buildings and technologies simply did not have the resources to support them. For example, the unlocked hidden buildings, the alien tomb and the pattern workshop, as well as the bone walls that strengthen the fortress, the light bone baffles, the hideous horns, the edge spikes, the bone sentry towers, and resource-type buildings, such as warehouses, mines, sawmills, etc., can all enhance strength. Then there is technology. The weapons that can be developed in the weapon workshop and armor workshop are not just small bone knives and small bone shields. There are also various other weapons and armor that can be developed. If nothing unexpected happens, these weapons and armor can unlock more types of soldiers. And most importantly, the main building of the castle. The main building of the castle is related to the level of the mobile castle, which is equivalent to the main city in the previous construction games. It has a very high status and great significance. Many key buildings can only be built when the castle reaches a certain level. Li Ziyu opened her profile page and took a look. It was quite different from before. Moving castle. Level 1 area, 100 units. Buildings castle main building fortress. Weapon workshop 4 units. Armor workshop 4 units. Skeleton engine 10 units. Warrior training camp 20 units. Large bone wheel * 4. Small bone wheel * 2. Cemetery of the dead * 10 1 unit * 10. Race undead skeleton. Features skeleton buildings. Some buildings can be transformed into skeletons during combat. Dormant mode cities can be hidden underground. Speed 30 km/h plus 100 km/h skeleton engine. Although he doesn't have many buildings, they have occupied 48 units of area. A level 1 fortress can only provide 100 units of usable area, so upgrading the fortress level must be put on the agenda. In the past, due to insufficient resources, Li Ziyu was embarrassed to click to see what was needed to upgrade the fortress. Now he dares to do it. He is so confident that he controls the swamp cemetery. Castle main building upgrade requirements. Bones * 1,000 units. Soul energy * 5,000 units. Li Ziyu took a deep breath and thanked the swamp cemetery and the lizardman warriors for their gifts. If it weren't for you, I don't know when I would have the chance to upgrade the main building. Well, don't think about other buildings. Let's focus on the main building first. It requires the most resources and has to be upgraded. It's better to upgrade it early than late. Taking advantage of the sufficient resources at hand, Li Ziyu gave the system an upgrade order. Under the moonlight of the wasteland, the fortress of the undead standing on the earth suddenly trembled. The whole fortress was like a giant awakening from sleep. Every bone seemed to have its own thoughts and rearranged itself. The undeads, who had worked hard in the swamp grave, stopped the movements in their hands. They turned their heads and looked at the direction of the fortress. They felt the call, felt power, and excited emotions in the soul fire. Amid the rumbling sound, Lu Xingxing, who was half asleep and half awake, suddenly woke up, ran out of the main building, looked towards the main building of the undead fortress, and his mouth slowly widened. The support framework in the main building becomes thicker and larger, extending upwards, and more bones are constantly attached to it. The framework is filled and wrapped. Layers are heavier than before, and the height also becomes higher with the frame. The original main building of more than 30 meters stopped from the height of more than 30 meters. A cold, majestic, and fearful atmosphere spread from the main building. radiating to the surroundings. The wild animals around the fortress fled in all directions. And even the insects stopped chirping. Those that were slow to escape were frightened to death. The platform surrounding the main building began to expand, with layers of bone plates extending outward, becoming wider. Congratulations, Lord. Your castle main building has been upgraded to level 2. It was not until the system prompt sounded in Li Ziyu's mind that the movement of the entire fortress stopped completely. He excitedly clicked on the prompt. Level 2 castle main building. The area is increased to 300 units. And the basic speed is increased to 50 kilometers per hour. It was a very simple introduction. But Li Ziyu knew that based on what had just happened, the changes were definitely more than just that. It was just not mentioned in the system introduction. Boss Lu Xingxing hurriedly ran in from the outside, with panic on his face. Why are you coming to my place instead of sleeping well? Li Ziyu was in a good mood because of the fortress upgrade, and asked with a smile. Your fortress suddenly becomes bigger. Lu Xingxing opened his arms and scratched. Unlalar. Just upgrade? Li Ziyu smiled with a decent smile, silently pretending to be X. Chapter 49 Request for a Call. In the clear cloudless night sky, stars twinkle, and the bright moon hangs high. A bullhead ran hard, and the white smoke sprayed out of his nose. Rushing back to the tribe. Chief, the demonized Minotaur is attacking. In the alien world where there are not many entertainment programs, most people go to bed early. A shout in the middle of the night woke up all the Minotaurs in the Taboo tribe. Mumu didn't even bother to put on his clothes. He rushed out in a hurry and grabbed the Minotaur, who came to report the news. One by one came out of the thatched house, and surrounded by a torch. What did you see? Mumu asked the bullhead to report to the letter, and asked seriously that after experiencing the attack of the magic cow head, he felt that the day of peace passed, but he was unwilling to leave his homeland. But he arranged people to take a warning and see that the most unwilling thing happened. Magic Wawa. They are rushing to us. There are hundreds of. The bullhead could not breathe, and told Mumu eagerly to Mumu. If they ran now, there is still a chance. And hesitant. It is too late. The surrounding Minotaurs were instantly in an uproar, talking a lot, and some of them showed a look of fear on their faces. The last time, there were only a dozen demonized Minotaurs that came to kill them, and they almost couldn't resist them. If the undead hadn't suddenly appeared, they might have been in trouble. This time there are hundreds of them coming at once, and we can't defend it anymore. The Taboo tribe has less than 100 people, and they will be wiped out in minutes if a fight breaks out. Chief, let's go. We can't hold on. No. This is the land left by our ancestors. We can't give it to those traitors. Mao Mao. Make a decision quickly. It will be too late if you delay any longer. The Minotaurs came up to Mumu and talked at once, which made Mumu upset. He forcefully separated the Minotaurs and walked towards his thatched hut without saying anything. The tribesman didn't know what he was going to do and looked at his back with confusion. Mao Mao knew that this day would come, and he had his own plans. He also had a friend, and he wanted to hear his friend's opinion. If his friend could not help him, he would take his people and flee. Although he felt sad about losing his ancestral land, his people were still there, and the wilderness was so vast that they could always find a place to live. Returning to the thatched house, I found a skull carefully wrapped in linen. This was a contact token left by a friend. Whether I leave my ancestral land or stay here depends entirely on this skull. Mao Mao resolutely injected soul energy into it, and flames ignited in the skull, emitting fluctuations that no one else could see. After upgrading the fortress to level 2, Li Ziyu was in a good mood. Just as he was about to brag to Lu Xingxing, the system suddenly sent a prompt: apply for dialogue link. Apply for a chat link. What does this mean? Li Ziyu was stunned and scratched his head in confusion. He had never encountered such a situation before. After thinking about it, he curiously agreed to the conversation link. Hello, Lord of the Dead. Is that you? Can you hear me? A simple and honest voice, but also uncertain and anxious, sounded in Li Ziyu's ears. It seemed a little familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Wait, isn't this the voice of Mao Mao? The Minotaur? Yes, it was Mao Mao's voice, his first indigenous friend in the other world. Li Ziyu suddenly realized that he had dealt with a demonized Minotaur and made friends with Mao Mao, who also gave him a system-customized undead communicator. The other party should have contacted him through that skull. Mao Mao, my friend, I can hear your voice. Li Ziyu replied in his heart. Lu Xingxing stood in front of Li Ziyu and saw that he suddenly straightened up and didn't move. As if he was stupid. He waved his hand in front of his eyes. But Li Ziyu slapped him aside, signaling him to keep quiet. Lu Xingxing, who thought something was wrong, immediately calmed down, stood aside obediently, and did not disturb Li Ziyu. Ancestors, it really can work. There was surprise in Mao Mao's voice. My friend, with your soul energy, you probably won't be able to sustain the call for long. If there is anything, you must tell me as soon as possible. Li Ziyu kindly reminded his friend. Okay. Long story short, the demonized Minotaur is here. Then what? After waiting for a while, and seeing no further movement, Li Ziyu blinked, and the corners of his mouth twitched. No. I asked you to make it short. Not just say half the sentence. Who can stand you talking like this? You're going to get obsessive-compulsive disorder. Lord of the Undead. Are you still there? Moo couldn't help but ask when he didn't hear Li Ziyu's reply. Have they attacked yet? How many people are there? Li Ziyu took a breath, suppressed his obsessive-compulsive disorder, and asked through gritted teeth. There are more than 100 demonized minotaurs on their way to our taboo tribe. Moo said hurriedly. So, what do you mean by that? Li Ziyu continued to ask. Can you help us? As a friend. There was caution in Moo's voice. Li Ziyu was silent. Should I help the Tauren tribe natives? After just 1 second of thinking, Li Ziyu sent a message. Okay. Wait for me. Friend. This word only has 2 words. But it is very important. When a friend is in trouble, how can you not lend a helping hand? Even if you have only met him once. You are still a friend. Li Ziyu grinned and turned his head to look at the bustling construction site outside. Things are completely different now. The number of demonized minotaurs has increased. But the number of undead under my command has also increased. All undead, listen up. Return to the fortress and prepare for battle. After disconnecting, Li Ziyu issued an order, and all the undead put down their work and returned to the fortress. Lu Xingxing turned around and looked at Li Ziyu in confusion. Boss, what happened? Li Ziyu had a smile on his face, while commanding the mobile fortress to speed up. He replied, a friend is in trouble. I have to go save him. Go save someone. Lu Xingxing was stunned for just a moment, then immediately ran away. He wanted to tell his cat people to cooperate with him fully, even though it might be of no use. He hopes that the leader he follows is a kind and righteous leader. No one wants to follow a cold, heartless, selfish guy. It is a good thing to value friendship. At least it proves that he is good to his family. That's enough. The undead fortress turned and accelerated to its maximum speed, making a clattering sound as it headed towards the direction of the Tab tribe. After getting Li Ziyu's answer, Mao put down the skull in his hand. When he stood up, his body shook, just like a person who was short of oxygen after squatting and suddenly stood up. However, he knew that it was not due to lack of oxygen, but the consumption of soul energy. After a moment's pause, he walked out of the thatched house and looked at the tribesmen outside. Clan leader. Everyone looked at him with concern. They didn't know what Mao had done in the thatched house, but they could see that the clan leader's face was pale. My people, the people of the Tab tribe, we will not leave. We will stay on this land left by our ancestors. We will stop those traitors and use our totem poles to tell them that the power of our ancestors still exists. We still exist. We are the Tauren. The thick totem pole slammed heavily to the ground, making a dull thud. Mao's words aroused the passion of the young Tauren in the tribe. Their eyes gradually became firm, and they clenched their fists. Chapter 50, Undead Reinforcements. Patriarch. We want to defend it. But can we? Yes. Chief. There are too many of them. The young Tauren are still full of passion, and want to fight with the demonized Tauren. But some older Tauren don't think so. They feel that Mao has made the wrong decision. The ancestral land is indeed important. But what is more important is the tribe members. His actions undoubtedly lead his tribe members to death. With only 100 or so of them, going against more than 100 demonized minotaurs is like hitting a stone with an egg. They are doomed to die. They are not afraid of death. But they cannot let the entire tribe be destroyed. The old Tauren can stay to contain the enemy. But at least the young Tauren and children must be sent out. We stay and let the children leave. No. We won't leave. We want to fight with the chief. Yes. Let's fight together. You'll die. The Tauren were noisy and in a mess. The older Tauren wanted to persuade the hot-blooded young Tauren, but the effect was not very good. After all, Tauren are stubborn by nature. They said, "I have made up my mind anyway. I will not listen to you no matter what you say. Do whatever you want. If you have the guts, kill me." Mau Mau couldn't stand it anymore, and smashed the totem pole to the ground again. The dull sound stopped the tribesmen from their war of words. Looking at the tribesmen who had quieted down, Mau Mau spoke slowly and firmly. "Listen to me. We are not fighting alone. We have allies and reinforcements. And we can hold on." An old Minotaur walked out of the crowd tremblingly, leaning on a wooden stick. "Chief, please tell us the truth. Where did our reinforcements come from? And who are they?" "The Undead are the Undead who fought alongside us last time. They are our reinforcements." Moo Moo revealed his cards. When they heard that the reinforcements were Undead, the surrounding Tauren were stunned. They thought that other Tauren tribes would come to help them, but they didn't expect that they were Undead. They were worried again. It is true that the Undead did not attack them last time, nor did they kill people everywhere as the legend said. But this does not mean that they are kind. How could the Patriarch believe those guys? "We don't have much time. I have communicated with the Lord of the Dead, and he has agreed to help us. Chief, even with the help of the Undead, I'm afraid we still can't deal with so many enemies. Having help is a good thing, but whether the helper can defeat the demonized Minotaurs is another matter. Last time there were only a dozen demonized Minotaurs, but this time there are more than 100. They really don't believe that the Undead can deal with so many demonized Minotaurs." Beep beep. Mau Mau wanted to say something else, but a horn sounded outside the tribe. Just as they were arguing, the demonized Minotaur arrived. The faces of the Tauren in the tribe suddenly changed. Now, they didn't have to consider whether to fight or run away. They had no choice but to defend. "Take up your weapons and follow me." Mau Mau carried the totem pole and called out to the Minotaurs. One by one, the Minotaurs, young and middle-aged, picked up their own totem poles and followed him out of the tribe. Under the moonlight, a group of gray-black-skinned Minotaurs came to the outside of the tribe. Their eyes were red, full of brutality and madness. They were not here to kill, but to take revenge. Without any nonsense, the demonized Tauren launched an attack on the tribe. Moo Moo led the Tauren in the tribe to rush out, waving totem poles to meet the enemy, and shouts of killing rang out in the empty wasteland. Mau Mau and his men were outnumbered and weaker than the enemy, but they were like trapped beasts with no way to retreat. They fought for their lives and did manage to block the attack of the demonized Minotaur. But everyone knew that this was only temporary, and everything would end when their physical strength was exhausted. Yo, two people are never slaves. For the glory of our ancestors. Boom boom boom. With roars and heavy smashes of totem poles, the Tauren of the Tab tribe had red eyes as they struggled to resist the attacks of the demonized Tauren. Mau Mau shouted and continued to attack, but he was always paying attention to the situation around him out of the corner of his eyes. The situation had become bad. The power of the tribe members had begun to fade, facing the powerful attack of the demonized Minotaur. They were completely struggling to hold on. The Undead still did not appear. He dared not show the anxiety in his heart at all. He could only wave the totem pole in his hand again and again to repel the demonized Minotaur that was charging at him. He was the pillar of the tribe and the source of confidence for his people. As long as he did not waver, his people would still be full of hope. The attack became more and more fierce. More and more tribesmen fell down, and Moo Moo felt his heart twitching. These were his friends, his brothers, his elders, and they died just like that. The totem pole in his hand became heavy, and every swing consumed more strength. Mau Mau's breathing became heavy, and white smoke kept spewing out of his nostrils. As the tribe leader, he was the one standing in the front, blocking the most fiercely charged part of the enemy. At this point in the battle, he was running out of strength. If the Undead doesn't come, I will really die here. Until now, Mau Mau has never doubted whether Li Ziyu was playing a trick on him, nor has he regretted leading his people to resist the demonized Minotaur. Just as he smashed the totem pole again and knocked a demonized Minotaur away, he suddenly heard the exclamations of his tribesmen. "What is that?" The stalemate on the battlefield suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes turned to the distance, where dust was flying and crackling, like a storm in the desert. Sweeping in the dust, a tall white fortress gradually appeared, built with countless skeletons. The fortress looked eerie and terrifying, yet solemn and grand. Soul fires were burning. And the undead were shaking their weapons and roaring their souls. Reinforcements. It's the undead. We are saved. Charge. The Minotaurs had never felt that the undead were so cute. The blood in their bodies boiled again. They gritted their teeth and rushed towards the demonized Minotaurs with all their remaining strength. Li Ziyu stood on the top of the main building, overlooking the distance. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up, revealing a sinister smile. He raised his hand and pointed at the battlefield. All troops, attack! A large amount of soul energy was injected into the skeleton engine, and the soul fire burned more violently. The alien skull opened its mouth and let out a silent roar, driving the tall fortress with terrifying oppressive force, straight towards the demonized Minotaur. Facing high-speed driving, 30 meters high, the magical bull head was stupid and dare not resist anymore. They dodged and gave the fortress the place, so that the fortress rushed into the crowd. The undead jumped from the fortress like the dumplings, waving weapons to the magic cow head. The fighting power of the skeleton undead is far inferior to that of the demonized Minotaurs. Even the Minotaurs can easily knock them down, but they cannot withstand their huge numbers. More than 2,000 skeleton undead are against more than 100 demonized Minotaurs. What does the disparity in power matter? A dozen undead surrounded a demonized Minotaur, and without any defense, they attacked fiercely with their weapons. The demonized Minotaur roared angrily, and beat several undead to pieces, but he himself fell to the ground and became a corpse. Chapter 51, Passionate. The arrival of the reinforcements gave the Tauren of the Tab tribe hope. The hope of victory. The strength within them rose again. Although everyone was injured, they still held the totem poles tightly in their hands and rushed towards the demonized Tauren, shouting and killing. However, they soon discovered that they were of no use in the battle. The number of undead was much greater than last time, far exceeding the number of enemies. From the moment they appeared, they were completely outnumbering the demonized Minotaurs. Their help was just icing on the cake, speeding up the process of eliminating the enemies. Faced with the undead that outnumbered themselves several times, the demonized Minotaurs could no longer resist. Under the influence of the undead, fear grew in their hearts. Their courage gradually disappeared, and they began to consider retreating. They wanted to retreat, but the undead had no intention of letting them go and pounced on them fearlessly. This is the undead. This is how the undead should fight. Li Ziyu looked at the battlefield high, holding a bone knife in his hand, and inexplicably had a bloody impulse. He stepped forward subconsciously. The bone knife dangled, staring at a magical cow head. He planned to jump up. Lu Xingxing beside him noticed something was wrong, stepped forward and hugged his waist, his face full of panic. Boss, what are you doing? Don't be impulsive. Let me go. I want to fight with him. Calm down. Boss, you're a human, not an undead. We will definitely win the battle. There's no need. Lu Xingxing didn't know what was wrong with Li Ziyu. He was like a drunk man who insisted on going to Jingyang Ridge to fight a tiger. But you are just a rookie. Not Wusong, who can't fight a furry tiger. Being dragged forward 2 steps by Li Ziyu above him, Lu Xingxing pushed his feet on the ground and pressed his center downward, almost sitting on the ground. Someone pulled him back and prevented him from jumping down from the main building. Nearly a minute passed like this, and Lu Xingxing felt that Li Ziyu's struggle had weakened. Let go. No. Boss, you have to stay calm. Even if you want to go down, you can't jump. It's too high here. If you jump down, you'll be doomed. Alright. I know. Let go. I won't jump. Hey. The speech became clearer. Looking up, Lu Xingxing's eyes met Li Ziyu's, and he found that those eyes had become clear again, without the excitement and passion just now. He then let go of his hand doubtfully, but his arm was still around Li Ziyu's waist, so that if he found something wrong with him, Lu Xingxing could hug him immediately. Li Ziyu relaxed his arms around his waist, took 2 deep breaths, and calmed down completely, frowning slightly. Why was I so impulsive just now? Not to mention Lu Xingxing. Even he himself didn't understand the problem. He was originally watching the battle happily, but suddenly a surge of blood rose and rushed to his mind, making him want to go down and fight. Or rather, fight to the death? At that time, all he thought about was the beauty of death, the calmness of death, the tranquility of death, and the pursuit of traces of death. Looking down at his hands, he slowly clenched his fists, feeling the power. Li Ziyu frowned even more tightly. Death worship? I, the lord of the undead city, worship death. It seems reasonable. But after all, I am still a human being. And I haven't turned into a ghost. Why did I suddenly have such thoughts? After wiping his face, Li Ziyu had a guess. It might be because of racial issues. The undead are influencing me. Human beings are social animals that live in groups. The environment will affect people's minds and their three outlooks. Living among a group of ghosts who worship death, people will gradually be influenced by them and develop a dependence on and worship of death. This influence happens unconsciously. This time Lu Xingxing was with me. Otherwise I might have jumped down. It was a close call. No. You have to expel this idea. You can't die before you are a teacher. At least I don't want to go and give away my life. Eating color also. The old ancestors did not bully me. The blood that accompanied by the impulse of death was temporarily forced to retreat under the driving of pink thoughts. As the battle progressed, the undead army gradually formed an encirclement, surrounding the demonized Minotaur and slowly compressing it inward. Although the demonized Minotaur was still struggling to resist and looking for a chance to escape, everyone could see that it was almost impossible to escape under the siege of the undead. After the last magic cowhead struggled to commit suicide attacks, he fell to the ground with unwilling eyes, lost his breath, and ended the fight with the magic cowhead. Li Ziyu did not come out of the fortress immediately, but turned his head to look into the distance. The undead had just reported that there was a breath of life over there, but it had never approached. The undead use soul fire to see the world. They can sense the existence of life, but they cannot accurately know what the life over there is doing. According to the undead's return, Li Ziyu felt that there was a peeping person there. The identity of the other party was unknown. I didn't know if it was the people behind these magic cows. After waiting for a while, the undead came again to report that the other party had gone far away. Li Ziyu then walked out of the fortress to meet the Minotaur of the Taboo tribe. The Tauren tribe, which was originally small in number, was now even smaller, with only half of its original number. About 50 people, mostly women and children. Even the surviving Tauren were all injured and covered in blood. Mao Mao stood in the front of everyone, holding onto the totem pole and breathing heavily. The previous battle had exhausted his strength, and the only reason he could stand at this moment was because of the totem pole. Otherwise he would have fallen to the ground. Li Ziyu came out of the fortress, following her 2 rows of bone knives, shields, and skeleton soldiers, and went straight to Moo Moo. Hi. Moo Moo. We met again. It's not good to look at you. Do you want to rest first? Li Ziyu looked at Moo Moo and greeted him. My friend, Lord of the Undead. Thank you for your help. Blood was oozing from the hideous wounds, and the pain made his muscles cramp. But Moo Moo still struggled to stand up straight and raised his hand to press his chest. Go to your tribe. You're so injured now. So take a rest. Li Ziyu looked at the Minotaur behind Mao Mao, sighed, and suggested. Mao Mao did not object. He knew that his people were in poor condition. Their wounds needed bandaging. They were severely exhausted and needed to rest urgently. So he turned around and took Li Ziyu and the others back to the tribe. The Taboo Minotaurs had fought hard, but some demonized Minotaurs still rushed into the tribe. Many thatched houses were destroyed, and not many were usable. Mao Mao brought Li Ziyu to his own thatched house, and the other tribesmen repaired the house on the spot around it and did not go far away. The threat of genocide just now made them extremely nervous, and only by gathering together could they feel at ease. The children in the tribe, with their fingers, stared at their naive eyes, watching the leader of the family with the leader of the family enter the room. Chapter 52. Follow me. Please take a seat. The two walked into the thatched house. Moo Moo raised his hand to lead. Li Ziyu turned his head to look around, covered with dry grass on the ground, and sat on the ground with his legs. When Moo Moo sat down, he grinned with his teeth, and the wound bled again. Li Ziyu was grinning as he watched. It was only because the Minotaur was strong that he could hold on with wounds all over his body. If he was covered with wounds, he would have collapsed by now. He even sat down. It was so painful. Do you want to get yourself bandaged first? Moo Moo originally wanted to say that he didn't use it, but felt that his physical strength was constantly lost. In this way, I am afraid that he would have to faint without saying a word. He sighed, turned to find a bunch of grass, put the juice in his mouth, and then applied it on the wound. The tribesmen have their own way of living. The medicines they use are all natural and effective. When the herbs are applied to the wound, the bleeding stops quickly. The pain is replaced by numbness. And a cool feeling comes. The frowned brows gradually relax, and the expression is no longer painful. After the pain eased, Mau Mau put down the herbs, drank a sip of water, and looked up at Li Ziyu. Thank you again for your help. His eyes had taken those herbs, and Li Ziyu was thinking about whether he wanted to prepare some of them. It looked quite easy to use. When he heard Mumu's words, he waved his hand. Don't care too much. We are friends. Anyway, I won't lose anything by saving you. I will accept the corpse of the demonized Minotaur, even though I can't use it now. The special material will always be valuable. As the old saying goes, more friends mean more paths. More enemies mean more walls. He is a time traveler, and has no roots in the other world. He can't find anyone to help him when something happens. It is naturally a good thing to make two more friends. Especially with the indigenous people. The relationship between them is complicated. And who knows when he can get help. After thinking for a while, he spoke again. By the way, what are you going to do next? Are you going to continue living here? Li Ziyu's question made Mumu silent. Yeah. They blocked the attack of the magic cow head. Then, do you still live on the ancestral land? The tribe was not big to begin with. And after this battle, it suffered serious casualties. The Tauren are not a race that reproduces quickly. And it seems difficult for them to continue living with the existing population. He doesn't know that there will be more demonized Tauren coming to attack them. With the threat of demonized Tauren, their lives will not be smooth. Many orcs are nostalgic for the land, and they will not leave their original territory. The same is true for the bulls. For them, the ancestral land is the root. If you leave the root, it is duckweed. But can they continue to live without leaving their ancestral land? This time there were more than 100 demonized minotaurs. What about next time? Will there be more? How can they defend themselves? Do they have to ask the undead for help every time the demonized minotaurs come? The undead lord is his friend, not his father. Why should he help them every time? Helping them once is friendship. Helping them twice is a favor. It is impossible to help them all the time. Mau Mau is not an ordinary Tauren warrior. He is the tribe leader. And on his shoulders is the Taboo tribe. His mission is not to lead his relatives and friends to fight endlessly against the demonized Tauren and make contributions to the wasteland, but to allow the Taboo tribe to survive in the wasteland and for the tribe members to live better and better. Before the battle, what he thought was to keep the ancestral land. And the bloody blood in his chest made him choose to find an allies and the magic cow heads. After the battle, the blood retreated. The tribe was reduced by nearly half. The tribe was destroyed. And the tribe was destroyed. And he was facing a threat that may appear again. All this made Mau Mau doubt whether he had made the wrong decision at the beginning, and whether he should have listened to the advice of the elders, abandoned the base, fled to other places, and sought temporary stability. No, not like this. Mumu shook his head and rejected such thoughts. The magic cow head was not an ordinary aggressor. They did not come for land, for killing and more magic to kill and more magic. Even if he escaped with the clan, the magic cattlemen will chase them tightly, so that they will not have time to rest until all the people die. There are too many such examples. Only by fighting them and destroying them can you win more time. Li Ziyu sat quietly opposite Mau Mau, watching the expressions on his face constantly changing, occasionally frowning, occasionally shaking his head, and occasionally relaxing. After waiting for a long time, he still didn't speak. So he said, I'll give you a suggestion. I don't know if you are willing to listen. Please speak, my friend. Mumu looked up when he heard the voice. Let me go with me. Take your remaining people. Follow me. Join me. Li Ziyu said softly. Follow you. Mumu was stunned. Who was the other party? It was the Lord of the Undead. If he followed him, would he transform all of them into undead? Li Ziyu has long thought that the mobile fortress will become bigger and bigger, and it can also be combined with other fortresses to become similar to the city-state. Can you summon more races to join? It should be possible. All kinds of races live together in harmony under the rule of the undead. What a beautiful future this will be. Among these races there will be fox people, snake people, rabbit people. Ah, it is definitely not a good color. Because the undead fairness. Yes, just fairness. It has nothing to do with the beauty of all ethnic groups. Because the undead can create a harmonious and fair world. That's it. Yes. If I say that the undead are fair, there shouldn't be many people who object. After all, what everyone pursues is completely different. The rights, wealth, and women that most races pursue are simply unnecessary things for the undead. The undead don't care about food, accommodation, etc. In some ways, these skeleton undead can be said to be saints who have no desires. People's struggle for fame and fortune is nothing but passing clouds in the eyes of the dead. They can become saints without desires. The fairest judges and arbitrators. They are fearless of life and death, which can make them powerful conquerors and defenders. What do you think? Can the undead be made up a pair of typing prosperity that the doctrine of previous life wants to see? There's nothing wrong with it. It makes sense. Taking this opportunity, we can experiment. If the Tauren can survive in the mobile fortress, then other races should be able to survive. By then, there will be fox people, snake people, rabbit people. Lizzie, you thought very well. But listening to Mumu's ears is not the case. How do he feel that the undead in front of him also turned them away and took them away? His expression became not very good. We don't want to become an undead. Well, what becomes an undead? I didn't say to turn you into an undead. I mean you moved to my fortress to live. You also saw that my fortress became bigger and there was enough place to accommodate you. Lizzie scratched his head and looked at Mumu puzzled. Do you mean this? Mumu was also stunned. It was not to become an undead, but to live on the fortress. Thinking of the mobile fort is much larger than before. He suddenly was a little temporarily. Chapter 53, Tuztran. Although the ancestral land is good, they can't keep it. Instead, they will cause all the people to lose their lives. If they leave the ancestral land, they don't know where to go, and whether they can find a suitable place. The population is insufficient, so that the subsequent survival will become more difficult. Joining the fortress of the undead seems to be a good choice. The fortress is tall, and there are a large number of undead guarding it. The Lord of the Undead is full of kindness and can protect them. Mau Mau can't help but be tempted. But even if you are moving, you have to discuss with other people. Lord of the Undead, I understand your proposal. But can you give me some time? I need to discuss this with my tribesmen. Okay. But you have to hurry. I can't wait here forever. Okay. I'll go now. As Mau Mau spoke, he stood up and walked out. Lizzie remained sitting there, quietly waiting for news from Mau Mau. He went outside to gather the tribesmen and told them what Lizzie said. The Tauren were immediately furious. This was like escaping from the tiger's mouth and falling into the wolf's den. They had finally repelled the attack of the demonized Tauren. But now they were about to abandon their ancestral land and join the undead. Then why did they fight the demonized Tauren in the first place? Even though Lizzie and the undead helped the heads of the bulls and reached out to them, in the hearts of the Nyo head, the undead is still the horrible race in the legend. The kind of creature is not much stronger than the magic cow head. Just when the tribesmen were opposing and Mumu was getting anxious, a Minotaur child came to Mumu through the crowd, looked up at him and said, I support you. As soon as the Minotaur child opened his mouth, the taboo Minotaurs suddenly became strangely quiet, and expressions of surprise appeared on their faces. They looked at each other, and then turned their gazes to the child and Mau Mau. Tuztran, do you think this is an opportunity? Mumu looked serious and asked earnestly. I feel this is our only chance. The Minotaur child named Tuztran turned around and faced his people. The demonized Minotaur will not let us go. As long as we are here, they will attack again. Can we stop them? Rather than abandoning our ancestral land, being hunted down, and fleeing to the wilderness, it is better to join the undead. This, Tuztran. Are you serious? The elder of Nyoto asked with a wooden stick. Yes, I am serious. Tuztran nodded. The Minotaurs looked at each other and lowered their heads, indicating that they would obey Tuztran's arrangement. Mumu supported Tuztran's shoulders and looked at his people. In that case, we will join the undead. Tuztran is the most special bullhead in the Tab tribe. He is not a child of the Tab tribe. His father was a bit related to the Tab tribe. Later, he was caught and sent him to the Tab tribe to foster. He showed amazing talent since he was a child and possessed extremely strong blood energy. He inherited the abilities of his father's Thunder Ox clan and his mother's Shaman clan. He was designated as the next clan leader early on, because he possessed the abilities of the Shaman clan. He had a high prestige among the tribe members, even surpassing Mau Mau. Since Tuztran said that joining the undead tribe is better than sticking to the ancestral land, The tribe members are willing to believe it. After all, Tashtling may very likely become a shaman in the future. The Tauren race is naturally strong, muscular, and extremely powerful, making them the best material for warriors. But because of this, they are more honest, stubborn, and not very smart. And very few of them can use witchcraft and magic. Shaman is a wise man, a genius, a disseminator of knowledge, and a witch in the tribe. His status may even exceed that of the patriarch. And he leads the future development direction of the tribe. Most of the shamans are physically weak and fight with witchcraft and spells. But Tashtling is different. He inherited the strengths of both his parents. Not only is he physically strong, he also possesses magical powers. He can perform some witchcraft at a young age. It can be said that the Taboo tribe pinned its future on him. Tashtling turned his head and looked at Mumu, and suddenly said, "I want to go with you to see the Lord of the Dead." "No! You can't go to see the Lord of the Undead. It's too dangerous." Before Mau Mau could say anything, the elder spoke first and stopped him. They could agree with Tashtling on many things, but they could never allow him to go deep into dangerous areas. Mumu is also very embarrassed. "I do want Taswelin to see Liziu. Although he and Liziu are friends, Liziu also helped them twice. But the friendship was not enough to gamble the tribe." Facing the elder, Tashtling raised his hand to stop him from continuing. "Humans value bargaining chips. The Lord of the Undead wants us to join them. But what bargaining chips can we offer in exchange for his protection? He doesn't need our power. He has hundreds of undead, which is more than our number. So what can we use in exchange for our future life?" Although he was a child, he was very calm and mature when he said this. The elder opened his mouth, but could not utter a word. Indeed, they had nothing more to offer the Lord of the Undead. It's just a small tribe with few resources. What can they produce? Thatch? Even the undead won't eat that. It was the undead, the legendary race. Mumu also expressed the meaning of the Lord of the Undead very clearly. In the wasteland, it is normal for the small tribes to find a large family as shelter. But if you want people to protect you, you are important to say that people are sweating with bleeding. And you can enjoy it. What Tashtling meant was to use himself as a bargaining chip in exchange for the protection of the tribe by the undead. "Come on. I'll go with you to see the Lord of the Dead." Seeing the people no longer opposed, Tastian said to Mumu, turning around and taking the lead in the thatched house. Mumu glanced at the clan and gave them a firm look. "Rest assured, I would protect him." And then chased Taz Turin into the thatched house. Liziu looked up and saw a Minotaur child. He swallowed the words he was about to say. Tashtling stood in front of Liziu, his bright black eyes curiously looking at the human in front of him. "This is the Lord of the Undead." "A human?" Mau Mau followed in from outside and put his hand on Tashling's shoulder. If anything went wrong, he would immediately pull Tashtling behind him to protect him. "Respected Lord of the Undead. Lo. I am Tashtling from the Taboo tribe." The Minotaur child introduced himself very politely. He was completely different from other Minotaurs Liziu had met. His etiquette and way of speaking were more similar to those of humans. Liziu looked at Mau Mau, not understanding why he brought a child to see him. But Mau Mau did not respond to him. Liziu narrowed his eyes, feeling that something was a little unusual. He stood up and smiled at the Minotaur child. "Hello, Tashtling. I am Liziu, the Lord of the Dead." Chapter 54, I am the bargaining chip. The great master of undead. I am willing to use myself as a bargaining chip in exchange for your asylum on the Tab tribe. Even when facing Liziu, the Lord of the Undead, Tashtling was not nervous at all. He spoke in a calm tone, and it was completely impossible to tell that he was a child. "Take yourself as a chip for my asylum? What does it mean?" Liziu's heart was blank, scratched his head, and looked up at Mumu. He didn't understand. "Obviously you were the patriarch." He said that he went out to discuss with the people. He turned his head and brought a child over. He also said that he would be a chip. There was a custom of exchanging protons in ancient times. Could it be that Mumu did not trust himself? So he sent the child of Tushturin to himself as a proton? That means this child is Mumu's child. Thinking of this, Liziu asked Mumu with his mouth shape, "Your son?" Mau Mau glared and shook his head quickly. "No." Liziu was confused again. What was going on now? Just when he was puzzled, Tashtling actually began to take off his clothes. His clothes were different from those of other Minotaurs. Other Minotaurs either wore grass skirts or shorts, revealing their muscular bodies. but he wore a linen hooded robe that covered his body tightly. Eh? 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 What kind of ghost do you undress? Although I am the master of the undead, the orientation is normal. I can accept the fox girl, snake girl, rabbit girl, but I can't accept the little boy. Tashilin took off his robe and ignored Li Ziyu's eyes. The robe was thrown aside, and he stood in front of Li Ziyu in a pair of shorts, revealing his true face. Although he was young, his body was full of muscles and full of explosive power. What surprised Li Ziyu was that he had a special tattoo on his body. Blue lightning-like patterns are all over his body, even on his face, combining together to form a strange totem, implying an aura of mania and tyranny. Tashilin slowly opened his arms. A crackling sound of electricity was heard, and arcs of electricity jumped between his hands. Mao Mao took 2 steps back, away from Tashilin. Lord of the Undead, am I qualified to be used as a bargaining chip? If you are willing to sincerely help the Taboo tribe, then I will become a powerful weapon in your hands. Obey your orders, and destroy your enemies. Looking at Li Ziyu, Tashilin said seriously, can you generate electricity? Is this magic? Li Ziyu widened his eyes, and couldn't help asking curiously. My father is a warrior from the Thunder Ox tribe, and my mother is a shaman. I have inherited their talents and abilities, and I will become very strong. Tashilin had no intention of hiding anything, as he knew he needed to demonstrate his worth at this time. Li Ziyu nodded seriously, and seemed to understand it very clearly, but in fact, he was thinking, is it a kind of thunder cow? No matter what, Tashilin gave him a surprise. This child would at least be a strong warrior when he grew up. It was a good thing to have another brave warrior. Li Ziyu originally wanted to let the Minotaur board the mobile fortress to see if they could live on it, but he didn't expect the other party to think too much and come up with some bargaining chips. It's not his fault. It would be disrespectful to refuse it. I will accept this future powerful warrior. With a snap of his fingers, a piece of animal skin paper burning with a faint blue flame appeared out of thin air and hovered in front of Tashilin. This is a modified slave contract, which is much looser than the normal slave contract, but it can still control life and death. Li Ziyu's meaning is very clear. As long as Tashilin signs the contract and is bound by the system, he is willing to agree to the other party's conditions and treat the Taboo tribe seriously. Based on this contract, even if the Taboo tribe cannot adapt to life on the mobile fortress, he will help find a suitable place for survival so that the Taboo tribe can reproduce peacefully. Tashilin read the contract carefully, looking at every clause very carefully. In his impression, humans are quite cunning, and it is not uncommon for them to tamper with contracts. That is a word game played by humans. Although he is facing the Lord of the Undead, the Lord of the Undead is a human being, so he has to be careful. He checked it 3 times, and finally confirmed that there was no trap in the contract. Then he raised his hand and pressed the contract. Tashilin. Mao Mao seemed to want to stop him, but Tashilin just turned his head to look at him, then pressed his finger on it without hesitation, and signed a simplified slave contract with Li Ziyu. The contract is concluded. The animal skin paper burned and turned into a ball of flame, which split into 2 strands and penetrated into the minds of Li Ziyu and Tashilin. Li Ziyu felt that his soul had established a connection with Tashilin. With a normal slave contract, he could even clearly know what the other party was thinking. However, with a castration contract, he could not know Tashilin's thoughts, but he could decide the other party's life or death with a single thought. I pledge my loyalty to you, great Lord of the Dead. After the contract was established, Tashilin knelt on one knee and lowered his head. Seeing this, Mao Mao hesitated for a moment, then also knelt on one knee and lowered his head to Li Ziyu. Under normal circumstances, according to the character of the Minotaur, it is impossible for them to submit to anyone. They will make friends with people, but will not submit. However, Tashilin is too important to the Taboo tribe, even though Mumu's status is lower than his. If Tashilin kneels down, Mumu will follow suit. Okay, let the tribesmen pack up and move all the things to the fortress. Li Ziyu waved his hand, signaling the 2 to get up. Yes, Tashilin responded, stood up and took Mao Mao out. The tribesmen in the tribe quickly started to move. They didn't have much stuff. Apart from some simple clothes, they also needed to pack some water utensils and straw. They didn't need to take anything else. Under the guidance of the undead, the Minotaurs carried their packed things and climbed the legendary and terrifying Undead fortress for the first time. However, they were greeted on the fortress by a human with a sunny smile and two cat people. Turning his head to look at the minotaurs queuing up to the fortress, Li Ziyu thought about it and exchanged an item in the system. It was a long stick about 3 meters long with a skull on the top, called the Undead flag. The function of the Undead flag is to serve as a territory marker and as a coordinate point in the system. Since the Minotaurs of Mau Mau valued this place so much, he decided to give them a hand. As for whether he could intimidate other lives that came to this land, that was hard to say, but at least he helped. Li Ziyu raised the flag of the dead and thrust it into the soil with force. Wow! As the flag was erected, the color of a small area of land changed, turning into dark rotten soil, exuding the breath of horror, decay, and death. A large ball of soul fire also ignited in the skull on the ground under the flag. And in the dark night, it was like a necromancer's lamp guiding the souls of the dead. Li Ziyu observed for a while, clapped his hands with satisfaction, turned and walked towards the fortress. Chapter 55. Relocation of the fortress. The Tauren walked out of the messy and dilapidated tribe, and saw the undead fortress built of bone standing in the wasteland under the moonlight. It was full of death, horror, and the atmosphere of no entry for strangers. After receiving Li Ziyu's order, the bones on the fortress moved and pieced together to form a bone ladder, which was lowered from above and extended to the front of the people of the Taboo tribe. Following the bone ladder and looking up at the tall fortress, it was like leading from the human world to the world of the dead. A road of no return. The Minotaurs hesitated, wondering whether they should really go up. There were 2 rows of undead standing beside them, silent. The undead who led them here saw that they did not move, so he walked up the bone ladder first, then turned to look at them, motioning them to follow. The bravest Minotaur gritted his teeth and took a step forward to follow. Seeing this, the other Minotaurs also took a step forward, climbed the bone ladder, and reached the fortress platform. When the Minotaurs stepped onto the bone plates of the platform, they were stunned. This place is completely different from what they imagined. In the Minotaurs' imagination, everything about the undead should be eerie and terrifying, filled with evil and death everywhere. Even just one look at them would make one terrified and heartbroken. But in fact, when I arrived at the fortress, everything around me, although a little serious and solemn, did not have that kind of eerie and terrifying feeling. Instead, it had a grand and majestic atmosphere. Even the horror of death that I had just felt disappeared at this moment, and I inexplicably felt a sense of tranquility in my heart. Very quiet, very peaceful, and very comfortable. Welcome. Just when the Minotaurs were confused and at a loss, they saw a young human in front of them with a sunny smile on his face, accompanied by 2 cat people, who opened his arms and greeted them. How come there are all kinds of things in the fortress of humans? Cat people and the undead? In the world of the undead, shouldn't there be only dead souls and skeletons? Don't just stand there. Go inside. There are still a lot of spaces inside. You can choose one. Wow. It really is a Minotaur. So amazing. The muscles are so developed. So strong. Can I touch the horns? Full of curiosity and adventurous spirit, Lu Xingxing, a social bull sufferer, came up to the Minotaur in a familiar manner. He took over the task of leading the undead, stared at the Minotaur left and right, and even tried to touch it. Perhaps it was Lu Xingxing's smile and enthusiasm that dispelled the haze in the Tauren's hearts. They did not believe that such a human with a sunny smile would deceive them. They gradually relaxed and followed Lu Xingxing to visit the fortress of the undead amidst his laughter. Of course, they could only visit the platform and could not enter the main building. Tashjiling was also observing his surroundings curiously. Just like Lu Xingxing when he first saw the Minotaur, he was also full of curiosity about the fortress of the dead. Everything here was different from what was said in the legend. There were no sharp wooden spikes with skulls stuck in them, no corpses hung up, no stench of decay in the air, no sewage or blood on the ground, and no ear-piercing screams. Everything is just the opposite. Although the buildings here are made of bones, they unexpectedly have a sense of grandeur, solemnity, and dignity. The ground is paved with bone slabs and looks very clean. The surrounding environment is also very tidy. He saw the undead with soul fire sticking their heads out from time to time to observe them. It was a little scary at first, but after seeing it more often, he went from being frightened to being able to accept it, and finally felt it was commonplace. This is where the dead live. The legend is wrong, or even deliberately vilifies the dead. Did our ancestors make a mistake? Or were the records changed by someone? Tashjuling couldn't figure it out. But everything here satisfied him. At least it was much better than being chased by the demonized minotaurs, fleeing in the wilderness, and not knowing where to settle. The fortress was upgraded to level 2. The platform expanded a lot, and many places were empty. The Tauren found a satisfactory open space, and decided to use it as the temporary residence of their tribe. Just when they found the venue, Li Ziyu also returned to the fortress. The bone ladder retracted into the fortress and merged into one. And Li Ziyu also came to where the Minotaur was. It seems that Lu Xingxing has found a place for you. Seeing that the Minotaur had settled down, Li Ziyu walked over with a smile and greeted Mao Mao and Tashjuling. Yes, great lord of the undead. Thank you for your generosity, which allows us to have a place to live again. Mu Mu looked solemn and knocked his chest hard. Seeing this, the other Minotaurs also stopped what they were doing and saluted Li Ziyu. Li Ziyu nodded kindly, and then said to Mao Mao, "We the undead prefer to be active at night. We will set off soon. Don't panic. And don't jump down from the fortress. It's quite high here, and you will get hurt if you jump down." "Yes, we understand," Mu Mu responded quickly. The night time is very precious, and Li Ziyu does not intend to waste it. Rescuing the Taboo tribe has already consumed a lot of time. He still has to rush back to the swamp cemetery to continue digging bones. He is afraid that after the mobile fortress is activated, it will scare these natives. So he specifically reminds them. After speaking to Mao Mao, Li Ziyu will arrive at the main building and give the order to return to the swamp cemetery. After the fortress trembled slightly, the Minotaur found that the surrounding scenery began to move. They had seen the fortress move before, and now being inside it, it felt even more magical. It turned out this was what it felt like to be on a fortress. It was so new and fresh. Li Ziyu was concerned about the skeletons in the cemetery. Whenever he encountered wild beasts along the way, he would send the undead to deal with them quickly. If he encountered those that could not be dealt with quickly, he would simply ignore them and leave. He did get a few wild beasts, but it was better than nothing. No matter how small a mosquito leg is, it is still meat. So any bit of it counts. The return was smooth. Looking at the system time, there were still 2 hours until dawn. Li Ziyu asked the undead to start working immediately. The dead spirits, who worked hard, immediately left the fortress and entered the large pit digging before, and worked hard to open the planer. Listening to the clanging and crackling sounds below, the Minotaurs curiously came to the edge of the platform and looked over there in the moonlight. They saw that the place where the sound came from was a huge pit. My goodness! In just a short while, dust was already flying over there. What are the undead doing? Ask if you don't understand. Tashjuling stared at the big pit and asked Lu Xingxing beside him. Treasure hunting, Lu Xingxing said, as a matter of course. Is there a treasure here? Tashjuling's curiosity was aroused again, and he asked with interest. Yes, there are a lot of bones here, Lu Xingxing explained. Tashjuling stopped talking. To the dead, bones were like coins and could indeed be considered treasures. However, this kind of treasure meant little to other people. Do you need our help? Tashjuling thought for a moment and spoke again. I think you can take a rest first, and then go talk to my boss when you are refreshed. Lu Xingxing glanced at the Minotaurs. Almost all of them were injured and were being treated for their wounds. Well, that's fine. Tashjuling looked at his tribesmen and felt that they really needed rest. Happy times are always short. And 2 hours passed in a flash. The first ray of sun pierced the sky, and the undead returned to the fortress one after another. Chapter 56 Platform Change. At dawn, the undead ran back to the fortress. Li Ziyu looked out the window and looked at the place where the Tauren tribe rested on the platform. He was a little confused about whether to go into hibernation mode. To put it simply, dormant mode means that the undead have entered a resting state, and the mobile fortress has sunk into the ground. But now there is a group of Minotaurs on the platform. If it sinks into the ground, the Minotaurs will be buried alive. But it's not okay to just stay outside like this. Not to mention that the level 2 fortress is even bigger than before the upgrade. The sunshine is not an environment that the undead like, and it will make them weak. After hesitating for a moment, Li Ziyu decided to give it a try first. If the dormant mode would really bring the Tauren into the underground, then he would stop the dormant mode immediately. It would also prove that other races were not suitable for survival on the mobile fortress. Enter dormant mode. The mobile fortress trembled violently, and the Minotaurs, who had just fallen asleep after a night of tossing and turning, were suddenly awakened. They looked around with wide eyes in panic. And then, they saw an incredible scene. All the buildings were moving. Bones were shifting. And the buildings were shrinking underneath, as if they had collapsed. Call. Li Ziyu breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that when there are other races in the mobile fortress, the dormant mode will also change into other forms? Li Ziyu stood at the window, looking at the scene outside. And his heart was suddenly enlightened. The buildings will shrink and hide underground, while the ground will remain as a bone plate platform. People living on the platform will continue to live their normal lives, and will not go underground like the undead. The Minotaur people had just arrived at the fortress of the dead, and were unfamiliar with everything here. When they saw the sky collapsing, and the earth breaking apart, they became terrified and at a loss. The foothold had just found. Is this finished? They couldn't figure out what kind of attack the undead had suffered that caused all the buildings to collapse. Everything was peaceful when they went to bed just now, and they didn't see any enemies. Mao Mao and Tasjiling were equally confused. They saw Lu Xingxing running out from the two-story wooden building because of the noise. Lu Xingxing. Mao Mao hurried over to grab him and drag him to where the Minotaurs were stationed. What's going on? Are there any enemies attacking? Lu Xingxing looked around. He had seen the undead enter dormant mode, although the scene now was different from before. Don't worry. Don't worry. We haven't been attacked. Everything is normal. Lu Xingxing waved his hands, looking calm and nonchalant. But, this, Mumu pointed around, seeming to be hesitant to speak. Don't worry. It's okay. Believe me, it will be fine soon. Lu Xingxing wanted to pat the other person's shoulder to comfort him, but he found that Mao Mao was too tall, so he could only pat the other person's chest. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he jumped up and patted the other person's shoulder. All the undead buildings soon sank into the ground, and the platform returned to calm and empty. The view suddenly became wide, and the Minotaurs were stunned. They finally understood why the dead always appeared and disappeared without a trace in the legend. They could hide underground and could not be discovered. Lu Xingxing glanced at the open platform. Only the Minotaur and his mobile fortress were left. He then turned back to face Mao Mao. Look! It's all right! Don't worry so much. We are very strong. As he spoke, he winked at Mao Mao and gave him a thumbs up. Mao Mao scratched his head, still with a puzzled look on his face. Lu Xingxing explained again that at night, the undead would appear, including those buildings. If there were no accidents, they would see the buildings rising, so there was no need to make a fuss. You can move freely during the day. You can do whatever you want and do whatever you like. No one will care about you. It's very relaxed here among the undead, Lu Xingxing said with a smile. What he did every day was to run out and search for treasures after the undead entered dormant mode. In his system map, he had marked several treasure sites, but Li Ziyu's mind was now on this swamped cemetery. He couldn't drag Li Ziyu to hunt for treasures, and his own strength was not enough. So he had to leave it there and go there when there was a chance. The Taboo tribe migrated to the fortress of the dead. They didn't bring much with them. If they wanted to survive in the fortress, they would need a lot of supplies, including food, clean water, stones, wood and other reconstruction materials. It was impossible for them to sleep on bone boards all the time. Although the bone plate is very flat, it is made of bones after all. It is very cold when sleeping at night. Sleeping on the bone plate for a long time will easily make you sick. You have to find some hay or straw to spread on it so that you can sleep comfortably. Through last night's observation, Mumu noticed some small details. When he lived in the ancestral land of the tribe, there were always some small bugs in the evening to harass them. Sometimes they sleep, and there were several bags on their bodies. They were painful and itchy. After the undead fortress, this trouble disappeared. There was no trace of bugs on the platform. I couldn't find it. The bugs had no wisdom, but they also knew that the breath of avoidance and death made them escape. In a way, surviving in the fortress of the undead is much more comfortable than surviving in the wilderness. Well, that's it. It's morning now, and I should set off. Turning his head to look at the rising sun slowly in the sky, Lu Xingxing said this and ran towards his mobile fortress. The two-story wooden building broke away from the undead fortress and accelerated into the wilderness, leaving Mumu stunned. These humans are so strange. Why do they all have movable houses? He couldn't figure it out and was too lazy to think about it anymore. He comforted his tribesmen and asked them to rest for a while. When the sun rose, He would get up and look for useful things. Minotaur is not undead. Undead do not need food or drink. But Minotaur do. They cannot ask the Lord of the Undead to prepare these things for them. So they have to find them themselves. The day passed quickly, leaving only the afterglow of the sunset. In the direction of the horizon, the treasure-hunting Catman mobile fortress came back with a cloud of dust. With the previous experience, Lu Xingxing was more cautious when wandering in the wilderness to hunt for treasure. This time, he did not cause any trouble and returned safely, and was reintegrated into the Undead fortress. After a good sleep and a good meal, Li Ziyu hid away to check the chat history for a while. Feeling that the time was about up, he ordered to end the dormant mode. The platform trembled, and skeletons emerged from the ground. They were piled up layer by layer, constantly pieced together and superimposed, extending upward and becoming bone buildings. The tall castle main building also stood on the wasteland again. After closing the system interface, Li Ziyu stretched and walked to the window. He did not receive any alarm from the system. Today was very peaceful. He looked through the window towards the location of the Taboo tribe. Wow! That's quite a big change. One thatched house after another was propped up. The branches used to build the houses were found by Moo Moo and his men during the day. Due to the tight time, the branches were not as easy to use as those from the previous tribe, but they were fine for temporary use. The platform changed suddenly. The Minotaurs stopped what they were doing and looked at the rising buildings around them in a daze. Although their numbers are small, they bring vitality to the fortress of the dead. It feels pretty good. The last rays of sunset disappeared in the sky, and darkness returned to the earth. Chapter 57 discovered. On top of the fortress of the dead, clusters of bonfires were lit. The Tauren sat around the bonfires, laughing and talking happily, eating the young shoots, grass and berries collected during the day, and drinking sour fruit wine. Dinner was the happiest time of their day. The undead moved. A Minotaur child inadvertently looked up and saw the star-like soul fire. The undead revived. Their bones clattered and collided. They combined together, broke away from the building, and swarmed out of the fortress in groups. The Minotaurs who were enjoying their rest time paused and looked in the direction the child pointed. The smiles that had not yet been retracted froze on their faces. A white wave was sweeping towards them. It's over! It's over! The wine glass was overturned. The sour fruit wine flowed on the bone plate, and the berries fell to the ground. No one picked them up. All the Minotaurs felt a chill in their hearts, and had an urge to escape from here. But they were extremely frightened in their hearts. Their legs and feet were out of control, and they watched the undead coming. The leading undead was already close at hand. They could even see the soul fire burning in the skull, the round shield full of scratches, the bone knife with a broken blade. The Minotaur closed his eyes and waited for death. Then, he heard a friction sound beside him. The Minotaur opened his eyes slightly, then opened them again, looking blankly ahead. One undead after another walked up to him, turned a corner, passed by him, and continued forward. There were no screams or cries of killing. The camp where the Taboo tribe was stationed was like a stone in a river, with the white tide flowing naturally on both sides. Oh! Are you going to attack us? Yes. We are allies. The legendary impression of the horror of the undead is not so easy to change. The Minotaur has not yet adapted to the current situation of living with the undead. When facing the undead, he still feels fear from the bottom of his heart. Seeing the undead spirit, there is a curious cattle head and running to the edge of the fortress, watching the whereabouts of the undead. All the undead went to the big pit not far away. Last night the undead were working in the pit, digging out piles of bones. And it looks like they will do the same today. Alas, it seems that the undead is no different from us. We need to find food and ingredients. We need labor to make ourselves live better. Thinking about it this way, it actually becomes quite intimate. Let's move forward and work hard. Together we will become stronger. Li Ziyu stood at the window of the main building, full of heroic spirit. He hoped that the swamp cemetery could last a little longer. To him, this place was like the oil field in his previous life. It was a treasure. Of course, this was just his wishful thinking. When digging yesterday, Li Ziyu found that the number of bones produced had decreased, which was much worse than before. He estimated that he had dug to the bottom, and it was not certain how much he could dig out today. There is no danger in digging for treasures, and Li Ziyu does not need to pay too much attention to it. He was planning to find Li Xingxing to chat with him, to ask him if he had any gains today, and where to look for treasure next. Before he could call Lu Xingxing, the system popped up a reminder. You have new chat messages. Li Ziyu's expression was slightly froze, and I opened the system interface to check. It was the news from the conscience businessman. He also sent 2 in a row. Have you got up? Are you dead? No death. Give me a letter. Why did he suddenly send a message to himself? It was strange. These 2 sentences were weird. The first one is okay to understand. After all, his schedule is indeed different from that of normal people. It takes a break during the day and acts at night. But the next day is too much. What is me to die? Why do I die? Private chat. I don't want to take a driver's license. Climb. You die. I live a lot. Conscience merchant, you are fine. Don't want to take a driver's license. Listening to your meaning. Is something wrong? Conscientious merchant, yes. It's a big deal. I don't know about other places, but the wasteland is a bit messy. Don't want to get a driver's license. Conscientious merchant, the natives have noticed us. Several time travelers have been killed. And it seems you have been exposed as well. Don't want to take a driver's license. Why am I exposed? Conscience businessman, the legend of the undead recently circulating on the wasteland is unclear. But I am afraid that the undead refers to you. Li Ziyu looked at the news, frowned, took a deep breath, and had a bad feeling. It was a little cold behind it. It was not a good thing to be stared at by the aborigines. As for why he was noticed, he probably speculated that he had guessing that the guys such as the magic cow head and the lizard man. But he couldn't get it on the internet, and it was normal for the news to go. This world is not their world, and human beings are not high in this world. There are too many races over the human race. Crossing the crowd is just a foreigner, and the number of aboriginal people far exceeds them. Perhaps more time to develop by the crosses. They will surpass the original residents and overrive above the aboriginal people. But now at this moment, they are weak. Once the aboriginal group attacks, they will die miserable. Don't look at Li Ziyu's more than 2,000 undead. But the number of aboriginal people is nothing at all. Let alone 99% of the 2,000 undead are low-level bones. Bullying and bullying small tribes is okay. When you encounter medium and large tribes, it is completely crushed and did not fight. From the time he traveled through time until now, the enemies Li Ziyu faced were all wild beasts and ordinary tribes. Even the demonized minotaurs only had better physical strength and power, but did not possess extraordinary abilities. If this encounters some extraordinary existence, his more than 2,000 undead is estimated to be destroyed instantly. He was not clear about this matter. After all, there were few aboriginal people who had been in contact with. The Tab tribe was not even a small Karami in the wasteland. The tribes of dozens of hundreds of people did not know how much the stars were on the wasteland. The conscience merchants were much stronger than him. Li Ziyu was very grateful to the conscientious businessman. You couldn't tell on a normal day, but since he didn't hide the news and came to him in a hurry, he accepted the favor. Just as he turned his mind, the news of the conscience merchant came again. Conscience businessman, you'd better be careful recently. Don't be besieged. Don't want to get a driver's license. Thank you. You should be more careful too. Conscience merchant, don't thank me. I am to find a way for myself. You also know that I am a mouse person, and the combat effectiveness is not strong. If one day I have trouble, I hope you can help me. Don't want to get a driver's license, definitely. Conscience businessman, hey. The world is difficult. Communicate at any time. Don't want to take a driver's license, okay. After closing the system interface, Li Ziyu was sitting on a white bone chair, holding the temple, and the eyebrows wrinkled into a Sichuan character. I was thinking about trying to grow as much as possible, and slowly developing and growing. The action time of the undead was at night. It avoided a lot of sight, and provided convenience for him to grow up. But now it seems that it is not big. The concern of the indigenous people has put a lot of pressure in Li Ziyu's heart, and at the same time sounded the alarm. He was more precautious about the aboriginal people. Boss, why are you sorrowful? What happened? Lu Xingxing waited for a long time. He saw Li Ziyu staring ahead, and knew that he was using the system, and didn't come to disturb. Now seeing Li Ziyu's idol, then he came to ask. Chapter 58 Because of the Undead. Oh, it's the stars. When did you come here? When he heard the voice, Li Ziyu's body shocked, and his eyes were focusing on his eyes. Then he found out that there were more individuals in front of him, and asked a little bit. The news of the conscience merchants made Li Ziyu a bit touched. The mentality changed. The crossing of the cross was stared at by the Aboriginal people, and was killed several. He was also in danger. Suddenly, Lu Xingxing became pleasing to the eye and was affectionate. In nature, there are too many creatures that are much stronger than humans in terms of individual combat power. But the reason why humans can become the overlord is because we have flexible minds, and when danger comes, we can put aside our past grudges, move forward hand in hand, and keep each other warm. Li Ziyu thought about it, and did not hide Lu Xingxing, and told Lu Xingxing the news that the businessman and he said. Lu Xingxing swallowed his saliva, his face full of nervousness, and he was a little at a loss. He was chased and killed. And he also saw the battle between the undead and the lizard. He didn't like it. He prefers everyone to get along peacefully and explore the treasure happily. But the world can't help people. Now that it has happened, there must always be a solution. Boss, what should we do? Li Ziyu touched his chin. And he was the target of the indigenous people. He was more dangerous than other crosses. But what did people pay attention to themselves so much? Just because he killed a lot of lizard men? Let's not believe it. He doesn't believe it. The wasteland is not a place where there is a law. Whoever believes is the big fist, and who makes it make sense. Not to mention hundreds of lizard people. Even if the lizard man is destroyed, it may not be a big deal. It must be because of other things. He didn't know how many traversers on the wasteland before, but later came to the world in this world. There are also a lot of people on the wasteland. There are also a lot of them. What is it? Undead. This is the only possibility because of racial issues. This is the point that he has been ignored. The different world is not the previous life. Human beings are the strongest hegemon. There are all kinds of races in the exotic world. There are all kinds of strange shapes. Li Ziyu has never felt how strange the undead is. But now I think the problem is still in the undead. We have to ask whether it is true or not. Calling Taz Tuling and Mu Mu. I have something to ask them. Li Ziyu said. Lu Xingxing responded and hurried out to call people. The kung fu was not great. Mu Mu and Taz Talon followed Lu Xingxing to Li Ziyu. They walked with the ceremony, stood regularly, waiting for the question. Don't be nervous. I called you here just to ask you something, Li Ziyu said in a calm tone. Mao Mao and Taz Tuling looked at each other and nodded. I want to ask. What do you think of the dead? Li Ziyu showed a curious look just right. But he was actually getting nervous. The horror and scary is the incarnation of death. Wherever he goes, the creature must be the best. Mu Mu was a real person. He didn't think about it. He said all the impression of the legendary undead in the legend. And even looked at Li Ziyu's eyes very strange. It seemed that it was not what people knew. Why did you ask? As soon as Mao Mao opened his mouth, Taz Tuling knew something was wrong. And seeing that he was about to continue talking, he quickly pulled him and signaled him to shut up. Are you stupid? How can you say bad things about the undead? We are making a living by following the undead. They are our bosses. After being pulled, Mu Mu reacted immediately, quickly shut his mouth, and looked embarrassed. Great Lord of the Undead. Please forgive his careless words. We didn't mean to say that about the undead. Taz Tuling quickly apologized and made amends. Oh! Yes. Yes. Look at my stupid mouth. I mean, the undead are very kind and merciful. Mu Mu slapped himself hard and said hurriedly. But he couldn't say any more after just a few words. Are the dead kind and merciful? No matter how you look at it. That group of skeletons burning with flames don't deserve these two words. It's so unfair. Li Ziyu didn't care, and was even glad that Mao Mao told the truth. He waved his hand to indicate that he was not angry. And then started thinking. Really? Li Ziyu sighed in his heart. He really guessed it right. The problem was with the undead race itself. Even small tribes like the Tower know about the undead. And they describe them as terrifying, and should not be approached. This shows that the undead have appeared in the history of the alien world. And they have caused great harm to the world. To the point where everyone is calling for their destruction. No wonder I was being targeted. History. Yes. Li Ziyu had thought of it a long time ago. The other world has history. This is not a game world, but the real world. The various races are not just data, but living beings with flesh and blood, and intelligent life. In this case, there must be history. Seeing Li Ziyu in deep thought, Taz Tuling couldn't help but glared at Mao Mao. I was almost killed by you. Mao Mao scratched his head and smiled foolishly. Isn't it okay? It's okay. It's not a big problem. Tell me in detail. How did you know about the undead, and what do you know about them? After thinking for a while, Li Ziyu looked up and asked again. Mao Mao looked at Tastering and raised his head. I won't say anything more because I'm afraid I might say something wrong. You say it. Tastering glared at Mumu again, and reviewed the knowledge about the dead from the shaman bloodline in his mind, and then took a step forward. Great Lord of the Dead, everything we know is a legend, and it is mostly derogatory to the dead. I'm afraid you will be very angry after listening to it. It doesn't matter. I want to know, and I want the most authentic one. Li Ziyu took a deep breath and said seriously, emphasizing the word authentic. Seeing Li Ziyu's insistence, Tastering sighed, nodded, and slowly spoke. Legend has it that we are not the only ones. In addition to us, there is a world ruled by the god of life, the residence of the elves, a world ruled by the god of death, the residence of the undead, a world ruled by the god of destruction, the residence of demons, a world ruled by the god of light, the residence of gods, and endless worlds, as well as the void and the life in the void. After Tastering opened his mouth, a strange wave emanated from his body. A misty fog appeared out of nowhere and enveloped the main building lobby. There seemed to be shadows swaying, and there were strange sounds. As he spoke, faint images appeared. The images were not clear, but their meaning was understandable. The first thing that appeared was a vast world with countless races living in it. This should be the world where Li Ziyu was. Then, there was a green world full of beautiful vegetation. The picture was broken, covered by dark clouds. Corpses were piled up. Bones formed a mountain, and countless horrible creatures were roaring and fighting each other. It was a gray world. Even though he couldn't see it clearly, Li Ziyu could understand that this was the world of the dead. Behind the world of the dead was a world full of magma, fire, and ruins, filled with all kinds of strange monsters. This was the world of demons. Finally, everything turned into bright light and was filled with holiness. This was the world of God. Chapter 59 Tell a Story. Shamans are not just spellcasters. They are more like inheritors of knowledge. All kinds of knowledge will be engraved into the blood because of magic. The shaman's successor can obtain the knowledge left by the ancestors through the blood. The shamans in other worlds are more like witches. The strange scene in the main building lobby shocked Li Ziyu and Lu Xingxing. Their expressions changed from surprise to trance, and they were immersed in the story. Not to mention the two of them. Even Mao Mao had never seen such a scene. The taboo tribe was too small, and there was no shaman at all. They only knew that the shaman was powerful, but they didn't know how magical he was. So his state was basically the same as Li Ziyu's. From the initial shock, his expression gradually eased and turned into a trance. Tastering spoke slowly according to what was known in his blood. His voice was low and heavy, and it made people feel at ease. Li Ziyu had an illusion. He felt as if he had turned into a minotaur child, sitting around a campfire with his companions. An elderly and kind man, leaning on a gnarled wooden cane, was telling them a legend that was like a myth. Death is never an end, but a beginning. Because the dead exist, they are very strange. They are not alive because they are dead, and they are not dead because they can still move. The dead hate everything that is alive. They do not represent death. They are death itself. When they appear in our world, it means chaos, darkness, terror, and the arrival of death. Like a winter that will never pass. Cold and awe-inspiring. Don't expect the dead, and don't see them. Wherever they pass, the land will perish, and the soil will become rotten due to the power of death. It is a deep color. Flowers and plants will disappear. Trees will wither. Insects will no longer chirp. Birds will no longer sing. And everything will return to silence. All lives will come to an end, but they will be waiting for us at the end. As the story was told, a beautiful world appeared before Li Ziyu's eyes, with flowers and grass growing, trees flourishing, lush greenery, insects chirping, birds singing, and everything was thriving and full of the beauty of life. Darkness spread, dark clouds covered the sky, and the haze weighed on people's hearts. Unknown when and where, the undead came. They are in groups, dense, endless, never stop. The land that passed became dark colors. Everything died. And through the river, the clear river water became extremely dirty. Dark green color, rolling bubbles, white gases rising, with a disgusting smell. Crossing the mountains, the vegetation disappeared, leaving only stones. Countless races were wailing and screaming. There were brave ones who rushed towards the undead with sharp blades in hand. Their flesh and blood were corroded and melted, turning into wreckage. Their souls dissipated, and the wreckage stood up again, staggeringly joining the army of the undead. The scattered souls condensed under the dark clouds, making sharp screams. The sound stopped abruptly, and the illusion shattered like bubbles. The surrounding mist dissipated, and the main building lobby became clear again. Li Ziyu, Lu Xingxing, and Mao Mao woke up instantly and took a deep breath. Mao Mao looked at Tasta Ling and saw that his body was shaking violently and about to fall. He quickly reached out to support him. Tasta Ling, are you okay? Tashtarin was breathing rapidly. His face was pale, and he shook his head slightly, saying weakly, "It's okay, but the consumption is a bit serious." Li Ziyu looked over with an apologetic look in his eyes. He didn't expect that just by asking a question about the dead, Tashtarin would actually become exhausted. "I'm sorry. My magic power is limited, and I can't hold on any longer," Tashtarin said to Li Ziyu sincerely. Li Ziyu stood up and squatted beside Tashtarin, touching his head. Not to mention that it was already very good to be able to do this. He was still a child. What could he do wrong? He had tried very hard, and was many times better than those naughty kids who made trouble. So he comforted him. "You did very well," which surprised me. "It's beyond my imagination." After hearing what Li Ziyu said, Tashtarin relaxed and a smile appeared on his face. Tashtarin was under a lot of pressure. He used his life in exchange for the Lord of the Undead's protection for the tribe. He did not understand the Lord of the Undead's character. He tried to do everything perfectly. Only by satisfying the Lord of the Undead could the tribe live a better life. Although he inherited the advantages of both his parents, he was still young and had not grown up, and his magic power was insufficient. If he took his anger out on his clan members because he failed to answer the questions raised by Li Ziyu, he would become a sinner. Fortunately, it seems that the Lord of the Undead is very satisfied. Mao Mao, take him to rest. By the way, Tashtarin, there's no need to go to this extent next time. Just answer my questions. Li Ziyu gave an order and then reminded Tashtarin. Mao Mao helped Tashtarin up. Tashtarin nodded to Li Ziyu and left the main building with Mao Mao. After the two Minotaurs left, Lu Xingxing cheered and jumped to Li Ziyu's side, saying excitedly, "Boss, was that magic just now? Awesome." Li Ziyu looked at this heartless guy, and the corner of his mouth twitched. "Isn't your focus a bit off? Am I looking for him to hear his story?" Boss, I was wrong." Lu Xingxing admitted his mistake without hesitation. Ignoring this guy, he walked back to the big bone chair and sat down, thinking about the story that had just happened. If the orc's impression of the undead is the same as in the story, then everything can be explained. But if the appearance of such a terrifying race means death, I'm afraid no race would not panic. Right? Thinking about the previous life, if humans encountered such a creature, they would probably just throw mushroom bombs at it without hesitation. But what the hell does the legendary undead have to do with my Li Ziyu's undead? The mobile fortress passed by many places, but the land did not turn black anywhere, and the water did not turn green when it passed by rivers or pools. These are all slanders, and are not at all like the legends. If it's really as the legend says, why would I have to hide and develop? I just push forward. Unfortunately, you can only think about this yourself, and no one will believe it if you tell it to others. After all, the legend has been passed down from the time of the ancestors. Orcs worship their ancestors, and whatever the ancestors say is right. You cannot refute it, and to refute it is a sin. Damn. There is no solution. If the misunderstanding cannot be resolved, there is only one way left, which is to make yourself strong. So strong that the natives dare not attack you. Thinking of the more than 2,000 undead in his hands, Li Ziyu sighed, thinking that he still had a long way to go. I can't be lazy and idle anymore. I have to get moving and make progress. I can be inactive and unmotivated, but other people are always thinking about how to kill me. The motivation does not come from myself, but from external pressure. Damn it. Lu Xingxing found that Li Ziyu was lost in thought again, so he sneaked away. He planned to find Tashtarin to study what the illusion just now was. It was so magical. After daydreaming for a while, Li Ziyu came back to his senses, clicked on the system interface, and checked the buildings and technology. He already had a lot of skeletons saved, so he could consider upgrading them. Chapter 60 Unlocking Technology. The fortress cannot be upgraded for the time being because it requires too many resources. The upgrade from level 2 to level 3 requires 3,000 units of bones and 10,000 units of soul energy. The point is that it is not that useful. Let's build some other buildings first, and see if we can get some more powerful soldiers. Even though the undead are a race that relies on numbers to win, they cannot be without any high-level combat power. After searching around, I noticed two previously overlooked buildings, the Alien Tomb and the Tattoo Workshop. These two buildings are hidden buildings unlocked after decomposing the demonized Tauren. At that time, Li forgot about them because of insufficient resources. Alien Tomb. Introduction. With this building, you can summon all kinds of strange and special undead. Construction requirements: skeleton asterisk 100 units, stone asterisk 5 units, wood asterisk 5 units, soul energy asterisk 100 units, mutated soul energy asterisk 100 units, occupied area 10 units. Damn. Another cute introduction by the system. I hope this special undead can bring me some surprises. Li sighed, chose to build the Alien Tomb, and then turned his attention to the Tattoo Workshop. Tattoo Workshop. Introduction. A tattoo parlor of the undead. But tattoos are not just for looks. They can also gain power and strange abilities. Construction requirements: skeleton asterisk 10 units, soul energy asterisk 10 units, area of land 4 units. Li's mouth twitched, and his face was full of black lines when watching the introduction. Let me ask, can't you be more serious when introducing the building? What's the big deal about having a seizure from time to time? If you want to enchant it, you can enchant it. But you have to open a tattoo shop. What a hacking tattoo shop. No matter how much you complain about the system, it still has to be built. After choosing to build, a construction site scene suddenly appeared on the platform. The construction site of the undead. It was not as busy and dusty as when humans build houses. It was just the process of countless bones moving, splicing each other, and reintegrating. The Minotaur, who was well fed and digesting his meal, heard the noise and, driven by curiosity, came over. He looked at the construction site in amazement, clicking his tongue in wonder. It would take some time to construct the two buildings, and the results would not be seen until tomorrow at the latest. Li ignored it and continued to study how to upgrade the technology. Upgrading military technology is the most practical and the most orthodox way for the undead to upgrade. He developed a small bone knife in the weapons workshop and a small round shield in the armor workshop, which allowed him to unlock the first undead soldier, the skeleton warrior. If he wanted to unlock other soldiers, he would need to research more technology. Thinking about the undead's fighting mode, it is that they are not afraid of death and attack fiercely. Anyway, even if they are broken into pieces, they can be put back together. The only weakness is the soul fire in the skull. So should I increase my attack power or my defense power? Li touched his chin and felt that he still needed to improve his defense. At least, he had to protect his head. This way, his survival rate would be further improved and he would be much more stable. As the saying goes, as long as you can't kill me, I can always grind you down to death. With 5 tanks in the ranking, I can push your middle lane. He opened the armor workshop, searched inside, and actually found the helmet. Round helmet bone, the most basic helmet. With this thing, not only can the fragile skull be properly protected, but the undead can also use head hammers without restraint. Hey, this simple and practical helmet is affectionately called a coconut SHL helmet or a watermelon rind helmet. R&D requirements: soul energy asterisk 50 units. The picture given by the system looks like an uncovered rider's helmet, which is round. No wonder it was criticized as a coconut SHL helmet. It really looks like that. This thing only costs 50 units of soul energy. No problem. Unlocked? As soon as I unlocked the helmet, a prompt popped up. Warrior Training Camp Intermediate Skeleton Warrior to unlock. No. It's so easy to unlock the Intermediate Skeleton Warrior. If you had told me earlier, I would have unlocked the helmet long ago. Li patted his forehead. Everything else about the system is good except that a lot of key information is hidden and needs to be dug out by yourself. You also don't know what you may have done inadvertently that will trigger hidden buildings or arms. Just like the Easter eggs in many standalone games in previous lives. It's completely the designer's bad taste. Maybe some people like to find Easter eggs in the game. But Li Ziyu is very annoyed by this feeling. He likes to be clear and explicit. The cost of a helmet is much more expensive than a bone knife and a round shield. And 1 unit of bones can only make 2 helmets. The requirements for intermediate skeleton warriors in the warrior training camp have become small bone knife, small round shield bone shield, round helmet bone, soul energy * 100 units. Compared with before, it is just a simple addition of a helmet. Li Ziyu was silent. Li Ziyu was thoughtful. Li Ziyu suddenly realized, damn it. Based on this situation and the nature of the system, the high-level skeleton warrior is. He hurriedly searched in the armor workshop. Simple bone armor. This thing is just a bone on top of a bone. It has some defensive power, but don't expect it to be that strong. Just think of it as 2 skeletons stacked together. Oh, by the way, the bone armor has the same properties as the undead. Don't worry about it falling apart. As long as it's not completely broken, it will recover on its own after a period of time. R&D requirements. Soul energy * 500 units. 500 units of soul energy? The previous bone knife was 30 units. The round shield was also 30 units. The helmet just researched was 50 units. And the armor was actually 500 units. It's so expensive. If Li Ziyu had not had a previous battle with the lizardmen, which resulted in an explosive growth in his soul energy, he would not have dared to conduct research at will. After the simple bone armor was unlocked, the system prompt followed. Warrior Training Camp Advanced Skeleton Warrior unlocked. I guessed it right. As expected, the system is like this. If you equip all 4 pieces of equipment, you can unlock a high-level warrior. I just don't know how strong this high-level skeleton warrior is compared to the low-level skeleton warriors. After taking a look at the cost of the simple skeleton, I couldn't help but take a breath. Wow! It takes 5 skeletons to make 1 set. Not only does the armor require a lot of soul energy to unlock, it is also expensive. It is really not something that can be mass-produced. The simple skeleton shown in the system picture is a set of armor with only the upper body. It is cylindrical in shape, with 2 thick spine-like bones in the middle, and a row of rib-like, slightly thinner curved bones connected on both sides. Looking at the appearance of this armor, it is not accurate to say that it is simple, and it is more appropriate to say that it is crude. To be honest, this kind of armor is only useful for the undead. If a normal person wears it, he will definitely be stabbed to death. The gap between the 2 ribs is so big that you can almost put a fist in it. Anyway, no matter whether it looks good or ugly, practicality is the most important thing. Let's first use 10 high-level skeleton warriors to see the effect. It is true that he gained a lot during this period of time. First, he fought a wave of lizardmen, and then he encountered the swamp cemetery. Otherwise, even if Li Ziyu unlocked the advanced skeleton warrior, he would not be able to create it. Chapter 61. Late at night, Li Ziyu stood by the window of the main building, looking out at the night sky of the wasteland. The Tauren had gone to bed early, and only embers remained of the campfire. The sound of digging could still be heard in the swamp cemetery. More than 2,000 skeleton undead were happily digging the ground and sending the dug bones back to the fortress. However, today's harvest was destined to be incomparable to the previous ones. Most of the bones had been dug out by them, and now it was basically the end. The night wind blew, bringing a cool breeze. Behind Li Ziyu, 10 high-level skeleton warriors stood silently. From the appearance, they only had armor and helmets more than the low-level skeleton warriors. Li Ziyu asked them to fight with the low-level skeleton warriors, and they defeated the low-level skeleton warriors easily. It is just unknown how they will perform on the battlefield. We will move to another place tomorrow. This swamp cemetery is dried up, and there is no need to dig further. If it were in the past, he would not leave until the swamp cemetery was dug clean. Now with Lu Xingxing, finding resource points has become easier, and there is no need to be obsessed with one location. After summoning 10 high-level skeleton warriors, Li Ziyu added 20 intermediate skeleton warriors and 30 low-level skeleton warriors. He used the remaining skeletons to summon ordinary skeleton undead, bringing the number of skeleton undead to 3,000, and threw them all into the swamp cemetery. The time passed. At night, the morning light broke, and the undead fortress entered the dormant mode. The sun rose, and the Minotaur and Lu Xingxing woke up, starting a new day. For the bullhead of the Tab tribe, this is a normal day. Normal getting up and normal work. Adult bullheads go outside to find food and materials. The young children are running around. And older bulls are sitting in the sun and watching the children. By the way, they can do what they can. Lu Xingxing did not go out treasure hunting today. He had already found many treasure locations. There was no point in looking for more. He might as well wait for his boss to finish digging the swamp cemetery before going treasure hunting. In addition, the information he received from the conscientious businessman yesterday made him feel uneasy. He dared not move and stayed where he was and kept company with the Minotaur. A Minotaur child who was playing accidentally looked up and saw smoke billowing in the distance. He pointed at the smoke and turned his head and shouted, "Tashjalin, look what that is." Tashjalin is mentally mature and will not play with children. He usually finds a place to practice his combat skills. When he hears the child's cry, he turns around with confusion and his expression changes instantly. You hurry back to the tribe. Someone is here. How about you? I'll find someone. The children in the wilderness are not stupid. If they want to survive in such a chaotic place, they have their own ways of survival. Those children listened to Tashjaling's words and turned around without hesitation and ran towards the tribe. While Tashjaling ran towards Lu Xingxing's fortress, Lu Xingxing was on the roof at this time, lying on a reclining chair, swaying back and forth. There were a lot of wild fruits beside him, looking free and easy, looking relaxed and contented. "Let me in!" Lu Xingxing. Hearing the noise below, Lu Xingxing moved his ears, sat up, and looked down in confusion, only to see Tashjaling, who was blocked by the catman and shouting at the fortress. "Tashjaling? Why are you here? Don't stop him. Let him in." Lu Xingxing shouted to the two cat people on the roof. "Look over there." When Tashjaling saw Lu Xingxing, he immediately pointed to a place. Lu Xingxing looked in the direction that Tashjaling pointed, and his eyes suddenly bulged. "Is this a storm? I understand. You can let your people come to my fortress to avoid the storm." Lu Xingxing stuck his head out again and shouted to Tashjaling. "Storm? What storm? Didn't he see clearly?" Tashjalin frowned and raised his voice and shouted, "Look carefully. That's not a storm. It's someone coming." Lu Xingxing stunned, then got up and looked at it from a distance. So he couldn't see it carefully, but just saw the rolling smoke. But at this time, he found that he was wrong. In the smoke, there was a clear line that kept extending towards his own direction. As a modern man, his knowledge could not be compared with that of the indigenous people who had lived in the wilderness for a long time. If it were not for Tashjaling's reminder, he might not have been able to distinguish them at such a long distance. It doesn't seem like a good idea to make such a big fuss, based on what Li Ziyu said to him last night. Lu Xingxing suddenly became vigilant and shouted at Tashjalin, "Don't go. Wait for me below." After shouting, he jogged down the fortress and met Tashjalin outside. "What should I do now?" Lu Xingxing asked while panting. "This?" Tashjalin was speechless and looked at Lu Xingxing helplessly. "You ask me? Who should I ask? I'm just a Minotaur kid. In this case, how can I know what to do? If I know, what else do you come to do?" Fortunately, Lu Xingxing also reacted. This kind of question was not used very much. Although he was very young, he was not a child. Even if he had to make a decision, he came. After suppressing the panic, Lu Xingxing finally thought carefully. The other party has a distance from us, and we don't know their intentions. Wait a while. Let's observe that if it is an enemy, then we can only wake up the boss. Tashjalin thought about it and nodded. There was really no other way now. All the adult Minotaurs had gone out, and the only ones left on the bone platform were the older Minotaurs and a group of children. Looking at the human in front of him, he would probably just be sent to serve as a meal if a fight broke out. The two cat people under his command would be just desserts and snacks. The only one who has the ability to solve the problem is the Lord of the Undead. But the Lord of the Undead sleeps during the day. We can't wake him up when we are unsure of anything. Right? It is much more convenient to watch from upstairs than from the platform. Although it is only a 2-story building, it is at least higher, and you can see farther. Lu Xingxing brought Taz Tuling to the top of the building, and the two of them stared at the distance nervously. There was a black dot in the distance, which was getting closer and closer to them. It could be vaguely seen. Tashjalin was startled and asked in confusion, "It seems to be a moving fortress. Is it your companion?" Lu Xingxing stared at the mobile fortress in the distance, gritting his teeth. It is a mobile fortress, But it is not a companion. It is an enemy. Enemy attack. He recognized it and rushed towards them. Not others. It was the Goblin Fortress who had pursued his goblin. This guy actually dared to get a comeback. Last time the boss did not teach enough. It was recognized that it was an enemy. And Lu Xingxing was not hesitating. He immediately opened the system and sent a message to Li Ziyu. In the main building of the Undead Fortress, Li Ziyu, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by the alarm sound coming from the system in his mind and sat up abruptly. Pieces of information flashed before his eyes. Treasure hunter, boss. Help. Enemy attack. Treasure hunting, goblin has been killed again. Li Ziyu shook his head and slapped his face hard. Finally coming to his senses. Looking at the two messages sent by Lu Xingxing, anger appeared on his face. Chapter 62, Panic. Good guy. I don't want to live anymore. The last time I chased Lu Xingxing, let you run away. Dare to come. Disturb me to clear dreams. Sleeping is fragrant and awakened. Li Ziyu's current getting up is quite angry. Undead. Wake up. Standing up, Li Ziyu opened his arms and made a low roar. In the dark main building, a soul fire lit up, and the undead felt the anger of the city owner. Under his call, he woke up. Faster. Faster. Hack. Why are those guys chasing me? The fat and big-eared Yugonbo was roaring anxiously in the main building of the castle. And from time to time, he looked to the back of the fortress, where there was a large group of goblins following the mobile fortress closely. Although he was goblin, he was not happy at all. Because goblin, who was living like a dog, was not his subordinates, but an enemy. Last time, he was assaulted by the undead, causing his vitality. These days, he was thinking about the way to find resources and expanded the goblin team. As a result, the team did not expand, but was assaulted by wild goblin. The wild goblin attacking him is like another species. It is completely different from the goblin he summoned from the castle. Not only is there a large number, but the types are also different. Not only are the normal goblin, but also the tall goblin, and even a large number of cavalry. How the I do goblins of cavalry. Those goblin under Yugonbo's hands were completely vulnerable. It was almost a second defeat. He was defeated by the other party in an instant. He died, injuries, and intended to abandon the castle to escape. If he had to make a decision, he used the authority of the city to stabilize goblin and flee with a fortress. At this time, he may have a body. Even so, he failed to escape goblins hunting. The speed of those cavalry was not slow at all. He chased behind him. In the case of panic, he didn't notice at all. The direction of his escape was where the last dead spirit was. When he saw the bone bastion standing clearly, Yugonbo was not surprised, and shouted at the white bone building. Quickly, go there. That's right. He first thought of the undead architecture was the culprit, so that the damn wild goblin to attack the undead. It is best that they can fight for 2 defeats. Boss, the situation does not seem to be right. Why are there so many people in that guy? Lu Xingxing, who watched Lu Xingxing in front of the window of the main building of the castle with Li Ziyu. In their eyes, the front is the goblin fortress, and in the smoke in the back, the figure shakes. Obviously a large number. Even if Lu Xingxing lives in a peaceful age and has not experienced war, he can see it clearly. I care how many people you come. Now I am very angry. I am busy overnight, and let me do it practically. In this case, all the undead is going. I won't leave you a single bone. Fight! Because he didn't sleep well. Li Ziyu's head was buzzing, as if a balloon was stuffed inside, and the pain increased. This made him even more hot. His eyes were congested, and he was red and red. He didn't care about Lu Xingxing at all. The order was issued. The undead came out, and the goblin fortress was blocked in front of the goblin fortress. Seeing the goblin fortress getting closer and closer, Li Ziyu's expression became more and more ferocious. He raised his hand and swung it heavily, almost roaring. Charge! Destroy them! Tear down the fortress and bring the city lord here. Under the scorching sun, the undead, like a white wave, swept away towards the goblin fortress. Yugonbo looked at the undead rushing towards him and gritted his teeth. Don't stop. Charge forward. As long as we charge forward, we can survive. Charge. Being attacked from both sides, none of them were easy to deal with. The goblins in the fortress also went crazy. screaming and driving the fortress to meet the undead. Although the wisdom of the bone-dead spirit is not high, it is not without. They are not stupid to use their bones to hit their mobile forts. When they rushed over in the goblin fortress, the undead scattered towards both sides, and then grasped the fortress and climbed up madly. More undead souls met the goblin cavalry that were chasing them from behind. In an instant, bones flew into the sky, and the goblin cavalry howled in agony. "Ah!" Ugombwa screamed. The goblin fortress paid no attention to the undead climbing up and rushed straight to the main building of the undead castle. At such a high speed, it was impossible to turn, and it could only head straight. Boom! Under the violent collision, the main building of the castle shook violently. Li Ziyu grabbed the windowsill and barely avoided falling. Lu Xingxing behind him turned into a rolling gourd, rolling several times before hitting a wall and stopping, and fell dizzy. "Madman, it seems like you really don't want to live anymore. Skeleton warriors, move out." The skeleton warriors that had just been summoned last night rushed out of the main building and headed towards the goblin fortress. Li Ziyu did not want to use the skeleton warriors. He needed people to protect him. Who knew if the other party would send out killers? But in the current situation, the other party had made a fortress-to-fortress attack, obviously wanting to fight him to the death. What's the point of defending? It's time to fight for life. The goblin cavalry that were chasing the goblin fortress had no idea that there were undead here. As soon as the two sides came into contact, everything became chaotic. The so-called cavalry are nothing more than ordinary goblins. They have an additional dog-like creature. With their body size, they are destined to not be able to ride on mounts like horses. Dogs are just right for them. Their weapons are still those of normal goblins, so they have no advantage against the undead. The undead won't consider whether you are cavalry, infantry, or something else. Anyway, the city lord said to kill these guys. So you have to kill them. No matter if you are a goblin or a dog. Kill them all. As soon as the undead was hit, 3 undead rushed up and dragged Goblin from the dog's body and stabbed to death. I don't know if it is blood or soul, or something else, stimulating to the undead. They opened their mouths and made a silent roar. And their soul roared. Invisible diffusion waves impacted the surroundings, and the goblin souls were shaking with fear, making them tremble all over, their bodies stiff, and their eyes dull. Taking advantage of their confusion, the undead launched another attack. There were not many cavalrymen, only about 50 of them, and they were quickly overwhelmed by the attacks of hundreds and thousands of undead. But the cavalrymen were just the beginning. Because of their fast speed, they were out of touch with the troops in the rear, and more goblins were rushing towards this side. The undead had no idea that there were more goblins behind them. After dealing with the cavalry, they turned around and looked at the goblin fortress with their flickering soul fire. The city lord said that this thing should be torn down. So they took steps and surrounded the fortress layer by layer. The goblin fortress crashed into the main building of the undead castle. The impact almost sent Ugongbwa flying. He fell even harder than Lu Xingxing. He finally stood up. All he could see were little stars. He relaxed for a moment and heard the sounds of fighting and screaming. He looked up and saw chaos. The undead came. They climbed up the fortress and fought with the goblins. No, it was not called a fight. It was simply the undead chasing the goblins. After that, the general trend had gone. Ugombwa's face was disappeared, and his heart was full of despair. Chapter 63: Destroying the Fortress. Can goblins stop the undead? Is this a problem? It is not a problem at all, because it is impossible to stop them. It is a joke for his few men to stop the attack of the undead. Not to mention now, even when he was at his peak, he was still abused by the undead. Not to mention that he was just ambushed by wild goblins and lost most of his men. Ugongbwa then thought about a trick to cause the watery to lead, a double carving, and as a result, he overestimated the ability of Goblin to manipulate the fortress. The route was crooked, and he bumped into the bastion of the undead. This is equivalent to sending them to others. A group of goblins were killed by the undead, and another group died in the raid. There were only dozens of goblins in the fortress, facing hundreds and thousands of murderous undead. How could they have any fighting spirit? They were the kind of people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. With their large numbers, they dared to rely on their numbers to show off their power. At this time, they were really disarmed and like a dog that had lost its home. As for the city lord, what is the city lord? Living is the key. How can there be a leisurely city owner's death? If the city owner dies, they can get them to live. Then, they can kill the city owner first. Skeleton warriors have boarded the fortress, and the rest of the dead inspiration felt the number of life atmosphere in the fortress. Abandon the bone warrior to snatch people, and turn to dismantle the house. The goblin fortress is made of wooden boards, but it is not difficult to dismantle. A few undead can work together to pry out the wooden boards and throw them aside. These wooden boards can be recycled. Otherwise, why is it said that even a newcomer's fortress is a treasure? The main building of Goblin Fortress. A panicked goblin, holding a short leg, a frightened look on his face. He wanted to rush into the main building to avoid chase. As soon as his leg was buried in the main building, his head was caught. Then the bone knife passed on his neck. After turning around, his consciousness fell into darkness. The senior skeleton warrior carried the goblin's head and walked into the main building step by step. His flickering soul fire looked at Ugongwa, who was sitting on the ground with a dead heart. He waved his knife at Ugongwa, and two low-level skeleton warriors immediately walked out from behind him, grabbed Ugongwa's arms, and dragged him out. "No! Let me go! I don't want to go with you! Let go! Let go quickly! I am a time traveler. I am the city lord. Please, don't do this. Spare me. Don't take me away. I know your city lord. Really? I know him. We are good friends." Ugongwa kicked his legs wildly and pulled his body backwards, trying to break free from the control of the undead. He muttered nonsense, but the undead ignored him and continued to drag him out. "It's just that the weight of this cargo is fat." Coupled with some struggle, the two low-level skeletal soldiers are really struggling. The senior skeletal warrior crooked his head when he saw this. He seemed to be thinking. His eyes fell on his leg, stepped forward, and picked up the bone knife. Ah! Blood splattered. Ugongwa howled. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted from the pain. This time, there was no resistance, and the two low-level skeleton soldiers suddenly became relaxed, dragged on Gangbo, leaving a long bloodstain on the ground. After leaving the main building of the fortress, the battle outside was over. The fortress was surrounded by the undead. The goblins had no way to escape. They would be killed by the skeleton warriors on the fortress. If they escaped from the fortress, they would have to face the dense swarms of undead. They would die beyond death, and their bodies would be taken away by the undead and sent to the main building of the undead. When Gongbo was dragged into the main building of the undead, the main load-bearing part of the goblin fortress was also pulled out, and it shattered into pieces with a loud bang. Completely falling apart, Ugongbo was brought in front of Li Ziyu. The long line of blood gave Lu Xingxing a fright. Then, when he saw the bloody and severed legs, he could no longer bear it and ran to the side. Retching, Li Ziyu glanced at him without caring. During this period of time, the undead had killed many creatures. All kinds of them, including humanoid ones, such as lizardmen. He had killed them all. He was used to it. It's just a broken leg. What's so surprising about that? Every time the undead killed someone, they would bring the corpse in front of him. The broken body and arms would pile up into a small mountain. When he saw it for the first time, he vomited much more violently than Lu Xingxing. "Wake him up," Li Ziyu said with expressionless face, and said with a cold face. Two low-level skeletal soldiers were holding Gangbo, and the senior skeleton soldier stepped forward, reached out, and grabbed his head. Ugongbo was fat to begin with, and after being beaten, his head was almost swollen into a ball. But he actually woke up. His eyes narrowed into slits, and tears streamed down his face. It hurt. It really hurt. His face was slapped. He had never been beaten like this in his life. And his legs too. Thinking of his legs, his tears flowed even harder. Li Ziyu walked forward, squatted down, and stared at Ugongbo with cold eyes. "You are very brave. One time is not enough. So you try again. What's the matter? Do you think the sky is clear and the rain has stopped? And you are okay? Or are you flattered because I can't lift the knife anymore? Do you think? Am I giving you a face and making you so mad?" After Lu Xingxing vomited, he hid aside, and his body shrank into the corner. He felt a powerful resentment and anger from his boss. He couldn't quite tell whether the boss was angry because he was attacked, or because he was woken up, or both. The angry boss is so scary. I'd better stay away from him, Lu Xingxing said silently in his heart, looking at Li Ziyu. Ugongbo's face was so swollen, and his mouth could only pout. And he explained hard. I'm sorry. I am wrong. Let me spare me. Well, what are you stupid? Last time you ran. Then run away. Run away. I haven't chased you. What are you doing this time? I hit me and hit me. Then I also spared you and let you take a group of goblin to hit me next time? Liziu gritted his teeth. When it comes to this, it is very angry. And it's great. You have to fight with yourself. And do it weigh your own weight. Is it that the gadget? I dared to rush to myself. From crossing to the present. No one dares to ride a wave of flying dragons so much. But it's bad. Originally, Liziu did not want to shoot the crosses at will. After all, it came from a place. It was somewhat fragrant. Although the law of the dark jungle existed, it did not mean that he liked to go to the Black Hand. Look at Lu Xingxing and dug himself from the ground. As a result, the guy in front of me has no idea what is good for me. I let him go once and didn't chase him. But now he comes back to fight me to the death. He is like a dog biting Lu Dongbin and has no appreciation for a good person. This also woke up with Liziu. In the future, I should do things as clean as possible. There are always some wolf hearts and dogs. Less trouble for yourself. There is a trouble for Lu Xingxing to find trouble. He stood up and waved his hand. Deal with it. The goblin fortress was demolished. When Ugongwa died, he died and could not be resurrected. The life of the city owner was bound to the mobile fortress. The fortress was gone, and the city owner would die. Even if Liziu did not kill him, he had to finish playing. When the undead was going to do it, Ugongwa suddenly screamed with a pig-like sound. Wait! Don't kill me! I have information. Important information. Related to life and death. Chapter 64. Survive and Destroy. Have information? This Liziu was interested, and raised his hand to stop the senior skeletal warrior. Tell me, what information do you have? I said. You spared me to die. Ugongwa saw Liziu's ease, and quickly said. Liziu snorted and looked at him with a sneer. You haven't said anything yet. I don't know if your information is useful or not. If you want to survive, you have to say something valuable. Right? If this guy in front of him can really say something useful, Liziu really doesn't kill him anymore. Anyway, is it the same as the undead? This guy is dead. Or that sentence. It won't be too long after the mobile fortress. Looking around, Ugongwa was a terrible undead. He knew in his heart that this was the only opportunity to live. What he could do was gamble Liziu to let him go. In a word, Liziu's pupils were zoomed in and looked at Ugongwa in surprise. Yeah, I didn't expect this excuse. Then you talk about it carefully. Liziu turned back to the white bone chair and sat down. Chen Ning said with his face. I was ambushed by goblins. As soon as Ugongwa's words were exported, Liziu was interrupted. The storytelling stories must also be decent. You are the owner of Goblin. Do you dare not be a little bit more attentive? Is it so difficult to make a race? You can be chased by the beast even if you say that you are chased by the beast. What I said is true. I want to live. I really want to live. I haven't lied to you. Yu Gang's face yelled. His face roared bitterly. Seeing him like this, it doesn't seem to be pretended. But the master of Goblin City was attacked by Goblin. Why is it right? Liziu touched his chin, frowned slightly, staring at Ugongwa for a few seconds, raised his head, and motioned him to continue talking. I don't know where Goblin came from. And a lot of teams came. And I couldn't stop my Goblin at all. So you ran away? Yes. If he hadn't escaped, he would have died right then and there. Yu Gangbang gritted his teeth. His legs were still bleeding, and he had too much blood loss, causing some dizziness and white lips. But his desire made him insist on not fainting. Liziu remembered the goblin cavalry he had only seen, and explored his body forward. Are those goblin riding a dog? Isn't it your men? No. How can I have a cavalry? Ugongwa smiled bitterly. But he had a cavalry, and he would not be so miserable. Tell me, how much Goblin has, and what kind of arms are there? Tell all you know. Tell me honestly, and forgive you to die. Liziu has believed in Ugongwa's words, and he is nervous in his heart. I thought that Ugongwa's guy did not know how to do it. He came back to the carbine and wanted to take a wave of himself. The result was not. It was chased and killed. And the nature could change, since the cavalry still chases him. Can the wild goblin only send some cavalry? Impossible. The main force was probably left behind due to speed issues. It wouldn't be long before the wild goblins that raided Ugongwa would come over. After all, Ugongwa did not hide himself when he came over and made quite a noise. Okay, I said, seeing the opportunity to live. Ugongwa nodded in response. I don't know the exact number of those goblins, but I estimate there are thousands of them. Most of them are ordinary goblins. There are some large goblins that are very strong. There are also cavalry. I didn't see other types of troops. Ugongwa pursed his lips and answered honestly. The cavalry was surrounded by the skeleton dead spirit. I don't know if the other party has more cavalry. Even if there is, the number is estimated to not be too much. What is that giant goblin? Li Ziyu's mind constantly flashed the anime and the game that had been seen in the previous life, and he formed an image in his mind. Could it be the bear goblin? Bear goblin, also known as travel goblin or bugbear, is an outlier among goblins. It is as if their blood has mutated. These guys are much taller than normal goblins, and can even reach a height of 2 meters. They are broad-shouldered and strong-willed, and have extraordinary combat power. In various animations, Xiong Goblin is almost the most powerful soldier in Goblin. After wanting to understand, Li Ziyu looked forward to Ugongwa and waved his hand. Don't kill him. Throw it out. Wait. Don't you help me cure my legs? Seeing the undead came forward, he dragged him. Ugongwa suddenly shouted in a panic. Well, I have to enter the escape app. I said it was forgiven your life. But did you say you want to help you cure your legs? Do you see me like a doctor? Li Ziyu stared at it and waved his hand impatiently. No, you can't do this. I will lose blood and die. Save me. Don't. I have told you the news. You can't treat me like this. In the shouting, the undead dragged Ugongwa's main building without emotion. Lu Xingxing, hiding in the corner, hesitated again and again, and came to Li Ziyu with his footsteps. Boss, are you just going to throw him out like this? Huh? Of course. I said that forgive him. It's not good to kill him here. No. I mean his legs have been chopped off. He won't survive if thrown out. He will die outside. Are you going to do anything about it? You have a point. Li Ziyu was stunned for a moment. As if he was reminded, he beckoned a ghost and ordered, watch it. If anyone dies, bring the body back. Alas, it's hard to run a fortress. We can't afford to waste. Even a mosquito leg is meat. Frugality is a good tradition. Lu Xingxing's mouth twitched. I don't mean this. Boss. I mean, can you save him? It is expected that Li Ziyu's eyes and indifferent expressions were expected to be awakened by sleep. He didn't dare to say the thoughts in his heart. Woo, the boss who gets angry is so scary. Li Ziyu stood up, patted Lu Xingxing's shoulder, and frightened him, and then heard a slightly mild voice. Star, this is not a previous life. We are the crosses. Don't you think that the Traverser is destined to bring the protagonist's aura? We are not the protagonist. We are just a group of foreign people. Didn't I tell you the news of yesterday? In this case, it is no exaggeration to say that there are enemies in the world. This guy was chasing you a few days ago. Have you forgotten? Goodness is a good thing, but too kind. That is stupid. I don't want to die. So he has to die. He will not die. And today will happen today. Today he is in trouble. I let him go. But if I am in trouble in the future, will he let me go? Think about it carefully. This world cannot tolerate people who are too kind. And there is no shortage of stories about farmers and snakes. After hearing these earnest words, Lu Xingxing fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Li Ziyu turned around and began to order the undead. The battle was not over yet. Or rather, the battle had just begun. What they were going to face next was a group of even more vicious wild goblins. They had to prepare in advance while they still had time. Chapter 65 Bear Goblin. Whether it was the broken leg that continued to bleed, or the mobile fortress that was destroyed, Ugongwa was destined not to survive. As soon as he was taken outside by the undead, his spirit was deflated and he fell into a coma. The two undead followed the city lord's instructions and stayed beside Ugongwa, waiting for him to die and then collecting his body. The rest of the undead were quickly cleaning up the battlefield. They could ignore the wooden boards and other things for now, and it was okay to just throw them there. But the corpses had to be taken away first, as they were the undead's favorite things. It doesn't take too many undead to clean up the battlefield. Knowing that more enemies are coming, the undead gathered again, blocking the front of the fortress. gathered together, and looked at the distance in silence. In the main building, the bodies of the goblins were piled up to form a small hill. Next to the goblin bodies were the bodies of the goblin cavalry's mounts, the dog-like creatures, and the last two undead. Who dragged you Gombo here? At this time, the goblin lord was already dead, deader than dead, and was thrown on top of the goblin bodies. Li Ziyu glanced at it indifferently and ordered the system to start decomposing. Decompose goblin +1. Obtain 1 skeleton, 1 pair of goblin ears, 40 soul energy. Decompose the sharp-toothed earth dog. Obtain 1 unit of skeleton, 1 piece of sharp-toothed earth dog skin, and 20 units of soul energy. The sun was blazing in the sky. The temperature of the wasteland was rising rapidly. The air was distorted. And on the horizon, there were shadows and black figures swaying. The goblins were coming, and a large wave of enemies were approaching. Lu Xingxing organized the Minotaur and arranged for them to temporarily hide in their own fortress to avoid accidental injuries. Li Ziyu stood at the window, looking at the goblins that were getting closer and closer. He estimated their number and felt a little relieved. According to his estimate, the number of goblins was not as high as expected. There were only a few hundred of them, and he could easily defeat them with thousands of undead. The wild goblins were running and jumping, screaming and yelling, gathered together. They were full of courage and felt that they were okay again. Numbers were the source of courage and the basis of arrogance. It was a mess. There was definitely no team. It was just a bunch of loose sand. The way they followed was that numbers were king. At the back, a dozen goblins were carrying a sedan chair with great effort. On it sat a goblin with a big belly. He wore a crown made of dead branches on his head, looking very arrogant. When the dust settled, the towering main building of the undead could be seen from afar. The goblin cavalry riding on earth dogs came to the old sedan chair and said a lot of things, basically saying that the enemy was ahead and what we should do. The goblin leader struggled for a while before he stood up with difficulty and looked around like a monkey. Why is it different from before? But it doesn't matter. I have so many goblins under my command. I have nothing to fear. Attack! The goblin leader pointed in the direction of the undead and let out a sharp and piercing cry. The wild goblins immediately went crazy and rushed towards the undead fortress, screaming and yelling. The distance was too far, and he couldn't even see clearly who the other party was or what race they were. Anyway, the huge number of goblins gave him confidence. No matter who they were, no one could resist his goblin army. Let them rob him. Rushing in the front were the goblin dog cavalry, followed by hundreds of goblins. Between these green-skinned little monsters were bear goblins that were much larger in size. Looking at the goblins rushing over, Li Ziyu scratched his head. These guys' IQs are really low. Can't they count? They can't tell who has more people and who has fewer people. Where do they get the courage to attack him? Ah! The goblin hound cavalrymen who were rushing in the front were the first to see the enemy's appearance clearly. It was a pile of bone racks with burning skulls, and there were no other living creatures around. Is this a threat to us? Do you think putting a pile of bones can scare us? We are the Goblin Legion, an army consisting of hundreds of goblins. The cavalrymen not only did not stop when facing the undead, but instead urged the earth dog to speed up. He wanted to break through these bone frames to see what was behind them. As they got closer, the dog slowed down and a look of fear gradually appeared in their eyes. Animals are sensitive. They cannot feel anything from a distance. But when they get closer, the sharp-toothed earth dog can sense the horrific aura emanating from those bone racks. It is the threat of death. You can't get any closer, or you'll die. The earth dog stopped and didn't want to get any closer. But the goblin cavalry didn't understand. They just wanted to break through the skeleton and kept urging the earth dogs to move forward. At the owner's repeated requests, the local dog made a whining sound, tucked its tail between its legs, and moved closer to the dead spirit little by little. The dog slowed down, but the goblins behind it did not slow down. Instead, they overtook the cavalry and charged towards the undead. The cavalrymen were so angry that they slapped their dogs on the head. They were cavalrymen. Cavalrymen. We actually let those shorty guys overtake us. What the hell? Charge right now, you useless country dogs. But no matter how the cavalry urged it, the local dog would not speed up, but moved forward slowly, stopping to wait for a while from time to time. The goblins who rushed in first had already faced the undead. They also thought that the undead were just a bunch of decorations and could be easily destroyed. However, what greeted them were bone knives, spears, scimitars. Ah! Ah! Blood splattered everywhere. The goblin in the front was almost killed instantly. He died with his eyes open, and couldn't understand why these skeletons could move when there were clearly only bones left. The goblins at the back didn't care about that. They just died and continued to charge forward, colliding with the undead, who were ready for battle. Bones and blood were splattered everywhere, and broken limbs flew everywhere. Lu Xingxing felt a chill all over his body as he watched in the two-story building. He had seen lizardmen attacking cities, and the undead fighting against lizardmen. But that was far away. The scene at this moment was much bloodier and more violent than what he saw in the movies. He could not help but tremble. At the same time, he also understood what the real alien world was. When facing demonized minotaurs and lizardmen, the undead may need to rely on their numerical advantage to suppress them. But when facing goblins, the undead's combat effectiveness is still very strong, and one-on-one battles are not a big problem. After all, these little dwarfs are not that good. After only a few hits, the goblin realized something was wrong. Oh no! Weren't too many of his companions dying? Although the bones were fine, there were already many bodies of companions lying around. The goblin in front had the idea of retreating. But just as he turned around, he saw a pair of thick legs. It was a bear goblin, 2 meters tall, holding a thick wooden stick in his hand. He looked at the goblin, who turned around and wanted to escape with disdain, raised his leg and kicked, kicking the goblin directly into the air and crashing into the pile of undead. The goblin only had time to scream before he was hacked into pieces by the undead that swarmed over from all around. The bear goblin roared, strode forward, and swung the wooden stick in his hand towards the undead with a whistling sound. Crashing under the wooden stick, several undead were beaten into pieces, and their skulls rolled on the ground. This immediately made the surrounding goblins regain their confidence and scream loudly. Chapter 66, divided into teams. Li Ziyu, standing on a high place overlooking the battlefield, finally saw the appearance of the bear goblins clearly. These guys were tall, at least 2 meters tall, with dark green skin, and had big bellies like other goblins. The difference was that the bear goblins looked more robust. It feels like two types of fat. Ordinary goblins are fat with loose flesh and a weak sense of strength, while bear goblins are fat with firm flesh, like a muscular man. Their eyes are smaller than those of normal goblins, like 2 round yellow buttons, and their noses are sunken, unlike the normal big hooked noses. At first glance, they really look a bit like bears. These guys were like tanks, rushing into the pile of undead with reckless abandon, swinging their thick wooden sticks and smashing them all. They didn't need to choose a particular undead. There were undead everywhere anyway, so they could kill a large number of them with one swing, with the bear goblin leading the way in front. The ordinary goblins in the back became active and followed the bear goblin into the group of undead. What's this? This is the power of role models. It's a pity that I don't like role models like the bear goblin. Skeleton warriors, move out. 10 high-level skeleton warriors, along with 20 mid-level skeleton warriors and 40 low-level skeleton warriors, left the main building and headed towards the battlefield. Li Ziyu had a small number of skeleton warriors, and when the war broke out, they were not sent directly into the battlefield. Instead, they were used as an elite killing team, specifically to deal with difficult enemies. Goblins are naturally bullies, who only bully the weak and fear the strong. They like to gather in groups. The more people there are, the more arrogant they become. They are typical ruffians and bullies. But the bear goblin is an exception among them. Their thinking mode is different from that of normal goblins. They are more like a group of explorers. They will deliberately leave the group and venture out into the outside world to accumulate experience in adventuring combat, making themselves stronger. This characteristic will trigger a certain switch in the body, causing them to alienate and eventually grow into bear goblins, a completely different form from other goblins. Every surviving bear goblin has a combat power far exceeding that of other goblins. The skeleton undead want to kill them by sheer numbers, but it won't be possible in a short time. These guys are not weaker than the demonized minotaur at all, and they are followed by a group of noisy ordinary goblins. After the skeleton warriors left the fortress, without any instructions from Li Ziyu, they divided themselves into 10 teams. The senior skeleton warrior acted as the captain. 2 intermediate skeleton warriors served as deputies, and 4 low-level skeleton warriors served as assistants. And they went to meet the bear goblin. Weak, Too weak. These bones can withstand no attack. The bear goblin swinging a stick roared and felt very proud in his heart. This is power. The fear they felt when they were separated from the group became a means for them to gain power. Looking at the skeletons that were rushing towards him again without knowing whether they were alive or dead, he swung his stick out again, intending to smash these fragile guys into pieces like before. Boom! This time, he failed to get what he wanted. The wooden stick was blocked and hit a small round shield hard. The undead holding the round shield was forced to bend his knees slightly due to the huge force. The bear goblin then discovered that there were several different skeletons in front of him. These skeletons hold a knife in one hand and a shield in the other. Some wear helmets, and the ones in front are even wearing armor, looking very realistic. The bear goblin retracted the stick, then swung it again, knocking the intermediate skeleton warrior, who was blocking him away, and crashing into the pile of undead. Amidst the sound of clattering, the intermediate skeleton warrior stood up again and walked in front of him as if nothing had happened. The bear goblin felt a chill on these strange skeletons, which came from the inner fear of the strong. This feeling did not make him retreat, but instead made his eyes flash with ferocity. This feeling had appeared many times when he was adventuring alone, and he knew this feeling too well. If he runs away because of the fear in his heart, he will die. Only by facing the enemy head-on can he become stronger. Ah! The bear goblin roared to the sky, swung his stick and smashed it with all his strength at the high-level skeleton warrior in the front. The force of this blow was much greater than before. He was confident that he could smash the skeleton into pieces in one go. Boom! With a dull thud, the wooden stick hit the round shield. Wood chips flew everywhere, and cracks appeared on the small bone round shield. However, the high-level skeleton warrior holding the round shield was not smashed into pieces, as the bear goblin had expected. He still stood firmly in the same place, and withstood the blow. As the bear goblin launched its attack, the rest of the skeleton warriors also launched their attacks. They took advantage of the gaps in the opponent's attacks, quickly stepped forward, and left several wounds on the bear goblin with bone knives. The bear goblin was tall and strong, and his attacks were powerful, but he lacked speed. The several wounds caused him great pain, and he roared at the skeleton warrior. Normal attacks are not very effective. The attack just now was tentative. This kind of fighting style would not normally appear in the undead. Most of the undead's fighting style is to rush forward without fear of death. No matter what you are, they will attack you with all possible means. It is impossible to test you. The only way to go is to risk your life. Even the primary skeleton warriors have the same attack mode, but their attack methods are better than those of ordinary skeleton undead. But when there were high-level skeleton warriors leading the team, the attack mode changed. They seemed to have brains and could think. They were no longer blindly reckless, but had their own methods of fighting. The simple message was quickly transmitted between the skeleton warriors in the form of souls. The senior skeleton warrior raised his shield, blocked it in front of him, and rushed towards the bear goblin. How dare you come? The bear goblin was furious, swinging his stick again and again, sending wood chips and bone shield fragments flying everywhere. The high-level skeleton warrior stood firmly on the ground in a lunge stance, being hit and sliding backwards continuously. Attract success? Attack! It was like when fighting a boss. The tank firmly held the hatred, and other professions could output crazily. 2 intermediate warriors led 4 low-level warriors to attack the bear goblin again. The 4 low-level skeleton warriors targeted the bear goblin's calves, while the 2 mid-level skeleton warriors targeted its ribs. When the bear goblin realized something was wrong, it was too late to dodge. His legs and ribs were in severe pain. He quickly retracted the stick and smashed it at the enemy who dared to hurt him. Unfortunately, his smash missed the target because the enemy was not there at all. He ran away after hitting him, and did not give him a chance to fight back. When they tried to attack, the skeleton warriors found that using knives to scratch the big guy in front of them was useless. At most, it would leave a wound. So this time, they stabbed it, which worked well. However, in order to avoid the attack, 4 knives were left on this guy. The senior skeleton warrior stretched out the bone knife in his hand and pointed it at the bear goblin with a strong sense of provocation. If he could speak, he might say, "Come here." The bear goblin thought so too. So he rushed forward. But he didn't expect that the advanced skeleton display not only said, "Come here," but also said to his teammates, "Go ahead and kill him." So, when the bear goblin rushed towards the advanced skeleton warrior, he ran head-on into 6 skeleton warriors who were rushing towards him. Chapter 67 Vulnerable. The 6 skeleton warriors were not here to attack, but to control the bear goblin. They rushed forward, hugged his arms and legs, covered his face and dug out his eyes, using all kinds of despicable means. For the undead, there is no such thing as morality. Winning is all that matters. The bear goblin had not anticipated this kind of attack and was caught off guard, being knocked to the ground by 6 skeleton undeads. He struggled hard, roaring angrily, and finally managed to get up. The 2 skeleton warriors, who were holding his legs, raised their bone knives and stabbed him hard. Ah! The bone knife pierced into the instep and went straight through the sole of the foot, causing the bear goblin to roar in pain. He was then pinned to the ground by several skeleton warriors, who seized the opportunity. The senior skeleton warrior saw that the time was ripe, took a run up, jumped high, grabbed the handle of the bone knife with both hands, pointed the tip of the knife at the bear goblin's throat, and fell from the air. Puff! The bone knife stabbed in until the handle was gone. The bear goblin's strength suddenly increased, and he threw the skeleton warrior, who was suppressing him, away. He struggled to stand up, but the strength in his body quickly faded, and he fell to the ground halfway up. Several skeleton warriors got up from the ground and felt that the life breath of the bear goblin was quickly dissipating. They walked forward, pulled out the bloody bone knives from the corpse, and turned to look at the stunned goblin. Is the bear goblin dead? Such a powerful bear goblin was actually killed. The goblin's eyes bulged out, and their mouths opened slightly. Then they reacted, screamed in fear, and turned around to run back. They witnessed the entire process of the bear goblin's death. But the goblins at the back didn't see it, and were still pushing forward. This resulted in the goblins at the back being unable to get through, and the goblins at the front being unable to go back. The 2 sides were squeezed together, and even attacked each other. The senior skeleton warrior silently raised the bone knife in his hand, and rushed towards the enemy in front. The skeleton undead opened their mouths and let out a soul-roaring roar, and killed them in a mighty force. The same thing happened everywhere. Wherever there were bear goblins, a team of skeleton warriors would appear, kill them using various methods, and then lead the skeleton undead to launch a new round of attacks. Far away from the battlefield, the goblin leader sat in his sedan chair, feeling something was wrong. He carefully observed the battlefield, his expression gradually becoming uglier, and a feeling of fear spread throughout his body. He saw that the bear goblin he relied on fell down, but did not stand up as usual. The white waves rolled and continuously hit the goblins, and the goblin army under his command was rapidly decreasing. Ah! Retreat! Retreat quickly! The goblin leader lowered his head without hesitation and screamed at the goblins carrying the master sedan chair. The reason why he could become the goblin leader, gather hundreds of goblins, and even have bear goblins and goblin cavalry under his command was not because of his superior fighting ability, but because he was smart and knew how to judge the situation. The scene before him clearly showed that the bear goblin had died in battle. That was the most powerful fighting force under his command. Now that the bear goblin had died, how could the other goblins possibly defeat the opponent? Of course they had to run away. Could they really stay and die with those lowly guys? What? You said those are my people? Bullshit. That's not one of my tribesmen. What tribesmen are there? When facing life and death, your own life is the most important. The goblin leader doesn't care about the lives of the goblins fighting with the undead in front. As long as he can run away, he will have a chance to recruit another group of goblins in the future. These guys are very stupid. As long as he can fool them, they will follow him. And he can still eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. At the urging of the goblin leader, the goblins carrying the old man's sedan chair turned around in a hurry, because they were too flustered and not neat enough. The sedan chair shook and twisted. The goblin leader lost his seat firmly, and fell off the sedan chair to the ground. Oh! Are you stupid? Do you want to throw me to death? Wait a minute. Where are you going? Come back. I haven't come up yet. Come back. The leader of goblin, who fell into the ground, raised his head from the ground, only to find that those idiots actually carried an empty master's car and escaped quickly. Ignoring his meaning of his leader, he scolded another sentence, turned his head, and glanced towards the battlefield that had already begun to be defeated. The leader of goblin quickly got up and escaped his short legs. But after a few steps, he was panting. Since becoming the leader, this guy has abandoned his previous life. Eating, drinking, fun, prestige, and his long fatty is far beyond other goblin. He has long lost Goblin's flexibility, let alone run away. Even if you take 2 steps, you will feel tired. There is a master sedan on weekdays, wherever he wants to go. He did not expect that those idiots actually left him and ran away. Even if he wanted to bite his teeth and escape, his body was not allowed. Faintly, he heard Goblin's messy voice. Screamed, begged for mercy. Miserable. And added together. The sound was getting closer and closer to him. That meant that the speed at which his troops were defeated was faster than he had imagined. The Goblin leader gritted his teeth and tried to speed up, but the fat all over his body prevented him from running any faster. His belly was drooping on the ground. After running a few steps, he held his knees and gasped for breath, as if a huge stone was tied to his body. A figure quickly applied by him. Looking up, he was a straw skirt. His 2 arms waved in the air, and Goblin screamed in his mouth. Goblin? The leader stunned. His neck was rust, and he turned his head a little bit. More Brotherbrin rushed over. They were running away, and the speed was much faster than the charge. No! No! Don't come here! The leader screamed. But the goblins, who were already frightened by the undead, had no mood to care about him. They swarmed past him, and several goblins bumped into his fat body, knocking him to the ground. In his ear was the messy footsteps and the screams of panic. Goblin's leader hugged his head and screamed. Ker-ka-ka-ka. The weird voice sounded in the ears, and the leader of goblins slowly moved away, his hand holding his head, turning his eyes up and looking up. From this perspective, he almost let him faint. It was a skeleton shelf. There was a blue flame in the skull. He held a shield and held a knife. He also covered a layer of bone shelf and stared at him quietly. The skeleton shelf tilted his head, seemed to be thinking, and then rushed up. Ah! Senior skeletal warrior slowly got up, holding Goblin's head in front of him, pulled out his bone knife with one hand, dragged his body and turned around. And more skeletal soldiers around him followed his footsteps. Hackenting the enemy has nothing to do with them. The order issued by the city owner is to eliminate those large enemies. They have completed the task. Now they need to go back to return to their lives. They must protect the owner of the city, and not let the enemy steal the house. TSK. It's so vulnerable. Looking at the scene of the bones and dead skeletons chase Goblin, Li Ziyu squeezed his tongue and lost his interest that he continued to watch. He returned to the white bone chair and sat down, waiting to gain loot. Chapter 68 Adding Warriors. For Gang Bow, Xiong Goblin and Goblin Cavalry, as well as the huge Goblin Legion, is a proper life-threatening symbol. Add Li Ziyu. There are thousands of skeleton dead souls and elite skeleton soldiers. Hundreds of Goblin became vulnerable, and it was very easy to eliminate. After killing for 3 kilometers, the bones of the bones were not waiting impatiently to return to the battlefield reluctantly, and clean the battlefield along the road. Goblin is basically poor ghosts. The weapons are all diverse, but they cannot be used. It can be used to see if it can be used for waste. It is okay to make some materials. The corpse is the focus. After the battle, the undead lost nearly 200 people, most of whom had their skulls accidentally smashed by the bear goblin, causing their soul fire to escape. The goblins left behind more than 500 corpses, and the rest would have died if they hadn't run fast. Li Ziyu wanted to not chase with a mobile fortress, but looked at the sun in the sky and gave up directly. How much soul energy does this big sun consume in the past? Goblins are mentally retarded creatures, and their soul energy is about the same as that of wild beasts. If I drive my moving castle to chase them, I might not even be able to replenish the consumed soul energy, so I'd better forget it. During the day, the undead will become weak. In order to win the battle, Li Ziyu has consumed a lot of soul energy to supplement the undead and allow them to fight in the best state. The undead returned in a mighty force, dragging the corpses of goblins and holding the scattered weapons they had picked up in their arms. When Goblin began to escape, the cattle people ran out of the castle from the treasure-hunting cat and rushed to the platform to see the lively. At this time, when they saw the undead return, they immediately cheered. The bones they had been afraid of them gave them a great sense of security after defeating Goblin. The skeleton undead walking in front looked at the cheering minotaurs, scratched his head, unable to understand what they were shouting about, and then continued dragging the corpses forward. In the main building of the castle, in front of the white bone chair, a goblin body was thrown. The clothes he wore on his body were much better than other goblin. He also had a crown on his head. It is estimated that he was killed by the senior skeletal warrior. Corpses and equipment were constantly carried into the main building and piled up. The air was filled with an unpleasant fishy smell, which made Lu Xingxing cough. He covered his mouth and nose tightly, and missed the days of wearing masks very much. Decompose Goblin +1. Obtain 1 skeleton. 1 pair of goblin ears. 40 soul energy. Decompose the sharp-toothed earth dog. Obtain 1 unit of skeleton. 1 piece of sharp-toothed earth dog skin. And 20 units of soul energy. Decompose elite goblin +1. Obtain 2 skeletons. 1 pair of elite goblin's ears. And 50 soul energy. Xiong goblin, which Li Ziyu had previously speculated, was called elite goblin during the systematic decomposition. The decomposed materials were more than ordinary goblin. With the continuous efforts of the system, the corpses in the main building are constantly decreasing. Although the taste is still unpleasant, it is much better than the previous spicy eyes. Li Ziyu can finally think normally. This battle made him realize that the benefits of the skeletal warrior were indeed very different from the bone-dead spirit. He actually knew how to move his mind. This was great. The skeleton undead can also deal with creatures like elite goblins. They can be killed by piling up numbers, but the losses will be huge. However, it is much easier to deal with them in front of skeleton warriors. No loss is to earn. Realizing the benefits, Li Ziyu started to think about it. The undead tribe relies on numbers. There are less than 100 skeleton warriors, which is obviously insufficient and needs to be increased. More than 500 goblin corpses, plus the previous goblin corpses and the corpses of the sharp-toothed earth hounds. The amount of energy and souls harvested this time is about 27,000, which is enough to support him to expand a wave of skeleton warriors. Skeleton warriors are a little bit good. Whether it is the primary skeleton warrior, the middle-level skeleton warrior, or the senior skeleton warrior, the training is the energy of 100 souls. Just the consumption of equipment. The energy of the 27,000 units means more than 270 skeleton warriors. Add 106 low-level skeleton warriors, bringing the number of low-level skeleton warriors to 200. Add 60 intermediate-level skeleton warriors, bringing the number to 80. And add 40 high-level skeleton warriors, bringing the number to 50. Well, that's good. Li Ziyu wanted to upgrade all the skeleton warriors to advanced ones. But the problem was that the consumption of advanced skeleton warriors was also high. The consumption of a high-level skeleton warrior was almost equal to that of 7 ordinary undead, while the consumption of an intermediate skeleton warrior was almost equivalent to that of 2 skeleton undead. At this stage, the population is still needed to expand the population, so that the number of bones can really determine the combat effectiveness. There are extra bodies. Of course, you must give priority to arranging the bone-dead spirit to expand the number of bones. Take care of all aspects. Li Ziyu let the system start to build troops, and the remaining bones are used to summon the bones of the bones. At the same time, the soul energy is also needed to add soul energy to the cemetery. After arranging everything, Li Ziyu felt sleepy. He yawned and drove Lu Xingxing out of the main building, putting the fortress into dormant mode. Damn it. I wanted to have a good sleep, but you had to disturb me. The fortress sank into the ground. In the darkness, Li Ziyu closed his eyes peacefully, snored softly, and fell asleep again. Today's battle gave Lu Xingxing a great shock, and then reflected the words Li Ziyu said to him. Lying. Jin Yuliang said, "This world is cruel. The weak will really be slaughtered. There are no laws to protect them. Weakness is the original sin. If you want to survive, you have to become strong enough." Lu Xingxing's eyes became firm as he clenched his fists slowly. He made up his mind. He must hold on to the boss and follow him unswervingly. It is impossible to mix it yourself. With the 2 treasure-hunting cats, it is not good to be starved to death. In case you encounter a little bit, it must be the same as the dog. It's better to follow the boss. There is security. Lu Xingxing turned to look at the minotaurs. Those guys looked very excited, chattering and laughing. And they looked very happy. The Tauren are peace-loving. But they are just peace-loving. It doesn't mean they won't fight back if they are beaten. Nor does it mean they are willing to be bullied. They were also nervous about joining the undead, and felt a fear about the future. After all, in their history, there was no record of the undead being a staunch ally. The Taboo tribe had set a precedent, but today's battle gave them confidence. And they saw the power of the undead. So many goblins were chased and beaten by the undead, and so many corpses were picked up. If the Tab tribe encountered them, they would definitely suffer great damage. On the other hand, the Undead didn't seem to suffer any major losses. This is the real strength. Of course they were excited because they knew they could live more comfortably by following a powerful tribe. Chapter 69 Skeleton Bull Demon. Huh. Liziu stretched and woke up. Release dormant mode. The fortress rose from the ground. It was already night outside, and the cool evening breeze in the wilderness refreshed people. The alien tomb and tattoo workshop have been completed, and 2 new buildings have appeared on the platform. The tattoo workshop looks quite ordinary. It is just a simple, square, inconspicuous little house placed in a corner. The only thing that catches people's eyes is probably the graffiti-like black tattoos on the walls. The alien tomb is simply a bottomless pit. Faint roars can be heard from inside, and an ominous aura shrouds the surroundings. The Tauren from the tattoo workshop would curiously come over to take a look. But as for the alien tombs, the Tauren had no intention of getting close and would stay away from them. With the alien tomb, the materials previously obtained from the demonized minotaurs finally came in handy. Their bones could be used to summon 2 new types of undead skeletons, the Bull Demon and the Dark Skeleton. Dark Skeleton Bull Demon. Introduction: Minotaur-shaped undead with dark energy, with fairly reliable defense and stronger strength than other skeleton undead. Well, the bones are very hard. If they absorb more dark energy, they may become even stronger. Requirements: Demonized Minotaur Skeleton * 2 units. Mutated Soul Energy * 60 units. Soul Energy * 50 units. Dark Skeleton. Introduction: The dangerous undead. When using them, pay attention that the Dark Skeleton bones do not care whether the surrounding is friends. Requirements: Demonic Skeleton * 1 unit. Mutated Soul Energy * 30 units. Soul Energy * 500 units. Looking at the introduction of the 2 new undead, Liziu scratched his head puzzledly. The bones and cows were well understood. Basically, it was more than one magic cow head. But he couldn't understand what this dark bone meant. Although the required demonized skeleton and mutated soul energy are halved, the soul energy is still 500 units. The introduction seems strange, as if the system does not want him to create a dark skeleton. To be on the safe side, let's take a look at what the skeleton bull demon looks like. Liziu chose to summon a skeleton bull demon first. I don't know if it is strong or not, but it will only consume 50 more units of soul energy, which is not bad. Summoning skeleton bull demons is different from training skeleton warriors. It is more like summoning skeleton undead, and the speed is very fast. As soon as Liziu gave the order, a noise came from the alien tomb. It was the sound of heavy footsteps. The sound of footsteps attracted the attention of Lu Xingxing and the Minotaur, and they all came over to watch the fun. A thick arm stretched out and grabbed the wall of the cave, followed by a terrifying figure walking out of the cave. Looking at the figure, the head of the bull was stayed, and the fear could not be contained in his heart. Under the moonlight, the skeleton bull demon stood up straight. He was 3 meters tall, much taller than the other minotaurs present. On top of his head was a pair of horns that spiraled upward and slightly curved inwards. Just by looking at these horns, one could tell that this was a character that was not easy to mess with. It would be very unpleasant to be confronted by him. In his hand, he held a bone totem pole that was thicker than a human waist and more than 4 meters long. However, the totem on it was something the Tauren of the Taboo tribe had never seen before. He only felt that the gray-black totem exuded the breath of death and violence. Wisps of dark energy were entwined around the bone totem pole like smoke. It seemed that because he had just been summoned, the skeleton bull demon was still adapting to his new body. He stood there for a long time. The color of his bones gradually changed. It was no longer the white color of normal undead, but a gray color. Black marks like ink emerged, making him look weird and terrifying. The deep blue soul fire ignited from within the skull, suddenly expanding from a cluster, occupying the entire skull, burning fiercely. No idea whether it was to celebrate the new life or to vent some dissatisfaction that came from nowhere. But the skeleton bull demon roared loudly. The minotaurs that were nearby covered their ears, their eyes filled with even more fear. They heard the roar of the soul. Unlike the skeleton undead, the voice of the skeleton bull demon could be transmitted directly. Not only could the soul hear it, but there was also a sound in the ears, as if the air was vibrating. This feeling of oppression and fear made the taboo minotaur certain of one thing. The skeleton minotaur in front of them had absolutely nothing to do with them, and was not an ordinary minotaur transformed into an undead. It's a demonized minotaur. Because of his shamanic bloodline, Tastjuling had sharper perceptions than anyone else, and was the first to discover the true identity of the skeleton bull demon, especially the black marks on his body, which proved this point. Tastjuling turned his head sharply and looked towards the main building. The main building's door opened, and Li Ziyu walked out with the high-level skeleton undead. They came close to the skeleton bull demon, looking up at it curiously. Nyo Imo lowered his head and stared at Li Ziyu for a long time, then slowly bent down, knelt on one knee, and made a gesture of submission. Boss, how did you make this thing? Lu Xingxing lingered over Li Ziyu and asked in a low voice, his eyes fixed on the skeleton bull demon who was half kneeling on the ground, fearing that he would suddenly attack. TSK. The undead? Of course, it was created by me. How about it? Is it mighty? Is it domineering? Li Ziyu said proudly. He did not expect that the bones were like this. He meant that he was a bone-dead spirit like a bull. As a result, he was really like a bull head. But he was more domineering than the cow head. It's a heavy tank. Right? Look at its physique. Look at that strong and sturdy totem pole. How powerful. He's really fierce. But he won't go crazy suddenly. Right? Lu Xingxing asked fearfully. What are you talking about? How could you be crazy? Li Ziyu rolled his eyes. Do you forget your identity? Lady, we are across. Have systems. And they are mad. We don't believe in the constraints of the system. The undead created by the system can still be crazy. Of course, Lu Xingxing also knew that under the constraints of the system, the probability of going crazy was very small. But he was afraid. The big guy in front of him looked different from those stupid skeleton undead. This thing was too domineering. Li Ziyu ignored Lu Xingxing's thoughts. He planned to test the skeletal bone and beef and see how the guy's strength was. So he called a senior skeleton warrior and asked him to cut a knife to see the effect. The senior skeleton warrior stepped forward with a bone knife, raised it high, and brought it down hard. The collision produced a teeth-grinding friction sound. But upon closer inspection, the place that was hit was fine, without even a scratch mark. The power of the high-level skeleton warriors is not small. After all, the early undead rely on strength to survive, not to mention breaking the defense. There is not even a mark. The defense of the skeleton bull demon is stronger than that of the high-level skeleton warrior wearing armor. Yes, this is very okay. It is a big meat shield. That is not a problem. Li Ziyu's mouth corners turned up, and she smiled. Chapter 70 Dark Skeleton. Well, the defense is fine. But how about the attack power? In the system introduction, the defense and attack power of this guy are not good. Li Ziyu ordered the skeleton bull demon to attack the advanced skeleton warrior, while the skeleton warrior held up a round shield and took a defensive stance. The skeleton bull demon, who was half kneeling on the ground, stood up, was silent for a moment, picked up the skeleton totem pole, held it in one hand, and swung it out like a baseball. Bleak. The white figure flew out and fell to the ground in the distance, scattering into bones. Then it quickly pieced together and returned to the appearance of a high-level skeleton warrior. Wow! Just one shot. And with one hand. After the senior skeleton warrior came back, Li Ziyu checked his shield and found it was cracked and almost broken. It can only be said that the bones are not serious. Otherwise the two hands holding the bone graphic column. Maybe it may look like. That's it. There's no need to continue testing. There is no doubt that the bone cow is the most powerful combat effectiveness in Li Ziyu's hand at this stage. After seeing the combat effectiveness of the bones and cow, Li Ziyu couldn't help but regret it. Hey, I knew that I would not have so many skeleton fighters. Is it not fragrant? Almost all of the soul energy he obtained from killing goblins was used by him to create skeleton warriors, resulting in a limited supply of soul energy in his hands. Forget it. Even if there are few, we have to make a few first. This is a safe way to report obstacles and a battlefield harvester. Come on. 9 more. Let's gather 10 skeleton bull demons first. It didn't take long before 10 skeleton bull demons stood side by side, like a wall. The evil spirit was almost condensed into substance. The minotaurs of the taboo tribe avoided them from a distance, shrank aside and trembled. Li Ziyu didn't want the skeleton bull demon to affect the normal life of the minotaur, so he asked them to go to the fortress first so as not to scare others. The bull demon walked into the fortress with heavy steps, leaned against the wall, and blended into it. It seemed as if there were 10 more reliefs on the wall. It was not until the bull demon merged into the wall, and the terrifying evil spirit dissipated, that the minotaurs of the taboo tribe slowly returned to normal, and stood up trembling. When the bull demon was there just now, they felt that their blood was about to coagulate, which was more terrifying than facing 100 demonized minotaurs. Even though Nyo-Imo was no longer there, they did not dare to approach the alien tomb, but watched from afar. The experience just now left them with lingering fears. My goodness, I almost got scared to death. After thinking for a long time, Li Ziyu decided to take a gamble. He was so curious about the dark skeleton that he wanted to see it for himself. So he just summoned one. Faced with this novel type of soldier, Li Ziyu felt like a cat was scratching his heart. He wanted to know what this type of soldier that could consume 500 units of soul energy looked like, and what abilities it had. He slowly stretched out his hand, faced the alien tomb, struck a rather childish pose, and summoned the dark skeleton. Quiet. After waiting for a while, the minotaurs looked at each other with confusion on their faces. They didn't understand what the Lord of the Undead was doing, and they just stretched out their hands towards the big hole from which the bull demon came out. Summon a new bull demon? Perform some kind of magic? Or is this a sacrificial ritual? After waiting for a while, there was still no movement. Even Lu Xingxing felt the awkward atmosphere and couldn't help but move forward and asked in a low voice, "Boss, what are you doing?" "I don't know." Li Ziyu was also embarrassed. "Damn. Where is my dark skeleton?" The skeleton bull demon made such a big noise when it appeared. But why was there no movement at all when it came to the dark skeleton? Could it be that my summoning failed? This shouldn't be the case. The system summoning has a success rate. I don't believe it. Li Ziyu slowly put his hand down and coughed softly. Cough. It's okay. He didn't finish his words when he suddenly stopped. His eyes widened, staring at a shadow on the ground. Lu Xingxing listened to Li Ziyu's words when he stopped talking halfway. She looked in the direction he was looking in confusion, and couldn't help but be stunned. One more piece. The shadow of the alien tomb strangely has an extra piece. Thinking of the various ghost legends in his previous life, and combining them with this scene, Lu Xingxing subconsciously took a step back with a look of panic on his face. Why are you panicking? I am the Lord of the Undead City. Li Ziyu glanced at this guy and said unhappily. Oh, yes. Lu Xingxing reacted. I'm not afraid of anything. The Lord of the Undead City is right next to me. This entire fortress is full of undead. Not to mention ghosts and monsters. I live with the undead every day. Li Ziyu stared at the extra shadow, clenched his fists, drooped his eyelids slightly, and felt a little angry in his heart. He has confirmed that the shadow that this group did not notice before was related to the dark bone. This guy actually made himself ugly in public. Do you not want to live? Feeling Li Ziyu's anger, the shadow began to squirm, and a gray skeleton emerged from the shadow. After he appeared, the shadow on the ground immediately shrank rapidly, as if it had been absorbed by the skeleton. At first glance, this skeleton does not seem unusual. On the contrary, because of the color of the bones, it looks a bit like a stunted skeleton of the undead. But if you look closely, you can notice the difference. From time to time, a black luster flashes on the skeleton, and a layer of dark energy like fog can be vaguely seen covering the body. The most important thing is the soul fire. This guy's soul fire is not dark blue, but black, deep black. If you don't pay attention, you may not even find it. It's like a dead object and can't be connected to the dead. Feeling the soul fire of the dark skeleton, Li Ziyu's body trembled slightly. This guy is abnormal and very dangerous. When feeling the soul fire of other undead souls, Li Ziyu would feel a sense of familiarity, even when facing Bull Demon. But when facing this guy, he did not feel familiarity at the first time, but coldness and deathly silence. He is the Lord of the Undead City. The undead he summoned can actually make him feel cold and dead silence. How can that be normal? I seem to have done something stupid. The corner of Li Ziyu's mouth twitched. The most important thing now was whether he could control this dark skeleton. He took a deep breath, trying to make himself angry, and then transferred this anger to the dark skeleton. Faced with the city lord's anger, the dark skeleton hesitated at first, then slowly knelt down and chose to surrender. Call. Li Ziyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he could control himself. No wonder even the system said that this guy was dangerous. Faced with such a strange undead spirit, Li Ziyu did not dare to be negligent at all. He stretched out his hand and pressed it on his head, forcibly sensing his soul fire. In addition to the system introduction, you can also know the status of the undead by sensing the soul fire yourself. Closing his eyes and feeling the soul fire of the dark skeleton, Li Ziyu felt his body was frozen. But he also understood what was going on with this guy. He is indeed a pervert. The King of Darkness. In the dark night, the dark skeleton will become extremely powerful. Although his bones are gray, his defense and strength are completely comparable to those of the bull demon. At the same time, he also has the ability to transform into a shadow, instantly strengthen, and blend into the night. That is the power brought to him by the dark mark. He is really strong. He is not afraid of bull demon at all. He can even play bull demon at will. His fighting power is off the charts. But this guy is a problem child. He is unruly, and does not submit to anyone. The only one who can suppress him temporarily is himself, the city lord. If this guy were put on the battlefield, without Li Ziyu's suppression, he would most likely let himself go. And both the enemy and us would be killed without mercy. It's really a ghost. Chapter 71, Just a Toy. The most outstanding feature of the undead, apart from not consuming food and other supplies, is that they have high loyalty and are extremely united without internal strife. But Dark Skeleton, this guy is a pure heretic. He has absolutely no sense of unity with other undead and only cares about himself. Through his understanding of the soul fire, Li Ziyu was 100% sure that if they were defeated on the battlefield, the Dark Skeletons would definitely use other undead as shields and escape for their own lives. Or in other words, they would kill their own undead in order to gain more powerful strength, which was entirely possible. Let's just say, I just can't understand how someone could come up with something like this. This thing doesn't look like an undead at all. If you say use it, it is very likely that the enemy will fail to destroy the undead legion, but will be disintegrated internally by the dark skeletons. If you say don't use it, this guy is really strong, and it would be a waste to leave it alone. Dilemma? Li Ziyu took a deep breath and slapped the dark skeleton on the head. Behave yourself, or I'll take your head off and kick it like a ball. Go to the main building first and don't cause any trouble. After being hit on the head for no apparent reason, the dark skeleton still stood up obediently. His body gradually faded away and disappeared from Li Ziyu's sight. Rubbing his eyebrows, Li Ziyu felt that he had caused trouble for himself. Old, big, haha. This undead is scarier than that minotaur. Lu Xingxing's teeth were chattering, and he could hardly speak clearly. The dark skeleton had left, but Lu Xingxing still felt cold all over, as if he had encountered a great terror, and that he might die at any time. It's okay. Don't worry. Nothing will be a problem, huh? Li Ziyu's eyes popped up before he finished speaking. Damn. This guy is really restless. Without having the chance to say anything to Lu Xingxing, Li Ziyu ran towards the main building, with the senior skeleton warrior following closely behind him. They all ran away in a blink of an eye, leaving Lu Xingxing in a daze. The main building was in chaos. The skeleton bull demon, who was supposed to be a sculpture on the wall, was holding a totem pole and chasing after the dark skeleton, smashing it hard. The totem pole hit the ground, making a loud bang. The dark skeleton jumped flexibly, dodging left and right, and turning into black shadows from time to time. It was not panicked at all, making the bull demon's attacks completely ineffective. Just like a sheepdog herding sheep, relaxed and carefree. It even had the mood to open its jaws towards the bull demon, revealing its black soul fire, full of provocation. The bull demons were so angry that they were going crazy. They already had bad tempers. How could they tolerate this guy? When Li Ziyu rushed in, there were already many cracks on the ground, all of which were caused by the bull demon smashing the totem pole. Good fellow. You are ready to destroy the house without even seeing it. Are you possessed by a husky? Turning his head to look at the wall, he saw it was full of soul fire, beating rapidly, just like a group of spectators who were extremely excited after eating a big melon. When the undead noticed the city lord's arrival, the speed of their soul fire suddenly slowed down and they became stupid, each of them looking innocent. Li Ziyu slapped his forehead and yelled through gritted teeth, "Stop it now!" The skeleton bull demon stood still holding the totem pole, as if someone had shouted 123. Wooden man. Someone came out from the dark shadows, jumped and danced towards the bull demon. his skeleton shaking like the waves. Tight. The fist was clenched. When I felt your soul fire just now. You were obviously very cold, and your personality was also very cool. How come you became a fool when you got to the main building? Taking the initiative to provoke Nyo-Imo. Is this what you should do? Li Ziyu stared at the dark skeleton with flaming eyes and strode over. His anger boiling. A terrifying rage enveloped the dark skeleton. And the guy finally calmed down and returned to his previous cold and aloof appearance. He stood still and looked at Li Ziyu obediently. Li Ziyu walked up to him and patted his head hard. My words don't work. Right? Seeing that the city lord was really angry. The dark skeleton was about to deny it. But Li Ziyu had already stretched out his hands and hugged his skull. He pulled hard. And with a bow sound, he pulled the skull off. And walked out while holding it. The headless dark skeleton chased after Li Ziyu and arrived at the main building gate. Li Ziyu put the skull on the ground. When the dark skeleton was about to pounce to grab it, he felt dizzy and his body was getting farther and farther away from him. With a volley, a skull with its upper and lower jaws opened and claws flew out of the main building, followed by a crooked body running behind it. I said I'd kick your head like a ball. So I'll kick your head like a ball. Li Ziyu said fiercely, clapped his hands, turned around and walked back to the main building, his eyes glancing at the bull demons, who were still holding totem poles. The skeleton bull demon's body felt cold, and its soul fire wasn't as hot as before. It shrank back into its skull, looking timid. They had witnessed the dark skeleton's head being kicked off just now, but they didn't dare to provoke the angry city lord. They didn't want their heads to fly off as well. You big fools. You are exercising by holding up the pillars. Go back and be sculptures. Li Ziyu pointed at a few bull demons and shouted loudly. Nyo-Imo immediately put down the pillar, ran back to the wall obediently and properly, merged into it, compressed the soul fire to the minimum, and assembled the sculpture. Li Ziyu looked at the other undead on the wall and pointed at them. What are you looking at? Get back here. You are so good at eating melons. An inexplicable disaster caused the undead to quickly retract their soul fire. The city lord was angry and thought that they could not be provoked. He was so cowardly. Lu Xingxing and the Minotaur outside first saw a skull flying away, and then heard Li Ziyu's roar. And they could not help but look at each other. Should we go and persuade them? Mumu asked, scratching his head, while Tashuling nodded repeatedly. In their impression, Li Ziyu almost never loses her temper. But she is so angry today. Well, it's really rare. Upon hearing this, Lu Xingxing immediately moved away from the two of them, shaking his head like a rattle. No. No. If you want to go, go ahead. I don't want to get ahead of the boss. Seeing that he was scared, the two Minotaurs no longer thought about looking for Li Ziyu, and gave up the idea of persuading him. Li Ziyu was furious and sat on the big bone chair, panting for a long time, looking at the cracks on the ground and gritting his teeth. What the hell is going on? I withstood the attacks of the lizardmen, but I failed to destroy the castle. I withstood the attacks of the goblins, but I failed to destroy the castle. In the end, my own undead smashed the ground and made cracks. Do they want me to die? Fortunately, the fortress has the ability to heal itself. Although cracks were created on the ground, it quickly healed itself and returned to its original state after no further attacks. The dark skeleton finally picked up his skull, put it back to its original place, and returned to the main building. When he saw Li Ziyu sitting on the big bone chair, his whole body trembled. Li Ziyu pointed at the dark skeleton. Furious. Listen to me. If you don't want to go to the battlefield, you don't have to go. But if you cause trouble for me, your head will be a toy for those Minotaur kids out there. Just a ball. Do you understand? The dark skeleton looked outside, thought for a moment, and finally understood what it meant to be a toy for children, and nodded quickly. Li Ziyu exhaled foul air from his nose, suppressed his anger, stood up, glared at the dark skeleton, and walked out. The dark skeleton looked left and right, walked to the large bone chair, and blended into the shadows. Chapter 72 Treasure Map. When Li Ziyu came out of the main building, Lu Xingxing, Mao Mao, and the two Minotaurs Tashuling immediately surrounded him. Boss, you're back, Lu Xingxing said with a grin, his eyes passing through Li Ziyu and looking towards the main building. He was very curious about what had just happened in the main building. Li Ziyu blocked Lu Xingxing's eyes and straightened his head. Why are you joining in the fun? I'm here. Yeah. I see it. Lu Xingxing had no choice but to give up the main building and looked at Li Ziyu pitifully. Li Ziyu's next words instantly excited Lu Xingxing. Xingxing, we have almost dug enough here. We have to move to another place. Switch. Change. Change. Boss. I found several treasure troves, and I promise not to disappoint you. Compared to other things, treasure hunting is Lu Xingxing's favorite. The process of exploring treasures is extremely enjoyable. Be serious. Be responsible. I don't want to dig out a time traveler or go to the ancestral graves of the indigenous people. Li Ziyu looked at Lu Xingxing, who was full of energy, and couldn't help but give him a reminder. The treasure hunting ability is very useful, but Lu Xingxing is unreliable. This guy has no idea what the treasure is or where it is. As long as there is a treasure, it's fine. If this continues, something bad will happen sooner or later. Especially now that these time travelers are being targeted by the indigenous people. Danger may come at any time. Li Ziyu doesn't think he is strong enough to fight against the huge number of indigenous people. So it's better to be careful. Don't worry. Leave it to me. No problem. Lu Xingxing gave a thumbs up, his white teeth shining, and said confidently, I can't feel at ease when you say that. Li Ziyu felt his temple throbbing and had a bad feeling. It would be better to avoid doing things like planting flags. Lu Xingxing took out a piece of animal skin paper from the system backpack and spread it on the ground. Li Ziyu, Mao Mao, and Tastulin gathered around and looked at the animal skin paper curiously. It was a map. Very finely drawn. But it was a magical map. In addition to the terrain, trees, water sources, and animal herds, there were also small red crosses marked in many places. After just one look, Mao Mao's eyes widened and he gave Lu Xingxing a thumbs up. Awesome. This map is so detailed. Tastulin nodded in agreement. Lu Xingxing suddenly became proud and raised his chin towards Li Ziyu, who raised his eyebrows. The indigenous people might feel that this map is very detailed and amazing. But for these time travelers, this map seems a bit ordinary. Isn't it just a magical version of the map? I have seen it a lot when playing games in my previous life. There are also various map-making software, and the maps drawn are no worse than this one. Not to mention the maps hand-drawn by some original painters and illustrators, whose exquisite drawings even surpass this map. But Li Ziyu was still surprised that Lu Xingxing could actually make a map. After asking, he found out that it was a capability that came with the system. Each mobile fortress has its own special abilities. His skeleton Undead mobile fortress has two abilities, skeleton building and dormant mode, in addition to its special features in treasure hunting and digging. Lu Xingxing's fortress also has small functions such as drawing maps and recording routes. Are these the treasure troves you found? Li Ziyu asked, pointing to the red cross on the map. Yes, quite a lot. Right? Lu Xingxing put his hands on his hips and asked proudly at the many red crosses on the map. I have to say, there are quite a lot. This guy really has a hobby for treasure hunting. Otherwise, even if he has the ability to hunt for treasure, he may not be able to find so many treasure locations. Thinking of the swamp cemetery, which has been excavated next to it, Li Ziyu suddenly felt hot. With so many red forks, my undead could not come to a large wave of improvement. At that time, the safety would rise steadily. Wait, that's not right. Based on my understanding of Lu Xingxing, there might be mines hidden in these red crosses. I'd better ask him carefully first. Are all treasure sites like this one, with bones buried in them? Of course, that's not the case. How could that be possible? There are so many places with bones buried. Boss, you might as well kill me. Some places are resource points. Some places, I don't know what they are. It's just that the system prompts that there are treasures. Sure enough, there is no need to ask anything else, as it is highly likely that nothing will be revealed. Lu Xingxing can find treasure, but it is really difficult for him to collect information around the treasure. Lu Xingxing observed Li Ziyu out of the corner of his eye and found that his face looked a little bad. So he stopped playing around, stretched out his hand for a while, and suddenly 1/3 of the red crosses disappeared, which surprised Mao Mao and Tastulin. They didn't understand how he did it. Those we erased are all dangerous. Either the terrain is dangerous or there are monsters around. We can't go there for the time being. After saying that, he waved his hand again, and another 1/3 of the red crosses disappeared. Lu Xingxing continued, these are because there are tribes around, and there might be conflicts. As for the rest, I don't see anything wrong. but I can't guarantee it. Li Ziyu lowered his head and looked at the few treasure spots left on the map, then turned his head to look at Lu Xingxing. He felt much more satisfied. And finally, he became more reliable. Lu Xingxing stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Several red crosses changed their appearance and turned into icons of trees, minerals, and skulls. These are resource points. We should be able to get some good stuff from them. I don't know if you need them, boss. If you don't need other resources, we can go directly to these places, and we should be able to get a lot of bones, Lu Xingxing said, pointing at several skull icons on the map. Li Ziyu's eyes moved back and forth on the map. The marked locations were actually not far from where he was. After all, Lu Xingxing's range of activities was limited, and he did not dare to go too far away from the castle of the undead. The place with bones is naturally what he hopes for. But other resources, even if he doesn't need them, Lu Xingxing and the Minotaur also need them. It's impossible for only him to develop. Without sufficient resources, Lu Xingxing's treasure hunting cat castle will always remain like this. Even food has to be provided by him. He doesn't even have the ability to hunt. If this continues, sooner or later he will become a waste, the last one, and lose his own value. What should we do when that time comes? Abandon it or keep it? Neither is good. The best solution is to help him develop, or even help the Minotaur develop, so that they can become his assistants and accompany him forward, instead of becoming a burden and holding him back from moving forward. Bones and soul energy are the most important to Li Ziyu. But that doesn't mean other resources are unimportant. Basic materials such as wood, stone, and ore are also useful. In the later stages of development, bones will definitely not be the only material used. At that time, you will have to accumulate them. Even if he really doesn't need it, and Lu Xingxing doesn't need it either, he can still exchange it for useful materials, which is a guaranteed profit. Another point is that Li Ziyu plans to start hunting again. During this period, he was either digging bones in the swamp cemetery or helping the Tauren fight. He hasn't hunted for a while, so he needs to replenish some food. In the wilderness, food is a good thing. Hard currency that can be used for exchange. Let's go here. Li Ziyu pointed to a treasure trove and said, Chapter 73 Merchants Seek Help. The place Li Ziyu pointed to was a treasure trove on the edge of the map. It was not the regular terrain of the wasteland, but the mountains. The map was marked with layers of wood, stone, and ore. There was also a question mark, indicating that there were other resources here. This, boss, how about changing one? Lu Xingxing said with some difficulty. Why? Is it unsafe here? Li Ziyu asked with a raised eyebrow. That's not the case. Well, the investigation was not thorough enough. Lu Xingxing scratched his head and said embarrassedly. When he explored the mountain, it was already some distance away from the undead fortress. He was a little panicked, so he walked around and found some treasure locations. He then hurried back. He didn't know what was on the other side of the mountain or what was inside the mountain. He didn't even know whether there were any indigenous tribes within the mountain. He didn't understand. The other discovered treasure sites were obviously also good. So why did Li Ziyu choose the mountains? It doesn't matter if it's not thorough. Let's go there first and explore slowly. If it doesn't work, we can just change places. Li Ziyu made up his mind to go. Li Ziyu certainly knew that other resource sites were safer. But those resource sites were separate. Ores were ore, stones were stone, and wood was wood. It was too troublesome to collect them separately. So it was better to do it in one go. Judging from the map, the area of this mountain range is not small. If we are cautious, there shouldn't be any big problems. Besides, you don't necessarily have to go to the mountains. You may change your mind halfway. There are resource points on the route to the mountains. You can stop and collect them at any time. They are not far away, and it only takes a day's journey at most. It's not a big problem. Li Ziyu told Lu Xingxing and the others about his idea, and Lu Xingxing felt relieved. He was afraid that the boss would rush over in a fit of rage. The experience in the other world in the past few days, coupled with the news he got from the chat channel, made Lu Xingxing grow up. He was no longer the reckless boy who dared to dig out the fortress of the undead just after crossing into the other world. No matter how good the treasure is, you have to keep your life. Mo. Tasjuling. Notify the tribesmen and ask them to pack up. We are leaving. The two agreed and hurried back to the tribe to inform others. The skeleton fortress of the undead was activated and drove towards the mountains along the route on the map. Li Ziyu sat in the main building, opened the system, and studied the building. This time, he was specifically trying to acquire resources. So he planned to study resource buildings. This type of building was a low-level building. But he had never needed it before, and had never considered studying it. Resource station with collection point. Introduction. Building this will increase the speed at which your undead gather wood. How about it? Are you interested? Why not research it quickly? R&D requirements. Skeleton asterisk 100 units. In addition to wood collection points. There are also stone collection points. Ore collection points. Water collection points. Sand collection points, and a series of other resource stations. The introductions are similar. Or the materials in the introduction are simply renamed and thrown there perfunctorily. The wood collection point is to improve the speed of wood. The collection point of the stone is to improve the collection speed of the stone. The other words in the introduction are almost indistinguishable. In addition, the resource station cannot be built directly, but needs to be researched and developed. One material must be researched once, which means 100 units of bones are needed each time. After research and development, building a resource station requires additional materials. Li Ziyu couldn't help but sigh. You are really good at this system. You have figured out how to rob money. Although the boss is reluctant, the research still has to be done. We can't just let the skeleton undead use bone knives to chop wood as before. What about the stones and ores? They can't be mined using bone knives. Li Ziyu was completely out of temper after being bullied by the system. He gritted his teeth and researched the wood collection points, stone collection points and ore collection points, but was defrauded of 300 units of bones. Damn. It's so sad. Those were 300 skeletons of the undead. And they were gone just like that. Once the research and development is successful, the new building icon lights up. Resource station with collection point. Introduction. Undead can now collect wood faster. Unlock tool. Logging axe. Construction requirements. Skeleton asterisk 10 units. The introduction is not funny anymore. But I still feel uncomfortable. That short sentence makes me angry. Li Ziyu clenched his fists, forced himself to breathe, and looked at the stone collection points and ore collection points. Just as he expected, the word wood was replaced with stone and ore. It was exactly the same as the introduction during research and development. And just as perfunctory, the tools have been unlocked. The stone collecting point has unlocked the stone hammer, and the ore collecting point has unlocked the miner's pickaxe. No wonder the introduction says that resources can be collected faster. Once the corresponding tools are unlocked, the collection speed will be faster. I'm so upset. I want to hit someone. I feel like I've been cheated. Li Ziyu scratched his hair in annoyance. The moonlight illuminated the wasteland, and the mobile fortress of skeletons and undeads with an eerie and dead aura was moving slowly. In the darkness, some people who were spying on them gradually showed up. Someone is following us. Shortly after leaving the swamp cemetery, the skeleton undead appeared in front of Li Ziyu and told him that there was a breath of life around him, and it was moving with the fortress. When it comes to detecting life breath, the undead are professional, and Li Ziyu would never suspect that the undead were deceiving him. My goodness. It looks like today is not a peaceful day. I killed a group of goblins during the day, and someone came to cause trouble at night. I am really being targeted. Do I look so easy to bully? Veins popped out on his forehead. Li Ziyu was furious after being tricked by the system just now. Now someone was trying to provoke him without knowing the consequences, which made him even angrier. I want to see who is brave enough to cause trouble. Very good. It's a good opportunity to test the strength of the skeleton bull demon. Li Ziyu made up his mind not to stop the fortress, and continued to move forward along the route. He only asked the skeleton undead to pay attention to the surroundings, and be careful of being ambushed by the enemy. Just as he gave the order, the conscientious businessman sent a message. Private chat. Conscience businessman, brother. Help me. I seem to be exposed. Don't want to get a driver's license. Are you being targeted? Conscientious businessman, it seems so. Brother. I have no other choice. Can I count on you? Don't play tricks. Give me a definite answer. Staring at the information on the system, Li Ziyu fell silent, rubbing his fingers back and forth on his chin. He didn't really want to meet the city lords, but Lu Xingxing had no choice. This guy dug him out, and he had to meet him. But what about the conscientious businessman of the Rat Man City Lord? Li Ziyu was not familiar with him. They had communicated with each other, but that was all. They had never met. He was indeed very grateful to the conscientious businessman for giving him important information last time. But that was not a reason for him to expose himself. The law of the dark jungle has always existed. Li Ziyu cannot deny that there are a group of city lords like Lu Xingxing. But more people are not. In this world where the biggest fist is the truth, too many city lords have exposed the dark side of human nature. Li Ziyu doesn't care about the mole people because their fighting power is not that high. But what if a conscientious businessman, like Lu Xingxing, has a backer behind him? Is it to lure him out? How should I answer? Chapter 74, Headhunters. After pondering for a long time, Li Ziyu sent the coordinates of the treasure place he was heading to the conscientious businessman. After thinking it over, I still feel that I should meet a conscientious businessman. If we can form an alliance, life will be much better. After all, a conscientious businessman is a businessman with a lot of resources in his hands. It is good to be able to get more materials. Furthermore, considering that the wilderness is in chaos now, and the indigenous people have targeted the traversers, uniting to fight is also a way out. After sending the coordinates to the conscientious businessman, Li Ziyu no longer cared about him. Did the conscientious businessman really want to form an alliance? Or was he planning to deceive her? Once she arrived at the treasure hidden place, she would know everything. In order to save soul energy, the mobile fortress did not start the skeleton engine, but just slowly wandered in the wilderness at a low speed, like an old car. Although the building is tall and is made entirely of bones, the slow speed gives people a feeling of being strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. The people who were following and spying on the mobile fortress finally couldn't bear it anymore. In the quiet wilderness, the sounds of whistles and birdsong were heard, and there were responses from all directions. The moment he heard the sound, Li Ziyu stood up and walked to the window, looking at the wilderness in the moonlight. Black dots appeared one after another from the sand, under the shadows of stones, or simply not hiding, approaching the mobile fortress. Those black spots were getting closer and closer to the fortress. Li Ziyu could already see their appearance clearly. His brows were slightly furrowed, and a puzzled look appeared on his face. What kind of race is this? I've never seen it before, so I can't tell. According to the information given by the undead, those surrounding the fortress were humans. But Li Ziyu felt that they were more like subhumans. Similar to humans, but different. They are about 1.7 meters tall and as thin as bamboo poles. Not only are their bodies thin, but their arms and legs are also thin. They have a round bald head on top of their thin necks and no hair. Their arms are very long and hang down to their knees. The Minotaur requests an audience with the city lord. A skeleton undead came to Li Ziyu and reminded him. Let them in. Li Ziyu still stared at the group of guys approaching the fortress and gave the order casually. The undead led Mumu and Tastuling into the main building. What's the matter? Li Ziyu asked without turning his head. My lord, city lord. The headhunters are coming to kill us. Should we fight them? Although Li Ziyu had his back to him, Tastuling still saluted and spoke. The headhunters? Li Ziyu turned around and looked at Tastuling in surprise. He didn't expect that the Minotaur would know these guys. Yes, the headhunters. Tastuling nodded, and seeing that Li Ziyu didn't quite understand, he began to explain. In the wilderness, there are some bully races, such as lizard men and goblins. You say they are strong, but they are only limited in strength. You say they are weak, but they are not really weak. They are good at stirring up trouble and bullying small tribes on a daily basis. The headhunters also belong to this kind of bully race, and they are the best among them. Normally, bully races do not attack each other. After all, family members know their own business. But the headhunters are an exception. They don't care what tribe you are from. Once they set their sights on you, they will start fighting. They are merciless and fierce. What's even more interesting is that these guys are really human beings, just as the undead reported. But they have mutated. The reason for the mutation is that these guys have very bad habits. They eat everything. They are real cannibals. They will eat the corpses of the tribes they attack. This behavior leads to mutation and makes them what they are now. The reason why they are called the headhunters is because they have the habit of cutting off the heads of their enemies and pinning them around their waists, or wearing them and hanging them on their bodies as decorations. This, somehow I feel like it suits my undead. After all, the soul fire of the undead is in the skull. The headhunters have the habit of using skulls as decorations. They have to hang the skulls of the undead on their bodies. Once on the battlefield, the decorations are alive, making mouths chattering and roaring souls. Are you afraid? The headhunters have existed in the wilderness for a long time. They had once triggered a siege because of their wanton killings. However, it was ineffective. These guys were very good at hiding. They would hide when they were sieged. Even if some of them were killed or injured, it would not cause any damage. After a while, they would appear in groups again. Not only are they difficult to encircle and suppress, they are also difficult to kill. No one knows what is going on with the headhunters, but their evolution speed is astonishing. And they give the wasteland races a big surprise from time to time. According to human physique, the meat of many races is inedible and is highly poisonous. But for some unknown reason, the headhunters broke this rule and ate everything anyway. Probably because they became immune to it after eating too much. After all, it has been eaten by more than a dozen generations. And those who are not immune have died long ago. What Liziu couldn't understand was why the headhunters targeted him. My mobile fortress doesn't look like it has any meat on it. Could it be that these guys have changed their taste and are no longer eating meat, but instead are gnawing on bones? He thought of a possibility and clicked on the system's private chat interface. Don't want to get a driver's license. You said you were being targeted. Who was targeting you? Conscientious businessman. Even if I tell you, you may not know. Have you ever heard of the headhunters? Don't want to take a driving test. Hey, isn't this a coincidence? Not only have I heard it, I've also seen it. Conscientious merchant. Why do I have such a bad feeling? Are you being besieged by the headhunters? Don't want to take a driver's license test. Guess what? I was really besieged by the headhunters. Conscientious businessman. Can you be a little serious? We are fighting a war. And you still have the time to come and make fun of me? If you don't want to get a driver's license, I'll just ask. Conscientious merchant. What are you asking? Fight off the headhunters first and then contact me. I suddenly feel that I may not need to go to the gathering place. And you may not make it alive. Don't want to take a driving test. Not really. I feel like I'm okay. Conscientious businessman. Stop making trouble. With those few hundred undead in your hands, you will be chased by the headhunters. Right? Liziu raised his eyebrows. Hundreds of undead. Conscientious businessman. Your information is out of date. I don't have hundreds of undead now. I have thousands of undead. Not only do I have thousands of undead, I also have skeleton warriors, skeleton bull demons, and unreliable dark skeletons. I am no longer the undead city lord I used to be. Although I am not bald, I have indeed become stronger. However, I won't tell you these for now. I'll give you a surprise after we defeat the headhunters. Liziu closed the system interface. The headhunters outside had already approached and launched an attack on the fortress. They are attacking, Moo said anxiously as he heard the shouting and killing outside. Hee. Start the fortress. Full speed. Undead. Start the war. Liziu snorted coldly, looked at the headhunters who kept throwing weapons at the fortress and rushing towards the fortress with howls, and gave the order. In an instant, the undead fortress came alive and revealed its hideous appearance. Under the influence of soul energy, the skeleton engine rumbled. Soul fire flickered above the building, and the skeleton undead bared their fangs and claws, raised their weapons, broke free from the constraints of the building, and entered a full combat state. Chapter 75 Close Combat. The headhunters have a simple way of life. They eat whatever they hunt. They never think about farming or staying in one place. Instead, they wander in the wilderness, looking for food nearby. If they can't find food, then their companions are the best food. The original headhunters were just a group of human refugees in the wasteland filled with alien races. Humans seemed weak and helpless. They wailed and groaned, begging for help. But all the alien races rejected them, laughed at them, and even killed them for fun. After experiencing devastation, pain and torture, some of them finally exploded. They no longer begged for help from the aliens, but tried to find ways to hunt them. If they lacked supplies, they would steal and rob. If they lacked food, they would kill and eat alive the aliens who laughed at them. Many refugees died, but some survived and evolved, becoming stronger and crazier. They passed down from generation to generation and formed the current headhunters. They were predatory, bloodthirsty, and homeless. They were the cancer of the wilderness, and even alien races were afraid of them. The headhunters acknowledge that their ancestors were human, but they do not acknowledge that they are human now. They believe that they are a being beyond humanity because when they were human, everyone laughed at them, drove them away, and slaughtered them. But not now. In fact, The appearance of the headhunters is now very different from that of humans. Otherwise, you would not define them as subhumans. After repeated refinement and evolution, the form of the headhunters has become more convenient for moving in the wilderness. Their bodies are long and thin, as if they are skin and bones, but in fact they have muscles underneath the skin that are as hard as stone, which gives them great explosive power. Their long legs and arms make them better at running. In order to increase their combat effectiveness, they grow claws and their teeth become sharp, like wild beasts. In order to survive, their gastrointestinal tract can adapt to raw meat, and various parasites, viruses, and toxins have almost no effect on them. Their weapons come from the enemy, and they do not plunder the enemy's weapons. Instead, they use the enemy's bones as weapons, selecting the hardest bones from the enemy, and making the tools they need through chiseling and grinding. As the cancer of the wasteland, other tribes are extremely wary of them. Even the lizardmen, goblins and other tribes will avoid them, and do not want to have conflicts. All because they are too crazy. The attack on the head of the heads was extremely rapid. After the prey found that they would be on the ground, and suddenly a powerful power broke out, when it was very fast, approaching the prey. When they rushed towards the undead, they were like a black lion, and they rushed straight. They took off the vine and straw ropes wrapped around their bodies, tied stones, bones and other objects to one end of the rope, and after spinning it twice in the air, threw it towards the fortress. The stones and bones got stuck in the gaps, and the headhunters pulled the ropes closer and climbed up. Some of the headhunters stopped in the distance, took out their bows and arrows, and shot arrows at the fortress to cover their climbers. Such attacks usually worked well, but unfortunately, they seem to have overlooked that the target of this attack was the undead, a group of beings with no sense of pain, no fear, and no fear of death. The damage caused by arrows to the undead could be said to be negligible. The undead that were decomposed from the buildings did not care about the arrows at all, and aimed their weapons at the headhunters that were climbing up. These guys climbed extremely fast, like a combination of a gecko and a frog, climbing up quickly a few times, and then jumping up a bit. The first headhunter had already rushed up to the fortress as soon as the undead appeared. "They are coming up!" The Minotaur screamed when he saw the headhunters jumping onto the fortress. Before the voice fell, 3 undead had already rushed forward. The leading undead swung the bone knife without hesitation and chopped forward. The bone knife seemed to cut on the leather armor, which was hard and tough. The knife did not break the skin of the headhunter. Talent, fast! After a long period of evolution, the headhunters have not only improved their strength and speed, but their defense is also outstanding. Their skin has long been different from that of normal humans and has become tough. Even without wearing any equipment, they still have defense. The headhunter looked down at the place where he was chopped, then looked up at the undead holding the bone knife in front of him, with a grim smile on his face. "Since you can't kill me, you're finished." Just as he was about to use his weapon to fight back, 2 spears stabbed at him from the left and right. The headhunters did not respond, but layers of fine waves appeared on their skin, which were extremely fine scales. Talent, fine scales. Whether it is bast or fine scales, they are all passive defenses. For the headhunters, it is as simple as eating and talking. But even though there was an extra layer of fine scales on his skin, the spear still pierced his ribs fiercely. The undead were very powerful, and the headhunters were unable to defend themselves this time. Ugh! He let out a cry of pain, but did not die. Instead, he struggled and swung the sickle-like weapon in his hand, frantically trying to attack the undead holding the bone knife in front of him. Before he could touch the undead, his feet left the ground, and he was impaled by 2 undead holding spears. The sticky, fishy, poisonous blood flowed down the gun barrel. The 2 undead calmly carried the headhunter to the edge of the fortress, shook him vigorously, and threw him down from the fortress. The headhunters, with nowhere to get support, fell from the air, splashing dust on the ground. As the first headhunter climbed onto the fortress, more headhunters followed and fought with the undead. Shouts of killing could be heard throughout the platform. The Minotaurs of the Tab tribe did not hide this time. Instead, they picked up the totem poles, stayed in the tribe, and watched the headhunters vigilantly, ready to join the battle at any time. Mau Mau said that they couldn't always shrink behind the undead, and they couldn't hide in every battle. They were Minotaurs, not gophers. They had power, and their ancestors had once been glorious. When the battle comes, You can choose not to charge into the fight. But you must never become a burden to the undead. Otherwise, sooner or later, they will be abandoned. So this time, the tyrant did not hide, but chose to stand shoulder to shoulder with the undead. If the headhunters come, they will use totem poles to tell these guys that we are not easy to mess with. Li Ziyu, who was standing at the window of the main building, saw the minotaurs gathering together and picking up their weapons. He raised his eyebrows. A smile appeared on his face, and he seemed very satisfied. That's right. When there are difficulties, we should face them together. That's what alliances are. Every time, the undead, have to work alone, while supporting you. A group of minotaurs who can't do anything. How is that possible? I'm not your parent. No matter how big or small our strength is. As long as we dare to fight together, we are good friends and good comrades. Then, his gaze shifted to the headhunters. His smile disappeared, replaced by helplessness. And he rubbed his temple. These guys really gave him a surprise. He didn't expect that the speed of the charge would be so fast. They rushed to the fortress platform in an instant, as if they had done it many times before. He miscalculated. He had been thinking of using the height of the fortress to attack from high and low. But now, they rushed up and directly skipped the siege steps and started close combat. But it doesn't matter. He believes in his own undead. At worst, he still has more powerful skeleton warriors and skeleton bull demons. Chapter 76 Cats Fight. There was chaos on the bone platform, and more headhunters climbed onto the platform. Li Ziyu stood by the window, looking calmly at the chaotic battle below. Strangely enough, facing the crazy headhunters who rushed onto the platform, he felt calm inside and even had the mood to complain. By the way, do I have some special physique that makes me good at attracting the malignant tribes in the wilderness? First we encountered lizard men, then goblins, and now the headhunters have appeared. Life is so colorful under the care of cancer. There are a lot of people in the hunting family, and there are hundreds of people, as there are more and more head-hunting people who rush to the platform. Some of the omissions that were not taken care of by the undead rushed to the direction of the bulls and treasure-hunting cats, and the other hounders gathered together. Li Ziyu was not worried at all about the headhunters rushing towards the Minotaur. They were just a handful of people. It would be a joke if the Minotaur could not deal with them. He focused his attention on the treasure-hunting cat people, as they were the ones in real danger. Since Lu Xingxing and Li Ziyu signed a contract and united, Li Ziyu has never seen the cats once. I do know how the two cats who look cute are the combat effectiveness. The headhunter set his eyes on the treasure-hunting Catman fortress, waving a stick made of thigh bones and shouting Uluru. When he approached, the gate of the fortress suddenly opened and a short figure stood in front of him. The treasure-hunting Catmen are beast-headed people of the Orc tribe. They are between 1.2 and 1.4 meters tall. They are a group of curious and adventurous guys. They look furry and cute, but that doesn't mean they have no fighting power. Faced with the attack on the fortress, the treasure-hunting cats chose to step forward without hesitation and confront the headhunters head-on. Seeing that it was a Catman's dwarf, the head of the head hunting showed a disdain on the face of the head of the head of the head. The cats didn't think much at all. He rushed up with a bone stick. Of course, the goose was not as smooth as he thought. The moment the stick was about to smash the head of the treasure-hunting cat, the short figure suddenly disappeared, and it felt like something on his face seemed to be brushing. And then, there was a severe pain. Ah! The headhunter screamed, covered his face, and stepped back several steps. When he took his hands away, he saw that they were covered in blood. 3 deep scratches appeared on the headhunter's face. The treasure-hunting Catman, who had succeeded in his attack, flipped over in the air and landed lightly. He shook his claws to shake off the blood on them, hooked his claws at the headhunter provocatively, and put on a Huang Fei Hong posture. Meow. It was clearly quite imposing, but it made a soft and cute sound, which ruined the atmosphere. The horrific wound on his face not only did not make the headhunter retreat, but instead further aroused his ferocity. His eyes were filled with anger, and he roared and pounced on the treasure-hunting Catman, facing the headhunters rushing towards him. The treasure-hunting Catman retracted his posture, stood properly, raised his head proudly, and meowed again. The headhunter was stunned, not knowing what was happening. Then he heard a whistling sound of wind above his head, and a huge black shadow kept getting bigger in his eyes. Bang! The wooden mechanical arm equipped with a hammer head hit the headhunter head-on without any hindrance. The headhunter was pressed against the hammer head in a big shape and was pushed backwards. The mechanical arm trembled, and the headhunter flew out and fell far away to the ground. The treasure-hunting cat man clapped his hands, turned his head to look at the cab, and gave a thumbs up. The treasure-hunting cat man operating the robotic arm in the cab also stretched out his furry paws and gave a thumbs up in return. Humph! Although we are short, we are strong. If you dare to look down on us, I'll beat you up. Meow. Liziu, who stood at the main building window clearly, froze slightly, raised the corner of his mouth, and couldn't help laughing. I didn't expect that it was the result of this. But soon his smile converged, because the heads of the heads, who were caught by the face and being hit by the robotic arm, reappeared. It's not dead yet. It's quite resilient. The headhunter stood up shakily, coughed twice, spat out blood, looked up at the catman and the mechanical arm in front of him, and the hatred in his eyes became stronger. He crouched low, his arms on the ground, his back arched, like a wild beast that had encountered danger and was about to attack. The two treasure-hunting cats immediately became alert, and the mechanical arm was raised again, hanging down with the sound of wind. Boom! The hammer hit the bone plate but missed. The moment the mechanical arm fell, the headhunter strangely moved sideways to avoid the attack range of the hammer. He kicked his legs and rushed towards the treasure-hunting cat man, who had left a wound on his face. The treasure-hunting cat man operating the robotic arm reacted extremely quickly. His hands and feet kept pulling on several operating levers. The robotic arm smashed towards the headhunters again and again. But the headhunters, with their increased vigilance and speed, were always able to dodge easily. After all, the mechanical arm was not specifically used for attacking. It was too heavy, which reduced the attack speed and could not hit the guy. Seeing the headhunters approaching their companions, the treasure-hunting cat man operating the robotic arm suddenly broke out in a sweat. But no matter how anxious he was, it was useless. The speed of the robotic arm was so fast that he couldn't hit them. The bone stick was swung out, and the treasure-hunting cat man turned over and jumped up, avoiding the stick. His sharp claws popped out, and he used the same trick again, grabbing the headhunter's face. The headhunter tilted his head back with great effort. His neck strangely bent at nearly 90 degrees, causing the treasure-hunting cat man to miss his claws. At the same time, he stretched out his empty hand, grabbed the treasure-hunting cat man's neck in midair, and strangled him tightly. Meow. The treasure-hunting cat man felt the pain and let out a shrill cat cry, waving his claws in the air, trying to tear the headhunter apart. But the more he moved, the tighter the hand gripped him, locking him like an iron hoop. The mechanical arms continued to fall, and the headhunters dodged while holding the treasure-hunting catman tightly, with no intention of letting go. The oxygen was getting less and less, and the treasure-hunting catman's resistance was getting weaker and weaker. The moment his eyes slowly closed, he saw the door of the fortress open again, and a human rushed out of the fortress and killed the headhunters. Let him go. That's my cat. Lu Xingxing held a spear in both hands. His face was terrified, his voice trembling, but he still rushed out without hesitation. City Lord. The treasure-hunting cat man looked at Lu Xingxing, who came to save him, and slowly closed his eyes. My cat. That is my cat. That is my subject. The companion who will live with me. As an ordinary person, he was of course afraid when facing the existence of the headhunters. But the passion in his heart made him unable to sit idly by. If he watched the treasure-hunting cat man who accompanied him die, what kind of city lord would he be? I want to save him. Ah! Lu Xingxing closed his eyes, shouted, and thrust the spear in his hand into the headhunter's body in front of his surprised eyes. The tip of the spear pierced the skin and touched the scales, making a slight scratch, but failed to hurt the headhunter. Instead, the bone stick hit the spear shaft. The terrifying force knocked Lu Xingxing to the ground, and a foot stepped hard on his head. Chapter 77. I think too much. It's over. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Lu Xingxing tilted his eyes and tried to look up. He saw 3 scratches on his face and blood all over his face. The headhunter, with a ferocious look on his face, was pinching the catman's neck with one hand and raising a bone stick with the other, hitting him hard. He seemed to have seen the scene of his head being smashed open and blood splattering everywhere. He closed his eyes in fear, waiting for death to come. The catman operating the mechanical arm jumped up anxiously. If he hammered it down now, he would definitely hit the headhunter, but he would also kill his companions and the city lord. The Catman jumped off the operating table and pretended to jump down to rescue his companions and the city lord. It's too late. It's too late. No matter how fast he is, he can't arrive before the city lord is hit to death by the bone stick. Just as Lu Xingxing was waiting to die, and the Catman was at a loss, a whistling sound breaking through the air was heard. Whoosh! A spear flew from a distance and pierced into the body of the headhunter, causing him to stagger. Lu Xingxing felt that he stepped on his head and left, and he couldn't see what happened to the bottom. He ran aside evenly, and his forehead sweaty was mixed with dust, as if he had rolled in the mud, stood up in a panic, and looked at the hunting people. The spear pierced through him diagonally with great force, and came out of his body. It was this spear shot from a distance that saved him, and prevented him from being hit to death by the bone stick. That direction is the main building of the Undead. It's the boss who took action. Lu Xingxing turned his head suddenly, and saw a high-level skeleton warrior wearing a helmet, bone armor, and holding a shield. He was pulling out a bone knife from between his ribs and walking towards him aggressively. Behind the high-level skeleton warriors are several mid-level skeleton warriors, and behind them are low-level skeleton warriors. The headhunter, whose body was pierced by the spear, shook a few times, stood firm, looked down at the exposed tip of the spear, gnashed his teeth, threw the Catman out with a flick of his hand, turned to face the direction where the spear came from, and was about to rush out when he heard the sound of breaking air again. Whoosh! Another spear flew through the air in a parabola and pierced his abdomen directly. The elastin and fine scales that they were so proud of were simply unable to stop the spears that carried enormous force and inertia. The headhunter's body tilted as if he was about to fall, but he struggled to stand upright and glared at the high-level skeleton warrior who was striding towards him. He is unwilling to accept it. He doesn't want to die here. He still wants to roam the wilderness. This is not his home. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several more spears came flying at him, piercing him easily. The headhunter with several spears stuck in his body looked like a hedgehog. Blood dripped from the tip of the gun onto the bone plate. The headhunter kept his mouth tightly shut, but blood flowed uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth. His angry eyes gradually lost their luster and became dim and chaotic. No matter how much they evolve, no matter how strong their vitality is, they will eventually reach the end of their lives after being pierced by spears again and again. The senior skeleton warrior walked up to the headhunter, swept his bone knife across, raised his hand to grab his bald head, and with a little force, took his head off, without even looking at the corpse. He turned around and strode towards the battlefield, the body that lost his head shaking his head, leaning backwards, and the spear guns that pierced his body on the ground, making his body unable to fall. He was so oblique. The blood poured out of the wound of the neck, and gathered on the ground into a pool, while the head of the hunter shot the cat in their hands. Lu Xingxing took the opportunity, fluttered out, caught the cats, and then stared at the hunter was run through a spear. And then he was taken away by the closer senior skeleton warrior, and his head was taken away. Meow. The Catman in his arms made a slight cry, and Lu Xingxing was awakened. He quickly looked down and saw the Catman's eyelids trembled and slowly opened. You're okay. It's great, Lu Xingxing said with surprise and said happily. City Lord, the Catman murmured softly. He still remembered what he saw before he closed his eyes. The City Lord ran out, holding a spear and rushing towards the headhunters. The City Lord is fine. That's great. Since the City Lord is fine. Then, the Catman tried to turn his head and look to the side. And then, he was stunned. The body was spears all over its body, and its head missing. Was it done by the City Lord? When did the City Lord become so powerful? The Catman turned his head back slowly with a stiff neck, and stared at Lu Xingxing with wide eyes. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with your body? Lu Xingxing looked at the Catman's surprised and frightened expression, and asked with some panic. The city owner. Is that you killed? The owner asked in surprise. Hee. Lu Xingxing smiled awkwardly and scratched his face with his index finger. The Catman felt it was incredible and unbelievable. Could it be that the City Lord really killed a guy? Oh my god. He really underestimated the City Lord. Then, the Catman heard the City Lord, who suddenly became great in his heart, say, No. It was not me who killed him. It was the undead who killed him. The little stars in his eyes disappeared instantly, and the cats raised their heads, with a small face. I knew it. How could he be the City Lord? He is so timid and cowardly. Apart from laughing foolishly, he can't even control the robotic arm. It's impossible to rely on him to kill the enemy. I thought too much. It turns out that I thought too much. The Catman turned into a cat in the arms of Lu Xingxing, and his eyes were full of contempt for his own city owner. But when he repeatedly appeared in his mind, the city owner rushed out of the spear gun. Well, although he was abandoned and useless, sometimes he was very brave. He knew it was to die, and he would come to save me. This is enough. Meow. Li Ziyu looked at Lu Xingxing, who was kneeling on the ground, holding the Catman, and in a panic, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. This boy is not bad. When the key is, he can recklessly. At least not a courageous ghost who is greedy for death. He also knows that he wants to protect the cats. Looking at the Minotaurs, the battle there had already ended. The headhunters, who were reckless and did not know how to live or die, were surrounded and beaten by the Minotaurs after they rushed over there. They were smashed into a pulp by Mao Mao and his men using totem poles. I wonder if the bones are broken or not. Can they still be used? The smile on the corner of his mouth disappeared. His face was cold, and Li Ziyu's eyes fell together. And the hunting people who fought with the undead. Well, it should be seen that the test was tested. Next, it was time to end. The Bone Warrior was already set, and the battle should end. After all, the headhunters evolved from humans. They were obviously much smarter than lizard men and goblins. They had discovered the weaknesses of the skeleton undead during the battle, and smashed their skulls to let the soul fire dissipate, which would kill the undead completely. Due to this weakness, many undead have turned into bone fragments on the ground that look like they have been burnt. Even if they were collected, they could not create new skeletons of undead. The gathered headhunters were more powerful than before, and their morale was greatly boosted after they discovered the weaknesses of the undead. All this changed with the addition of the skeleton warriors. Chapter 78 Bull Demon Goes to Battle. The speed of the headhunters' movements far exceeded that of the skeleton undead. The undead tried to surround and kill them several times, but the headhunters dodged them every time and successfully killed quite a few of the undead. They had already figured out the details of the undead, which made it easier to deal with them. The undead were not as fast as them. Their attack mode was single, and their weakness was their skulls. So the headhunters quickly formed a new fighting method, with the tribesmen holding blunt weapons such as bone sticks and bone hammers to attack and output, while the rest were responsible for attracting and restraining them. In the eyes of the headhunters who are familiar with the fighting style of the undead, these skeletons are stupid and easy to kill, even easier than those wild beasts that can run and know how to judge the situation. No matter how many of these guys there are, we can wipe them out. The headhunters, who were becoming more and more adept at fighting, thought so and moved faster, smashing the skulls of the skeleton undead one by one, turning them into bone fragments. Hey, there's one here. I knock. A headhunter holding a bone club discovered a skeleton fighting with two of his companions. He crouched on the ground and approached silently, aimed at the undead skull, and jumped up to hit it with the club. The stick whistled down with the sound of wind, and then hit nothing. He struck down with all his strength, but only hit the air. Inertia caused the headhunter to stagger forward, and he almost fell. There was a confusion and a dazed look in his eyes. I had just killed several undead by sneak attacks. So why did I fail this time? Careful. Before thinking about it, there was a whispering of his companions. He turned his head in doubt and looked at his companion, and felt the pain of the ribs, and then the cold feeling of the cold flashed through the neck. What warm things flowed from the neck? The headhunter subconsciously covered his neck, but the blood couldn't be stopped from oozing out from between his fingers. He wanted to call for help, but could only make hee-hee sounds. The bone stick fell to the ground, and he slowly knelt down, with both hands on his neck. His strength was quickly dissipating, and his vision gradually became dark. With a stab, a pull, and a slash, 3 low-level skeleton warriors attacked the attacker. He jumped backwards to avoid the opponent's attack range, shook off the blood on the bone knife, ignored the dying attacker, and stared at the 2 headhunters who had just entangled him. It's beyond saving. The headhunter with a cut neck knelt on the ground, head lowered, and was silent. 2 headhunters looked at the somewhat different undead with solemn expressions. This guy is different from other skeletons. They had already experienced from the fight just now that the skeleton in front of them was faster. Its attacks were sharper and more dangerous, and it even avoided sneak attacks and killed its own people. Those who do not often contact the undead are difficult to distinguish the difference between the low-level skeleton soldiers and the ordinary bones. After all, from the appearance, the skeletal warrior is only higher than the bone-dead spirit, and the bones are whiter. The low-level skeleton warrior shook twice, then suddenly took a step forward and pretended to charge. The two headhunters immediately became nervous, but at this moment, a whistling sound suddenly sounded behind them. What? When they heard the sound, they knew something was wrong. They wanted to hide, but it was too late. 5 spears were thrown from a distance and pierced their bodies. Ah! The two headhunters, who had never expected to be ambushed, screamed in agony, and the low-level skeleton warrior, who had shaken them, launched an attack, leaping in front of the two men in one leap and slashing with the bone knife in his hand both forwards and backwards. He was like an ancient assassin, killing them with one strike. The bone knife accurately cut through the necks of the two men. Then he retreated to the headhunters kneeling on the ground, held the bone knife in both hands, aimed it at their backs, stabbed it hard, and pulled it out. After waiting for a while, and seeing that the two headhunters in front of him were silent, he walked over again and stabbed them in the heart again to make sure they were dead. The leaders of the hunting people can understand the use of the combat method of restraining the attack. The skeletal warrior also knows, and it is even more slippery. The middle and senior skeleton warriors did not rush into the battlefield directly. Instead, they were looking for opportunities in the distance. They would throw a spear gun while the hunting people were not paying attention. Because the skeletal warrior was attacked with a spear gun, after the loss of dozens of people, the hunting people found that they were not right. They could not continue like this. The number of undeads was more than them. In addition, they had to die here. Raid. Attack the fortress. As long as we kill all the humans in the fortress, we will have enough time to demolish the fortress and win the final victory. The headhunters gathered into 2 waves. The larger group rushed towards the main building of the undead, while the smaller group rushed towards the main building of the treasure-hunting cat people. The Tauren tribe, which was on high alert, was directly ignored by them. Li Ziyu, who was standing at the window watching the battle, frowned when he saw this scene. He actually gave up the undead and went straight to the main building, which was a bit strange, remembering what the conscientious businessman had told him before, that a city lord was targeted by the indigenous people and was killed. Li Ziyu immediately became alert. Could it be that those time travelers who were killed died at the hands of these guys? That's interesting. Li Ziyu's mind moved, and the skeleton undead split into 2 groups, blocking the 2 waves of headhunters respectively. They not only wanted to stop the other party, but also wanted to capture them alive. Lu Xingxing returned to the fortress with the cat man. He just saw the scene where the headhunter rushed towards himself, and his face was scary. Damn it. Don't come over here. But soon, the headhunters were entangled by the undead that came over and were temporarily unable to cause damage to the main building, which made him feel slightly relieved. The headhunters who rushed towards the main building of the undead were more numerous and more ferocious. The skeleton undead were unable to successfully stop them, and were killed by them at the door. When the heads of the heads were intending to open the door, the main building opened itself, and 10 tall figures appeared behind the door. The sound of the cow that shook the soul sounded, and a fierce figure of the head of the head of the head of the head of the hunter then saw the back figure, lowered his head, and rushed out with a rumbling loud noise. The skeleton bull demons charged forward with their heads lowered, shaking their heads at the same time. The horns on their heads were like 2 spears, knocking away any headhunters they came across. When the momentum of the charge was exhausted, they stabbed the nearest headhunter with their horns, raised their bodies, and swung their heads hard, and a blood moon suddenly appeared in the air. Boom! The bull demon stopped and stomped heavily on the ground. Air waves rolled and pushed the surrounding headhunters back. They looked in horror at the big guy that appeared in the crowd. The 10 skeleton bull demons, each more than 3 meters tall, are like 10 giant spirits, holding tall totem poles in their hands. They are extremely ferocious, arrogant and domineering. Kill! After just a pause, the headhunters became ferocious again and roared as they charged towards the bull demon. They are head-hunting people. Even if they are in the wasteland, they are afraid of the fear of all the people. Although the existence of Neo-Emos surprised them, this is not a reason to stop them. The bull demons looked at the headhunters who were surrounding them, and picked up the bone totem poles wrapped in dark energy, and chose to face the battle head-on with murderous intent and hostility. Chapter 79. Difficult to escape. Facing the tall bull demon, the head of the head not only did not retreat, but instead inspired the fierceness and launched an offense. This is the hunting people who have evolved in several generations of generations. They are the remains left by the ancestors and humans. They are discussing life on the wasteland. In the cunning of the head of the head of the heads, they will always be fierce. In the face of strong enemies, they will not retreat easily. It is not for faith, nor is it for glory, just for survival. The headhunter jumped high, but before his weapon could touch the bull demon's body, he was hit hard in the chest and abdomen by the totem pole in midair. Click! The sound of broken bones rang from his body, and the totem column hit his body out of his body with huge power. In the air, he sprayed blood mixed with internal organs. Their skin is defensive and can be defended to chopping, and even has certain defense for puncture attacks. It can face heavy weapons that directly cause internal injuries, but it has no effect. While flying in the air, the headhunters had already died, and their bodies fell to the ground. Neoemo didn't look at it. After hammering, he did not hesitate. He welcomed other head-hunting people and roared together. So strong. Li Ziyu looked at Da Wei. Even if he was besieged, he did not fall into the wind. His eyes widened. These guys were too fierce. And the ordinary bone-dead spirit was not a great at all. And even the skeletal warrior could not be compared. Neoemo's speed is not fast, but it is vigorous. As long as they are excited, they will be seriously injured, and they will be killed. The defense is equally horrible. The attack of the head of the head of the heads is hit on them. Not only that, Neoemo actually has skills. Damn! I finally saw a type of soldier with skills. Li Ziyu's eyes were filled with tears. In addition to starting a tank-like charge, when they stomped the ground hard, they would also generate air waves that would impact the surrounding enemies. Enemies close to them would become weak, and their strength and speed would be reduced. This was the influence of dark energy, which enhanced the bull demon's power and automatically released negative buffs to the enemy. Also, their totem poles can easily crush the bones of the headhunters. That's definitely not just because of the bull demon's great power. Li Ziyu guessed that the totem pole in the bull demon's hand might not be simple either. It should be enchanted, or it has a bone-breaking effect. The 10 bull demons are a natural barrier that the headhunters cannot overcome. No matter how fierce their attack is, the bull demons will still stop them, block all their attacks, and kill a group of them in the process. The undead were at the outermost edge, slowly gathering inwards, compressing the space of the headhunters, and making it more difficult for them to avoid attacks. When the headhunters were forced to gather together because of the undead outside, Bull Demon simply changed his way of attack. He no longer used totem poles to smash them one by one, but instead swung the totem poles and swept away a lot of undead at once. The dark energy, like smoke wrapped around the totem pole, spread deep into the bodies of the headhunters. The icy energy made their bodies tremble, slowed their blood flow, and made their bones creak. It even had a corrosive effect, melting their muscles. In a short period of time, the headhunters lost more than 100 people under the attack of the bull demon, and they finally realized that something was wrong. No, we can't fight anymore. If they cannot break through the bull demon, they will not be able to attack the main building of the fortress. Fighting consumes physical strength. The headhunters have already felt their physical strength decline, while the surrounding undead and the 10 bull demons in front of them remain the same. How can the undead feel tired? The headhunters were ferocious, but they also knew how to judge the situation. It was obvious that they could not defeat the bull demon in a short period of time. If they continued to fight, there would be no other possibility except losing more people. Even if the bull demon could be killed, it was still unknown whether the remaining people could rush into the main building and destroy the fortress. Their sanity returned, their passion cooled, and the headhunters began to think about how to escape. It is not easy to retreat now. While they were fighting with the bull demon, they were surrounded by skeleton undead. The fearless undead surrounded the headhunters in several layers, making it extremely difficult for them to break through and fight their way out. The headhunters close to the bull demon were still fighting with him, while those in the outer circle began to attack the skeleton undead, trying to find a weak point to break through. The situation became more and more critical. Someone took out a bone whistle and blew it to notify other companions to come to the rescue. They attacked from behind the skeleton undead and broke through the undead's defense line. After the two sides reunited, They broke out together. Soon, the other side also blew the bone whistle. But the sound of the whistle almost made their blood run cold. It was a whistle for help. The headhunters who were sent out to attack the two-story building were also engaged in a tough battle. Both sides were waiting for the other side to save themselves. But unfortunately, no one could save the other. Seeing that they divided their forces to attack the two fortresses, Li Ziyu had an idea in mind and sent almost all the low-level skeleton warriors and more than half of the middle and high-level skeleton warriors to Lu Xingxing to help him deal with the headhunters. He himself was not worried. What he was thinking at the time was that although he didn't know whether the skeleton bull demon was strong enough to fight, there would be no problem with defense. The bull demon's bones were very hard. At worst, he could just hold on for a while, and then return to help after Lu Xingxing was dealt with. Even Li Ziyu didn't expect that Niu Mo was so powerful. Not only did he prevent the headhunters from rushing into the main building, but he also forced the other side to whistle for help. Neither side can be defeated. So what else can be said? The battle can basically be said to have been won. The headhunters had never thought they would encounter a situation like this. They were actually surrounded. They tried every means to escape from the encirclement of the undead, but to no avail. They had no space to move around and had to fight the undead head-on. So their injuries were far greater than those of the undead. After all, as long as the head is not smashed and the soul fire is not dissipated, the undead will be fine. But as long as they are stabbed, it will be really painful and bleed. As a result, the resistance of the headhunters is getting weaker and weaker, and the shouts of killing are getting smaller. What Li Ziyu didn't expect was that the headhunters did not surrender voluntarily. They fought to the death, and were still thinking about how to escape. This will to survive surprised him greatly. The last headhunter in the encirclement was hit on the head by the bull demon with a totem pole. His body fell to the ground, and the battle was completely over. Clean up the battlefield and drag the dead to me alive, Li Ziyu ordered. The undead began to carry the corpses and look for living headhunters. Even if they were still alive, they must have been seriously injured, with spears sticking out of their bodies, their stomachs ripped open with intestines spilling out on the ground, or their arms and legs broken. In any case, they were definitely not intact. Leaving the undead to clean up the battlefield, Li Ziyu counted the casualties of the battle. He didn't feel anything during the battle just now, but when he was counting the numbers, Li Ziyu's heart was pounding. The headhunters were really cruel. He lost nearly 500 skeleton undead. Since crossing over to the other world, he has never suffered such a heavy loss. Even when he fought against the lizard men, he did not suffer such heavy losses. No wonder the headhunters are called the cancer among cancers. Chapter 80. I sent a message. The skeleton undead cleaned up the battlefield and carried the corpses of the headhunters back to the main building of the castle and piled them in front of Li Ziyu. The corpses were piled up layer by layer to form a small hill. The blood flowed to the bottom, like red rivers flowing in all directions. Decomposed mutant human +1. Obtained skeleton *1 unit. Damaged mutant human skin *1 piece. Soul energy *70 units. Poisonous saliva *1 unit. Mutant human blood essence *10 units. Heart *1. Mutant kidneys *2. Mutant liver *1. Mutant stomach *1. Mutant lung *1. Li Ziyu asked the system to decompose the bodies of the headhunters, but the decomposed bodies made him feel a little nauseous. The resources obtained by the system from decomposing corpses all have special uses, and the decomposition of the headhunters' corpses has almost broken them into pieces, with not only human skin, but also internal organs. No wonder the system shows that the headhunters are mutants and are different from humans. He had decomposed many corpses, including those of wild beasts and intelligent creatures, such as lizardmen, goblins, demonized minotaurs, and even human corpses Goblin Lord Yugongbua. However, this was the first time he had disassembled a corpse into pieces like he did this time. After just a glance, Li Ziyu stopped studying it and asked the system to throw all these things into the warehouse and push them at the bottom. A rough estimate shows that the number of headhunters attacking the fortress was between 600 and 700. Because they rushed into the fortress, they were basically wiped out. This time we lost nearly 500 skeleton undead, but we were able to replenish them with the bones obtained from decomposing the corpses of the headhunters. And we could also earn less than 200 more skeleton undead, which is considered a gain, but not a particularly big one. The harvest of soul energy was quite good, with more than 50,000 units of soul energy being obtained at once, approaching 60,000 units. This replenished a large amount of inventory. And by the way, it also allowed the cemetery of the dead to continue producing skeletons and undead. 10 cemeteries of the dead consume 1,000 units of soul energy every day and produce 100 skeleton undead. Well, considering this, the harvest is not bad. Thanks to the headhunters for sending the resources. Lizardmen, goblins, and headhunters. They are not the cancer in the wilderness. They are obviously my dear brothers. Without them, it would have been much harder for me to develop. As he was sighing in his heart, he saw a dozen high-level skeleton warriors coming in from outside, escorting a bunch of headhunters with missing limbs. These were the survivors that Li Ziyu had intended to keep alive. And the undead had deliberately dug them out from among the corpses. They did not finish them off. And the remaining ones, some with their stomachs ripped open, were already seriously injured and dying, and were all treated as dead. Each of these headhunters was in a miserable state. Their wounds were still bleeding. Their faces were pale, and they no longer had the madness and bravery they had before. As for bandaging wounds, what does that have to do with the undead? They don't know how to bandage wounds. The undead don't even have flesh and blood. In their understanding, bandaging wounds doesn't exist. If the bone is completely broken, then just pick a new bone and replace it. Looking at a group of headhunters who had lost too much blood and might die at any time, Li Ziyu covered his face. This wouldn't do. They couldn't die until they had asked all the questions he wanted to ask. Go notify the Minotaur and ask them to send 2 people who know how to bandage wounds to deal with these guys, Li Ziyu said to a skeleton undead beside him. The undead spirit took the order and left. Li Ziyu sat on the big bone chair and waited and waited. After waiting for a long time, he didn't see the undead spirit come back, and he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Just then, the undead finally came back, followed by Mumu and Tashjuling. Why are you 2 here? Didn't I ask you to send 2 people who can bandage wounds? Li Ziyu asked in surprise when he saw them. Oh, so that's how it is. Mumu was stunned at first. Then he said suddenly, what do you mean? Didn't the undead explain it to you clearly? Li Ziyu looked at the skeleton undead that brought people back. Although they were a little stupid, they should have no problem learning to speak. How could they convey the meaning wrongly? No, Lord City Lord. It's not that he didn't explain it clearly, but that he didn't say it at all. Tashjuling explained helplessly. You didn't say it? Why not? Li Ziyu asked the undead in confusion. I told them. They ignored me. They insisted on following me. The skeleton undead sent a message to Li Ziyu, which sounded a little indignant. He said he told you guys, but you ignored him. Li Ziyu was halfway through his words when he suddenly realized what was going on. That was a skeleton ghost, without flesh and blood, and even without vocal cords. When communicating with him, the information between souls was exchanged, and there was no need to make any sound. It is possible to communicate with him like this, because he is the lord of the undead city. However, it is not reliable for the undead to communicate with the Minotaur in this way. The Minotaur cannot receive any information sent by the skeleton undead, and has no idea what the undead are doing. When they returned to the message, the skeleton undead followed Li Ziyu's order and came to the Tauren tribe. When they saw the undead coming, the Tauren people immediately understood that the city lord must have something to ask them. So they gathered around. Then, the undead stopped and didn't move. Just stood there staring straight. What does it mean? The Minotaurs looked at each other with confusion on their faces. The undead stood there for nearly 3 minutes. Suddenly, he became excited and danced, scaring the Minotaurs around him. Only Tauren saw that the undead seemed to want to express something, but couldn't express it accurately. After guessing for a long time, he still couldn't guess what the undead meant. Finally, Tashjuling found Mao Mao and discussed with him. The 2 Minotaurs decided to follow the undead to the main building, meet Li Ziyu in person, and ask the city lord what he needed. So there was a scene where 2 people followed the skeleton undead to see Li Ziyu. Forget it. This is not your fault. It's my fault. I forgot that the undead can communicate with you. Li Ziyu sighed, waved his hand, and repeated his request, asking Mao Mao to arrange for a Minotaur who knew how to bandage the wounds of the headhunters, at least to keep them alive for the time being. I can bandage their wounds. I'll bandage them first. Chief, go back and call 2 more people over, Tashjuling said immediately after hearing this. He walked forward to look at the headhunter who had a broken arm, took out ropes, herbs and other items from his small bag, and began to bandage them. Most of the tribes living in the wilderness have some knowledge of emergency treatment. After all, there are too many dangers and troubles in the wilderness. If they don't have this knowledge, they will die before they can be rescued when they encounter danger. Tashjalin bandaged the wound very skillfully. He first tied a thin rope into the wound, then quickly applied herbs, and the bleeding stopped quickly. With Liziu's order, Moo did not dare to neglect it. He ran back to the tribe and called 2 Minotaur ants to help the headhunters bandage their wounds. The 4 men worked for a long time and managed to save the lives of the headhunting captives, preventing them from dying from excessive blood loss.